For either one of you guys, talking to the players after the game, it still seems like they still have a strong connection with Jared Bednar. I guess just where are you guys at? Where's the organization at confidence-wise in Jared's ability to lead this group?
100% confident Jared's our head coach.
To my knowledge, the Nuggets will not have one of those end-of-season press conference dealios because typically the people who speak is the GM and the head coach. And you don't have a GM, and you don't know if this guy's going to be the head coach yet or not. So that one from the Avs is the only one that we're going to get this offseason. But I do have a question. As the dust has settled over the last couple of days with the Nuggets losing Game 7. Both teams now out of the postseason. What's the first move you make? And I'm talking about for both. The Avs and the Nuggets, but we'll start with the Nuggets because that one's just more fresh. What's the first move you make? I mean, obviously it's hiring a GM, but I'm making you the GM. If you are that, then you tell me. What's the first thing you do when the offseason starts? And I feel like the first thing you have to do is address one important question. Is your core good enough? Everything has to revolve around that. And I would ask in a follow-up, what is the core? Here's what's funny. When I see people, I saw a couple of these yesterday talking about the Nuggets core. And for the people that are arguing, we need to keep the core together. I ask you, what is that? Typically, most of the time, the core would involve your highest paid players, your max contracts. It's what it used to be. If I asked you what the core was 3 years ago, your answer is probably Jokic, Murray, MPJ. The core now is some amalgamation of Jokic, Murray, Gordon, CB, maybe MPJ. Like, what is it? So I heard Jason Timpf yesterday. He's a show on the Volume podcast network. He thinks the Nuggets core is Jokic, Murray, Gordon, and Christian Brown. And that you can win with that. Here's the tough situation that you face. You want to be able to have money to go out and find different pieces that make depth. If, from the audio that we played yesterday from Bobby Marks, and what he said is true, then even if you get rid of, let's say, a Porter contract, you're taking that money and essentially just giving that over to Christian Brown now. You don't have any more flexibility. Like, I do think it's kind of insane that the NBA, as much as they're trying to curb the super team stuff, is punishing teams who draft well. If you really think about it, the Nuggets and their starting five. So it's Murray, Christian, MPJ, Aaron Gordon, Nikola Jokic. 4 of the 5 were drafted players. And it feels like you're being punished for getting good ones. But the first thing you have to do is decide who is the core. And I think it's those 4. I think it's Jokic, Murray, Gordon, and Christian Brown. I think they're the most reliable of the group. And you guys know me. I have been Mr. MPJ defender at every turn. I still will be to a certain extent. But if you need depth and you need to find a way to get some cash, that seems like your only option. So you go out and you find depth. Okay, well, who? A lot of people point to Bruce Brown. You know what's weird about Bruce Brown? Is that he got a lot of notoriety when the championship run came in. He obviously got a lot of money. Bruce Brown has played for 3 different teams in 2 years since then. So he took the contract from Indiana. Indiana was a good basketball team, by the way. Ships him out to Toronto, a place where he barely played. And then they shipped him over to New Orleans, to a place that he barely played. So I don't know what the story is with Bruce Brown. Why was he so effective here and not as effective once he left? I have no idea. His numbers felt pretty similar when he went over to the Pacers. But if you want to make that part of it, sure. The question is, how much money is he going to get? And this is going to be the problem for whoever steps in here as GM. Like, it's really hard to predict or say this is the thing that I want in the offseason when you don't even know first of all, how much money you're going to have. Second of all, how you get there. But here would be like my sort of dream. That you find somebody in the starting 5. And in this world, MPJ is no longer part of this roster, okay? You find somebody to join your starting 5 that is a Jaden McDaniels type. A really long, good defender, can knock down some shots. Essentially like a younger version of a KCP. And you get one more of those in there. That helps you defensively. And as long as you can knock down open shots, that's all you need. I'm not asking for this guy to put up 22 points a game. You got to give me like 12 or 13, but just do it consistently. Like, I don't think the Nuggets need a massive piece. And honestly, I don't think it can. I don't think you can infuse another giant contract within the roster. But that would be at least my first order of business, is to do that. Couple of texts coming through surrounding Jamal. Is Jamal Murray reliable? Well, I don't know. He used to be. You know, I mentioned this yesterday, and I've said this before on the show. Jamal Murray and his max contract can all be earned between the months of April and June. I don't care about no All-Star appearances. I don't care about no All-NBA appearances. I don't care about any of that stuff. What I care about is when it matters the most, are you showing up? Because that's why he got paid. You know, the Murray thing with the accolades are so unbothersome to me. They make no difference whatsoever. I don't care if you get notoriety or not. Those guys do because they earn more money. But why did Jamal Murray get paid? There was a theme every offseason up until last year, where here's what would happen, Nelly. Nuggets play their season. Jamal Murray has an okay regular season. He doesn't make any All-Star teams or All-NBA teams. Postseason starts. Jamal Murray lights it up. All offseason, people are saying, you know what? We're really underestimating Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray's actually better than we think he is. And so they come out with these like positional power rankings, and Jamal Murray takes a giant step up. And then the regular season's played, and he has just an okay year. And then they drop him back down, and then the playoffs start again, and then he rises his way back up. Because that's what happened. The difference now, and what makes Jamal Murray difficult, I could live with that. Even on a max contract, I'm like, fine. if that's what it needs to be, if that is you are just basically having a few good games here and there during the regular season just to show up big time in the postseason, then fine. But he hasn't for 2 straight years. And that's the problem. Had a big injury in between it that probably didn't help. But still, here's another question. Do you want to just entirely blow this up? Because that's what it sounds like some texters want. You want to trade Jamal, you want to trade MPJ, you want to start over with essentially a brand new team. Except for Jokic and Gordon and Christian or something like that. There is a big-time risk in this. I'll give you a couple of them. I don't think Jokic would ever do anything to want to leave, but if you change things that much that quickly and it doesn't work, I think there is that risk, number one. Number two, you make moves like that, you can't guarantee that you'll be better. The Nuggets were not good enough this year, and so you need to find a way to improve. Is taking a blowtorch to everything the right approach? Is that the thing that you think should be next? Like, here's the tough situation that you're kind of confronted with. If they had depth, would they have been a championship contender? If your answer is yes, then why would you take everything apart? You're probably due for some sort of major change because it's the only way you can get the cash to acquire depth. But doing an entire sort of blow up and keeping like 3 or 4 guys on the roster or whatever, and that's not even possible. Most of these players will be back. I'm saying in the totality of the roster. Like, you aren't going to find 9 new guys to join this team in the offseason. So, it's just something to consider. 303-504-0925. Give me yours. The question, so I'm going to do this with the Avs next. But what's item number 1 that you do in the offseason for each of these teams? With the Nuggets, to me, it's I'm going to keep the 4 together of Murray, Jokic, Gordon, Christian Brown. Find a way to move Porter. Use that money for 2 or 3 different guys that I can find for depth reasons. And then move forward that way. That would be my plan if I were the GM. I don't want to do too much. Because there is still something to be said. That you took best team in the league with 2 major injuries, or at least one, and then one in the most pivotal game of the series, to a Game 7. It's not in need of a giant overhaul, but it is in need of change. So you throw it out to me. 303-504-0925. Shunt Mazda text line. 1 price, 1 person, 1 hour. Get to the Avs next. Same question. I make you GM of the Avs. You are Chris McFarland. What's item number 1 of your offseason plans? And I think the Avs, at least in answering the questions a little bit more difficult, but not logistically more difficult, as what the Nuggets face. And I'll explain why in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. All right, before the Avs, just a couple more texts here on the Nuggets. People say that the Nuggets have no depth, but Joker himself, one of the best basketball minds in the game, basically said, we don't know if we have depth because the deeper bench guys never played under Malone. Now, I don't know if that's what Joker said. That's what I said. Joker just said if guys have only played 20 or 30 times, it's hard to trust them in a playoff game. Now, is that equating to him saying those guys should have played more? I don't know. See, my read on that is they should have. Joker could just be saying, if he was honest, he could be saying something like this. Well, they aren't very good, so they couldn't really play. But even if they did, they only played 20 or 30 games, so you can't, I don't know what that meant. The bottom line is no matter which school of thought you have, you come to the same conclusion, which is the guys didn't play. So take that for what you will. Another texture, how hard is it for Joker to develop a two-man game with another player? I don't understand why everyone acts like Jamal is irreplaceable in that regard. What does he do that no one else can? It's not that Joker can't do it. It's that when him and Jamal are doing that at a high level, it's almost unstoppable. And there's no replacement for chemistry. They've been together for, 8 years? It's not that they can't. It's just, it's pretty good when it works. I mean, you ask anybody on the Clippers. Even in, a playoff run where I would say both, but especially in that series, mostly Jamal was the only one that was maybe not awesome every second of the series. They would tell you late in games that's really difficult to stop. And then finally, you have a generational talent that elevates bums around him, so you're relatively competitive, but rarely get there, so you can justify never making a move to surround them with good talent and thereby waste a decade of talent. Congratulations, we're the Packers. All right. To that point, I do have a concern that that's kind of what's happening. I said it yesterday. If there's any sort of good thing that takes place in losing a Game 7 like you did against OKC, winning that game could force you into thinking that maybe it is good enough. Maybe we don't need to change everything. Maybe we just keep this thing together, and you know what? Some injuries that happened late in the season affected big-time chances to do this and this and this, and Adelman should be the coach and blah, blah, blah. Maybe you could convince yourself of that. I doubt it, but it could have happened. It didn't. Now, the bums around him, we don't have any actually good players thing. Here's what I'd say to that. You don't know. You don't. Look. Did Tom Brady elevate the talent of bums around him at wide receiver? Or were they just pretty good until they got too old and they couldn't play anymore, so you shipped them out? Was Danny Amendola a good receiver or not? Edelman, Welker, Deion Branch. Were they good? Or did Tom Brady make them good? You're kind of asking, it's like Julius Thomas is, I guess, the famous example here in Denver with Peyton Manning. And the answer is you don't really know. It's hard to tell. Because you can point at the guys who left the Jokic sort of aura and went other places. Everybody's pointing to KCP. KCP is also getting older. Could be a part of it. Like, here's an example I'd throw out there. If you believe that he just elevates bums, Bruce Brown played with Jokic, had the best year of his career. He left and has now played for 3 different teams in 2 years. So what's going on there? Is that a good player? Or is that somebody that was elevated by Jokic? Because a lot of people here would tell you they'd take him back in a heartbeat. That's what makes it tough when you have somebody that good. Now, to get to the Avs. The Avs one is an interesting offseason. Here's the best part. You know what we're not doing at all, Nelly? Not one time will we ask the question, when's Gabe going to be back? Hey, guess what? He's back. They did it. So that is not going to be part of your offseason discussion. The only offseason discussion revolving around that name, around Landeskog, is where is he going to be in the lineup? Now that he has a full offseason, assuming a full offseason, where he can go through all the practices, do all the things. Is he a first-line guy again? Is it kind of what they did in the playoffs? Is he more of a second-line guy? So that's a decision you have to make. But as far as a move, what's the first thing you do in the offseason? First of all, let's make a decision on Brock Nelson. And it was hard to really judge. He had moments where he looked like he was a good fit and moments where he didn't. You know, I think if you asked everybody before the playoff run, they'd probably have a different answer on whether guys like him, Natchez, Drury, some of the guys that were acquired at the deadline were good fits for this team or not. Because I think before the playoffs, most of us would have said yes, especially surrounding a guy like Natchez. Natchez he looked like he was a perfect fit within this team. Then the playoffs started and he kind of disappeared. But I think the first thing I'd need to do if I were Chris McFarland, and I think it's probably the most important thing here, find a second-line center who's impactful. If you think that's Brock Nelson, then find a way to keep him. If not, figure it out. I mean, to me, there is a very, very key missing thing since you won the championship. It's the second-line center spot. Like Naz Kadri was capable of elevating a line to give production behind your top dog. You know, it's kind of like being a 5-hole hitter in baseball. So top of your lineup, your leadoff guy, your second hitter is usually your best hitter in the lineup. Third, really good hitter. Fourth, power guy. Fifth guy provides something, and it's protection for your 4-hitter. If you got a 5-hitter that can't hit, then you can pitch around the top of your lineup and wait till you get to that back end. But if you got a 5-hole hitter or a 6-hole hitter that can really rip the ball around, now all of a sudden you can't be picky and choosy. You cannot start really trying to clip the edges of the strike zone with your 3 and 4 hitters because you're not scared of the 5 and 6 guys if you walk them. It changes the entire perspective on how a pitcher looks at a lineup. And that's what I see the second-line center as. You're just thinking, if we can just withstand the top-line onslaught of a Nathan McKinnon and we can get to that second line, then we should be okay. But if the second line is dangerous too, you're in some trouble.
Yesterday, you guys were talking about how it is 1 year more of Nuggets basketball in the books, and we're still talking about the exact same things we were talking about a year ago, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Well, let me ask you, look into your crystal ball and tell me, how long have we been saying the Avs need a second-line center? This is what, year 2, year 3 of saying we need one? Are these second-line centers gold? Are they precious metals? Why are they so hard to find?
The thing is, well, they're just hard to find, number one. Here's the other thing, though, Nelly. I think a bigger frustration with the Nuggets is that nothing changed, if that makes sense. You needed depth, and then what happened was you shipped out a starter, took the depth from the bench in Christian Brown, elevated him to a starting role, and nobody took the replacement of Christian. I guess they tried with Saric. Didn't work. You know, the Deron Holmes injury probably hurt. I still don't know how much he would have played this year. We don't know what kind of player he is, so I can't say that that's something that totally killed you without knowing how good of a player he is. The Avs are different. Now, they made two pretty major moves at that spot over the last couple of years. They got Middlestat in a trade where they gave away Bowen Byram. He just wasn't good enough. They traded for Brock Nelson, which, again, felt like a move that could have worked, and he just, for whatever reason, wasn't noticeable in the postseason. They tried to do something about it. They just haven't found it yet. And so I think that makes it a little bit different. And the reason why Naz Kadri is not on this roster anymore is because he was too good. And by the way, you had a hand in that. That's a funny thing with guys like Kadri and Bruce Brown. It's like, yeah, we couldn't keep them. And the reason you couldn't keep them is because you made such a good move in acquiring them that led to championships, and then they got paid afterwards. But I think that's key. Like, you can't look at things like, well, the Avs were super injured early in the season. Like, injuries are going to happen, and they have gotten more injured than others. But I think that second-line center spot is the one. It's the one that you're chasing this offseason. And if you get that right, then I think you have a real ability to be a hell of a team that fights for a cup. And they could have done that, by the way, this year, had they held on to a Here's what's funny about the Avs. The Nuggets, it's just, even if the Nuggets won Game 7, they were not getting by Minnesota without Aaron Gordon. And it was probably going to be ugly. The Avs get by the Dallas Stars. Who knows? That's what makes it tough for them, is that if they just hold on to a 2-goal lead in Game 7, we could have like a totally different discussion. So there's always somebody relitigating this, by the way, that they chose to keep Nichushkin over Kadri. Nichushkin is an incredibly impactful player. We know that by seeing the time that he's on the ice and the time that he's off the ice and what the Avs look like. The decision to keep Nichushkin is not something that I think most can say the Avs are stupid in making. Because the biggest problem with Nichushkin over the past few years is that he's left the ice due to nothing related to hockey. And how the hell are you going to predict that? When you won the Cup, I will go to my grave saying this. Val Nichushkin should have been the Conn Smythe winner. He should have. There was not a single game in which he was not absolutely nails for the Avs during that Cup run. Makar, also great during that, but had a couple of games where he didn't do all that much. Nichushkin every night did something. Nichushkin last year had more goals than McDavid before he exited the postseason. McDavid made the final. I don't think that choosing Nichushkin over Kadri was a bad decision. It's unfortunate that he missed the time that he missed. But make no bones about it. Val Nichushkin is an absolutely key player in you winning a championship moving forward. He is. Now, if you can find somebody to supplement the second line stuff, like if you can give me a second line that has I don't know what it would look like before we actually get to the offseason and see the roster, but Val was kind of vacillating between the top line and the second line. Let's just make him a second liner. Val Gabe and somebody that you trust in the middle there on that second line is a problem. So that's the one I got for the Avs. I mean, you guys tell me what you think. Sean Mazda text line's open. You can also get in touch with us, Voice of the People. That's on the Altitude Sports Radio app, and it's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com.
I also genuinely wonder. I know I mentioned this at one point during the playoffs, and I guess we'll just have to see next season to see if this holds any water. But I genuinely wonder, the Avs overhauled their roster so much, so late in the season. I just wonder if these dudes didn't have enough chemistry, if they hadn't spent enough time playing together, especially when you're putting such important players in such key positions, and you're pairing them with guys like Kale and Gabe and Nate, who have played together for years. And now you're throwing some new guys in the mix. Maybe they just didn't have enough time to cook. And maybe now if you have an offseason where you get guys like Marty Nachos, and if Brock Nelson stays, now they have a whole offseason to learn the system and work with these guys. Maybe they come back stronger with more chemistry.
I think that's totally a fair argument to make. I don't know if that's the case, but I think it's fair. Look, they really tried to piecemeal that thing together on the fly. And there was a lot of guys that, Moser says it all the time, but it's the truth. It's hard to play with McKinnon. As much as McKinnon can make your life easier, if you're not used to his sort of style, it is difficult. Because he's demanding, and you have to be in the right spot at the right time. Like, there was a couple of moments in that series where it felt like guys were kind of running into each other in the postseason. And maybe that's a byproduct of just not playing together enough. But that's what my off seasons look like for the Nuggets and the Avs. So if you got any other suggestions, throw them out to me. If there's something I missed, throw it out to me. In the meantime, heard some audio. I hadn't heard this before, but it's crazy. This is before a team is matching up in the postseason and a coach is saying this. Pretty wild. Get to the audio next. All right, so tonight at 6 o'clock, we'll have the Panthers and Hurricanes Eastern Conference Finals Game 1. We're carrying every NHL Conference Finals game and Stanley Cup Final game. So if you can stomach that, with the Avs being out, we'll have all of those for you right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Now, speaking of conference finals, the Nuggets lose to the Thunder, so the Thunder advance. I saw this audio floating around yesterday, and I was like, is this AI? Because I couldn't believe a coach said this heading into a series. Now, turns out, this is from a post-game in which OKC and the Minnesota Timberwolves matched up back in February. But this is what Chris Finch said, head coach of the T-Wolves, after that game in which the T-Wolves beat Oklahoma City 131-128 in overtime.
It's so frustrating to play this team because they foul a ton. You know, they really do. They foul all the time. And then, you know, you can't really touch Shea. And it's a very frustrating thing, and it takes a lot of mental toughness to try to play through it. And, you know, we just eventually were able to get downhill and force the issue ourselves, and we're rewarded for it.
I know that's back in February, but it doesn't ring any less true now. It is the frustrating thing about OKC. And it's honestly one of the bigger sort of revelations I had in the Nuggets and OKC series. They are able to do whatever they want and dare the refs to make foul calls because if somebody gets in foul trouble, they don't care. They'll throw out Case and Wallace. They'll play Isaiah Joe. They'll put in Aaron Wiggins. They'll put in Jalen Williams. They'll put whatever. Doesn't matter. So they're able to play as aggressively as they want to because foul trouble isn't a thing for them. The only one they worry about getting in foul trouble is Shea. Because if he leaves, a big portion of your offense does. But that beginning part there.
It's so frustrating to play this team because they foul a ton. You know, they really do. They foul all the time. And then, you know, you can't really touch Shea.
That beginning part is just pretty crazy. They foul a ton. And it's just so frustrating. And you can't touch Shea. Because that's what we saw in the series. Now, again, I'm not going to sit here and talk about refs and blame refs for the reason why you lost. You lost because OKC was better than you were. That's it. They were a better team. But I've never seen that. The way Alex Caruso was playing defense on Joker, you know, there was a former NBA head of officiating that says, I could not believe they weren't calling fouls on Caruso for that. But they're able to do it because they can. Oh, what is that, a foul? Is that my fifth? That's all right. Wiggins, get in there. Like they can just do that over and over again. But I'm dead serious. I don't know who I want to win. And this happens every time you play a team in the postseason. I'm trying to think, can you guys help me? Between the Avs and the Nuggets playoff runs over these last however many years, which team is least bothersome that you played a series against? Because I have like exited each one of these series hating these teams. And I'm trying to figure out the one that has bothered me the least between the two. And maybe one of you guys have an answer.
I'm so traumatized by the Minnesota series last year. I don't even remember who the Nuggets played in the first round. Who did they play?
The Lakers.
Oh, that's right. That was the Lakers' daddy thing, or excuse me, the Jamal Murray made a shot.
Yes.
I see that this is what happens when you go through such a traumatic experience. That Lakers series was damn near wiped from my brain because I'm still thinking about the Game 6 and the Game 7. Okay, so no, Lakers are hateable. Minnesota Timberwolves are not more, but just as hateable. I guess I had some hate in my heart for the Lakers and the Timberwolves before the Nuggets played them. I did not care at all about OKC until this past series. But now I dislike them.
That's kind of what I'm getting at, is that The amount of times, Nelly, that these teams have faced teams that I didn't think I did hate, and then I realized, oh, no, I can't stand them. I can't stand them.
So maybe because of that, maybe because I don't have that history of hating OKC, I'd say that's the lesser of every evil we've said so far. And the Clippers, I don't care about the Clippers. I hate maybe James Harden and how he falls on the deck and flops like a fish, and he travels 5 steps behind the arc to shoot a 3-pointer, but I don't care about the Clippers. They're probably the least hateable.
Yeah. I think the Clippers are also less hateable because here's the names that you're throwing out. Here's what's funny. I'm seeing some of these names that have been tossed out there, and all of them are teams that you beat in these series. Which also, it makes it easier. The Clippers, though, it's almost some leftover stuff from like the bubble and the Morris twins saying, take your ass home or whatever, and then Millsap got in his face. I have leftover stuff from that, and I can't stand Harden. So here's some of the names that people are throwing out. Winnipeg. Yeah. When did the Avs play Winnipeg? When was that?
That was the first round last year.
That's right, the first round last year. God, these years are all running together, man. Winnipeg, okay. Sure. Texture says, I don't hate the Heat. I actually kind of agree with that. There's guys in the Heat that I like Bam Adebayo. I think that he's an ethical big man in this league. Doesn't complain all that much, plays tough, got some talent, some skill. God, the Heat might be the winner. Winnipeg just doesn't do anything at all. Does nothing for me.
And even with the Lightning, I feel like most of the hatred towards the Lightning came from John Cooper crying. I don't know if I have...
There's a few guys. But don't you remember Tampa Bay reviewing every single goal that was scored in that series? Every single one. I couldn't.
Right, but you see, once again, that comes from the coach. That doesn't come from the players. That just comes because the coach is a baby back B.
Yeah.
But so maybe that's a different
category. It does matter, though. It does matter.
Yeah, I guess. It's not like the Dallas Stars where every single player on that roster in that organization can get bent.
Yeah.
It's different levels of hate.
Texture says Nashville. Nashville's not a bad answer. I don't have any super strong feelings towards Nashville. Somebody said the Kraken. I will never forgive the Kraken for doing that. For doing what they did. Which, at the end of it, was just like kind of win a series. But no. So I think these are the ones. I think we found them. People are saying Portland. Nope. Can't stand Portland. Can't do it. It's their fans.
Remember Ennis Cantor Freedom and his like fake shoulder injury?
Yes, that whole thing. If you go back to that series, you guys will change your mind in Portland. I still remember that. Joker was hitting my shoulder on purpose. Yeah, shut up. The picture of those fans with the earplugs in when they're inside their own arena. Insanity.
And do you remember that Portland fans even were coming after Hastings for an offhanded comment that he made on our broadcast that they blew out of proportion? You remember that?
Yeah.
People wanted his head on a stake too. No, Portland, they do not get a pass.
Right. Tesha says, no, you hate Nashville. It's just been long enough since you played them that you forgot. That also might be possible. Very possible. But I think Miami, look, obviously you wanted to beat them and you did to win the NBA Finals in your first championship ever. Like, that's great. But I do think that Miami's, I don't know, I don't mind them. I liked a couple of guys on that team. And Winnipeg's the other one. Winnipeg is just kind of, they're in your division. But they're kind of the team that they're going to do good, and you just kind of pat them on the head. You're just like, yeah, it's good for you, buddy. Nice job. Nice job. Go ahead and take a seat after this first round. If Winnipeg was better, you'd feel differently about it. Like, the numbers of Hellebuck in and out of Winnipeg is crazy. Texture says Golden State. You shut your mouth about Golden State. Are you kidding me? Tell me Steve Kerr. Jokic got all these foul calls. Something's got to be done about that. That doesn't bother you?
Isn't Steve Kerr on the list?
He is on the list. And it was after that game when he was saying that Jokic gets too many foul calls.
A call that I don't think an elementary school referee would have made.
Yeah, that. So anyway, 303-504-0925. Can always watch the show on Twitch. It's twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can order online, and Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch the show on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio and subscribe to the channel today. So you got live, as we are live, every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. So search Altitude Sports Radio, subscribe, and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So again, kind of an off-season day. What do the plans look like for the local teams in town? It's all that with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Do you leave this series feeling like you guys are still close to being able to win another championship? Or what are your thoughts after 2 Game 7s? And I know you dealt with health issues, not you, but Aaron and Michael. Do you feel like this team could still win a championship as it's put together now?
I mean, we didn't, so obviously we can't. If we could, we will win it. So I don't believe in those if stuff. So we had the opportunity, we didn't win it. So I think we can't.
The off season's here. By the way, the Nuggets are not having the end of the season press conference because who typically does that is your GM and your head coach, and they don't have a GM, and they don't know if they have their head coach yet. So that will not be happening for the Nuggets. Now, Vic, you asked something yesterday that you wanted to talk about today that I think is interesting, and I want to do this for both teams. And I want to start with the Nuggets here. Of just if you were the GM, they have a vacancy, Moj. Maybe they call you up and they say, what are your thoughts on the Nuggets? How do you fix this team? They like your answer so much that they give you the job. Well, what is the first order of business? I make you Nuggets GM. What do you do? What's number one?
You're asking me?
Either one of you.
First order of business is I'm clearing out. I'm seeing what I can get. I need players. I need depth. That's the number one thing. It's the roster construction. I'm going to need depth. So I'm going to get who's my CBA guy?
I'm sure they have several.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Maynard, what's up? Get your ass in that CBA and let's figure some stuff out. Now, I want a chart by 5 o'clock this evening. I want a chart.
Let's just
on every single player on the roster and what the capabilities of us are with this player. And being able to do something
just
with
to make it easier anyway, because we don't know what the CBA stuff and blah, 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 what you're allowed to do. Let's just make it pretty basic, okay? You want to say, like, acquire some money and trade Porter's contract, then we'll just do that, okay? Don't get caught up in the CBA stuff. Just kind of top your head what you're thinking.
I'll tell you what they should do. First order of business. You wake up this morning. You meet with Nikola Jokic before he flies back home to Serbia, and you figure out, all right, are we going to strike a deal the day after the season, the day after the finals, for your extension that will keep you in Denver through 2030? Because if I get that done at the very top, I could sleep easy. I could rest. That's the first thing I do. Very first thing.
I would assume that that's hopefully a given. Hopefully.
What? Nothing's ever a given.
I got you.
That's the first thing I do. I make sure the first domino to fall is the biggest one.
Here's what I'm not going to do. I am not going to get into any sort of discussion or any thought process. I will not allow myself, nor will I allow either of you, to talk about Nikola Jokic not being a Denver Nugget.
No, I don't think it's going to happen.
So all of this, will he sign an extension? He's going to be a Denver Nugget for life, and that's just the way it goes. That's the end of the story. So from that point on, Vic, your whole first point is completely moot. He's a Denver Nugget forever. We all know that. And now I go on to, okay, what other piece can I move?
Could I toss out, like, this isn't an actual move, but it's a mental move. I think the first order of business this offseason is deciding what your core is. You've had a core for about 4 years now. You need to decide, is it the same or not? Or is it being amended? The core has been, at least 4 or 5 years ago, was Jokic, Marine, Porter, right? It's then changed to add Aaron Gordon to it. And now you're asking, Christian Brown, is he part of that now? And is somebody else out? Like, I think that's the biggest thing here. Are all the people that you had in the core for these championship runs or these playoff runs in the years prior, is it the same, or have you seen that change over the last couple of years?
So you're saying identify your core, or are you saying identify the guys you would never deal?
Kind of more that. It's how about this, Vic? Identify the group of players that you're building your team around. And they did that a few years ago when they gave max contracts to Murray and Porter along with Jokic, right? That's what they decided.
Hold on.
okay,
What
fine.
you're saying is identify the players that if somebody picked up the phone and said, we're interested, you just hang up.
Time out. No.
Correct.
No.
Well, kind of.
Okay,
yeah.
fine. But as far as the rest of the league is concerned, you absolutely do not let them know that.
Nobody's saying you let them know that, but
this is my next point, Vic. I call every other GM in the National Basketball Association, and I say, outside the big fella, who do you like? And I get a running list and a running total of what every team likes, what every team is interested in. Yeah, I use my spidey sense to find out if they're really interested and so on. And then after I've made the determination on who my guys are that I want to keep, Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown, maybe Jamal, maybe you have to, whatever. I mean, look, then I take that and I play off of that and I start figuring out every possibility that can be done. I mean, this is a very thorough process, Vic.
I think it's even simpler than that. I think the simple GM question that needs to be asked if you're the GM of the Denver Nuggets, I say start at the top with Nikola Jokic, and I agree that deal is going to get done, but for sleepability factor, I would want it done. But my next question would be, if a shakeup is necessary to improve the depth, who's going? Which one? MPJ
Exactly.
or Jamal? Pick one.
Here's the other thing, by the way. Let's say that you have the Porter deal in place to where you can ship him out and you can, again, it's going to be weird because you don't just get money, but you're going to have to acquire a couple of guys in the middle of that, right, to make the money work in the trade and then blah, blah, blah. Here's what's weird, though. The money that you're, quote, saving by getting rid of a contract like that, after next year is going to be handed over to Christian Brown if you keep him. He's going to make around the same amount of money, according to Bobby Marks anyway. I mean, we played the audio yesterday that he thinks he's getting an extension that's going to be north of $30 million a year. Well, guess what? Mm-hmm. That's pretty much what Porter's making. A little bit higher than that, but pretty close.
Porter's due to make $38 and $40 million over the next 2 years.
Yeah.
And those at the time were max contracts. He's on the lower end of the max number, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
It still sounds and feels like a pretty good max number to me.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, it's not 50 plus like Jamal's.
I'm just blown away. I'm absolutely blown away. At the kind of bread that's open and available on the market in the NBA. It blows my mind.
Yeah, the tough thing about all of that is you can't say the contract wasn't worth it because it won a championship. Like, all that stuff did work. It did.
All of it was worth it.
It feels like it's not working now is the problem. And
everything the Nuggets have done has been worth it.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not against giving Christian Brown 30 or north of 30 because that's all just market dictation. It's what it does to your team. It's what it hamstrings your team with. That's the big issue for me.
I'll be clear with this, kind of where my head's at. And what I think is first of all, doable in the offseason, because I see a lot of people being like, blow it all up, trade Jamal, trade MPJ, get rid of this guy. I'm like, you aren't going to turn over 9 guys on this roster going into next year.
Not going to happen.
Okay?
And you're not going to start over midstream like this when you still. This team took a 68-win team to 7 games. Calm down.
Here's what I would look for. I think you keep this group and you find a way to build around this. Joker, Murray, Christian Brown, and AG. I think that's what you build around. You take the Porter contract, you try and find a couple of more guys that can play. I think what you'd need in the starting lineup to replace the Porter stuff is sort of a wing defender that can knock down some threes, like a KCP type.
You better get a shooter.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, if for everyone who wants to come off the MPJ contract, all right, and I understand you need depth. If you're going to come off that player, you better find somebody who can shoot. And I know he didn't shoot well in the playoffs. He averaged just under 9 points in the playoff run. I get it. But you better get a shooter.
But one of those things I think has to be a KCP type of player. If you're left open for 3, you can knock down a 3, play some good defense, sort of a lanky guy, that sort of thing. That's what I would look for in that. And then you can get Like one guy that I think I'd love to have on this team is like an Alexander Walker out of Minnesota. You want to talk about a long, rangy guy at a guard that can step in and play some minutes. He's the kind of guy that can do that I think would be affordable too in the offseason. If you have a little bit of cash to work with. As far as the backup big stuff, I think I would kind of throw my hopes in Deron Holmes, that he's healthy and that he can be a dude that can give you a few minutes. But
by the way, that Alexander Walker position you speak of, there's a guy by the name of Bruce Brown who's a free agent that would fulfill that role perfectly.
That's fine. I think that Alexander Walker might be cheaper, though. I don't know what kind of money they're going to have. You don't think so?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think so. Bruce made a good buck there for 2 years, and I think he can be had for under 15.
Well, Bruce is fine then. Yeah, I'd take that too.
Can I talk to you about Brucey B? Brett, so remember that day at training camp years ago?
We were the first ones to talk to him.
Yeah, and Vic says, hey, by the way, it's 7:01 in the morning. We start the show, and Vic says, hey, by the way, adios.
Yeah.
I got to go do some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was a waste for him even to show up for the program, right? Would you agree?
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, we do. So then about 25 minutes later,
we talked to Bruce Brown. We have a great conversation.
We talked to Brucey B for a long time, and I'm like, I love this guy. As soon as he
walked, going off a conversation we had 3 years ago with Bruce Brown. Give us more insight, Nuggets Insider.
Okay. I swear to God, I wish you were okay.
It is taking a long time to get done with the story, though. You're
Get
just
to the
saying
story.
we had a
What?
good conversation
You
with
spoke to Bruce Brown.
We
loved
him from day one. We would love to have him back. Bruce Brown is only how old? No, don't look. Just take a guess.
I'll say he's 28, 29.
Yeah, somewhere around there, late 20s.
28 years old.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of game left in him. So we love this guy. He's still a young cat. If he can come at a reasonable price, and by the way, he's showing up here with his cowboy hat during the postseason. I would love to have him back in a Nuggets uni.
I agree. I think we all agree. You just got to free up the necessary money. Now, it's going to take more than Bruce Brown because there's some – listen, at the bottom of your rotation, and we're talking about the top here, you still have to figure out what Westbrook is going to do. You still have to figure out how to get out from under the Saric contract, which is no guarantee. Those are two contracts you have to figure out at the end of your roster.
Dario Saric is not going to be on the team, period. You just have to figure
out. He's got to opt out.
Well, he does have to opt out, or you have to figure out how to pay him off a little bit while he goes and plays in Greece or wherever the heck he goes. Shanghai. I don't know where he'd go. Somewhere in Europe, ideally. And they pay him some money to come help them win. Yeah. And then you make up that difference.
It just goes to show me, I did a show last night with ESPN, and they were talking about, I thought they made a very unfair comment.
You did a show with ESPN?
Radio show.
Oh, gotcha.
A radio show. And they said, should Joker be looked at differently? He's looked at as this all-world player, one of the best of all time, and yet he only has one title. And, some of the guys that he's compared to have multiple titles. I mean, look at Shaq. And my retort was pretty simple. Guys, the NBA and the way they spend money has changed so much. Go back to the early 80s and the way teams were developed and teams were formed. The Showtime Lakers, the Celtics, you could pick any player you want. Look at how many Hall of Famers surrounded Larry Bird and Magic Johnson.
What was the reaction to that?
Oh. The reaction was, oh. I mean, today's CBA.
Oh, yeah.
And this is the line I used. You can't compare today's ability to surround talented players with more talent to the way it's been done for the last 50 years. You can't. Because these days we have aprons, first apron, second apron. Back then, the only aprons were found in the kitchen. The NBA has made it inherently difficult to develop rosters and keep those rosters together. It is the very reason why this year the NBA will crown a 7th new champion.
You know what I actually hate?
7th straight.
Oh, Vic, you're on The Odd Couple. It's not ESPN. That's FS1.
Oh, is it? I'm sorry. I don't even know what the hell I'm on. I did a couple shows.
FS1, Fox Sports Radio.
Oh, my God, that's awesome.
Here's the thing that if I had to say one thing about the CBA stuff that I think is absolutely something the NBA should take a look at. The Nuggets got hamstrung because of the cash that they gave out to players, right? That they were in this sort of stratosphere, this apron that made it impossible to acquire new talent, essentially, right? how did they get there? They got there because they drafted well and paid guys that they drafted. I don't think you should get punished for that.
I agree. The 3 guys they paid, think about it this way. Think about it this way, Nuggets fans. They didn't pay Damian Lillard by picking him up off free agency. They didn't pay guys that they plucked simply because they're one of those markets that attracts free agents. They did this the hard way. They drafted Jamal Murray and paid him. They drafted MPJ and paid him. They drafted Nikola Jokic, who turned out to be the best player in the world in his era, and paid him.
The only one they truly acquired was AG.
Yes, they did it exactly the right way. They did it the way the NBA always tells you to do it. And they do it the right way. What do they have to show for it? Hey, you're too good right now. Screw off.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. So we get back to this in a bit. I do want to switch over to the Avs now. Ask the same question. I make you guys Chris McFarland. What's the first move you make for the Avs this offseason? We'll get to it next.
Hey guys, have you done it yet? Have you called the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic to check things out? How are you feeling? Well, that's between you and your family and yourself, I suppose. You don't have to tell me. But be honest with yourself. Sleep patterns off? Feeling sluggish? Low energy? Want to feel better? Well, call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You may have low testosterone. Did you know that guys in their early to mid-30s start losing 2 to 3% of testosterone production every single year? It happens gradually. Before you know it, you're like, dang, I just don't feel like I used to feel. Poor sleep, feeling tired, maybe sad, depressed, decrease in libido. All these things can be symptoms of low T. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 simple questions. Super easy. It takes 2 minutes. If you have an issue, if you think you might, schedule an appointment with them and get yourself fixed. It's really, really good. It's worked for me. I've been incredibly happy. Sleeping better, no more brain fog, more productive, everything. And you know me, I do the show in the morning, games at night, so on and so forth. I'm going all day long. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Most guys wait a year or longer. That is silly. Do not do that. 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins, all the way down to Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I'll say I went through as a player as well. I mean, sometimes things just aren't going to go your way. But we'll get back at this again next year. I mean, like I said, it stings right now, and next year is going to come here, and we're going to have another competitive team that's going to try and that's going to have the same goal in mind and try and win. But it's just, I mean, everybody's frustrated, everybody's disappointed, just because we felt we were this close.
For either one of you guys, talking to the players after the game, it still seems like they still have a strong connection with Jared Bednar. I guess just where are you guys at? Where's your organization at confidence-wise in Jared's ability to lead this group?
100% confident Jared's our head coach.
So that was from that post-season whatever press conference that teams do when the season ends.
Postseason whatever press conference? It's postseason press conference.
Postseason whatever press conference that teams do when the season ends. Chris McFarland on that. Here's what's funny. I think that the Avs, like, their off-season plans are easier than the Nuggets because of logistics. Like, logistically, it's easier. But I think it's harder to identify the absolute issue that the Avs had. Because here's what happened with the Nuggets. They lost in Game 7 to OKC, and even if they won, guys, we knew they weren't good enough. Like, they were probably going to get rolled by Minnesota because AG was just not healthy. And it was going to be a bear to try and get through that. The Avs, you're kind of in a place like, dude, if they hang on to a 2-goal lead in Game 7, like maybe they're still playing right now. Like you don't really know.
I think they probably are.
That's the thing.
You can never really know because you don't know about injury factor and all that sort of thing.
There's the nice thing though, Moj, about this offseason. Tell you what, the question that we've asked every offseason is now gone. Landeskog's in the lineup next year, right?
Correct.
Like, he's in it. So that is not a concern at all. You at least have another top 6 forward that you're infusing into the lineup. But it starts here. Moj, first order of business if you're Chris McFarland is?
Well, you're going to have to decide which of these guys you want to try to make a run at. Now, does Brock Nelson want to stay in Colorado? He's a free agent. What will he get on the open market, and what can you pay him? I don't know.
I mean, first of all, do you want him to stay?
That's a great question. Is he the ultimate fit at 2C? Seemed like he would be, at least for a run, right? And
yeah,
who knows? You get beyond round number 1, who knows what kind of things happen?
Yep. He was, I think, for all the guys that they acquired at the deadline, it's funny, everybody's talking about Marty Nachos. Like, he just wasn't good enough. If you asked Avs fans about Marty Nachos or even Brock Nelson before the playoffs started, they would have told you, yeah, great moves, love that.
Totally.
And then 7 games into the postseason later, they were a little bit unnoticeable, so now you're questioning things. But I think
Marty Nachos overall was a top 15 scorer in the National Hockey League.
Yeah.
Let's not get crazy.
To me, I think the main question is Nelson. And if it's not that, then who is your second-line center?
That is a great question. Charlie Coyle's still under contract. You got him for another year. And he's making, a little over $5 million. Now, here's the thing. When he was in Boston, they put him up to 2C. I don't know that at this point in his career at 33 that he is your ideal second-line center. But I'll tell you this, going into this coming season, he won't be worse than Casey Middlestad was.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess if you want to look at it in that way.
So it's funny, they've tried. You know, what's different between the Nuggets and the Avs as far as questions that they've dealt with for 2 straight years, the Nuggets now have asked the questions of, like, what do we do with depth? And just, it feels like not a lot's been done about it. They tried, I guess, by getting Dario Saric and Russell Westbrook, but the Sarge thing completely whiffed, that didn't help.
Let me go ahead.
The Avs, though, they've tried the second line. They traded for Middlestat. They've traded for Brock Nelson. They've been doing things to try and make up for it, I guess.
Vic, when I discuss this, I come from this position. This is my view. They did a lot of right things. They did a lot of correct things. And they tried their butts off to make it happen. I think if you're a fan out there, you should be disappointed entirely the way every guy in that room and every person in that organization is. You're disappointed that you got bounced in the first round against Dallas.
Yeah.
Which was the ultimate, in my opinion, and I said this, Brett, a mile away before the postseason began. This is a collision course with the other best team in the damn West.
So I'm sorry, I missed it. The question going in, what's the first thing you would do? What did Moser answer that?
No, I'm giving you my position here. My position
I just want to know what's the first thing you would do.
Well, I did. I said you got to decide whether or not you want Brock Nelson or he wants you. That was number one.
That's it.
I agree. It's all about the second line center to me.
All right.
Okay. And everybody's looking for that next Nazem Kadri. Keep in mind that during the Cup year, Nazem Kadri was great. He also had the best year of his life.
Yeah.
The best season of his entire career, and he ain't been close since in Calgary. Okay?
Yeah.
So this was an ultimate awesome spike year. And you know what it got him? It got him $49 million.
Ton of money.
That you couldn't pay. Or you could have, but you chose not to because you went a different route. And I heard you on the way in talking about Val. At the time, it's the correct decision. He's coming off what could have been a Conn Smythe win. Anyway, Val's still incredibly important to this team. We can see that now.
Val's never had a hockey problem. He's had a non-hockey problem.
When
he plays hockey, Val works.
But I tried to tell you that you're not going to find a Nazem Kadri as a 2C. You're not going to find that year. You're not going to find 90-plus points out of your second-line center. If you think you are, I mean, my God, good luck to you. And if you are, it means you're lacking someplace else. You're lacking winger depth. You're lacking defenseman depth. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because those guys at 90-plus points for a second-line center cost you a fortune. Look at, let's go Crosby and Malkin. I mean, those guys are both making a fortune, right? So if you want to pay your second-line center, find a guy who's a $12 million a year guy, then go ahead, but you're killing your cap. So if you're looking for lightning in a bottle like you had with Kadri when he was here at 4.5 per, you're not going to get that. So this whole Nelson thing, you got to figure that out. Let me ask you this. What would you Jonathan Drouin made $2.5 million. He's a UFA. What do you do with Jonathan Drouin? Would you sign him back at 2.5?
You know,
he's been out of the lineup an awful lot.
I also thought once the power play dried up, so did he. And I don't know if they went hand in hand.
I think if it's at 2.5, Moj, then I think I bring him back. But not for anything above
Well, as far as top 9 depth and skill is concerned, at 2.5, you got a player.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's been out of the lineup, guys. He's been out of the lineup a lot. He's been in and out a lot, including last year in the postseason.
Moser, can I ask you this question regarding a new power play coach, right? A new assistant coach that's coming in. Is that hire exclusively made by Jared Bednar, or is that an organizational hire?
I think it's a Jared Bednar. He's going to find a guy that he can work with and a guy that he really likes.
To replace Bennett, you guys are talking about?
Correct.
Yeah.
With the approval, of course, of the front office. But you're not just going to find a guy and then throw him in there with Jared Bednar. This is going to be what Bedsy wants out of his power play, what he's looking for. Obviously, not only new ideas, but, no stagnation. There's a lot of things that come with that. As far as Jimmy Vesey is concerned, gone. Kivi Ranta made $775,000. Is Kivi a good fill-in? Is he a good depth guy at $775,000? He's a UFA. He may get paid more someplace else.
Yeah.
He may. On the back end. Now, you've got to figure out your back end here a little bit, too.
I've been trying to figure mine out for a while.
Okay.
I'm doing squats.
Oh,
I'm doing squats and lunges. I've always worried about that back end. Tried everything I possibly can.
Ryan Lindgren is a UFA, and he wasn't making a ton of money. 2.25. You try to get Ryan Lindgren back. He played a top 4 role for you.
Mm-hmm.
Fine.
See, these are all kind of at what price, right?
You throw him on the open market, what's he going to get?
Right.
And that's what he is. He's a UFA right now. So, look, I don't know. I mean, if you want to be serious about it, and you want to try to bring EJ back again as a depth guy for a low price, he wasn't making a ton with Philly. And he's obviously beloved. We love him too. I mean, these are the decisions that you have to look at. Obviously, 2C would be your main concern.
When is the
But 2Cs, Vic, as you can see, 2Cs do not grow on, at least 2Cs who are going to give you north of 80 points. They don't grow on trees.
when can you start doing stuff? When is the spending start?
Well, you can do your own guys right now, but July 1st is free agency.
Okay.
So there you go.
What's more effective for the backside? Is it squats or lunges?
Well,
I think
Brett's
it's squats.
already talked about it.
It's squats. Squats is kind of a whole leg thing.
I don't know.
You're the one.
Lunges hurt.
Deadlift, good for the hammies, by the way.
You're the one who recommended
Deadlifts.
lunges, and Vic said, "Oh, I hate
Oh,
lunges."
it's good for quads.
I think lunges, a good lunge with weights, hurts a lot more than squats. The after effects.
That I think I would agree with you. Yeah.
Okay, overall,
A lot
thanks.
of pressure on your knees, though.
One
A lot
time
of
I was
pressure
at the
in knees.
DAC and I saw a guy with a 100-pound weight in each hand, 100-pound, doing lunges all the way down the runway and back. And this is a smaller guy. And I'm like, who's this guy?
You know what? Do you play in the NHL? Because if not, put down the 100-pound weights. What are you doing, bro?
Jeremy Bloom.
Okay, well, that makes sense. He's an athlete. You can't just say it's a guy.
Well, I didn't know who it was until I saw him. 100 pounds in each hand doing lunges.
Gotta tell
I
you,
dare you.
He was a world-class skier, Vic.
I dare you to try
You know,
that.
okay.
Why would you want my knees to explode?
Absolutely explodes from the back end.
All right.
You know what? I was in the gym the other day. I saw this guy. He was warming up with 3 plates on bench. This is a random guy.
Mm-hmm.
It was Shannon Sharp. But anyway, it's not
Settle
just some
down just a
guy,
little bit.
okay? This guy's trained his whole life.
So let's look at the roster overall. Do you feel pretty good about it? Your goaltending, do you feel good about it? Is it secure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good there.
You got Kale under contract, Taves under contract, Gerard still under contract for this coming season and one more. And Sammy G, I thought, played fine. And I know that he's everybody's, not everybody's, but he is as you would say, Brett, a focal point of.
He's just a punching bag for people.
And I don't know why.
I think Sammy G plays his ass off.
Lecky's under contract, had a good ticket. Colton's under contract, had a good ticket, and he's got to stay healthy, obviously. I mean, you've got Drury under contract, O'Connor under contract. Heck, Parker Kelly's back for another year, and
I
he's
liked Parker.
he's not making a ton of bread, but he's a hell of an effective player. I mean, so you've got some pieces in place that you find to be. I mean, and you've got Landy. I mean, let's think about it.
Well,
you've got Landy.
This is it's sort of a smaller question for the offseason, but I am curious what you think. Because we saw, how many games was it total? 4 games out of Landy, right? Because he came back 3, 4.
No.
Yeah.
No.
No.
3,
Wait,
4,
yeah,
5,
4,
6,
6,
7.
7,
5
yeah.
games. 5 games. Is Landy a top line guy again?
I think with a complete season, off season, I should say.
Yeah, do you
of
put
training,
him back with McKinnon?
I don't know. I mean, I think you could.
God, that's so weird about Landy. Think about it. We went from, well, he'll never play hockey again. I'll give it a good effort, but he'll probably bow out after a couple shifts, to, oh, yeah, he's fine.
I'm
mean,
telling
think
you,
about that.
It's one, I'm not kidding.
Think about it. Wait, hold on.
I'm agreeing. Hang on.
Consume what I just said.
I'm agreeing. It's one of the more shocking things I can remember in sports, from what I expected to happen to what actually happened. That not only that he came back and played, that was sort of surprising just to start with. That he looked as effective as he did immediately is mind-blowing to me. Like, he was an impactful player on the ice for you.
Right.
That's
this
crazy.
guy goes from a 3-year absence to never being able to play the game again. His small child never saw him skate.
Right.
He's doing a documentary to end his career. He went from all that. It was basically, we were doing a funeral march to, oh, yeah, he's good. He's back.
Imagine, Moj,
But
in the middle of all of this, if you ever thought, I would ask the question, hey, is Gabe Landeskog your top line guy next to McKinnon again? Never thought I would ask that question again.
Agreed. But with Landy coming back, you're now going. You're at the cap and above, so you're going to have to shed a little bit. There's no doubt in my mind that they will get there. That everything will be fine. They'll get to where they need to get to. But you may have to do without what the roster will be after the trade deadline next year, going forward again, is going to look different than the roster that's going to play most of the season. That's what I think.
Yeah.
All right? It's a matter of getting by and positioning yourself all throughout the regular season. Then, what does it look like when you can maneuver at the deadline?
Yep. I agree.
And the ability to find a 2C when you're bumped against the cap and above the cap, it's virtually impossible. You have to be incredibly creative. And somebody may have to go. That's making you give one
You're
area,
probably gonna have to
take from another area. Correct.
All right, Moj. Brett, who do we want?
But hold on a second, Vic. Let me say this one more time. If Charlie Coyle is your regular season 2C and Ross Colton is your regular season 3C, I'm okay with that. I really am.
It's not the worst thing in the world, is what you're saying.
Absolutely not. Because you have very capable wingers up there with those guys.
Vic, very quick. What do you got?
Final four of hockey, and ironically enough, Mikko Rantanen has played for two of these teams during the regular season. Florida, Carolina.
If you can stomach it, by the way, we'll have all of the rest of the NHL games right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Florida, Carolina in the East, and Edmonton, Dallas in the West. So I ask you, fine radio show, and I ask you, fine listeners of this radio show, which of these Final Four teams are we going to adopt to win it all? I've got my pick. I will make my submission. I want Edmonton to win it all.
No.
Okay. Who do you like to win it all?
Either one from the East I'm cool with. Florida or Carolina. I'm
Tired of Florida. Can't make your own ice naturally. You live in Florida. You don't deserve to win it all.
I got a buddy who's a Panthers fan. You root for your friend's teams.
I don't like your friend. I don't care about your buddies.
Hey, Dorcas, there's only one team that can make their own ice anyway, and that's Edmonton.
And that's exactly where
I know.
I'm going for
That's
Edmonton.
and you're a dork. All right, you're an absolute dweeb.
Produce your own ice, and then we'll talk hockey.
What do you got, Moshe?
I'll take the Panthers in a repeat.
I'm actually, I'm cool with that.
No interest in Florida. Should never be an NHL team.
That game 7 in Toronto.
Yeah.
Oh boy, they went in there with big boy pants on, and they beat them around the rink. Man, they smoked them.
Hey, I heard something yesterday that you guys ever hear audio and you're really staring at it, being like, "Is this AI or is this real?"
Oh yeah,
because I heard it yesterday. I go, "This has to be AI, right?"
Is this the one I showed you on the golf course?
Yeah. Turns out it wasn't.
I told you.
It was real.
I told you.
And we'll get to it next.
I told you.
But like I said, it's times is tough when you're scrolling through your phone these days trying to figure out what's real and what's not. You really got to hone in, make sure the mouth movement is aligned with the audio, that there's no sort of weirdness going on.
It's going to get to a point where I'm going to have to see it in person or I'm never going to believe it.
Well, you guys have seen
Tony hit a 526-foot bomb. Well, AI.
Well, I'm more saying the press conference setting stuff is getting really tricky. Have you seen the ones that people have done with Jokic where they're like, oh, my teammates are bums and blah, blah, blah. You've seen those, right? I saw something yesterday. Vic showed it to me. And it was heading into this OKC and Minnesota matchup in the Western Conference Finals. The head coach of the T-Wolves, Chris Finch, saying some things about OKC. And I go, there's no way he actually said this leading up to the series, right? There's no way. It was so blatantly calling out another team and a player specifically that I'm like, there's no way a coach would say that. Now, it turns out it wasn't some press conference heading into the series. This was earlier in the season. This was in the post game of a game in February in which Minnesota beat OKC 131-128 in overtime. Okay? But this is Chris Finch talking about the Thunder.
It's so frustrating to play this team because they foul a ton. They really do. They foul all the time. And then, you can't really touch Shea. And it's a very frustrating thing, and it takes a lot of mental toughness to try to play through it. And we just eventually were able to get downhill and force the issue ourselves, and we're rewarded for it.
Yep. Tell me whether there's a lie there.
It's not. But I will say, I thought that was heading into this series. That was a post game from earlier in the year, but it's still as true in February as it is now.
You might as well just re-cue that press conference and play it for the next 10 days.
Yeah.
Because he's exactly right.
Yeah,
now,
I was going to say, he's not incorrect. Isn't that exactly what we just saw for the last 7 games?
That's exactly what they do.
Yes.
They tilt the whistle by forcing the whistle. Their game plan going into every game is, we are going to hack as much as possible from the very onset and set the tone of the game. We set the aggression. Not the refs, we do.
Alex Caruso, as much as Vic admires his play in this series, difference maker, impact player, he was literally, and I'm not even kidding, he's got Joker's DNA on him all over the place still after 87 showers. He was literally in his jock.
I've got a story on that I'm going to get to in a second, but
Brett, you saw it.
Yeah.
You tell me, you explain even one word in Chris Finch's evaluation that is incorrect.
I've got a story on Caruso, but I would tell you, the game plan for OKC is pretty simple. We have more players, thus more fouls. We could give more fouls because we have more depth.
Yep.
And we can go to player B, C, and D if we need to. So the Oklahoma City folks always complain. They say, well, what are you talking about? The Nuggets got to the free throw line way more than the OKC Thunder did. Yeah, because you foul a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
That's why. Because you foul more than any team in the NBA. And you get away with it because the NBA can't decipher what a foul is. And let me give you an example of this. I have a former NBA official who was asked.
Tim Donaghy.
No. Was asked about the actions of Caruso on Nikola Jokic and said, is this normal? What were your thoughts on this? And the official could not believe that the league would allow what Caruso did to Joker. Could not believe it. Said it was a foul from the start. Every single time down the court. A foul, 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 foul. 8 fouls of possession. And they allowed it, and it changed the course of the series.
But this is...
Now, listen to me. This isn't me just making stuff up.
Right.
This is a recent former NBA official.
The late great
Dave Jackson. No. Who's not dead.
By the way.
Here's the problem, though, Vic. And this former official is not saying anything that is incorrect. But I will say this. I think there is a pressure to not super involve yourself in the game that if you're calling that foul every single time, you're going to feel like I'm doing too much.
Well, it'll
in
be a 4-hour game.
Yeah.
And the officials feel pressure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they're like,
feel
I
pressure.
don't want to insert myself in every second of this
So
game.
who's influencing the game? Oklahoma City's influencing the game by making that happen.
Yes.
By
Exactly.
forcing that chaos.
But they can, as you mentioned earlier, because if Caruso has 5 fouls, well, then in comes Isaiah Joe or Cason Wallace or Wiggins or whoever else they have on their bench.
But when I was in the Nuggets locker room this was after Game 5, and I remember them talking and this, what happens in the locker room stays there, but I'm not going to tell you who said it, but 2 or 3 players were sitting in the corner of the locker room saying, I don't know what else to say or do with the official. I went to him 3 times and I said, please look at this, please. And the official turned his back every time. And they were just at wit's end. They were at wit's end on what to do to get a call.
What, like this?
It's so frustrating to play this team because they foul a ton. They really do. They foul all the time. And then, you can't really touch Shea.
Is that basically what they said?
Yes. Everybody in the NBA knows this too, by the way. If you're an Oklahoma City fan and, take pride. If you're an OKC fan and you're listening to the show and you're like, oh, look at him cry. Don't take pride in the fact that you have changed the whistle. You have changed the way referees officiate a game. Yeah. You throw a blanket of fouls at a game. That's all you are, a blanket of fouls.
Vic, the idea would be, and this is truthful, maybe not 8 fouls in 1 possession, but foul him out in 3 possessions.
Let me ask you this.
Let him pick Joker up three times down the floor, call 2 fouls and then 2 fouls and then 2 fouls, and he's go. I mean, set a tone, say, look, we're going to keep calling it every single time down the floor, then they'll stop doing it.
3 fouls on Caruso on 1 possession. How many of you watching that game were thinking what I was thinking? I always go to the barbaric, and I apologize for this, and it's probably not the sportsmanship thing to think. How many of you were thinking what I was thinking when Caruso had his head underneath Joker? How many of you were saying, please, Joker, 1 elbow to the top of his head, hard. 1. As hard as you can.
Yeah. I also think that I'm actually kind of shocked that Adam didn't get teed up once in 7 games over that stuff.
Yeah.
I think that should have happened.
I want, when Joker has the ball at the block and Caruso's like this, right? Just even if it garners a technical, just 1 good bow to remove his dome from his armpit.
I'm not going to be hyperbolic here, but the truth is, Joker will be standing at the free throw line with his back toward the basket. And, Brett, we talked about it ad nauseum. Mm-hmm. Caruso's arms are literally they're around his body, underneath his armpits, grabbing at things.
Yep.
That's not basketball. And, look, I don't want to sit here and whine about it, but Finch is correct. And unless the league is going to do something about it, hey, Vic, what did your official friends say what the solution is? Because I would argue to you that your official friend also wouldn't make those calls because the league seemingly has some sort of friggin' mandate.
Well, here's what happens. It was explained to me. Here's what happens. So the Nuggets, I'm sure, in games 1, 2, 3, they get a series of clips and they send it to the league and they say, hey, is this a foul? Can you please help us out? And the league essentially will meet with the officials and say, hey, let's stamp this out. But the officials are human beings. And the officials, if you go back and look at the final game, there was a foul 2 seconds into the game. 2 seconds into the game, there was a foul. 2 seconds into the game upon tip-off. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
What do you do if you're a human being and you're there, you don't want to change the face of a game? This is what they do. This Flack saying this is loser's lament. Hey, they won. This is not a lament. I'm telling you how they win. We're playing a soundbite from a coach who's about to play them. He knows what they do. This is a tactic they employ. I'm not lamenting the fact that the Nuggets lost to OKC. OKC was the better team. But one of the reasons they were the better team is they know how to weaponize the foul.
Oh, hey, I have a stat that'll prove it. Like, I agree Vic is not saying this as like a boo-hoo, why
No.
can't they get more fouls?
I wish my team did it more.
It's how they were able to do that.
Yes,
and it's
I
a
wish
strategy.
my team did it more. Like I said, remember the play I was making? Flop more. Remember when I was telling I wanted Jamal to flop more? That's all they do.
This is I want to get the full stat for the year, by the way. Okay, so here you go. Nikola Jokic's usage rate, which means how many times he touches the basketball, right, on any given possession, was 20.2% in that Game 7. That ranks 93rd out of 94 games in which he's played in the postseason. The 94th, Moj, was his first playoff game ever in 2019. Jamal had a better usage rate. Peyton Watson did. Strother did. Christian Brown did in that game. They couldn't get him the basketball in Game 7. They just couldn't even get the ball in his hands. And it's because of the way that they defended.
There was a play in which Caruso, there was a entry pass made by Christian Brown to the left side. I was rewatched the game yesterday just for the hell of it. And Caruso had his right arm around Joker's waist and literally shoved him to the side, reached over him to go get the ball. 10 out of 10 times in any other game, that's a foul. In that game, it was not. And the reason it was not is because Caruso already established the level of physicality.
Mm-hmm.
He set the physicality level. He did.
Not
the refs. He did.
Let me go back. Last thing I'll say, Flex. Long time listener to this program. Last summer at the Olympic Games, how happy were we with the way that they called those games?
It was awesome because you knew what you were going to get.
Damn right, Flex.
You knew what you were going to get.
You're damn right, Flex. That's it. Do your thing, Brett.
Well,
when we roll on,
yeah,
I've got one of the wildest baseball stats that'll blow your mind that you've ever heard in your life.
Okay, we'll get to that in a little bit along with this. There's a very key thing, if we're just talking about offseason, that favored the fortune of the Denver Broncos last year that could directly apply to this season coming up. Get to that number next. Conference finals games tonight, and you can see them and all the odds you could imagine on the Circa Sports app. Hurricanes minus 119 at home in Game 1 over the Florida Panthers. You want to go to the basketball side? Well, we got T-Wolves Thunder tonight. Thunder, 7-point favorites to open up that series as well. Find that and so much more on the Circa Sportsbook because they have the best odds in the game, no doubt about it. But download the app right now or go to circasports.com because it's sports betting the way it should be with Circa. Download the app or circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, so
What is this? Poppy crap.
This is Me and My Broken
Yeah.
Heart by Rixton on a dreary Tuesday morning in the Mile High City.
That sounds great.
By the way, Moser, congratulations for finishing second yesterday in the Charity Golf Classic.
It really wasn't
me.
me. It was Calvin. I mean, he bombed the ball.
What did you contribute? Because we had them up there on stage when you left rudely early, and we interviewed him a little bit. And if you remember, Brett, I asked, what did Moser contribute to the team? He said, he made a putt or two.
yeah, that's what they said. You made a couple of putts. Is what you said.
I was bad off the tee. I hit some good iron shots, made some putts. But Calvin just bombed it. I mean,
That's like saying, what position are you? All-time center in flag football.
Speaking of, I don't want to get too off track.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Are you going to do the baseball thing?
You want me to do? I'll do it right now.
No, I want you to hold on to that.
Okay, I'll hold on to it. But the NFL, Schefter had the story, and it drives me absolutely insane.
Which is?
The NFL is going to vote on whether or not to allow NFL players to go play flag football in the Olympic Games.
I think it's so stupid.
I think it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
I've heard of dumb stuff. I've heard of dumb.
Why are we putting flag football in the Olympic Games?
Why are we putting an American sport that is largely American? It is once again the dumbest idea I've heard in a long time. It's the equivalent of putting cricket in the Olympics. Is cricket an Olympic sport? I don't know. Is it?
I don't think it. No, it's not. Can't.
It's so dumb.
Well, dude. They have,
hey, watch out! Hey, Moj, watch out for that team from Peru.
Yeah,
those Peruvian flag footballers.
Exactly.
Woo!
Hey.
I heard Vietnam. They go deep in the secondary.
What is the thing that we had? There was an American team that got blitzed in an actual
3-on-3 basketball.
No. It was a padded football game. It was.
Oh yeah, but that was
Japan. What was that? Japan crushed them.
It was.
It's a bunch of junk.
We probably sent 8th graders. I mean, give me a break.
I understand, but that's what I'm saying. Like, even though it's flag football and it doesn't matter, it's America. Damn it! Tyreek Hill needs to go out there.
I don't.
Some sports don't belong in the Olympics, and you know it. Flag football. I love flag football. The fact that in Colorado, girls flag football is now taken off. It's awesome. High schoolers are playing. It's awesome. I love watching it. Hell, I stopped and watched a game at Wee Ridge High School. I think they were like 14 years old in a girls flag football league. It's fun to watch.
Friggin' stalker.
But in the Olympics, the Olympic Games, flag football, stop yourself.
And by the way, Vic, cricket has been played in the Olympics once in the year 1900, and they are bringing it back for the 2028
Idiots.
Games. Cricket's
Stop
coming back,
messing with
baby.
my Olympics.
Well, hold on a second.
Stop it.
Can you imagine? USA versus Monrovia in flag football. Patrick Mahomes to Jamar Chase.
I will never.
I mean, come on.
I will never forget. I'm not
This is
kidding.
this is dumb.
I mean, break dancing, all these hell, golf in the Olympics is stupid. Golf, unless you play a Ryder Cup format, team golf, which I could understand, but individual golf in the Olympics, what is this?
I will never forget. I was at it was like a Saturday. Me and my wife went to get lunch somewhere, and it was right next to like one of those. Oh, what do you call them? That has a whole bunch of different fields on it. Some sort of complex. No. It's like a complex of like, hey, there's a cricket place, there's a soccer, there's a softball, baseball field, right? And so these guys walk over and some get up and sit at the table next to us, and they're talking about cricket. They're playing in this cricket league. And this guy, somehow he strikes up a conversation with me, and he's trying to convince me of how great cricket is and how he goes, just come watch us sometime. I was like, yeah, probably not. Probably not, buddy. No, I'm not going to take time on my weekend to watch a stranger play a sport I don't understand.
How about horse racing? How about horse racing at the next Olympics? Thoroughbred racing.
Dude,
Let's go.
And so when I go down every 4 years, when I go down my list of stuff we got to get rid of,
it's on the list.
Am I accurate?
Dude, the flag football thing, and I know why they're doing it, because the Olympic Games are going to be played in L.A. All right, L.A. is going to host the Olympic Games, and the host country usually gets to pick a sport that is I guess, part of the culture of that country. But how competitive do you expect flag football to be? If the Americans don't win the flag football gold,
I'll be devastated.
It's so stupid. It's so dumb.
Can I get?
I mean, it might be the dumbest thing I've heard in years.
Can I get to something else here? Because this is was left over on the desk, and I find this interesting. I'm assuming this is DMac that made this, because there's a lot of detail on here. It's the only way I can describe it. Or I guess Kreckman could be there.
Yeah, Kreckman could.
I'm saying it's not Scotty, is what I'm telling you. So it's the Broncos' schedule for this upcoming season, with a whole bunch of riding on this. And I take you back to last year. The Broncos were undefeated in what category, Moj? What have we talked about? They were unbeaten in games in which they were favored. And won every game that they were the favorite in. How many games of the 17 do you think the Broncos are favored in right now, according to DraftKings?
Let me look. 1, 2. Let me cut them up right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
This is.
I don't know. I'd say I'm just going down the list. I'd say they're favored in 10.
12 games.
Yeah, there you go.
12 games. Here's the games that they are not favored in as of right now.
Can I guess them, please?
Yes, go ahead.
At L.A.
At L.A.
DMac said Raj did that scribble.
Oh, Raj did. How about that?
Okay, at L.A., at Philly.
At Philly. Yes.
But at Houston.
At Kansas City.
Nope. Favored in Houston.
Okay.
At Kansas City is one.
Versus Kansas City.
At Kansas City
KC at home
night.
and versus Kansas City on the road. Are both games your dogs in?
Washington. At Washington.
Washington.
Okay, that's 5.
That's the last one?
That's it, yeah.
That's the 5 they are not favored in. Now, these
Nothing
things
like pulling odds 6 months before the season starts.
This is what I was going to say. This stuff changes because at this time last year, the Broncos were favored in 2 games the entire year. So, yes, this stuff obviously changes. But I will say this. There's a certain level of belief in the Broncos nationally again, which has not happened in a long, long time.
Correct.
Long
I would also
time.
say that in some of these games, as the season goes on, they could be favored in more or they could be favored in less. I mean, it could go down depending.
It would be hard for, I'd say this, Moj. It would be very hard for me to see them being favored in more than 12 games.
Well, if Green Bay is sucking eggs on December 14th, well, they're
already favored
let's
against
put it this
Green
way.
Bay.
Let's say Green Bay on December 14th is 12-2.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that stuff changes.
Then it'll change.
But the thing about it is, I was going to do this a little bit later, and maybe we can spend more time on it, but I was going to have you guys rank what you consider the futures of the teams here in town, where obviously the Rockies would be last, duh. But are the Broncos still third in your eyes? If you're choosing the future of these franchises for, let's say, the next 5 years.
What are you basing this future on? The ability to win a championship?
Ability to win a championship, yes. I give you a 5-year window, and I think the order is still the Broncos third on that list, but it certainly closed the gap from where it has been over the last couple of years.
They made the playoffs last year. They're improving. They're getting in my eyes, the order, and take your pick on Avs Nuggets first. It depends on the year. It depends on how they're playing. It depends on what the Nuggets do in the offseason. Avs Nuggets first, and then the Broncos, and then the field.
Right. It's I think the Avs would have to be first still, right? Because the Nuggets they made it farther in the postseason. I understand that, and they have the best player in the world. Understand that. They have an issue that's much harder to fix. They have to get depth, which we all know the team needs.
Yeah.
It's going to be a really difficult task as to how you get to that result, right? Because you're going to
say that, but then you got to do it.
What do you mean?
Well, you got to win when you get to the postseason.
Are you talking about the Avs or the Nuggets?
You're talking about the Broncos.
I'm talking about the Avs. I'm talking about the Avs.
I got you.
I mean, I agree with you. I think on paper, the Avs going into next season, I mean, just let's go.
Mm-hmm.
But once you get there, you've got to be playing your best.
Yeah. Yep.
And I think the Nuggets have that ability to pick it up a notch better.
I think that's true. Yeah, I think that's true.
Now, they may not have the ability to win it all, but I don't think there's any debating. They know how to pick it up.
Yes. Gosh, it's just, you know what's weird? And you say it all the time, Vic. It's just about matchups. You know, if the Nuggets somehow get matched up with Minnesota in the first round, as opposed to LA, maybe it's different. You know what I mean? Maybe they lose in 6 or something like that, and then we're feeling differently than we do now, or something.
Sure.
You know, the Avs drawing the Dallas Stars was just tough. That was tough. But still, to your point, Moser, the amount of third period leads that they had that were given up and blah blah blah. I know you don't want to relive that right now, but still,
Dude, the amount of games they had on their stick.
Yeah.
They had the game on their stick, and they couldn't. I mean, just the power plays alone. Right?
Moser, how can you not root for Edmonton?
Oh, it's not that I can't root for Edmonton. I could.
It's not even a debate. When I watch the puck drop tomorrow night in Dallas, I am such a huge McDavid fan and Draisaitl and company, Evander Kane. Let's go. You know what? I'm thinking about I have cousins in Woodbridge, Ontario. I'm thinking about getting Canadian citizenship based on this series.
Go ahead. Sounds good.
You want to try that?
Canada. I can't wait to tariff your ass.
What was
dare you to.
What was that word you said? You were going to get Canadian what?
Citizenship.
The
Canadians.
What'd you say? You wanted a cinnamon deal? What is it?
Cinnamon deal?
Hey, how's this for a stat, by the way? This is from Yahoo Sports. This is the first Western Conference Finals in the NBA. First Western Conference Finals that will be played outside of Texas or California since 1996.
Okay, hold on a second.
Where a team from Cali or Texas has been represented in the Western Conference Finals since 1996, every year.
Let me see if I can just mentally go through the practice. All right, Houston played in a couple straight Western Conference.
I mean, the
finals.
Spurs forever.
Spurs,
Spurs did their thing. Golden State had a run there.
Golden State Lakers.
Okay,
that's it.
I could see that. What other Texas team besides Houston and San Antonio? Mavericks, obviously, they won a title. All right, I could see that. I could see it stack up weird. So what?
Just interesting little factoid. I don't know. I didn't have a grand take after that.
He said that like you're an absolute jerk.
Yeah.
Like he's not a jerk. He's just saying something interesting.
Anyway, I have a big question about what Vic just was talking about. He's like Mr. Canada now.
I'm thinking about getting Canadian citizenship.
Citizenship. What's citizenship?
I think that's like the Canadian green card sort of thing. Yeah. It's not quite citizenship, but it's close.
SITA ship. Citizenship.
But Vic is like Mr. Canada now. I do got a question. And it's what these damn playoffs do to me every single year for both the Avs and the Nuggets, where they force me into something that maybe sometimes I previously didn't know. I'm going to get to it next.
I'm thinking about getting Canadian citizenship.
Well, I don't know if you're going to get Canadian citizenship, but here's what I do know. In Canada, they don't say Mazda, they say Mazda. You ever heard that before? It drives me crazy, but nonetheless, Canadians know a good vehicle when they see one, and Mazda is one of the most reliable auto brands on planet Earth. Look it up if you don't believe me. And right now at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield, they've got a ton of Mazdas ready to go for you this spring and summer. And unbelievable deals. Shop online right now at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Check the prices. Check the selection. Check the value on the trade that you're going to trade in because they're going to give you the best you can possibly find. Then do yourself a favor and get to Silterhar Motors, Highway 36 and Wadsworth in Broomfield. Go check out all the Mazdas they have in captivity. Not Mazda, Mazda. You're going to be impressed. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
You know what? I'm thinking about I have cousins in Woodbridge, Ontario. I'm thinking about getting Canadian citizenship based on this series.
The Mavericks didn't trade Luka to the Lakers. They traded him to the Nuggets. Are
Would
you
you
winning a
re-say that?
championship? Yeah.
I want citizenship and then a championship.
I'll tell you what. If Edmonton wins a championship, you can get citizenship.
Can't even say it.
I can't. Well, we're creating our own language. All right, so here's what I realized. I know you guys feel the same way I do. Because you know what's funny about OKC? Didn't really think anything of them heading into that playoff series. I was like, yeah, fun little young team. Shea Flop's a little much for my taste, but whatever. And I have grown over the course of 7 games to hate the team so much that I can't even say that I'm pulling for them over Minnesota. I think I am. I'll know when the game starts tonight. But I can't stand them. As I can't stand Minnesota.
I can't stand OKC's style. I don't like their style.
But here's what I'm getting at. And I've kind of done some self-inventory here. Every team that the Avs or Nuggets have played in the postseason over the last 5 years, I hate. I can't stand any of them. And I asked this question earlier in the appetizer. Who's the one you mind the least? Out of
Miami?
all the playoff series, Miami was certainly one of them. I was like, you know what? I kind of like Bam Adebayo. I think the Heat play hard. I didn't mind them all that much. And that's coming off of, remember, Miami was the whole waiting for Jokic in the locker room, Markieff Morris, blah, blah, blah stuff that was earlier in the year.
I really don't mind.
Let's see if you can. I had 2.
That's such a good point. We hate everybody.
I had 2.
Miami.
Miami was one, and I think it's the only one for the Nuggets. The only one. I had one for the Avs.
Hold on a second. Are you talking about opponents over this last, 5 years?
I'd say 5 years. Yeah, let's just take it back to basically the bubble, okay?
Okay, I got one. I don't mind San Antonio.
That's actually fair. I forgot.
I have 3.
San Antonio was 2019. That's outside the window. That is outside the window.
Okay, so you want to go back to 2020?
I said bubble. Bubble and on.
I don't mind Utah.
No. Utah gets nothing from
Maybe
me.
because they've sucked so bad since then.
Yeah, probably. Because somebody brought it up with Nashville, and they said, it's only because Nashville's been bad lately. If you remember the Nashville stuff from earlier with the Avs, you wouldn't say
You're
that.
so right. Human nature. Man, you should be... Let me lay down on your therapy couch. You are my therapist.
Go ahead.
You're so right about who you hate as teams. You hate the teams that you've waged war against in the most important games, the playoff games. You're right.
Let's see if you can get the Avs team. There's one team.
Edmonton.
No, although Edmonton was
Edmonton
pretty
doesn't
close.
bother me one bit. That's why I'm rooting for Edmonton. Doesn't bother me one bit.
They don't bother me either, but I don't like him either.
But they don't bother me. I don't think of Edmonton like, oh my God. I don't have that feeling toward Edmonton. I don't.
To me, Winnipeg doesn't bother me.
That's it. Winnipeg, despite being interdivision, they're like the Chargers. It's like, oh, you pat them on that. Hey, good for you guys.
Also,
you made the playoffs.
hold on a second. The San Jose Sharks. Remember the Avs lost to the Sharks some 2019? Oh, you see you went bubble.
It's outside the window. Outside the window. Winnipeg's the only one. I hate it. So people are saying Seattle. No, bleep. I hate the Kraken.
Okay,
I can't stand.
Well, them
you
and their fans, they got all high and mighty so fast.
Yeah. Which team bothers you the most of the teams you've faced in the postseason over the last 5 years?
No question. This is not even close.
From the Nuggets
still
perspective.
Oh, Nuggets.
Come on.
Minnesota. Minnesota.
Mosh.
It's the Lakers.
You've beaten the snot out
I know,
of the
but you hate their guts.
You've crushed them.
She doesn't understand.
You got to hate their
every
guts,
time
Brett.
I want to adopt them as a
I do hate their guts.
Listen, every time I'm thinking, okay, I'm ready to adopt you as no longer a transplant, but a Colorado native. Every time you're about to cross that line and you're getting close, you set yourself back years.
No, Vic, hang
You're
on a second.
so dumb.
Hang on a second. Just wait. What were you more frustrated by? And I get it, you lost to Minnesota. I get it.
Matter.
I hate the Lakers.
It doesn't.
I hate the Lakers too.
matter.
No, you don't.
But you've made them your B.
You don't hate the Lakers judging on what you just said.
You've made them your B.
How about this then, Brett?
You have waffle stomped them over and over again.
The Lakers, daddy!
You may hate the Lakers, But you don't hate them nearly enough as you should.
Not enough as a Nuggets fan should. It's
But
a
or
Nuggets
does.
fan's
Correct.
inalienable right.
But
and
I'm
in
eager.
the bloodline.
I'm eager to play them because you kill them.
There are little babies.
I love it.
There are little babies being born right now.
I don't even understand the hate.
No. There should be little nugget
Anthony
babies.
Edwards
With some sports
stood
hate of
on
the
your
Lakers in their
floor
heart.
and crotch chopped your crowd as Jaden McDaniels tried a windmill dunk at the end of a game.
You didn't live here in the 80s.
exclamation.
You didn't live here in the 80s. You don't know. You don't see. That's the problem.
What do you not get about 5-year window here? What do you not get about 5-year window?
Yeah, but that
how many times
carries
I gotta
over
ask
even
that?
after that.
Now,
I don't look at windows.
Vic also, I did not have LeBron tweeting about me in an entire city that hated me for a while, so I can understand your angst is probably a little bit higher than mine. Probably. But for the Avs.
I mean, how about LeBron to come on out and just call Vic out like that? That means, you know what that means?
Not under his skin.
But hang
that
on.
means he was over, where was he, Italy? No, he was in France. Where was he?
I don't know.
Well, he
On
was in
vacation
Europe.
with him.
Yeah, he was in Europe someplace. And, because he was attending something. He was attending some big thing.
It was in Monaco, right? Wasn't it the races in Monaco?
Yeah, it might have been Monaco. And all of a sudden, Vic is on his mind. I love that.
I still remember this, and I know everybody's answers for the Avs is going to be the Stars, and I think it's a totally fine answer. I will never get the St. Louis series out of my head. I can't get Bennington out. I can't get police escort for Naz Kadri out. I can't get any of that stuff out. I can't. That team, still Moj, my blood boils thinking about that series. I'm so glad you won, but still,
What about
hate them.
What about the year you played Vegas?
Also bothersome, not nearly as much as St. Louis to me.
And the Avs haven't played Minnesota in your lifetime here, have they? In the postseason?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
You know, Moj, it's hard. You're right about this, Brett. It's hard to differentiate and to forget about these teams before 2020 and what they've done in history. Very hard. It's very difficult.
Now,
it's like that vacuum.
I've been here again. Probably another thing. Been here for 6 years. 6 years. All I've known with the Nuggets and Lakers in the postseason is you've won outside the bubble, right? In the Western Conference Finals, you haven't just won.
Yeah,
killed them.
You know, when it comes to the Avs in hating an opponent, I hate losing to Dallas. They've been your nemesis more than anybody, right? Your playoff nemesis. But I hate Vegas as a franchise more. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
totally.
Sure.
Totally.
That makes total sense. I hope so. Because losing to Dallas sucks because it's the same old freaking song and dance, and it sucks. But Vegas' faces, your faces. I just don't like them.
The fact that they're building makes me have to pee.
Yeah,
drives
I don't
me
like it.
crazy.
I don't like anything about them.
Yeah.
Nelly, what's your answer?
In fact, I would be happy if they disbanded.
5 years, Nuggets and Avs. Who's the most? Who gets on your nerves the most for both?
It's probably got to be Dallas. I'm so sick of those dudes.
Yeah.
I'm done with Dallas, and especially now that they got Miko, and then he buries you with the hat trick. Duchesne buries you.
It wasn't a real hat trick.
Moj, it was a hat trick.
Moj, look on the
okay? It was a
stat
hat
sheet.
trick.
What does it say? 3
Moj, he's
goals.
got 19
It says empty
points in
net.
the playoffs. Stop
It says meaningless empty netter.
It's not what it says.
You know, it means, you know what it says to me? Falling down on a wraparound, face planting into the inboards, and getting your ass lucky off a skate.
Okay, well,
Sometimes
he had
it's better
3
to be
goals at the
lucky
end of the
than
game.
good. And I mean, and then the year before, in double overtime, Duchesne buries the Avs. I am so done with the Stars. I'm ready for them to burn out.
Totally fair.
You know what the difference is, though, with the Stars? They beat you, and they beat you almost quietly. Vegas is flamboyant.
They're
and
loud. Yes,
They're loud and flamboyant.
Would you
and
do me
Mark
a favor,
Stone's
Vic?
face. Mark Stone's face.
Would you guys do me a favor? And by the way, we hardly ever do games in Vegas anymore. Yeah, Mark Stone's, the Vegas PA ball. We hardly ever do games in Vegas anymore because typically, trying to think,
National?
I think it's the first game of the year and they always take it national, right? So we hardly ever, on TV side anyway, ever do games in Vegas anymore. But if we do one in the future, would you guys please go there with me and then drink a bunch of water before the game starts?
Just see if we
Because
have
the speakers outside the booth are so loud and the bass is so vibrating, it's going to make your bladder leak. Well, Vic, you're immune. Brett, it's going to do it to you, and it ain't fun.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. All right, Mose, you had something baseball-wise you've been wanting to get to, so go ahead.
Vic, I'm going to blow your mind. You ready?
I watched it. Hey, I watched.
So did I till it was
3 innings
3-1.
of a Rockies game last night. 3 innings. I got through 3 innings before I switched to Mobland. But I watched 3 innings, and I watched Kyle Freeland deal, and I saw them off to a 3-0 lead.
Freeland was
and
great.
Kevin Freeland. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, the Rockies are going to win one. Then I watched Mobland, and then I turned it back, and it was over.
Kevin, God dang it.
Kevin Freeland? Kevin Freeland?
Friggin' dog. Kyle Freeland was dealing last night. He looked great. Vic, they were up 3-1, and guess what I did? I turned it off. And they played 4 in the 8th and 3 in the 9th to win 9-3.
Yeah.
God, that bullpen pisses me. Excuse my language. That bullpen upsets me.
I got something that's really going to make you mad.
But that's not what I wanted to get at. But yeah, but thank you for bringing that up, Vic, because Halverson got absolutely clubbed. It just heartbreaking.
Before your thing.
Poor Kyle Freeland, man. Can the guy get any run support ever to get another win? I mean, seriously, ever?
I got something that's really going to make you mad.
Right.
I don't know if you guys have seen, Kyle Schwarber is having just an insane start to the season. He's got 16 homers already. It's May 20th. He's got 16.
It's amazing.
He had one last night in the 9th. Party deck shot.
Did you see
Just
how
an
hard he hit that ball?
absolute mammoth.
It moved the right field seats back 3 yards.
Yeah. I mean, just an absolute P missile, okay? So they asked him. It was career home run number 300. That's a big number.
Big number.
Schwarber was asked on the field at Coors Field yesterday after the game. 300 homers. How does that feel?
I know this is about the team, but congratulations on that. I mean, and to do it the way you would do it, hitting it 466 feet.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it's it's a cool accomplishment. It really is, and it's fun to wish could have done it at home, but we got a nice little home crowd here right here.
Yeah.
Phillies fans. It's the Phillies fans.
I wish I could have done it at home, but we got a nice little home crowd here.
I can't.
Dude, they started chanting the Eagles chant during the course of that game. I don't know if you guys picked up on that.
Yeah.
Hey, no offense. But Nelly, you and I were talking the other day about, it's hey, Otani's coming to town, and so on's coming to town, and Aaron Judge is coming to town, and Bryce Harper. It's just a bummer. Anyway, I mean, I again, it was 3-1. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna turn away. Freeland's dealing good, and then man, it just everything fell apart.
I want to talk about this very quickly because this is Denver. This is where we live, and we have a lot of out-of-towners that live here now, and I get it, and I'm not complaining about it. I'm just making a point. I'm going to take 3 sports: baseball, basketball, and hockey. Actually, football too. Football, because I'm going to make my point with this. In baseball, you're going to have visiting fan bases take over the stadium. Number 1, because the Rockies are horrid. And number 2, because they go to Coors Field. Chicago Cubs games, Cardinals games, Red Sox games, Philadelphia games, Yankees games,
Dodgers games,
Mets games, Dodgers games. I'll go down the list here.
Giants
take over the
games.
stadium. All right. In the NBA, because of all the transplants that live here and the inability to watch your team you're from, Celtics games, a lot of Celtics fans. Lakers games, I get it. In the Avalanche realm, Red Wings games, Blackhawks games, Minnesota games, right? The only sport, and I've seen this only once, and it happened in 2005, and it happened again.
Oh, I've seen it, Vic. I've seen it. I know where you're going.
The Denver Broncos, in their history, have been immune to following that pattern. The Denver Broncos have been immune to opposing fan takeovers. The only franchise in Denver immune to that. They've come close. Again, 2005.
That AFC title game,
AFC
Vic?
championship.
Do you know how many terrible towels were waving inside of Mile High? I almost lost it.
That was the first time I've ever seen anything like it, and that was 20 years ago. Now, they've had games where the opposing fan bases have been loud, but they've never taken over. I'm talking about stadium takeovers.
Yeah.
when the Rockies lost the World Series in 2007, they got swept by the Red Sox. The most annoying thing was not getting swept. The most annoying thing was sitting there I was doing live shots for Channel 4, sitting there as a collection of maybe 4,000 Red Sox fans sat right behind home plate in the stands,
Sure.
celebrating their team. That was the most annoying thing. So we've seen this. The Broncos. Can you give me another example?
I've seen Green Bay Packers fans invade that stadium. Kansas City fans certainly over the years now have come to invade that stadium.
Yeah, but
heck, I will say this. You know what was funny? Do you know how many Lions fans I saw the last time the Lions were here? Lots. Crazy.
Bandwagons.
One of the reasons why it's tougher for the Broncos is because season tickets are not available.
Not only that, Vic, they only play, less than 2 handfuls of home games per year. And so
it's a lot easier to make the commitment.
It's not 81, it's not 41-41. It's 8 or 9 regular season home games, and that's it, man. And you don't give those tickets up. And plus, if you do, you get busted. If you do it too much, you get yanked.
Did you talk about your baseball thing?
No. Now I'm out of time.
Thanks for allowing Mark Moser to delve into his baseball.
Well,
topic.
Vic started with the Rockies, and then we went off the rails.
Oh. I was ready to let you make your
you know
point,
what?
but Homeboy took it a different direction.
Who's homeboy? I said, Mose, you wanted to talk about baseball, and I shut up.
You know what? I'm not even. It's a stat that'll blow your mind, but I'm not even going to give it to you now.
But I wanted to hear it.
It's going to be something about Val Kilmer.
That's why I said, hey, Mose, what you got?
Bogdan, Big Don, Bag Don.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep teasing Moser's baseball stat and just tell him we're going to get to it in a second. He's out of the room. He can't hear me. I'm just going to say we're going to get to it in a second, but stick around. Moser's big stat. I'm going to try and do this for 3 days. Like we did. Remember when we said we're going to have Drew Lock's dad on the show, and we did that for about a year straight? We're going to keep doing it. Anyway, 303-504-0925. Back after this. Moser was panicking. Steve wasn't in his seat by the time the bumper music was playing, and he goes,
I mean, I'm typically not, but Nellie's the backbone of this mob. So it scares me.
Isn't that funny how that happens? Moser's late till I think 40% of the segments when we bump back with the music.
not.
Nellie's gone once. He's like, no! Where is he?
Well, thank you, Moj. I was just finishing up some personal business that couldn't wait.
All right, I hear you. Can I give you my stat? Let me give you my. No. Let me give you my stat.
We'll get to that in a second. What do you got, Vic?
I'm reading something that's making me very sad about college football. All the rivalries of college football that made the game so great.
We'll get to Moser's baseball stat in a second. Go ahead.
You know, like the Texas A&M rivalry. CU Nebraska, every year we saw it, gone. All these great rivalries. Do you know that next October, right now on the schedule, until they get another series started, is the last of the Notre Dame USC rivalry, one of the great
honestly,
rivalries of all time.
That's college football tragedy right there.
That is. I mean, that's what's happening.
It's so dumb.
It's sad. It's sad. Some of the great games you'll remember for the rest of your life involve rivalry games. College football is that. That's what made it that. And if you're going to take that way to pursue, I don't know why I know why. Because these teams are saying, why would we make our non-conference schedules hard? Why would we do that when all we want to do is survive to get to the college football playoff?
It's maybe an oversight on my part because I thought an expanded playoff would give people more leeway to schedule tougher games.
They're not.
I know.
You heard what they said last year after, like, Alabama and some of these teams. I guess we got to make things easier.
Yeah. You could stand to gain a lot from those, though. I mean, it's a risky proposition. I don't know.
Somebody please explain to me why Colorado, Nebraska is not played every year during that Thanksgiving week, the way it was when I was a child.
It's because
they're
in different conferences now. They have been for a long time. I mean, it's not the same as it was. The landscape has changed.
Any CU football fan worth his or her salt understands that was
those were great days.
You look
those
were
great days.
The one game. I mean, you could have a winless season, but when it came to that week, everything changed.
Would you? How about this? Would you be a fan if it was mandated for one of the non-conference games that you can switch between the interconference stuff?
Would love that.
But you're forced, and I would say you get stacked up with the team that's slotted in your seeding from the year
Would
prior.
love it.
Boom,
it
boom,
has
boom.
It has to be some sort of rivalry game. It has to be. You're so right. That would be ideal. You know how they do it in college basketball? They have these conference rivalry weeks.
Yes,
Big Ten versus Big East. You know, all that stuff.
You can trade them each year in the NFL, much like in college football, much like the NFL does, where this year the opponent for the Broncos is the NFC East, right?
Correct.
And next year it's going to be the South or the North or whatever. Like, they change it. I think college football could do the same thing, and then you're just blocked. Like, number one team from the SEC plays number one in the Big Ten, and maybe the next year it's number one in the SEC plays number one in the Big 12, and you do that.
That'd be kind of cool, but not all conferences have the same amount of teams, and the logistics would probably
then you don't worry about the 15th ranked team in the Big Ten.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, for me, like, in town, in Colorado, CU-CSU is the game.
Has to be played.
It's like you cannot go through a season without playing that game. You can't.
Has to be played. Yep.
I don't care what the excuse is in Boulder.
Yeah.
Oh well, we have nothing to gain here. I don't care what your gains are. I mean, I really don't.
I hear you.
That game has to be played every year. It has to. You want us to talk college football and get into college football? There's no week where we delve more into it than that week.
Well, I think that with the expanded playoff, Vic, and who knows where they'll end up, but with the expanded playoff, it should be more palatable because even if you suffer a loss or what, you should be able to work your way. If you're a good team, you'll be able to work your way in. That's it. You'll be able to get in.
And that's all. I just read that, and it chapped me because, people, tradition's meant to be broken. Well, you start breaking stride with the tradition of college football. It's a lot of what made that sport. Yeah, you can have it.
Yeah,
I mean, they tried to sell me. They tried to sell me on CU versus Utah as rivalry week.
Good God, no.
Get the hell out of here.
There's not.
Give me two.
No, there's
Get the hell out
not.
of here.
There's not a Buffaloes fan worth their salt, or anybody who follows the Buffaloes worth their salt that would ever even remotely think that that's a rivalry game.
Can you?
And you know what, Brett? If they could hate each other for the next 30 years, it's not going to be the same.
So I know these things come naturally, and I think what happens, especially since conference realignment, is they've tried to force feed new rivalries between teams, and it just hasn't.
Let me tell you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Mm-hmm. Here's how much it's inflamed me. Yesterday we were doing this golf tournament, and we go into that TaylorMade room where they were giving away the TaylorMade stuff, and Powder over here says, "Oh, look, there's a Nebraska putter cover."
No, what I said was, why is there a Nebraska putter cover here?
And that immediately drew venom. Remember that?
It should.
It should.
It should.
Why is there a Nebraska logo in this room?
That's what.
Do you remember that?
I actually needed a putter cover, and I'm looking over here. I'm like, why the hell is Nebraska's logo on? Not just that, but they had like a driver head cover with the Herbie mascot on there, and I'm like, why is that here?
Yeah, why is Nebraska represented right here? And that's what rivalries do. That passion, that disdain, that taste of hatred that hits your lips.
But we just talked about teams that you hate that the Avs and Nuggets have played in the postseason over the last few years, right? You're capable of hating a new team.
Sure.
You're
absolutely
totally capable of that.
Listen, I've got a lot of hate to go around, Brett.
But why is it so hard in college football to find a new one? Why does college football feel like it's only the team that I hated 30 years ago is the team I hate the most?
I don't know.
I can't develop a new hatred for. Why is that?
If you're Florida State, you obviously hate Florida, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But
those are easy because they're in-state stuff.
Do you hate Clemson?
I'm talking like Ohio State and Michigan can't stand each other.
But that's 108 years of
Notre Dame.
Hold.
Check out the how many years Notre Dame and USC have been playing. Yeah. You mean to tell me next year's a lot? They haven't renewed it?
It's ridiculous.
So Ohio State, Michigan, they hate each other. Let's say when conference realignment happened, somehow Michigan was out of the Big Ten and they went to the SEC or something, okay? So now they don't play each other anymore. Can Michigan have a new Ohio State eventually? I mean, maybe not to that level, but can you get to be
generations,
a team?
though. It takes generations.
I'll tell you what, Vic. It took a week for me to hate OKC. A week. That was it.
Yeah, but that's pro sports. I don't know. It's totally
different. That's what I'm
asking.
Because
you're playing them 7 times. You're playing them. It's not college football. You're not playing them once a year. This is multiple games. It's you're pro sports where you have multiple games. It's a different mentality. Listen. The first death of a rivalry that really resonated with me when Texas stopped playing Texas A&M on an annual basis. There are people down there in that state that they couldn't believe their eyes. They couldn't. Wait, we're not playing A&M this year?
Yeah.
You can't do that. That's illegal.
Yeah, I don't know why college football doesn't implement a rivalry game that's mandated every single year.
Well, I think you get some of them. I mean, if you're in the SEC.
Okay, can I ask you a
Auburn,
question?
Alabama, you still get that. I mean, they're in the same conference.
Well, yeah, but if you're for CU alone, they're mandated. For 1 week, they have to play a rival. Do you think they choose Nebraska or did they choose CSU?
They would choose Nebraska because of the financial ramifications.
Do you agree with that?
I think CSU is a must on the schedule because it's an in-state rivalry and it benefits the entire state.
So they're over Nebraska to you?
Yes, for me, because it's the in-state nature of that rivalry is too important. But I would recommend 2 of them, 2 on the schedule, CSU and Nebraska, every single year.
I would agree.
And then the rest of your schedule, figure it out.
Yep. Well, that would be what, 1 more game that they'd have to figure out? So it would just be 1 different rotating
Be pretty
game.
simple.
Yeah.
Pretty simple to do.
I agree with you. I think it should be like that.
I'm trying to think of in 20 years what it's going to look like. Golly, it may not even resemble what we think we know today. Just the arc of college football in the last decade and going forward, it's hard to even fathom. I mean, you're talking about unions now and HR. It's just all kinds of craziness. It's becoming professional football if it's not already. It's what it is. Pro football.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't get it either. All right, Moj, you want to do your baseball thing?
Sure.
Sorry, Moj.
It's okay.
Hey, before you get to that, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Get to this. Hey,
keep that low.
Good.
Keep that low and off camera.
Do we like Ellie De La Cruz?
Yeah, he's fun to watch.
He's fun.
When he came in with the Reds, we're going like what? Oh my God, this 5'2" old son of a gun.
Well, he's like 6'9". He plays short.
Yeah,
He's for power. He's fast. He's got an arm. He's fun.
You know what? He reminds me of Travis Hunter.
Does he? Really?
Why?
I don't know, just sort of gangly.
Oh, you're just saying like body makeup?
Yeah, gangly. I mean, Travis is not as tall. But.
Well, this is his third year in the bigs. Mm-hmm. Last year was his first real full year. Year before, he played 98 games.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, he played 160, and he's 49 in this year. You ready for this?
I think I know what you're going to say.
This is how much baseball has changed. Vic, Ellie De La Cruz, by the end of May, will have more strikeouts in his career in virtually like 2 seasons games-wise than Tony Gwynn did in his entire 20-year career in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, that's not fair.
Why is that not fair? Because, yeah, he's one of the greatest hitters of all time. I get that.
No. He's the greatest contact hitter that's ever graced the planet. That's why it's unfair.
But
Tony Gwynn's a freak that was built in a lab
but
to put the bat on the baseball.
2 years compared to 20 years, bro.
2 years versus 20 is pretty remarkable.
I get that.
That's
and
remarkable.
if you're averaging how many at-bats per year? You're averaging, let's say, 570 at-bats per year. Over 18 years.
I get it.
Well, you obviously don't get it because you just tried to poo-poo it.
I just don't like if you wanted to compare that to somebody else from the 80s, that's fine. Tony Gwynn is the greatest to ever put a bat on the baseball consistently. He never struck out. He was amazing.
What if I said, a dude in year 2 in the NFL will equal the career interceptions of Joe Montana?
Not even a close comparison.
Okay. Then give me one.
I don't think there is. That's how much I think Tony Gwynn was a freak.
Well, he was a freak.
Yeah.
But the guy.
What about Rod Carew? If you compared it to Rod Carew,
I have to look at Rod Carew.
Like, I'll give you an example. It's like there have been guys that have popped up for an out in the infield twice in a game. A whole bunch of guys have done that. Joey Votto didn't do that for like 16 years somehow. And it's just like, I don't know how that didn't happen.
You ready for this?
him.
Rod Carew in his 19-year career had 1,028 strikeouts.
What's Elliott?
By the end of this month, he'll be at 450.
Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy. Well, that's just the nature of the game. You know, it's like saying in the NBA, look at the three-point shooting today versus.
No, but we think of
That's a decent comparison, actually,
okay.
3-point shooting. Because that's changed a lot. Like Steph had 12 in a game. It took Michael Jordan 4 weeks to get 12 or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's just a part of the game that teams are doing more. The rules of baseball have largely remained the same. It's just that they've changed the way they approach batting. They've changed the approach to batting.
Do you ever watch the Will Clark videos online where Will Clark is out there just getting on today's modern hitters?
Oh, yeah.
What do you think? He's an old grumpy guy, didn't he?
Well, kind of, because if Will Clark grew up in today's baseball, he'd probably strike out more.
I don't know. These guys love to step up to the plate and jack. That's the whole idea. It's a 3-run shot. You're not trying to move runners around.
I agree with you.
You're trying to just step up there and jack it as hard as you can.
By the way, Texture writes this in. This is true. Vic, if you watched the game last night, you'll totally agree with me. Okay? I know the Rockies are terrible. They're 8-150 or whatever the record is. But I will watch the Rockies for Zeke Tovar. I love the way that guy plays.
Well, he hit a home run in the first inning. It started off really well.
Well, I'm telling you this right now. The Rockies are bad no matter what, whether he's in or out of the lineup. But when he's not playing short, oh my God, is there just a giant chasm in that place.
You what, I will go to a Rockies game with you as long as you give me free tickets and we're up front.
Well, I'm not going to get you up front because I don't live in that place. I live on the party deck. I like to get a full view of the stadium over the top.
Okay.
Little drone footage.
All right, Moj, I will reward you by attending a game with you if you give me access to up front and free food, and then we'll go hit the pitching machine a little bit or whatever that is upstairs.
Or your best speed ball?
I'm not even going to. I'm not even going to honor that with a response.
Yeah. I have my glass of wine behind home plate. It's a baseball game. Get a beer.
All right, Nelly, I will honor you with a trip to the game for free ducats right behind home plate.
Free what? You say ducats?
You never heard of that term?
No.
It's ticket. It means tickets. You ever heard of ducats?
No.
Need a pair of ducats to whatever?
Nope.
So you're honoring me if I get you home plate ducats?
Yes. Yes, but you don't have to be there. Just for me.
Oh, yeah.
Cacti,
Gotcha.
Cacti 222 asks, does Vic really drink wine at baseball games?
Yes.
The answer is yes, Cacti.
Yes.
Yes.
Which is the equivalent of the guy eating the
Eating a
salad.
salad.
Yes. All right. Got to take a break. Back after this.
Get up in there. Oh, he's safe. He can't throw that. He ain't got no arm like that. No, he don't.
Oh, he does, though.
No, he don't.
Oh, he does.
Who is that with that rocket?
Ellie De La Cruz.
Oh, Lord.
With a howitzer.
He got a rocket in his pocket.
All right, let's reset where we started today.
Can I reset by making a comment?
Sure.
Close your eyes. Not those of you driving, especially on I-25 this time of day. Those of you who can close your eyes. Take yourself back to the All-Star break for the NBA. The Nuggets had won 8 in a row before the All-Star break. They were red hot. If I had told you back at the All-Star break that Michael Malone would appear in the Western Conference Finals, big smile would come to your face and you'd say, yeah, let's go Nuggets. Michael Malone in the Western Finals. He will appear all right as a studio analyst on the ESPN pre- and post-game show. Now open your eyes.
Yep. Gosh,
is that too dramatic?
ESPN just gives everybody a shot, don't they? And I don't mean that like.
I think he'll be great.
He probably will.
I think he'll be great.
I'm actually kind of surprised with what the perception is of him in L.A. that they're allowing him to go on.
Well, I don't know.
The Lakers sports programming network.
Oh, yeah, I don't know that they. I mean, I don't think he's disliked at all.
In L.A.?
Oh, by the way,
are you kidding me?
Hey, last night, ironically enough,
Well, he's not the one who said it. It was Vic.
Last night was the
doesn't matter.
final show for SportsCenter in L.A. They're closing down their L.A. SportsCenter offices.
Why? Too expensive?
I don't know.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Something about
they're
the
still
Dow
doing
Jones?
their NBA stuff from there.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be great at that. I wonder if he's going to be super opinionated or if he's just going to be the I'm a coach still searching for a job. I'm not going to make fun of anybody or say anything too inflammatory.
I wonder if he would have done it had the Nuggets advanced.
I don't think there's any chance.
I don't know.
You
I'm
don't
sure,
think you...
I'm sure it stings, but it's...
Look, I wondered this forever, and I don't have the answer to this. I wondered for Calvin Booth and Mike Malone if they loved or hated when the Nuggets were winning. Honestly.
Oh, I'm sure there's probably some disdain.
That's
again, I told you the Big 50 story. I don't want to tell you it again.
Well,
but there's some personal thoughts in there.
I think about this stuff a lot, though. Like, I always bring up the example when Carson Wentz was having that MVP season, and he goes down and Nick Foles comes in and wins the Super Bowl. I think part of Carson Wentz hated that.
I'm sure
it made him look expendable, and he was to that franchise.
It's human nature, man.
Yeah.
It's human. Hey, let me ask you, if you leave a radio station, do you wish that radio station would fold right behind you?
Well, did I leave or did they make me leave?
They made you leave.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, but there is something like, if you guys are still doing the show, I don't want you guys to get canned. You know, I'd still be rooting for you guys to do well.
I'm talking about just the grand scheme of things, the operation.
I'll tell you this. I got fired from a show one time.
Mm-hmm.
The people who took over for the show, I did not know.
Mm-hmm.
The day I announced I got this job was the day they announced that their show was getting shut down, which was a pretty good day for me.
See what I'm saying?
Now,
See,
again,
human nature.
The difference, though, is Michael Malone has a relationship with Jamal Murray and Jokic and them, and I'm sure he doesn't want to see them just like eat it on national television. That's the complication of it. It's not like he's just broken free from all ties of anybody within the organization. He's probably still rooting for some people. I don't know. Anyway, back to where we started. I make you the GM of the Nuggets, who is to be decided right now. But you know what? I make it Vic Lombardi and Mark Moser, a tandem team. The first move you make this offseason is what? What's number one on your agenda?
I've been thinking more about this, Brett. But the Nuggets situation, and I want to alert the fans out there, it's fairly complicated. This is not just an easy undo. Maybe there's an avenue out there that I have yet to recognize that would make it an easy undo. I don't see, Vic, an easy undo with what you've got going on right now. And because of that, it's hard to pinpoint where exactly you start. But obviously, you'd like to move big money for more players in depth. That's number one.
Well,
or big enough money.
That becomes this, and this is what's going to be difficult. I think we're just talking about Porter here, aren't we? Jamal's contract is so big that it's I think tougher to move than even Porter's would be.
I guess if you're asking me if I were made GM, it's easy to start at the top and start to fashion that extension for Nikola Jokic, which is a no-brainer. But my first move, I guess, would be to pinpoint which of those other two contracts is most movable.
First of all, do you think it's Porter or Murray?
Well, I don't know.
It's Porter.
That's you're gonna
only
have
because
to
he
hit
has
the
a year
streets.
left. He has a year left, and a team OKC 2 years. OKC, if you remember, they ate some of that stuff to be able to get assets. You remember that as they're redoing their entire thing.
But the Nuggets are not starting over and being
No.
bad for the next couple
I'm
years.
telling you, OKC took on contract. They ate that kind of stuff.
Oh, you're saying for a prospective team to trade?
That's
Yeah.
exactly right. For a team that says we're not going anywhere anyway. Yeah, we'll take him on and we'll eat some bread for 2 years.
Well, maybe we're being naive, or maybe we're being a little too forceful. What if the thought process is we ain't touching this core? We just took this team to a game 7.
Sounds good. Then how are you going to get depth, Vic?
I'm just saying. What if that's the mindset? Is why would we touch the core when we proved that in the playoffs we can play at some of the best levels possible? We just need a couple additions here and there.
How are you going to get those couple additions?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, that's my point. And so is that it feels like you have to touch the core in order to get to the problem. Even if you don't want to touch the core, and you know what? There's a lot of me that does not even want to remotely touch the core.
I know
But
you never touch your core.
Now, that just didn't make any sense.
Well, you don't focus on your core.
The point
It's
is
obviously something you should focus on daily.
Do a sit-up.
For once.
Absolutely explodes from the back end.
Look, so the idea is that you have to touch it in order to fix the other part of your roster. I don't know if there's any choice. I don't know if you have any.
Is there a way to do it without it?
Not that I know of.
Well, there's one way. There's one way.
Have Deron Holmes become a stud.
Well, there's
Draft.
another way too. You all right? You can replace the 4 roster spots that'll become available. All right,
That's
we know
correct.
there's 4
And you
available.
hope that one of those guys pays off.
And then you could spend so deep into the luxury tax that your nose starts bleeding.
Wait, say that again. What'd you say, Vic?
You can replace the 4 roster spots that are available, and then you could spend so deep into 1, 2 aprons, 5. You can go 13 aprons deep.
I don't know how if that's allowed though. If you're getting,
Of course, it's allowed. I mean, it's
no.
It would be insanity because you would be saying all or nothing right now. Boom.
No, I'm saying, is that even like? I don't think the Nuggets were allowed to pay Bruce Brown more than what was it, like $12 million?
That's because he was their own player. He was their own player.
Are you telling me you're allowed to go sign somebody for $50 million right now with this roster? I don't think they are. I don't think in the CBA you can, is what I'm saying. Like the Celtics are way into the luxury tax because they signed their own guys, which I think is allowed, but they can't get people from the outside to come in.
We talked about this earlier, and I'll echo the same sentiments I made earlier. Under the old CBA, the Nuggets did exactly what you're supposed to do. They followed the model to a T. They developed these players, they drafted these players, and they rewarded these players. And guess what? They won a championship with these players. That model that they used to win a championship, the NBA said, nah, we're going to change it up. And now they got to reinvent themselves.
Here's the other question I have, just revolving around MPJ, because he seems to be the one that most people are leaning towards if you were to make a big move, right? What do you think the perception of Michael Porter Jr. is across the NBA? Is he somebody that is coveted? Or is he somebody that Moser's talking about, that somebody's like, I'll take the contract? Well, here's the problem with that too, Mosher. People like OKC ate the contracts of some guys because they got draft capital in the trade too, which you don't have. You can't attach that.
That is correct.
So you can't even do that. The point would have to be somebody would have to see Michael Porter Jr. as an asset that would help their team.
And maybe they want to send you one of their reclamation projects or 2.
Sure.
And you say, okay, maybe we can work. Again, this is where the GM is going to have to evaluate talent like crazy. maybe this guy or those two guys aren't working for them, but they'll work for us, or we can make it work for us. Vic, that's why I'm telling you, this is incredibly complicated. It's not easy A to B maneuvers that you can fix. You've got to go A, B, C, D. And not only that, you probably have to involve at least 2 other teams.
If you had to guess right now.
And that, I mean, you're going to have to involve multiple teams in one deal.
I know we don't know who the GM is going to be, but your best guess with all the complications that are in this right now. What percentage do you put the Nuggets starting 5 in October being the same as this year?
The same exact starting 5?
Same. So next year they would start the season. The first game, assuming everybody's healthy, is Murray, Brown, Porter, Gordon, Jokic.
I would say it's probably up north of 65, 70%.
You think it's that high?
Yeah, I would place it at 60%.
Yeah.
No kidding.
And you know why? Because again, if you got a GM that can fix the bottom half of the rotation problems, okay, or at least mitigate them a little, because how much? Let me ask you this now.
I don't have the same reason Moser has. I'll give you my reasons why.
Hang on, Vic. You just won 7 games with a 68-win number 1 seed overall in the league.
Mm-hmm.
How much mitigation do you have to do off the bench in order to beat that team and go all the way to an NBA final?
This is the complication, though, Mo.
You see, but
you don't have. No, you're right. You shouldn't have to do a lot, but the little bit you would have to do, you can't unless I think of bigger moves. Does that make sense?
Not this coming year. Not this coming year.
Yeah.
But let's say you mitigate it enough to make another deep run. Then you can realize, okay, now you're a year off of all those contracts. They become more palatable to move, and then you can do more stuff.
Okay, well, I want to get Vic's answer on this, along with the same question for the Avs when we come back. All right, Vic. So I asked the question, what is the percentage chance you give that this Nuggets starting five from this past season is the same next season? You said north of 60%, but you said your reasoning was different than Moser's. All right, so what is it?
I think my reasoning is pretty simple. It's going to be very difficult to execute a trade that would be immediately beneficial.
I totally agree with that.
That's the toughest part. I think you can make a trade. You can unload. You can certainly do all that. But what will it do in the near future where it's more important than 5 years down the line?
I said the exact same thing. I said the opportunity to take out of that starting rotation to fix the bottom right now it's virtually, I wouldn't say impossible. It's very unlikely. Or it's unlikely. It'd be easier to try and regurgitate something in the bottom of the rotation to help you get that much better. And then next year you'll have even more flexibility, I think, with that starting five.
If you guys think the volume is loud now, by the way, on the we're wasting Jokic prime crowd that's out there, take a step back next year, even if it's intentional, and see what happens then. You know what I mean? Like you would take a step backward to try and move forward a couple of years from now. That's going to be a tough sell to anybody, right? And that's where whoever they hire as this GM, first of all, it's difficult to say this, that it's such a hard task when I'm saying you get to be the GM of a team that has Nikola Jokic on it, because that doesn't sound all that bad. But the situation the team is in it's a very unique one that is going to take some outside the box thinking if you're trying to get better in the immediate, right?
For sure. Which is why I think this hire is going to be very interesting. We said it yesterday. It's the most important GM hire in forever.
Texture says, is anybody going to consider how well MPJ may play if he's completely healthy? It is another thing, like, the lack of depth on the Nuggets was just, it was put in such a spotlight because Porter wasn't healthy. Very obviously.
When did he hurt the shoulder? He hurt it game 4.
It was 3 or 4 against the Clippers.
Against the Clippers.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. But the fact, and it's the same thing with AG, a guy with a grade 2 hamstring sprain, that if you guys have ever pulled a hammy before, it's hard to like even walk around your house with a pulled hammy. And he played. And the question that I keep going back to is, your best option was a guy who couldn't raise his left arm above his shoulder and a guy who had a hamstring strain. That was your best option heading into a pivotal Game 7.
Well, I don't think any team, when they lose a starter, is going to go, oh, yeah, the great option off the bench. I mean, because that player is clearly not as good as the player you're replacing.
But hang on, Moshe.
No, but this just shows you where the drop-off is.
No. It's not that they aren't better, because you said that, like, the guy off the bench isn't better than a healthy Aaron Gordon. There's no question about that. That's the guy who's starting is always, by definition, mostly, except for your occasional Manu Ginobili or something, better than the guy who's coming off the bench. What I'm saying is, the guy off the bench isn't better than the starter who can't use his leg.
Agreed.
That's crazy.
Let me ask it this question a different way, because you're right. It is unfair to evaluate Michael Porter Jr.'s performance in these playoffs, given the fact that he was playing with one arm. And I give him all the credit in the world for playing. Averaged under 9 points a game, playing with one arm. I want to look at the totality of it, all right? Let's take a look at the last 3 playoff runs for the Nuggets. Who was more important, do you think? Or maybe it's impossible to answer. Who do you think was more important to the Nuggets championship run in those playoffs? Bruce Brown or Michael Porter Jr.?
I think that's tough.
Well, it's a tough
You're going to
say
that, Vic, because when you look at the championship here, Brown was finishing games where MPJ was sitting sometimes.
And the fact that that's a tough question to answer tells you all you need to know. Correct?
It's different roles.
And I think it was different circumstances and what you needed out of that guy at that time.
But that would never be think about what you just said. the fact that I'm comparing and making that comp between a reserve and a starter who's a max player and the effect and the impact they make, doesn't that answer your question for you?
But I give you
A little bit.
No, you're right. I'm still very much in the camp that I think an underrated part of Porter's game is just spacing the floor, and people have to respect him shooting from the outside.
Mhm.
And that's not going to show up in a stat sheet or anything, but it helps Jokic operate in the middle. So I do think that stuff goes underrated just by the threat of him.
And I think defense is underrated.
Oh, totally. I mean,
I can make the same argument for the other player. I mean, that's why I think a guy like Alex Caruso is so vastly underrated for. I'm telling you right now, I don't think OKC beats the Nuggets in that series if they don't have Alex Caruso. If Alex Caruso's hurt in game one, the Nuggets win that series.
Could be.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know so.
Well, I don't know if you know so, but could be.
I know it.
Brett, fix him.
yeah, I'm tired of Caruso talk. Because every time you say his name, I picture him in my head, and I can't. I don't like it. Don't like that at all. But I mean, look, it's a fair question, but this also comes down to, okay, so let's say you can move him, or you want to.
Mm-hmm.
Who thinks differently than you do about that? Then
I don't know. I mean, again, there's different opportunities for different players. The thing about sports in general is what may not be a fit. For example, I'll give you a great example of this. When Aaron Gordon moved from Orlando to Denver, he went from a role where he was the franchise player. He was expected to carry the load. He was the guy. He goes from that role to, hey, wait, I'm a role player here. I'm a completely different kind of player here. I'm not a bit player, but I'm not the guy. And it was a perfect transition. Sometimes change is good. Sometimes you go from that kind of player to a larger role. Jalen Brunson goes from Dallas. He was a bit player in Dallas. He was, hey, okay, it's Luka's team. I'm just going to sit around. To New York. Now he's the guy.
the thing is, here's my question. And I think the answer is probably just consistency, but what do you want Porter to be? Because here's the interesting thing about Porter, and it just doesn't compute in my head, because I think we can all acknowledge that his consistency has been a problem. He has shot 40% from three every year of the last 4 years.
No doubt about it.
It doesn't feel like it, I don't think, because some games it's 6 of 8, and some games it's 1 of 9. But a 40% three-point shooter is a good shooter.
He's also played virtually every game.
He has been remarkably healthy.
He's been reliable. He's been tough. He's been everything you ask.
I'll say this as well. As a third option, again, just playing the numbers game, and I agree the numbers with him just feel screwy. Playing the numbers game. When one of the first super teams was formed in Miami, who were the big three?
Wade, LeBron, and Bosh.
Who was the third option?
Bosh.
Bosh averaged 18 points and 8 boards a game.
Let me ask you a question.
Hang on.
No. Did they ever take Bosh off the court in the fourth quarter and replace him with the reserve?
No, they didn't. I'm just trying to give you numbers on this.
Numbers don't numbers don't tell the story.
You aren't listening to me. I just said the numbers are screwy with him. I'm just pointing something out. He gives you 18 and 7 a game this year, shooting 40% from three. Now, he is not near the defender that Bosh was. That's why Bosh stayed on the floor. But guys are always asking, why is a max player only getting 18 points a game? And I go, because when you're the third option on an offense that has pretty good players offensively, that's kind of what the numbers look like.
Listen, I don't dispute anything you're saying, and you're going to have a hard time getting me to say anything bad about the player and the person. I love him. I'm telling you, though, it's not what I say, it's what they do. It's not the words, it's the actions. They take him off the court in many key games, in key moments.
Yes.
What max player is taken off the court?
I don't know if any are. Now, if Porter's hitting his shots, he's not getting taken off the floor. That's another thing, too. I said this from the beginning, though, Moser. I said, I think if you're moving one person, it's moving Porter. I have one concern with that, though. I don't think the return that you would get for Porter is going to be better than what Porter is in that starting five right now. That's my concern.
I don't disagree with that.
So are you willing to take a step back just to not have him there?
Well, again, then we get down to, Brett, what is the game plan? Is it a short-term plan? Is it a longer-term plan?
That's
Is it a 2-year plan? Is it a 4-year plan? I mean, this is where whoever comes in to take that job is going to get paid to work and really, really work. I don't know that. I mean, this is just a very complicated offseason. Very complicated.
Somebody just wrote on this Twitch feed, Steph Curry gets taken off a lot to finish games. Excuse me.
What?
No, he doesn't.
Hold on. Excuse me. I'd like to stop it. Excuse me?
I don't know that I've ever seen him take it off at the end of a game. Ever. I don't know that I've ever seen that. I mean, I'm sure there's anecdotal evidence out there, but I can't remember.
I mean, it's just wrong. Okay. That's like, I think that there's a couple of Jokic haters that said that he gets pulled off the floor late in games because it happened like 4 years ago, like
if
twice.
you're going to talk defense versus offense in the
Yes.
final seconds, I'm talking about stretches.
Right. No, you're right. In the meantime, Moser said we're gonna...
And listen, man, it's just something that they have to ask themselves. They have to ask themselves that. Is that going to continue? Is that a coach that makes that decision? Is it just one coach, or will the next coach make that decision?
Tyser says, yes, get rid of MPJ in his contract. Strawberries is the new starter. I kind of like that for Strother. Just call him Strawberries instead. By the way, if you're talking about guys who get pulled off the floor, Strother has a tough time getting on the floor in playoff games.
Yeah.
But Moj, I want to get to the Avs as well. First move for Chris McFarland, if you are him this offseason, is what?
It's because the more I think about it, because of the cap situation, I don't know that you can just say, all right, we're going to go find a 2C.
Yeah.
I don't think ideally, if you're in a Stanley Cup run, okay, you're in a Stanley Cup run, is Charlie Coyle your second line center?
I don't think so.
Could be.
I don't think so.
I don't think that's exactly where he should be. I think he should be a 3C.
Yeah.
Which is where he was. So that being said, Cap.
So the rumors out there are that Brock Nelson wants to go to Minnesota because he's from there. Is that the rumor?
Yeah. And, many had that money, that Parisi money, that, they had that Parisi and Suter money all tied up. They're getting that. They're going to get that. So watch out for those guys because they're going to have $14 million to go blow on stuff. Now, part of it's some of their own dudes. I mean, they got some guys who are going to need to be paid and so on. But is he a free agent guy that could go there? Absolutely. He's from Warroad, Minnesota, which is way up there. So let's say you're looking for a 2C. I think you would probably have to go into the regular season because, again, who did they want there? They wanted Newhook there. They wanted Comfort there. They wanted, all this. I'm talking about over the years, right?
Yeah.
It's not an easy fix. They found the deal with Kadri, which was great. You've tried other guys there. The Casey Middlestad experiment obviously did not work. The Johansson experiment did not work. So you've been in perpetual pursuit for this. I think Charlie Coyle could be your regular season guy for sure.
Moj,
ideally, when the postseason rolls around, would he be your 2C? Could be, probably not ideally.
Yeah.
Raj and Coach are going to follow our show at the morning sprint, but Raj tweeted this just most recently. Let's say Brock Nelson walks to Minnesota. If Colorado somehow then were to sign Sam Bennett to 7 years, $7 million AAV, would you be okay still with the overall result of that Richie first-round trade, all that stuff?
Well, sure, yeah. I mean,
What-
Sam Bennett's still playing hockey, and he probably will be for another month.
What do the Avs have to spend?
Nada.
Yeah.
Really nothing.
Because what was Brock getting paid this last year?
He was only making
really?
$3 million. Let me look it up.
So then how
$3
would you be
million?
able to execute that deal for Sam Bennett if he walks and you don't have enough money to make that deal?
Well, you'd have to move some other stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, you just have to be cap compliant by game one. So, I mean, there you
Somebody
there
on
you
Twitch
go.
said it was $6 million for Brock. Was it $3 million when they
Yeah,
acquired
it was,
him?
with what you had, basically, well, you had to pay prorated out,
Yeah.
That's what I meant. Sorry about that.
So his number is $6 million.
That's what I'm seeing on Twitch. I don't know. Moser's looking it up.
Yeah. But let me look at one more time. We're talking about prorated out and so on and so forth. They're not in a good spot. Is that fair enough to say?
It was a 6-year, $36 million deal.
Yeah.
It took me 2 seconds, Moshe. Come on.
Sorry, I'm trying to. I'm not as fast on the damn computer as you. You beat me to everything all the time.
You Google Brock Nelson's contract. First thing that pops up.
Well,
The
that's not where I was
six
going.
per.
I'm looking at the overall cap situation for this Avalanche team. Okay, so there you go. And so, if you're talking about you're going to have to find more money someplace, which means you're going to have to shed some other places. Let's go back to Jonathan Drouin. Only $2.5 million per year, but and a guy that can fill a top 9 role, right?
Yeah, I think for the price.
But is he healthy? Okay, for the price, is he healthy enough? And for the fact that he and Nate are good buddies, is that good enough for you?
I don't care about the buddies thing. He's got to be able to play. I think for the money, he plays
even
well
with
enough.
even with the injury factor sort of bouncing
I think
in and
you
out.
still take for that price. I think
Because he gets power play minutes and so on. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, then you bring him back, but otherwise you'd save 2.5 right there. If you had, this is where the drafting and developing comes in. Is there a kid with the Eagles right now that you could slide into a top 9 role?
No.
I don't think there is. And that's the point. You can see him becoming a top 9 guy, right?
Could that have been Cal Ritchie?
Probably not this. I mean, he would have only been, 19 years old this year? 20 years old?
If I'm not mistaken,
he's still a puppy.
He played like 2 or 3 games earlier this year,
Yeah, he
didn't
did. Well, he played,
start the year.
Yeah, before he got to the 9-game mark, he got sent. But again, we'll see what he becomes as a player. I have high hopes for the kid, too, and I wish him all the best of luck in the world.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to win now is what you're trying to do.
Right.
Not when Cal Ritchie's 26 years. I mean, when he's 26 years old, if he's on your roster, you're still trying to. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
We'll see. So, look, the Avs can, quote, get by for quite a while and position themselves nicely with what they currently have. And then you look to bolster down the road.
So you're saying the first order of business for McFarland should be second line center, get that ironed out, whether that's Brock Nelson or somebody else.
Just decide what you're going to do there. Because if you can go with Charlie Coyle, if you can go with Charlie Coyle for the regular season, that's fun. In the back end, and again, figure out what you want to do with Drouin. Kivirant's free. Lindgren's free. There you go.
I just want to go on record to say that Nelly gave us a 1-minute warning to break exactly 1 minute and 27 seconds ago.
All right, then break, Nelly.
We're at perfect time. Perfect time.
Good.
Now I don't want to do it. Now I want to be a rebel.
I'm just
I want to be a rebel.
Did he get in your ear like you got in mine? 1 minute.
Yep.
I have 2 middle fingers.
See, it's still 9:38. That's the time we're supposed to break.
1 minute.
Let's do a countdown.
In fact, from now on, Nelly,
10,
when you do that 1 minute warning,
9,
do it
8,
on air.
7,
for everyone.
6,
not just
5,
us.
4,
3,
3,
audience.
2,
every single
1.
body.
Go.
If you have an issue at home, whether it be plumbing, HVAC, you can't fix something that needs fixed in the electrical department, give AAA Service a call. AC systems need tuning up because summer's right around the corner. They've got a $49 AC tune-up special. Get your air conditioning checked before the weather gets way too warm. Month of May, you may not need to worry because we have days like we had yesterday. But in June, watch out. Schedule an appointment today at AAA Service Plumbing by going to AAAtoday.com. It's very easy. Go to the web, AAAtoday.com, and schedule an appointment now.
Hey, Brett, let me give you a little metal knowledge in your head.
A what knowledge?
Little metal knowledge in your head.
Okay.
The lead singer of this band. Well, you can see it on your screen, so it doesn't matter. Is known as the human air raid siren. There you go. Sing it, Bruce. Da-da-da.
All right.
Good stuff, huh?
Very cool.
Let me tell you something about this, Nelly. Thank you for doing that, Nelly.
Is that Bruce Hornsby?
Yeah, it's Bruce Hornsby and the Range. They were really popular back in the late 80s. Super popular. That's just the way it is. That's first time I ever saw Iron Maiden. I'm not a big Iron Maiden guy, right? I mean, I like some of their tunes, but I'm not super into it like the Maiden heads are. But the first show I saw, so I've seen them subsequently multiple times. It was one of the most unbelievable experiences of my life.
Thank you, Nelly. Thank you.
I
kind of miss playing you off on some of these because I love this little ditty. I don't know what the award, like something about the award show music. It's just like it's nice. A lot of horns, a lot of brass. Hey, just a couple things here before we get out today. Number one, do you got the stomach to watch these games right now? Like, here's the games tonight. So this one's going to be a little easier on the NHL side, and you can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 at 6 o'clock today. The Hurricanes and the Panthers, that's a little bit easier because don't really have ill feelings towards either one of those teams. Are you going to watch that game tonight? Or are you still on a hockey break after the Avs get bounced?
I probably will because I've gotten all the way to the end of the episodes right now of Mobland.
Okay, Vic?
I'm through 8 episodes of Mobland. I'm waiting for the final 2 of this season.
Love it.
And that's it. So I have nothing else.
Vic's been telling me to watch it, too. I got to watch it.
Dude,
It's on Paramount? I don't think I have Paramount.
I know. I had to buy Paramount.
Yeah, I had to as well.
How much is it a month?
I don't know.
I don't know, dude, but it's a good show.
I'll give you my
Tom
passes.
Hardy's awesome.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
give
take
me my passes.
takes Vic's stuff. So I probably will watch some of tonight, if not all of tonight. What?
Texture says, no, bleep sports for a while.
And I'm kind of, I said to the bear last night, we're in the kitchen. And I said, you know what, honey? I said, I'm kind of pissed off. I said, I know, listen.
No, God, please, no.
I'm a sports guy. And thank you, everybody, for listening in the morning. We appreciate it. Love you very much.
And stay with us.
Stay with us because we do all sports, but also, we can get off the rails a little bit.
Vic, are you watching the hockey game tonight?
I'm watching the NBA game.
Oh, well, that was going to be my next question. So just go hockey first. So
it's because it's the NBA. I love the NBA.
Is hockey getting
Moser,
your viewership or not?
Yeah, unlike Moser, I don't just stop watching the sport.
I explained that to her, too. I said, Vic Lombardi, the Nuggets could lose in the most excruciating way, and the next night he's back watching 3 NBA games.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something right now. Let me tell you something right now, Vic. I am Team Moser. You get bound. I need a minute. I can't take it.
You guys do what you got to do. I mean, I watch the sport.
That being said, because it's the conference finals, I think I am going to watch this.
Here's my deal. I'll watch the hell out of Edmonton, Dallas, because there's relative interest for me. Just watch. I'm not too into Carolina, Florida.
I'm completely the opposite.
Okay, well, that's
I
fine.
am too.
You asked me for my opinion. I didn't ask you for your
I
opinion.
don't like your tone
opinion
about
is
my
stupid.
opinion.
It's a dumb. You're dumb.
You get mad about me having a strong opinion when you have a strong opinion.
Yeah, I don't know how insulting me is going to make this a better segment. You are as dumb as the day is long in the summertime.
I can't wait to watch how they guard SGA tonight. Can't wait to see who Caruso ends up guarding.
You know what
on
you
the
are?
Minnesota side.
Okay, I finally figured it out. You're a masochist. That's what you are.
No.
Yeah,
I'm a fan of the sport.
you are. Yeah, you are.
Carolina,
You're in a
Florida does nothing for
self-flagellation.
me. I will watch the hell out of Dallas versus Edmonton, and I want McDavid to put 3 on him in the first 5 minutes. I want McDavid and Draisaitl to
That sounds fine.
lap him.
It could happen. Listen, Edmonton's really top heavy. You're telling me
Dolly
time out.
Parton.
Hey, spark plug. You're telling me that either Skinner or Pickard, and I love Cal Pickard, former Avalanche. You're telling me you're taking them in a friggin' goalie matchup against Ottinger? Have you seen what Ottinger's done?
Ass off.
Did you see him make that save with? It's just
he's done it all post. Dude,
he's got a horseshoe buried so far in his gear someplace. I have no idea where to locate.
The fact
Okay, so what happens if Edmonton got to the finals last year? Didn't they beat Ottinger last year?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just wondering, did they not? Did they or not?
They did.
Okay, so what's the problem?
That was there. That was then. This is now. That was last year.
Was
this is
Ottinger
now.
a bad goalie last year?
He wasn't great. I mean, actually, he wasn't bad either.
There'd be games the Avs put 5 goals on, or what was the biggest goal total they had? The big game that they had when most goals scored against Dallas in the series. Was it 5?
Something like the Avs?
Yeah, 7.
No, they scored 7.
7.
They scored 7 in game 5.
Yeah, and I remember when they scored 7, I go, they scored 7, and Ottinger played his ass off. That's what I remember from that game.
I have
7 in game 4.
I have no affinity for the
5.
Edmonton Oil. None.
Crap.
All right? None. It's just that I don't like Dallas, and I want to see them lose to the Edmonton Oil.
Put down the spaghetti noodle. Is that a
No.
spaghetti noodle? Is
Yes.
that a dried, uncooked
Yes.
spaghetti noodle?
Yes.
Why is that in your room?
What self-respecting dig doesn't walk
Oh,
around
my God.
with a spaghetti noodle?
Jesus God almighty.
Just in case.
Hey, listen. Honey, I'm going to Coors Field tonight. Hand me the spaghetti.
This is how I imagine it. You just got that in your pocket because there's something in the Italian blood. If you're starting to lose your Italianness, it's like you're crumbling. You're like, I need the emergency noodle. Where's the emergency noodle? Where's the emergency noodle? It's like an EpiPen.
It's unbelievable.
For Italians.
It's a Giuseppe pen.
All right, here's the other thing I got for you.
Here's from the 9197. Vic's got a point. Moser, the hockey guy, is wrong.
Oh, whatever.
I'm not wrong there, flat face.
It's an opinion.
He's got the what's the emoji with the flat face, the no smile, no nothing.
You know what I hate about this? Like, this is an opinion show, right? And like, you can have an opinion that is wrong. Or you can say, I think this team's going to win, and that
But this
team
is our
loses.
preference.
But this is how I feel.
Right.
There's nothing wrong. You can't say I'm wrong for me feeling some way.
Like how about this?
It's
How
like
about
me
this?
saying this. I hate Moser, and somebody goes, "You're wrong." And you can't. I'm allowed to hate who I want. It's not right or wrong.
It's like
it's my feeling.
Hey, my cat got hit by a car. I'm feeling really sad today. Oh, well, you're an idiot.
Exactly. Here's the other thing I have. Just quickly before fact checker. How would you feel if you paid a player $750 million and the manager feels like he needs to have a chat with that player after the game because he hasn't been running things out? That is Juan Soto and the Mets. It's happened twice in the last week. It's a ground ball to second. Second baseman fumbles it around a little bit. He didn't go hard out of the box. He gets thrown out. Probably should have been on. He hit one against the Green Monster. Admired that shot a little bit. Hits the wall. He ends up with a single. What you think? Not to mention, Soto's only hitting 240.
I'd be on his backside before you could even blink.
Yeah.
You have to be. Doesn't matter how much they play. Jeff Buzdillik. Vic, does that name ring a bell to you?
Yeah, check your text messages after the show, by the way, Moshe.
Okay. Jeff Buzdillik, former Nuggets coach. Some guys win the lottery.
I don't have one.
Maybe you shouldn't.
When people win the lottery, what do?
Do you know that the Denver Nuggets, listen to this stat. The Denver Nuggets
They quit their job, Brett.
Before Vic ignores everything that you're saying to say his thing.
Has Juan Soto quit his job?
I don't know if he's quit his job, but
Speaking
seems
of the lottery,
unmotivated.
The Denver Nuggets are the only team in NBA history, I believe, that have been around for more than 10 years, right? Long time. The only team that have never won the NBA lottery or moved up to improve their draft status. Ever. Ever. You know how some teams move up? Like Dallas goes to number 1?
Yeah.
Nuggets have never moved up. In fact, they've moved down most times. And they've never had the number 1 pick, ever, in the history of the lottery.
It's a cool stat.
Yeah.
Follow-up question. Where'd that come from?
He mentioned the word
Who told
lottery.
you that?
You know what? I
Different kind of lottery, bro.
I sucked that right out of this spaghetti string.
Different kind of lottery, brother.
Right there.
Different kind of lottery.
Speaking of spaghetti,
I
went to this great Italian restaurant the other day. Anyway, the Soto thing though, there seems to be like a sort of Russell Wilson-y effect here because he gets to take private jets, is what's being reported for road games as opposed to team flights.
Is this
family gets preferential treatment at the games?
This is that's unbelievable.
Moj, don't you remember when Kevin Brown?
How do you treat players differently?
Moj, remember when Kevin Brown signed with the Dodgers?
The Dodgers. But Vic, it wasn't that he flew to road games in a private jet or anything like that. It's that he got use of the jet a couple times a year.
He demanded in his contract use of the team private jet, the owner's private jet.
You know what? I feel like I would probably request that too. If I had the pull,
well, if you can get it, yeah.
Like let's say that I'm a Rockies player that is I'm due for an extension. I'm like the Nolan Arenado from 19, 18, whatever it was. Yeah, these numbers look good. I love it. One other thing. Yo, Dick, I'm using that jet whenever I want.
I'm sure the Rockies have a jet, right? They have to.
Oh, Munford has to, doesn't
They have
he?
to.
I just assume if you're an owner of a professional sports franchise, you have a jet.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
What if you
have
what
a PJ?
What if you own the Thornton Whalers? You had a Piper Cub.
You get a little puddle jumper. Yeah.
Did you see that
It's
guy?
one of the cartoon planes. You go like this to start it.
Moj, I got to send it to you. Did you see that guy, that YouTuber who constructed a plane in his garage and flew it, and it flew perfectly?
Really?
He made a plane, small prop plane, in his garage.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be a follow-up story in about a month about that plane didn't work the way that he thought it was going to.
I can't even make oatmeal.
Imagine trusting a plane that you built and like, I'll take this up there, I don't know, at least 1,000 feet.
Well, you have to get it inspected before you can go airborne with it.
He made the Wright brothers look foolish.
Yeah, you have to. You can't just build something and go down the street and take off and fly around. I mean, you get arrested or die.
Anyway, fact checker Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Brett, you successfully snuck this past me at the very, very tail end of yesterday's show after Fact Checker. But thankfully, Marty O and his giant satellite ears caught it. He gets the assist for this one.
Nice.
This is something, a little tidbit you gave us on the way out of the show.
By the way, just quickly, did you guys see that D-backs pitcher over the weekend, Tyler Gilbert? First start through a no-no? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, that was great when he did that, Brett. On August 14th, 2021.
This happens rarely.
Over
This
the
happens
weekend? What do you mean?
This happens rarely. I got. You know me, Moj.
You go
I
get.
don't get got. I go
go
get.
get.
But
Well,
I got.
Hey, so you know, Nelly, he closed the show with that factoid, and our boss, Kevin Shockey, was there at the event yesterday, and Shockey says, dude, you were totally wrong on that. And Brett didn't know what to do with himself.
I got. It's such a rare occasion that I get got.
You
like
got.
You know what I love about getting got, though? Every time somebody gets got on this show, it usually is followed by Moser going, yep,
It's so true.
No, I was just like, yeah, great. I had no idea what he was talking about. I had
Keep
no
it
idea.
coming.
I had no idea what you were talking about.
First start through a no-no? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. I had no idea what he was talking about.
I vow I will never get got for the next 6 months.
Okay.
I'm only going to go and get.
Okay,
and
we'll
hold
see.
me accountable for that.
We will see.
You going to get?
Go and get. All right. You guys have a wonderful Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
I'm thinking about getting Canadian citizenship
Well, hi, guys. It's a 2K Tuesday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The morning sprint, Alex Rydemi, Coach Mike Sanford. Cole Smith's behind the glass today as KJ Granderson is off. He'll be hanging out with us from 10 to noon before we hand things off to PhD.
Raj, you notice anything different about our intro right there? There were no highlights, no Kaz, no Connor McGahee.
Yeah.
And it wasn't Cole Smith's fault because he's a substitute teacher today.
Whoa.
It's because there's a reality. We woke up this morning and there is nothing.
There ain't nothing.
To recap with regards to our beloved Ball Arena residents. And you know what? I'm going through this thing, and we talked about it off air for a quick second. I heard the morning show talking about it, and I think it's an emotionally independent decision everybody has to deal with as a sports fan.
It's relevant and timely as well.
Are you ready to watch playoff basketball or playoff hockey today?
I am. I'm ready. I needed the time for the Avs. I needed the time to disassociate just a little bit. And I did watch Game 7 for Toronto and Florida. I watched Game 6 for Dallas when they went in overtime against Winnipeg. But that's because those games felt big. But I am ready to completely take in both the Eastern and Western Conference Finals. So you can actually listen to both of those right here on 92.5. So we'll be carrying play-by-play for both the East and the West Finals in the NHL, starting as early as I believe this evening. I'm ready for hockey. I needed the time because it felt like the Avs were so close. And it did feel like, and I believe this is playing out in front of our eyes, the thing that we talked about for so long in the run-up to that first-round matchup with the Stars. You've already watched the West Final. Now, things can happen, just like they did last year. Like Edmonton got hot. They went all the way to the Cup Final. They almost erased a 3-game deficit against Florida. Things can happen, but I still believe that the best team in the West is Dallas. The best team in the East right now is Florida, and I think they are on a crash course to take on each other.
What's your series prediction game? You know, game 4-3 or whatever.
I think both series might go 7.
Okay, so NHL-wise, let's start with Ed's Mountain versus Dal's Ass.
Huh?
Ed's Mountain. Edmonton. Ed's Mountain. And then Dal's Ass. Dallas. I know a guy named Dal. I really do. You ever met a Dal before in your life?
Sure haven't, Coach.
I have. Dal Sheely. Ironically, the president of the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. Dal Sheely.
I think both of those series are going 7. But I did need the time to
You've never heard Ed's
disassociate
Mountain, have
No,
you?
I haven't.
Ed's Mountain and Dal's Ass.
No, you
That's
might be the
pretty
first
good.
guy to do.
That's
Dude,
pretty good.
There's days where your brain is just.
It's locked in. I was driving in today and I'm like, Ed's Mountain, Dal's Ass. This is gonna go well.
What were you had for breakfast?
I had the Colorado coping mechanism apparently.
I did not need the same time to disassociate from the Nuggets. And I think it's because the reality of what Denver was with their injuries and the lack of the bench, especially when AG goes down with that hamstring injury and plays through it. And again, valiant effort from Aaron Gordon. But that's a long injury. And he was going to be severely hampered in a West Final against Minnesota. I didn't need the same time to walk away from the sport as I did in hockey because the Avs felt closer to a championship, even though they lose in the first round, than the Nuggets did despite being in Game 7 against the best team in the NBA in the second round. It's a weird little paradox.
I'm really
it's just
ready
the way
for
that
hockey.
I feel.
I'm finally ready for hockey. I can take. I'm a little bit like, I think it was Vic that was saying this morning that he's really excited to watch Edmonton versus Dallas. Has really little to no interest in Florida versus who? I don't even know.
Really good point. It's
Yeah.
the Carolina Hurricanes.
Yeah, not interested.
Always an afterthought.
I'm really interested in Edmonton and Dallas.
You know what's nice is that it does feel like the first time that because there's that McKinnon and McDavid battle of who's the best, who would you rather have on your team, and it always felt like they were adversarial. Doesn't it feel like it's really easy to root for Connor McDavid now?
It does, and Draisaitl.
Because of who he's going against.
Have we gotten all the awards yet in the NHL?
No, they don't do it until after the season.
Fully done.
It's like the last week of the Stanley Cup final. They do it in Vegas. It's sometime in the middle of June. But what they do is they'll tell you the finalists and stuff. So we know the finalists. Makar's going to win the Norris. Nate's got an outside shot to win the NHLPA MVP, which is the Ted Lindsay Award. He will not win the MVP. He won't win the Hart Trophy.
I'm not quite ready to watch Minnesota versus Oklahoma City.
Why?
I spent the better part of the last 20 days convincing myself that the Denver Nuggets can get through Oklahoma City and then find a way to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves. And sometimes coming to grips with the reality and the truth of who you really are, it's hard. It sucks. And I just don't really like either of these basketball teams. I don't like watching them. I'll tell you who I'm rooting for in this series, Minnesota. I don't know why. My fan emotions are telling me to root for Minnesota because I don't like Oklahoma City after that series.
There's a lot of ties.
I don't like
Nuggets.
Alex Caruso.
There's a lot of ties to the Nuggets organization.
You want to know why? The other reason why I want Minnesota to win is the very same reason that no NBA team in the last 7 years is a 2-time winner. Go win your championship, Minnesota, and get out of the way of the Nuggets because we don't want you in the way of the Nuggets anytime soon going forward. Did you realize this series that's starting tonight, Western Conference Finals, you realize it's been 29 years since the Western Conference Final didn't feature a team from the state of California or Texas.
Whoa.
29 years. Raj, you were 6 years old?
Brother, I was 3 years old.
3 years old. The last time that either a California or Texas team wasn't playing in some way,
96?
shape, or form.
So what was that final then? The 1996 Western Conference Final.
Let's take a guess.
I couldn't tell you, dude. Could not tell you what 96 was. Chicago and Utah? No, that's
Chicago's
East and West. Utah and...
Yep, you're on it. You're on it. This is good. This is great. 7-game series.
Boy, a 7-game series?
I'll give you a hint. One of the franchises is represented tonight.
Oh, Seattle.
The Supersonics.
Okay.
Seattle Supersonics.
You gave it away there, but okay, all right.
That's pretty good.
Seattle and Utah is the 96. That's the final one.
But doesn't that just seem weird?
And then on the opposite side, Chicago just demolishes Orlando in 4 games.
Yeah, and then so Seattle wins that series 4-3 in a 7-gamer. It's been the dynastic run of San Antonio, the dynastic run of the Lakers in the early 2000s, Shaq and Kobe, right?
The secondary run when they did it again.
Well, and then also another
without Shaq,
and then another dynastic run of the Spurs,
Golden State,
and that's about it.
It's about it.
But it's been a long 29 years worth.
You sprinkle Dallas in there a few
times.
Dallas
has always made a few appearances.
Dallas has a championship, multiple. I think they have 3 Western Conference Finals or 4 of them in that time. They have a championship. They have a runner-up last year. Yeah, that's nuts. I mean, 2 large states. So it actually brings me to the question I wanted to ask you to start off the show. Who is your least favorite Colorado sports rival right now? Because I thought it was going to be Minnesota. It actually shocks me to hear you say you would be rooting for Minnesota in this series because of the direct hatred that we saw the past couple of years.
Minnesota
knocking you out in game 82, knocking you out in game 7. GM leaving the organization to go there, and then that's what starts all of this. Yes, you get a championship in the middle of that, but all of the roster nonsense that starts with the Nuggets right now, it's because Minnesota lured Tim Connolly away. That's it. That's the reason. And they're not the most hated team. Minnesota is right up there with the Dallas Stars for me.
Was there anything about Minnesota that you left the series thinking anything other than they're just a bad matchup for the Nuggets? Like, it wasn't about the personalities being somebody that you wanted to punch. Like Anthony Edwards, I know he's got a flair for the dramatic. I know he's a confident basketball player.
I like him.
I do too. And I just look at
Gobert's punchable, but it's because he's French.
Yeah, but he's kind of a little bit of a sloth to me. He's kind of like there's like just there's a general malaise. There's a general malaise over the Frenchman that it doesn't it's more like whereas
you don't care about the Frenchman?
Yeah, I don't. He doesn't.
He's
really
an afterthought.
He doesn't occupy much real estate in my head. The Dallas Stars for me are the team I despise. I hate Jamie Benn.
Is that number one overall?
Number one overall.
Let's think about the rivals that you have right now. The Broncos have the Raiders, the Chiefs, the Chargers.
Chiefs are a thing of the past, man. They didn't win it this year. So
the Avs have the Stars, the Golden Knights, the Wild.
Again,
recently. Another afterthought.
Right.
Nuggets, Timberwolves, Thunder,
still
Lakers
is always there.
But Lakers feel afterthoughty to me,
They do.
Even though there's the history, right? And I think that's the one thing is that the history of the Lakers' hatred it certainly trumps what's happened with the Thunder. It trumps what happened recently with the T-Wolves. But I think that's why I put the Minnesota hatred above Oklahoma City because of recent history. The Rockies, who cares? The Dodgers, are you the main rival? It's tough when one team just wins everything, the other team loses everything, and the Buffs have
Nebraska,
the Huskers. But that feels like that the Huskers rivalry.
CSU has CU, which is real.
Doesn't the Huskers rivalry feel like it's going the way of Avs and Red Wings?
It is. It's just two different programs on.
It's a history book rivalry.
It is.
And it's such a shame. The fact that I don't even put the Red Wings in that list for the Avs is a shame. And you're going the way of that for CU and Nebraska. Yeah, there's hatred. There's historical hatred, but it's going away quick.
Where was the final, what would you say, the final year of Red Wings Avs significance?
Well,
relevance.
Did they move? I think they moved into the East after the first lockout, like the 2004 lockout or something like that.
Which is about the time that the Big 12, CU joins the Pac-12 in 2011, and they no longer are.
It was a little bit later. They moved from the West to the East, 2012 to 2013.
Almost the identical timing, though, for CU's separation, their amicable split from Nebraska with regards to conference affiliation. And then Nebraska joins the Big Ten subsequently a couple years thereafter.
The last time that they truly played in a series that really mattered, 2008 Western Conference semifinals, but Detroit was in the middle of, I think they won a cup they either won a cup that year or they lost in the finals to Crosby and the Penguins. They swept you in round two. It wasn't a series. The last time that was a true rock'em sock'em series was probably 02, 03.
A long time ago.
20 years ago, man.
23.
More than 20 years ago.
23, nearly a quarter century. Dallas Stars, for me, I hate their fans too. I posted just a very simple tweet after the Stars win in Game 7 to advance. Was it Game 7? They went 7, right?
Avs and Stars?
No. Stars and Jets.
6.
So they go through it on 6, and it was overtime. Game 6 overtime. Is that how they get through?
Yep. 2-1.
2-1.
Thomas Harley, slap shot from the point.
Simply post, I despise the Dallas Stars. And then, of course, I have every single redneck from Dallas reaching out to me and saying all the things. Just thousands.
It's a bunch of Stars fans asking why you aren't happy for them.
Which is crazy.
I'm not happy for any team that wins that's not me.
And they even go to the point of saying, oh, you're supposed to be a leader of young people, and you hate? How can you hate? And you know what I say to that, Raj? Sports hate is healthy. It's really healthy. It's better than abusing your dog. It's better than taking out on anybody else.
There's going to be some sports hate in LA 2028 Olympics. There's a vote that's going down, and football players may be hating other football players. On the other side, Coach, let's put together the very best flag football team the world can offer. It's coming to the Olympics, baby.
I can't wait.
That's next. 2K Tuesday, the morning sprint. Join us, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. Been talking about your least favorite Colorado sports rivals. And I think the text line has spoken. It is overwhelmingly the Dallas Stars. Overwhelmingly. And then right after that, like right on its heels, I saw a bunch of texts coming in about the Chiefs.
That's
legit.
That's a legitimate one. That's a long-standing rivalry and its recency. Dallas Stars feels there's a historical context with the Stars, no question.
They just
it's
find a way to beat you in the playoffs.
It's not
every year.
nearly as deep in terms of years of hatred between the two franchises as Broncos Chiefs.
Well, no, because that goes back into the 70s.
Correct.
That goes back into pre-NFL days.
Although the Chiefs went through some pretty dark years as a franchise. Pretty dang dark years. No question. I would say the Chiefs had a longer stretch of bad football than the Broncos have.
Did you see the Broncos? They were the 31st best odds last year at this time to win the Super Bowl. Less than a 1% chance. They had a 7% chance of making the playoffs last year. The Athletic just came out with their preseason Super Bowl odds. The nerds, the stat crunchers came out and did it.
Can I take a guess on where the Broncos are?
You may. So they were 31st last year.
31st out of 32.
Less than 1% chance to win the Super Bowl, a 7% chance to make the playoffs. What are they today?
7th best odds to win the Super Bowl.
Not quite.
Dang it.
11th.
I thought the defense was going to be the storyline.
They skyrocketed it up. Now it's still just a 2.1% chance to
Well,
win
that's
the Super
because
Bowl.
the odds makers didn't get a chance to play backyard football with Bo Nix for 3 hours on Saturday and see the dude's a complete dog. Because after that, I'd say they go from 11th best to 7th best odds to win a Super Bowl. Because that guy he's a football guy.
Up from 7% to make the playoffs last year to 49.8%. Kay Adams was talking about one of the main reasons why they've taken that massive jump.
What is a quality of Bo's that stuck out to you and sort of made him such a good match, maybe for the NFL and for really Sean Payton specifically in the Broncos?
Well, what I get into with Bo Nix is I have a lot of interesting insidery detail about the scouting process that led Sean Payton to want him. And it touches on a lot of things from, I don't want to give away too much at the moment, but like it touches on a lot of things from like analytics and Moneyball in the NFL to personality type. And I think that losing out on Patrick Mahomes was something that haunted Sean Payton. You know Sean very well. I mean, that has haunted Sean Payton's career, that he had his eye on Mahomes and that the Chiefs traded up right before he was due to pick him and got him. And I think that the scars from that led to him creating a system to evaluate quarterbacks that led to Bo Nix.
That was Seth Wickersham on with Kay Adams. It's one of the main reasons why you have skyrocketed into the top 12 in terms of, these guys can actually get it done. If everything goes their way this year, they can be dangerous. Now, I think they're a year out from being true contenders.
Probably one offensive weapon that just seems to continue to elude it.
One offensive weapon and a big step forward from Bo. And you can't, I don't think you can expect the big step forward. Now, I do believe that the Broncos have insulated themselves for the perceived second-year slump from a QB, right? The CJ Stroud slump. And now Houston, they had the ability to, deal with that slump because the AFC South sucks.
It's terrible.
You don't have that ability in the AFC West. You can make the argument it's the toughest division in football. It's certainly the best coach division in football.
Raj,
and maybe the best quarterback.
Raj, have I been on record for the last several months saying that I don't believe that Bo Nix himself is going to take a step backwards and have a sophomore slump?
He had an amazing season. Statistically, amazing season.
Just have I been on record saying that I don't believe Bo Nix is going to have a sophomore slump?
You have.
I have. Yes. 100%.
100%.
May 20th, 2025. Not a lot of hot takes coming out on May 20th, 2025 after both the Nuggets and Avs have been eliminated in the first 2 rounds of the postseason. Bo Nix is going to take a massive step forward in his second year. Massive step.
So hold on. What is that? Does that look like 35 touchdowns to 7 interceptions?
It looks like the offense is not going to hit those lulls that they hit in the 2024 season, where you ended up in the bottom 3 in terms of worst offenses regarding 3 and outs. That's a very easy step forward. The thing that I don't get caught up in, Raj, is touchdowns and interceptions. Touchdown stats, because here's what Bo Nix's touchdown numbers were pretty good last year for a rookie quarterback.
No, they were great.
Way better.
29 and 12. I think. Top of my head.
There's some games mixed in there against teams that prove to be really bad football teams in the National Football League, and you do get padding of
29 and
stats.
12. You
do get some padding of stats. This is not even going to be a stat step forward. This is going to be an optic step forward. You can just feel it. This is a quarterback that feels much more in control of this offense and doesn't feel like a team that's trying to avoid putting him in bad situations.
And while I say that they're insulated from the quarterback dip in year 2 for this reason, yes, it's a difficult division. The main reason is you have the best defense in football, and you supplemented it with 2 big-time signings, your first-round draft pick, that is your joker on defense, right? You can say on paper they are the best defense in football right now. That's part of the insulation. The other part is, look at last year. How many games did Bo Nix win for you? It might be 1 or 2. You didn't have to rely upon him to win games like Houston did 2 years ago with C.J. Stroud. They won games because of C.J. Stroud. And they got through to the playoffs last year because the AFC South is garbage. You got to the playoffs last year in an incredibly difficult division and shared playoff spots with 2 divisional opponents without having Bo Nix go out and physically win games for you. That's insane. Talk about insulation.
We've joked about that the game that Bo Nix probably went out and won against a really good team.
Lost.
Is a game that you lost, and that was against the Kansas City Chiefs, which had nothing to do with Bo Nix. You almost can't completely gloss over the fact, though, that the Broncos scored 34 points and Bo Nix was great against the Raiders at home. So you can't say that. I mean, the Raiders scored 18 points in that game.
Again, I said there's a couple of wins in there, but it's not a ton.
I thought that Bo was really good in the
7
fourth
of
quarter
10.
in terrible weather against the Jets. It was a terrible game. He threw for 60 yards, but he did some things that won you a football game.
He had a singular throw that won you the football game.
And
that's okay.
Critical
Sometimes
moment.
that's what
critical moment. That's what the position sometimes comes
down to.
And
you always go, it's not about touchdowns and interceptions, it's about when you're great. And honestly, that's kind of the Patrick Mahomes experience, isn't it?
Bo was terrific against the Carolina Panthers. The upstart Carolina Panthers, who after you beat them 28-14, ended up showing some promise at the tail end of their season. That they're like, oh wait, we might have a quarterback.
Big prove-it year for Bryce
I thought he answered the call at the end of the year. I thought Bo Nix was really good in back-to-back, really in consecutive games, going from at Kansas City, did some remarkable things. Probably, would you say that's his best game as a Denver Bronco in terms of the magnitude of the moment?
Oh, yeah.
And he was good the entire game. Perfect, no, but good, really good. He's really good against the Falcons in a 38-6 drubbing of Kirk Cousins. Thought he was good on the road against the Raiders, 29 points scored, and then 41 points against the Browns. That was a good stretch of football. Broncos, Colts, 31 points, good performance, and then didn't quite finish off with the Broncos at Chargers and the one at the Bengals. Those 2 games.
But the whole sentiment of what you just talked about for the last minute was okay. Outside of a couple of games where you go, he made good plays, elite plays when he needed to. Most of that sentiment was, he was all right. It wasn't Jaden Daniels.
The reason I stand by my take.
And they went 10-7.
Right. The reason I stand by my take that Bo Nix is not just going to avoid the sophomore slump, but in fact, on the contrary, he's going to take a massive step forward. While everybody else in the NFL is doing all their postseason, offseason, traveling the world, doing all the things, living that life. You know what Bo's doing? He's working. He's working. What he does.
Being a sociopath with 7-year-olds at Valor High School.
No, not only that, but he's working. I mean, do do you hear about anything other than nothing with Bo Nix?
No.
He is going to earn the leash that Sean Payton is going to dole out to him this year because of learning from mistakes from his freshman year, his rookie year, which is ultimately what it is. And then working to make himself even better and putting his body in a position that he knows what it feels like to play a 17-game season plus a playoff game. And he looked pretty good even in the tail end of that. They got their guy. Now, I don't know if he's a top 7 quarterback in the NFL after this year. Because I personally don't think that he was a top 12 quarterback after last year. I think he will absolutely be a top 10 NFL quarterback at the end of this season.
In terms of total QBR leaders in 2024.
I'm guessing he's 17.
Bo was 18. Really good guess. He was sandwiched in between Jameis Winston and Drake May. Although I believe he's a tick better than both of those guys right now. Number 1, Lamar Jackson. Number 2, Josh Allen. 3, Joe Burrow. Again, this is total QBR. Just kind of a catch-all. It's not perfect. Jaden Daniels, 4. Jordan Love, 5. Goff, 6. Purdy, 7. Mahomes, 8. Murray, 9. Hurts, 10. You think he has what it takes to jump into that top 10?
I do.
He would have to jump over Justin Herbert, Matt Stafford, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Tua, Trevor Lawrence, Drake May.
More than capable. But that'd be a massive step forward, would it not?
It would be.
If
he jumps into the top 10 in terms of, again, I'm just using the QBR as a catch-all.
It's a pretty good measurement.
It's fine.
Because it takes into account.
Just like WAR isn't perfect, but it's like, I get what the number says. That's a good player.
I actually think WAR is bad all the time, man. I don't like WAR. WAR is a stat.
Glad you're a humanitarian, coach.
Yeah, big.
Violence bad, says the football player.
Me and Jenny was like peas and carrots at games. we're gonna be.
Dude, if he jumps into the top 10, if he is in the same conversation as Goff, Love, Daniels, they're a 12-win football team and they win the division.
That's my quarterback.
Right on cue, baby. Just pull it on the backpack. But the backpack with Drew Lock has rave flashlights in it, and it's got a couple of seltzers and maybe one of those shotgun piercers because he doesn't want to use his keys because he thinks that he's going to pierce it and then it's going to spray all over his face and ruin his outfit.
Jaeger bombs.
It's got Jaeger bombs in it.
Jaeger bombs.
The backpack for Bo Nix has none of those things.
Lacrosse balls to get out inflammation. And knots
it's got
in
a
his lower back. Football.
It's got a notepad. It's got a list of the 7-year-olds that didn't catch footballs on Saturday of last weekend so that you can go by and egg their house.
Do you realize that my 8-year-old son dropped 2 passes? He had 2 attempts from Bo Nix to catch a pass.
How expensive is that therapy going to be for the next 5 years?
For 2. 10-year-old caught the ball. So let's just say that.
Wide receiver.
I was like, listen, man.
You know what? That's not your kid's fault. That's the gene pool's fault. That's your fault. That's your fault.
8-year-old's going to either be like
the Sanford Swimmers.
Oh, man.
I'm here to protect the children.
Yeah, they knew the score on the way home. They knew the score.
Hey, I said that we were going to put together the best possible flag football team that Team USA could bring to the 2028 Olympics. We didn't get to it last segment. I promise. On the other side, Coach, it seems like it's going to be approved. NFL football players wearing girdles and athletic shorts and running around in their underwear at the Coliseum. The best football team you can possibly put together. And there's a guarantee that a Bronco is going to be on it. How about that?
Hey, Colorado, looking to tackle your real estate needs, well, look no further than the CU Buffs' all-time leading tackler, and that's Barry Remington and the Remington team at WK Real Estate. I'm so excited to tell you about my favorite real estate agent and family in Colorado. Barry has years of experience and over 40 homes sold each year. Barry and his team consistently deliver results because buying a home is a major decision for you. Selling a home is a major decision as well. Barry ensures that you find the right one or the right buyer without getting stuck in a bad situation. Ready to win in this market? Make sure you don't settle for just any agent. Work with the Remington team at WK Real Estate. I did. So visit BarryRemington.com for more information. They serve Boulder, Denver, and beyond.
Take us wherever you want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. Bet you Missy does. It's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com. That is willheightwins.com. I've been doing some tinkering with the Avs lineup and what they should and should not do in the offseason. We'll get into that coming up in hour 2 here today. But before we do that, news coming out of the NFL. Sources say the league is expected to get at least the 24 votes that they need out of 32 owners and governors around the league to okay NFL player participation in the 2028 Olympics in LA that has flag football.
You know what that means? We're going to find out very quickly who has military parents that were born in Germany, Italy, England,
or grandparents that, lived in Lithuania for 2 weeks. The IOC lets you kind of do anything.
They got to get real loose with this one.
They do.
Real.
Well,
I'm talking 3-4 generations loose.
Dude, if the NFL allows players,
because otherwise this is going to be a bloodbath.
It's a gold medal. It's a guaranteed gold medal.
Not just a gold medal. It's going to be stupid. Dumb. It won't even be competitive. Because when this happened with the Dream Team, and I was alive for that. I remember when I used to love going to McDonald's and getting the collector's cups of the original Dream Team for the Olympic
What was the best
McDonald's
like kids meal toy that you ever got?
Well, they did a great job with Jurassic Park. When Jurassic Park came out, they had it was like a Triceratops triple cheeseburger. It got me real fired up, and they had some
Land
really
Before
good
Time.
toys. That was Jurassic Park.
All right.
The actual Jurassic Park, the release of that film.
The one that always sticks with me, and let me squirrel here for a second. We'll go back to your, football and sports. They came out with the Furby. Remember Furbies? Those stupid little...
I don't.
You don't remember a Furby?
I was too old.
Come on.
It's like a fur baby?
Yeah, it's exactly what it was. It was these stupid little animatronics.
Would you wear the matching ears with your Furby?
Absolutely not, but...
And a tail? Would you pin a tail on too?
We don't kink shame here on the morning sprint, Coach.
Raj, are you a furry?
Come on. No.
The Furbies stick out to me.
Low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, it was. It was. Good for you. Those things, I remember them giving Furbies away. I remember them... It's not as iconic as the Monopoly game. That thing was nuts, and then we figured out that it was actually rigged, and then they took it away. Furbies are the biggest ones that I remember. Those things were nuts. The Land Before Time was Pizza Hut, so it's the 6-4-1.
I love that movie to this day. Land Before Time.
Petrie, Littlefoot.
Great film.
Give it to me, man.
Still cry.
Sorry, football.
We're going into our 12-team rosters.
12-man rosters.
What did I say, team?
Yeah.
12-man rosters for...
That would be a decent way to do it.
Explain.
Only one player per team. You can't repeat.
By 2 quarterbacks. And I'm gonna carry 2 quarterbacks.
All right, let's hear it.
Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels. If you watch flag football, the quarterback position needs to be extremely athletic. Move around, make things happen. They can take off and run. They do a lot of things.
Guaranteed. Patrick Mahomes wants to play. You don't get to play, man. Sorry. You're not as dynamic.
Arguably the best player that you could possibly draft for multiple purposes to bring onto your U.S. national team flag football, Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter has to be on the team. Plays both ways.
Unbelievable value.
Must.
Stupid value. Justin Jefferson.
Okay. I like it.
Best ball skills you could find. I want some height. I want a little bit of height. Jamar Chase. Give me a big, wildebeest, top 3 receiver. I want some girth. Guy that's going to play physical.
You don't
intimidation
need
factor.
physicality.
Please hear me out. Brock Bowers.
Oh, okay. Well,
because he can run, but he's also powerful.
All right. I thought you were going to hit me with a Travis Kelce type of thing.
No. Brock Bowers. Youth. You want youth. You want guys that can.
You and I have a very similar team right now.
I got Pat Surtain II as really my second defensive back.
Hold on. All right. We'll get to defense in a little bit. So my offense is, I think it's kind of crazy that you're putting 2 quarterbacks on the team when you're only allowed 6 players per side.
I got Travis Hunter.
That helps. Lamar Jackson's your quarterback.
And I got PS2, who can definitely go both ways.
Lamar Jackson is your quarterback. Saquon Barkley has to be on the team. Right?
Why? A running back?
I think you have to have a running back. And he's the best running back in the world.
breaking tackles doesn't mean a thing.
He's the best running back. He jumps over dudes going backwards.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I don't know.
You're going to keep Saquon Barkley off the U.S. men's national flag football team?
I'd rather have Brock Bowers play like a quote unquote
insane thought process.
Doesn't have all the hits added up from the previous season. I'll tell you that.
If you wanted to give me like a Jahmyr Gibbs instead of him because he does like a little bit more out of the backfield in terms of being able to spread and catch, I could have given you that.
If there was this generation's version of, say, Darren Sproles or Reggie Bush, it really isn't
Tyreek.
Yeah, Tyreek.
But 4 years from right now is Tyreek. Or sorry, 3 years because it's 2028.
Well, a lot of people would ask, is AB what he was 4 years ago? And based off of what happened this weekend, he looked like he still got it.
All right, so Lamar Jackson, Saquon Barkley. I have Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase as well. I don't think you can keep either one of those guys off. I throw Bowers on 2, and Travis Hunter is my final offensive player. I was thinking about putting Jahmyr Gibbs on, but kept him off. Your defense.
Pat Surtain the second.
Guaranteed.
Charvarius Ward. Oh, just versatile defensive back. Jalen Johnson, Chicago Bears. And
no linebackers?
I mean, I just want dudes that can run, man. I don't even care. Linebackers don't do anything for you. Those body types, unless they're just...
Like if they're a Fred Warner type?
Fred Warner be
like a
good.
Roquan Smith?
You just need short area, quick guys and guys that can go.
Could you do a Derwin James?
Derwin James, perfect. I got to add him to the list. Derwin James.
My defense right now is Pat Surtain.
Yep.
Sauce Gardner.
Yep. He still got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Roquan Smith. Kyle Hamilton.
That's a great call.
Kyle Hamilton's I think he's my spider in the middle of the defense. Kyle Hamilton really has to be on the team. Travis playing both ways, and I have a spot open that I don't know. Like, I don't know if I want to throw a linebacker in there because I agree, you don't need body. Derwin James might take in that final spot for me.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Derwin James, Kyle Hamilton, Roquan Smith, Sauce Gardner, Pat Surtain, Travis Hunter.
Roquan Smith, how big is that dude? Seems like a huge human.
Roquan Smith is 6'1", 230 pounds.
That's good. He's a good fit, Raj.
Side to side linebacker.
Yep, he's a good fit. Good. That's a good team.
Coach, who's your running back?
That's the thing.
I don't believe in.
You don't need a backfield.
Flag football. Like we're not tackling. We're not breaking tackles. We're not reading inside zone. We're not reading power. I want athletes that can make people miss and run away from them. That's it.
So you're leaving off Saquon, Bijan Robinson, Aaron Jones, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Aaron Jones is in the conversation if he was healthy.
Bucky Irving.
I would fill.
All right, you're gonna take.
You want to know who my running back is? Brock Bowers. That's who my running back is.
Hand the ball off to that guy.
Yeah, University of Georgia did it. LA Raiders, Las Vegas Raiders did it.
It would be a bloodbath. And the reason why I said there was going to be hatred is because there's a list of guys who are Michael Better, Amir Brown, Velton Brown, Isaiah Calhoun, Mike Daniels, Darrell Doucette, John Luis Hernandez, Jadeon High, Jamie Kennedy. All these are dudes who are on the current USA national flag football team. And what I say to you is, tough cookies, man. You don't get to play anymore. They're going to put up a whole stink. And if they do like this, like a hybrid thing where it's like a bunch of those guys and then they throw in Tyreek Hill or they throw in a Jamar Chase or Lamar Jackson to play with them, it's nonsense.
Better exercise,
It's
Raj.
nonsense.
Better exercise than naming the 12-man roster for the U.S. national team. And I'd love for our texters to chime in on this one. On the Shop Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. Who in the heck gets silver and bronze? Who is it? Who gets silver and bronze in Olympic flag football?
I have no idea. I have no clue. Allow the U.S. to field 7 teams. They'll place 1 through 7.
You guys are hating on China. There's a whole
all
football
right,
league
sure.
over there. I mean, come on.
Sure,
There's some
sure.
countries
Yeah,
that might
that-
show
I mean,
up.
that's
This
gonna do
Cole
it.
Smith in China. What are we doing?
No
It's
shot,
out of control, man.
But the cool thing is, you're guaranteed to have a Bronco on this team in 3 years. You will be able to root for a Denver Bronco at the Olympics.
Pat Surtain.
Guaranteed.
Maybe Jade Barron. Well, jack of all trade. He's the defensive joker. Play all the positions. Plays corner, safety, nickel. Do it
Imagine
all.
2 members from the team on defense.
I'll tell you this: if Jade Barron's the defensive rookie of the year, if he has 3 or 4 or 5 interceptions, he'll be squarely in the conversation.
All right, some more to get
here we go. We got Jokic is the QB for Serbia.
Okay.
We have Australia will be second place because there are a lot of Aussie rules football open
Rugby teams.
There's some of that. New Zealand, do they put together a good squad? Maybe, I don't know.
They just put the All Blacks out there and say
obviously
go run.
Canada, they do have Canadian
Is
football
that
league.
Australia or New Zealand? It's New Zealand, right? The New Zealand All Blacks are the rugby. That's what they. Yeah, that'll work.
Somebody said, "Give me the entire Colorado Rockies starting lineup."
Whoops. So much more to get into with the Nuggets and the Avs. I told you I've been tinkering around with the Avs roster and what they should and should not do as the cap expands to $95.5 million. The easier job between the two GMs, one that we don't know with the Nuggets and one that we do know with Chris McFarland, the easier job is Chris McFarland's, but he has a major gaffe to make up for. And that's the Cal Ritchie and first-round draft pick for Brock Nelson trade. How does he make up for that in the offseason? I will tell you on the other side. If you're looking to listen to the Eastern Conference Final in the National Hockey League, you can listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Starting at 6 p.m., we'll have play-by-play for both the East and West Finals in the NHL. So if you're like Coach and I, and we've gotten over our mourning period, our I refuse to watch hockey period.
Want to know what's good about my experience with the post-mortem of a Monday following the end of all things Denver-based playoffs? I got to go out and coach my first real football practice, which was like the ultimate medicine, man. You know what's really healthy in life is when you avoid confronting pain and you just go out and find a distraction. That's what I did, Raj, and it was so healthy.
You know what my distraction has been? Well, it's been going through depth charts and average annual value projections from Data Nerd. That's how I've coped with this nonsense for the Avs. I've taken a dive into the roster and what they can do and who I want to have on this team moving forward. Like, the cap's going to be $95.5 million. We know that it's moving up, but there are some big holes. You don't know what's going to happen at second center. You don't know what's going to happen with your fifth and sixth defenseman. You have pending free agents all over the place. The trade that you made, and this is one that, while you can applaud GMs for making big-time moves when your team is directly in the middle of a cup window. Hey, they tried. They went out there. They did it, but it failed. If it fails, you have to call it on its head. The Brock Nelson trade was an abject failure. The fact that he doesn't show up in that series, scoring big-time goals, feeling like he had a physical presence, although he was part of the line, the 5-on-5 line of him, Nichushkin, and Landeskog was far and away your best shot creation and shot suppression line in that first-round series. It didn't feel like he had the impact that a first-rounder and your best prospect in Cal Ritchie should have fetched. Now, there was also a conditional third-rounder that would have been sent to New York, but the Avs would have had won the cup, and Nelson had to play like 50 or 75% of the games or something like that. So that doesn't go. It just turns into Ritchie in a first.
We were so excited, all of us, when Brock Nelson was signed at the deadline.
He was a fit.
And he was really, really good in terms of his presence, his veteran leadership. You just felt like you answered a question that you hadn't answered in quite some time about where you were going to find your production on the second line. So what happened in the playoff series? Why did Brock Nelson become a bit of a face of a milk carton?
I don't know. Maybe it was you looked at the player. He's really solid two ways, but maybe thinking that he's a solid two-way player is different than him being a physical presence at 6'4" in the middle.
Was he a career Islander?
Career Islander.
Is that part of the problem?
Maybe.
Just irrelevance, not a lot of significant moments, not a lot of times where every single thing that you do is going to be scrutinized.
Always
and really
around
matter.
the playoffs, but like never contending. Like never even a thought to get out of the first round. And that could have been part of it. Maybe there was, I've been in New York my entire career, and now I'm in my early 30s, right? He's 33 years old. And I get traded away from a place that I've known that I'm a little disgruntled with because he turned down like a $7 million offer from them during the season. And now he's disgruntled because he gets moved on, much like the Rantanen trade, although the tier of player is drastically different. But maybe he's disgruntled. He's not as happy. It didn't look like he was playing with much joy during the playoffs.
Brock Nelson, a top 50 player in the NHL.
Yeah. I'll give him top 50.
Was he a second liner for the U.S. national team in the Four Nations?
I think he was their second line center.
It's 2C.
Maybe 3C, but I think he was their 2C. Yeah, top 50 player. He's a good hockey player, and he's a good fit for the team. But it feels like
odds of him coming back are less than 20%.
Yeah.
Less than 10%.
The chatter around the league is if he's going anywhere, he's going to Minnesota. because the Wild now have a bunch of cap space because the Parisi and Suter contracts, the buyouts are gone.
Is he a War Road guy?
He's a War Road guy.
Yeah, War Road, Minnesota.
And something with these Minnesota guys, like they always want to go home and play for the Wild, even though like those guys grew up without a hockey team there. Because like the North Stars had already moved to Dallas. There wasn't a team until.
But you think about Brock Nelson's your age. The Wild have been when you were a middle schooler. The Wild were a franchise, correct?
Yeah, I think they came in. When did they come in? 2002.
It's been 20.
2000.
Years.
They came in 2000.
20.
All right, so I suppose Minnesota's there.
Yeah, he was an 8-year-old.
The Minnesota guys like always want to go home for some reason. I don't get it because the franchise is relevant.
It's a hockey thing, man. They just look at it as it's hockey city, hockey state. It's a hockey state of mind.
Again, like Parisi and Suter did it, and they did nothing.
You go get your Caribou coffee every morning, and they serve it in a mug that says "The Bold North." It's a hockey state of mind. I lived there for 2 years. I'm like, I love this game, but my goodness, you quit reminding me.
Cool it.
I get it, man. I'm coaching the wrong sport in this damn state.
There's a very good chance that he leaves and goes to Minnesota. Now, the trade will always be, it's always going to be a failure. Because you didn't get past the first round and you gave up a first and your top prospect. Who knows what that prospect's going to turn into? Everyone's talking about how Cal Ritchie is going to be like the next big thing. We also talked about that way, not as much, but like Barron and Hellison and moving on from all these young players back in 2002 or 2022 rather, when the Avs won a cup. And
Who's the other one in the last 2 years? Russian. We were really excited about his arrival.
Oh, his dad Kovalenko.
Yes. He's gone.
He's in San Jose, but he's an RFA. I think he's a free agent in San Jose, and he wasn't happy with his time with the Sharks.
I was thinking about RFA. I'm like,
but he wasn't
Russian
like a high draft
Federation
pick. He was like a
administrator,
restricted free agent.
I know.
He was like a 6th round draft pick, like solid player, but like bottom 6 player. Not a guy who you would expect to step in and be your 2C of the future. That Ritchie might be.
Do the Avs have anything in the pipeline that even remotely excites you?
No, they have one guy. They have 2 guys.
Who are they?
Goaltender Ilya Nabokov, who you don't need right now, but he's going to come over to the U.S. this year. And he's likely going to be like the main guy for the Eagles in the AHL. And then when Scott Wedgwood gets to free agency after next season, Nabokov then slots in as your backup. Or Blackwood plays out the remaining 3 years, I believe, that would be on his contract. And then hopefully at that time, like a 28-year-old, 27-year-old Ilya Nabokov is ready to step in as your starter. So the pipeline for the goalies is awesome. Great.
Which is the first time you can say
kind of the first time ever.
Well, yeah.
Ever. Going back to 96 when they move over, like name the last time they had this deep of a goaltending pipeline.
Who is P.W.'s best number 2 netminder?
David Abisher.
Okay. So you didn't really have
Craig Billington you could throw in there, but like David Abisher was the best guy, and then Mark Denis was coming up, and then he got swiped by Columbus in the expansion draft in 2000. This is the best goaltending pipeline the Avs have ever had. The only other player that is worth thinking about is the defenseman in Russia, Mikhail Gulyayev. He will not be coming over this year, and that hurts because you could use him this year. He's still under contract in Russia.
Can I buy a consonant with old Gulyayev?
Mikhail Gulyayev. Gulyayev.
You were so excited. You were excited to say that.
Dude, he is a hell of a player. Hell of a skater.
Is he a big man?
He's slightly larger than Malinsky. He's slightly larger than Malinsky, slightly smaller than Makar, but he skates like the wind. I think he makes Sam Girard expendable. And that's where I get to, this is how Chris McFarland can make the Avs better this offseason. You have to make some really tough decisions on players that you like. Sam Girard has to be traded. And it's not because you don't like him, it's because you need the cap space. Plain and simple. And Sam was good this year. He was good in the postseason, even though the puck goes off his skate. He was good. You need to find a way to get a little bit more grit, a little bit more sandpaper. You either trade Girard or you trade Manson. And now Josh Manson was terrible during the regular season. Awful. And he was also injured. He's getting older, but he's on the final year of his contract, which means if he falls off the cliff, you don't have to worry about him being on the roster anymore. Girard is younger. He is more cap controllable. There are teams around the league that would view Girard as an upgrade because they don't have a puck-moving defenseman. Now the Avs have plenty of them, which means you can move on from that glut of talent if you want to create a little bit of cap space. I would trade Girard before I would trade Manson. Now, Manson being terrible in the regular season, he was amazing in the postseason. That's the reason why I hang on to him. He is a postseason performer. I would move on from Girard. I would try and find a way because, again, you are in a cap crunch right now, and you still need to sign a big-time second center for good money. I would also find a way to trade Ross Colton in his $4 million contract that has 2 more years remaining. Could Pittsburgh be enticed to get Ross Colton on Sidney Crosby's wing for a second-round draft pick? I don't need players back. I need cap space, and then go utilize that in free agency. I would move on from Colton because of a $4 million cap hit. I don't think you can trade the Miles Wood contract.
What is Gabe Landeskog going to command salary-wise?
He's signed $7 million for the next 5 years.
5 years.
Yep. Landy is under contract.
Is Landy good?
I think he's good. What did the postseason tell you?
Sample size enough for you to...
Sample size was enough to tell me that he should have played in games 1 and game 2. And if he plays in game 1 and game 2, what you see throughout the rest of the series means the Avs win the series. It was an egregious lineup mistake. Now, I asked the question of McFarland and Sakic in their postseason presser.
Raj, did you not lose games 3 through 7?
Yes, you
3-2, a 5-game series. You lost 3-2.
But what I'm saying is that Landeskog got better throughout the series. So if you move that timeline up, who knows what? Like him getting better in games 3 and game 4 when you lose in overtime, right? Maybe it's a better version of Landy, and he impacts that game.
Now that cooler heads have prevailed, and a lot of post-mortem has already transpired over the last 3 weeks. Do you have any idea what went into that decision?
Well, I asked McFarland and Sakic, and they said it was like a health and preparedness decision.
So when to clear him?
It was not we're waiting to make sure that
it had nothing to do with the strategy of
the energy. No, it was,
which is totally the right thing.
It was health, and it was making sure that he was okay to play, and the answer from them was Landy was on board with it. It doesn't mean he liked it. It doesn't mean it was Landeskog's decision to go, hey, I'm not ready to play in these games, because there were reports, mainly from Dater, that he wanted to play in games 1 and game 2. Now, if he's on board with it, that could mean that, a disgruntled Gabe was like, all right, I get it. You guys you're doing what's best for me as the player to ensure not only that you get a run out of me in the postseason right now, but you also get the remainder of my contract, which again, Gabe Landeskog is signed through, the next 3 years. He's going to year 5 of an 8-year extension. He's signed until age 35. He's back. I still think it was a mistake. Now, you move on from Girard. You find a way to move Colton. Now you've got a few second-round draft picks. That's probably what Girard would fetch maybe on draft day. Same thing with Colton. Like, he's a good middle 6 player. Maybe you could get a second-rounder out of him. Again, I'm not worried about assets coming back. I'm worried about making sure that I can create cap space. I would then use that money to sign 2 players. And we're going to get close. One of them is a big Russian, mean son of a gun defenseman from LA. His name is Vladislav Gavrikov. And he is my number 1 target. I think he's excellent. He doesn't really provide all that much offensive upside, but he is a guy who can be a top pairing defenseman, but doesn't need to be here in Colorado because of Kale and Devon Taves. I love that player. I would sign him to a 6-year deal. He's 29 years old right now at $6 or $6.5 million on average annual basis, and I would do it tomorrow because I think he continues to drastically alter how you play hockey in the playoffs.
And he is a free agent.
He's a free agent.
Unrestricted?
Unrestricted free agent. And I don't know if LA can hang.
What kind of money? What kind of money is that going to command?
6 by 6.5.
Okay,
that's my thought. And again, I use AFP analytics.
He's obviously got to be. Is he a second line defenseman?
He'd be your second pairing defenseman. You put him next to Sam Malinsky, something like that.
So yeah, big dude and a guy
big and
that
small.
can skate.
Yeah, something like that. And then I would use the remaining money, because you still need a second centerman. If you can find a way, and this is a pipe dream for me. If you can find a way to get Sam Bennett out of Florida, I take Sam Bennett and I run away. You need to get more rats on this team. You need to get more guys that are willing to take a cross check in the face, even though like his career high is 51 points. I don't care about the points. I don't care about him at all. I don't care that he's a 51-point player. I care about how he played. Watch that dude. If you're watching the Eastern Conference Final in the Panthers, tell me you wouldn't want number 9 on Florida on your team. He fills second line center. Now, could he revert back to what he was in Calgary? Sure, but he was still a rat in Calgary. I want more rats. And Gavrikov and Bennett are rats. And I think you can do it. But you're going to have to part ways with around $10 million in cap space. A question from the 548, can we get Mitch Marner? No, you can't. No shot. No chance.
Would you want him?
No.
Yeah.
No. Amazing player in the regular season. Shrinks when the moment gets big.
Any chance for a Sidney Crosby?
Nah.
Any chance for
maybe at the trade deadline? Like maybe if Pittsburgh's terrible again next year and Sid's like, come on, guys. Like, what are we doing here? Maybe. Who knows?
Any chance for a Brady Tkachuk?
No, he's signed for a long time in Ottawa, I believe. But I mean, I would
talk about
kick
a rat.
the tires. Talk about a rat, but no, he's the captain in Ottawa. Ottawa would be idiots to get rid of that guy. But I think he's signed long term in Ottawa. That's my answer, man. Trade away Colton, trade away Gerard, not because I don't like the players, but because you need the caps.
7-year contract through 2027.
Yeah, he's not coming. That's my answer. If CMAC wants to make this thing better, you have to continue to mold your team like the rats that are about to play each other in the Cup final, and that is Dallas and Florida in my mind. You can do it in the offseason, but you have to move around $10 million out the door. And for me, unfortunately, and again, I like the players, it starts with Ross Colton and Sam Girard. That's how it starts. Offseason, man, tough truths. Got to answer them.
What's good, Colorado? Got some action tonight. Got some playoffs, Western Conference Finals on both the hockey side and on the NBA side. And so it's, as the weather continues to heat up, the sports action, as we know, is heating up at Circus Sports Colorado. From baseball to NBA, hockey, Circus Sports has everything. It's got you covered. Circus Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting. It's sports betting the way that it should be. With high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. So whether you're looking for playoff odds, props on your favorite players, and more, Circus Sports, well, it's got you covered. Download the Circus Sports Colorado app today or visit circusports.com. Reminder, you must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kreckman and Lindahl will be broadcasting at Safeway in Littleton off Mineral Avenue tomorrow from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Discover the taste of real chicken with Redbird Farms. They're going to be cooking up some samples of their delicious 3 chili and original chicken burgers. Make sure you stop by and take a bite of Red Farms chicken, the go-to choice for real chicken. We'll see you guys 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. tomorrow at Safeway in Littleton off of Mineral Avenue. Coach, did you know?
Give me a little DYK there.
Did you know Chris Finch is one of us?
It's so frustrating to play this team because they foul a ton. They really do. They foul all the time. And then, you can't really touch Shea. And it's a very frustrating thing, and it takes a lot of mental toughness to try to play through it. And, we just eventually were able to get downhill and force the issue ourselves, and we're rewarded for it.
Timberwolves head coach Chris Finch talking about the added pain that is playing Oklahoma City and having to play against the whistle and establish the whistle early on, not only in a game or in a series.
Did we just become best friends, Chris Finch?
I kind of think we did. We talked about how at the beginning of the show has enough time passed for you as a sports viewer to enjoy both the hockey conference finals and the basketball conference finals. And for me, yes, I'm there. It took a week for me to get over hockey. It took 2 days for me to get over the Nuggets losing, just because with the injuries and the fact that Minnesota wasn't exactly a great matchup for you, I didn't really see it going well if Denver had pulled off the upset in OKC in Game 7. But then we also went on to who's the most hateable rival in Colorado sports right now. And you said, I'm rooting for the Minnesota Timberwolves. After hearing that, man, I am too. One of us.
Hearing Chris Finch, head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves, talk about the challenges of competing against the Oklahoma City Thunder and the NBA officials reminds us why the Oklahoma City Thunder basketball team is hard to watch and certainly hard to root for. Yeah, I'm rooting for the Minnesota Timberwolves. You know what else I'm rooting for? And this sounds crazy. The state of Minnesota just has never won anything. Ever. Always there. Second place parade central. Vikings. You want to talk about a franchise that's had some really good teams, some really good moments. And
Dante Culpepper years, the Randy Moss years.
Nothing to show for it. Minnesota Twins, I believe, are the only Minnesota franchise that has won a
that hasn't happened since the early 90s.
It's Kirby Puckett.
Good pull.
They played in a dome.
Now they got Target Field's beautiful.
Beautiful. Great
gorgeous ball.
It's a little footprint. It's interesting. It's a tiny little area. But a really fun park.
Outdoor park, by the way.
In Minnesota, that's bold.
It's crazy.
It's audacious.
What are you doing?
You know what's weird, though? For whatever reason, you didn't really have that many horrible weather games there. It's January, February in the state of Minnesota is just ridiculous.
But like the football team encloses their new stadium, but the baseball team won't?
Playoffs. Although
you want playoffs and you want a Super Bowl.
September's and October's in the bold north aren't as bad as you think. They can be, but it's more of a one-off. It's more like Colorado. The other thing, and I brought this up when I was talking about why I'm rooting for the Minnesota Timberwolves. I have no idea what the core is going to look like for the Denver Nuggets going forward. I have a feeling, a sneaking suspicion, it's going to look a whole heck of a lot like what we just saw because you're tied to those contracts. You're going to have Jamal Murray on your basketball team. You're going to most likely
Are you sure about that?
Tell me how are you going to part ways?
Because you can't just run it back.
How are you going to part ways with Jamal Murray?
A first-round draft pick and something that you don't want to part with. Maybe Christian Brown. You can't just run this thing back. It's dead in the water right now. As currently constituted, it is dead in the water. It's not getting better than Oklahoma City is. It's not. And we know that the new CBA and the aprons are meant to make sure that you get 1 year and then maybe you can get a second and then it's done. But OKC still has like 15 first-round draft picks that they get to use, one of which is yours that you still have to send them. Like, you're telling me that just because you're up, you know what's creek, that you're just going to have to run it back? No, there is a path forward, and it's a path that hurts. The right way to do this is, unfortunately, by burning a year of Nikola Jokic's prime. And the only way to do that, to get better, to not guarantee, but give yourself the best opportunity in this version of the NBA, is to get out from the Jamal Murray contract or the MPJ contract, which
you just
means
signed the Jamal Murray contract.
right,
it's going to be
I'm
really
telling
hard
you,
to
I
that's
just
a
told
tough
you how
one
to
to
get.
purge.
I just told you how to get out of it.
You still need a buyer.
I told you how to get out of it.
You still need somebody who's willing to take on Christian
so
Brown
then,
plus
so then
Jamal
it's dead.
Murray.
So then the window's dead. It's gone.
That's what
game over.
That's how you have to look at the NBA in the last 7 years, that it's been dead for every other team as well. Because nobody's had a repeat performance over the course of a 7-year stretch. Nobody even went out and waited 3 years. Giannis Antetokounmpo looked like he was primed to bring championships beyond championships.
Yeah, until Chris Middleton got hurt.
Every single
Until
one
Chris
of these
Middleton got hurt and then got paid. And then they brought in Damian Lillard, who's making a bunch of money. And we know that you can't have two guys making that much money without any sort of depth. And Milwaukee paid the price.
Raj,
just like Denver is right now.
1 year ago.
So why just sit there doing the same thing?
The problem is, how do you get rid of it?
I just told you.
Who is going to take it on?
Tell
me, name a team that would take that on. That would say, I'm going to take Christian Brown and Jamal Murray off your hands.
And a first.
Name the team.
A 2031 first one. Oh, maybe 2031, 6 years from right now. Let's see. Nikola Jokic is 36. Is he still in the NBA? I'll take Denver's 2031 first round pick, because there's a very good chance that the Nuggets are terrible in 2031. You don't think that's enticing to a team?
Who's going to score points for the Denver Nuggets next year?
Find him in free agency. I don't care. Next year, you're not winning a championship next year. It's not happening. It's not happening. Unless you make a trade that has MPJ and a first and like Najee to try and get rid of that.
So your solution,
to take another bad contract, like maybe you can get like the Paul George contract in, but then you're in the same situation.
Your solution for what ails the Denver Nuggets is to
win 40 games next year.
Get rid of 33% of your scoring production.
Win 40
on
games
a team
next year.
That in the postseason was desperately looking for any form of
win 40 games next year. That's my answer.
You know how painful that's going to be for Nikola Jokic?
I know. Take a step back next year to make sure that you are in a better position to win when he's 32, 33, 34, and 35.
Do you play Nikola Jokic in that setting?
Yeah, of course.
How much?
Not as much as you played him this year, but you play him, of course. You'd still be a playoff team. You're a playoff team with Nikola Jokic.
Without
it's just
Christian
going to
Brown,
happen.
Without Jamal Murray.
Yeah, but you
and a first round draft pick that's not unlocked for you until 2031. You're gonna be a playoff team.
You would be a playoff team.
You were staring
next
down
year.
the barrel,
and then you continue to get cheaper and younger.
Raj, with
and
3 games
deeper.
to go, you were staring down the barrel of being a play-in team this year. You might win 35 games.
Coach, you're also looking at this and going, oh, yeah, if you get rid of those players, then no one's coming back. Players have to fill the void. You either do that in free agency or part of those trades. Because you can't run this back. You cannot, just because it's going to be hard to get rid of the contracts, if you run it back, you're in the same position. If you don't trade someone big, and again, you're in this position because you signed Jamal Murray a year before you needed to. You did not need to make that signing. You had a year left on the contract.
Who would be a team that you think would be willing to take on the contracts of Jamal Murray and Christian
Brown?
I
have no idea at this
potentially point. Potentially $30, $35 million. Just don't even, who cares about the first round draft pick in 2031?
I don't care about the first round draft pick in 2031. I don't care about it.
Right. You care about dumping that contract, Jamal Murray's contract.
I
and
care
opening
about
up
winning.
assets.
I care about winning a second championship in the Jokic era. And I don't believe that just because it's going to be hard to get rid of one of those contracts that you automatically should not do it. Because if you run the same team back,
I'm not worried.
If you run the same team back next year, it will not happen.
Raj, I agree that you should do it.
Okay, so then next year's going to suck.
Which team is going to take a top? What was it? What did we say? Jamal Murray's seventh. He's going to be a 7th highest paid player in the NBA next year, and a 26th best scorer in the NBA. Which team's going to take that money on?
A team that needs a point guard that can score and
Toronto?
has a champion. Sure. I don't care. Pick a team. Pick a team that knows that they're not truly contending right now And the reason why I'm saying this is because you can sweeten it with that first-round pick. And again, it's going to hurt. To move on from one of those contracts, Christian Braun might have to go. And I don't want to get rid of that guy, but like I also can't sit here and do the same thing. It's the reason why I just looked at the Avs and said, you have to trade players you don't want to trade to make this thing work. And people are like, oh, would you burn a year of Makar and McKinnon? It's the CBAs are drastically different. Yeah. You are forced in the NBA to take your medicine. You're not forced in the NHL right now to do that. It's drastically different scenarios. And that's why I do not envy the job that whoever takes over as GM of the Nuggets, I don't envy that job at all. Because at least, even though it's a really bad situation for McFarland and the Avs, they have wiggle room because of that league. You don't have wiggle room right now. The answer is either you run it back and you hope that it gets better, which is a crazy thought process, or you have to take a step back next year. And maybe something meshes. Some of that depth works and you play some of those young players. And you make the playoffs as a 6 seed. Or you get in as a play-in team and you shock someone in the first round, but you set up the future. It is about winning a second championship with Nikola Jokic. It's not about winning a second championship next year. It's about guaranteeing or getting yourself as close to a guarantee to get 2 when you have the best player in the world on your team. I hate the pill, but it's about winning a second, not about winning a second next year. Second in general. Unfortunately, we thought Nug Life was gone, didn't we? Didn't we? Right? You win a championship, Nug Life's gone. You know what Nug Life is? Nug Life is getting the best player on planet Earth in the worst time in NBA history to have him.
Still got your championship, though.
But you still got your championship.
That's not
Don't get me wrong.
Definition of Nug Life, because you got your title.
Right, but imagine having Joker and the flexibility of the 2016 NBA CBA.
I don't know that Nikola Jokic stays in the States playing for the Nuggets in that circumstance if you have 2 years of taking your medicine. I think Andrew Luck's this thing. Says, I'm moving on. My body's beat to absolute hell. I've made enough money. I've won a title. I've won everything individually that you could win. I'm moving on. So would it be worth it then?
What, if he moves on like 2 years from right now?
Yep. And you Nug Life it.
It's like unprecedented.
You go real Nug Life. You take the haircut, the ultimate haircut of getting rid of 33% of your scoring production between Jamal Murray and Christian Braun.
It
to
would
get
be a
rid of the
complete
contract.
reset. And you don't have the first round draft picks to do that. You have to know somehow that Joker's here for the next 5 years to make my situation work.
There's no way you can really know that, because the pain of going through those types of years.
I don't know, $250 million is something to stick around for. As much as the dude doesn't need basketball, and the 229 great text, he doesn't need basketball. $250 million is really tough to turn down. If you can guarantee he's here for the next 5 years, then my way of resetting this thing is the right way to go. If you can't guarantee it, then you can't do what I'm talking about. If you're thinking that like 3 or 4 years, 3 years from now, Nikola Jokic is like, I'm done, I'm going back to Serbia. Thanks for all the time. I'll always have a home here in Denver. We love you, but I'm done. Then you can't go my way. You can't do it. You have to run it back and hope that you can find a way to like Laker the thing and live in the second apron.
How wild is this? At the conclusion of the 24-25 season, this season, Nikola Jokic, his career earnings are $250 million. He's got $250 million in the bag.
I get what I'm saying. I understand that what I'm saying is controversial. I get that what I'm saying is that it hurts. But it is about winning a second title with him, not necessarily forcing it next year. Because if we have the same conversation, it's the same conversation next offseason if they don't win with the same core, right? Right? MPJ, still under contract for another year. Jamal, on the second year of his extension. It's the same conversation if they don't win next year. And what about this year? What about this team and the depth of this team tells you that just running it back next year is going to get it done?
the developmental, optimistic coach in me is saying that the best path forward is to have some real hard conversations with two of your max contract players and just throw up some Hail Marys and hope that they go out and have a much better offseason and come back better. And that's Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. Because I hated Jamal Murray's I hated his offseason last year. Hated it. He's playing in the Olympics, stumble butting around. Like, how is he going to be?
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I do. I hope to God this is the dumbest take on earth. But I'm sitting here with my hands up in the air with both of the teams. You can't just keep doing the same thing over and over again. Like, imagine being Toronto right now in the Maple Leafs saying, yeah, let's go into year 10 of this core 4 thing. It's going to work next year. 10th time's the charm. You don't want to be that team. You don't want to be that franchise.
Is there one player that you can add to this core that brings real life and brings real value in free agency and keep the core in place? Is there that player? Will that player exist?
I don't know. Like, maybe it's Deron Holmes coming in.
Well, he's free.
Like, he's free. Like, beautiful. Maybe if Deron Holmes turns into like the guy that you can play at the 4-5 and you can trust him, that changes a lot of things.
I think it's a veteran knockdown 3-point shooter.
Where's Mike Miller when you need him? Just have Mike Miller come into the corner. That'd be amazing.
Steph Curry.
Could you imagine? Hey, Steph, come on over for a year. Vet minimum.
We could use you.
We know you're not going to throw the ball away like Russ did. I'm thinking outside the box here, guys. I'm trying. Come on. At least I'm trying here. It's the morning sprint.
Hey, Denver. Hey, Boulder. I am so excited to tell you about my personal favorite real estate agent, and also my favorite family in Colorado. And that's Barry Remington and the Remington family at WK Real Estate. Barry is a proud Colorado native that grew up in Arvada, attended Fairview High School, and played inside linebacker for Coach Bill McCartney at CU, where he still holds the all-time leading tackle record of 493 tackles. He raised his family in Boulder County, and all the Remingtons are proud CU grads. Barry's daughter, Cassie, is in business with him and has worked alongside him for 7 years, bringing smart insights, high-level communication, and a fresh, young perspective. She is simply a joy to work with, too. Barry treats clients the way that he wants to be treated, with the hustle, discretion, and honesty that you need to sell your home. So if you are ready to win in this market, you make sure that you don't settle for just any agent, but work with the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Visit barryremington.com for more information. They serve Boulder, Denver, and beyond.
The morning sprint wrapping up here on a Tuesday morning, 2K Tuesday.
Tell you what, Raj, I got good news for you.
I need good news.
All right, really good news.
People hate my thoughts about the Nuggets offseason.
So I've learned raising an 8 and 10-year-old and also a 15-year-old girl, but my 8 and 10-year-old are really in tune with, gaming and YouTube trends and all these different things. You want to know what music is genuinely coming back?
Pop punk?
Really, really coming back. I sit down, my 10-year-old's like, hey, Dad, will you put in Yellow Card? We turn him on.
Get out of town. The kid wants Yellow Card?
Oh, yeah. Then it was Simple Plan. Hey, Dad, can you play some Simple Plan? I go, dude, what? And I am just blowing my lungs out singing these songs at the top of my lungs. This is my college, my high school years, a little bit of my kind of young being married years. And my son is singing the words. How do you know this song?
Wait until the kids get a hold of Black Parade from My Chemical Romance. You kidding?
Can't wait for it, man.
How proud are you right now?
It was a really cool moment.
What a moment. And you didn't even foster that?
Well, they told me that some of them, like Fortnite's got these, these pop punk songs are being infused. Probably the price is right. They're not getting charged like Drake's charging them or Kendrick Lamar's charging them for their rights to their catalog.
Just a bunch of 52-year-old guys being like, we could use a little bit of cash.
But I love the fact that now it's cool because I'm learning, man, like these trends are going, they're starting out for the young kids that are consuming YouTube and they're filtering up to the high school kids. So pop punk is back, man.
It'll never die. There's a reason why Blink-182 caught on with the Avs in 2022, man. There's a reason why. It's catchy.
So then I got down a pretty big rabbit hole of pop punk and I looked up Simple Plan and they have a new song that was recorded in 2025 with Avril Lavigne. And it's
She's
banger.
Still alive?
It is. Yeah, she came back from the dead and
Didn't she die for a second? There was a story like a few years ago that like Avril Lavigne was not alive. She is very much so, but normally you're the guy to kill people on our show.
I try not to create felonious acts.
Avril Lavigne was, man.
She looks the exact same, by the way.
She's stellar.
She has not changed. She looks the same. It's crazy.
You know what? If the Toronto Maple Leafs had Avril Lavigne sit behind their bench in Game 7, they win the game. The 415, what the hell is pop punk? Pop punk's like, Yellow Card, Simple Plan, Blink-182.
For the most part, I don't know if this is where they're coming from. But when you were listening to it, you didn't call it pop punk.
No.
Because that was like an insult to it. So there we go.
Right, but like punk bands think that Blink-182 being called punk is an insult.
Yeah, like the real ones that wear, the studded belts and you actually like have the spiky hair that's there all the time. Like I'm talking 17-inch spikes.
Like original punk is like Ramones, Sex Pistols, right? Nelly, am I correct?
Yeah,
there we go.
You're killing it. You're doing Dead Kennedys.
Yeah,
love Dead Kennedys.
When Nelly gives me the nod of approval,
Pennywise is kind of like it was the next generation of real punk, Rancid.
Yeah, so like those guys, they think that Blink is not true punk. So that's the reason why pop punk was created.
I grew up in that scene a little bit, and I thought I was like a real punk guy.
Yeah, angsty teenage. Yeah, that's
I personified a lot of I was very anti-establishment, very anti. My parents will tell me to this day I was a complete pain in the ass in middle school. Just a total pain in the ass. But here I am now.
I was looking at the Broncos schedule last night, and as we're like kind of transitioning into getting back into football season, if you're a Bronco fan, remove the London game, right? Because that's a destination game. What's the coolest place that you could go to a road game this year? The road teams, week 2 at Indy, week 3 at LA.
SoFi.
Week 5.
That's SoFi, right?
Yes.
Both teams played SoFi.
Yes.
Yeah. Chargers are like renting it.
Pretty much.
Rams, Kroenke own it.
The Rams own that thing, and the Chargers are like, oh, you guys have to play here this weekend? It's kind of like it's like MetLife with the Jets.
Yeah.
Even though that stadium is garbage. Have you ever been to MetLife?
I hate that place.
It is
I've coached a game
piece of crap.
So I coached a game there against Syracuse, Notre Dame, when I was the offensive coordinator at Notre Dame. It was just a regular season game.
Not Pinstripe Bowl.
No, not Pinstripe.
It's because Notre Dame won't play. Did you know this? Notre Dame won't play Syracuse in Syracuse.
Why would you? Why would you go to that
'Cause you'd
godforsaken
lose.
city? No, it's just because like why
The last time that they
we're not
played in
bringing our
Syracuse
brand.
was in the 80s, and Notre Dame was undefeated, and they went there. I think Lou Holtz was the head coach, and they lost to Syracuse and then did not play for a national title. That's the reason why they won't go back, because Notre Dame is scared of Syracuse. It's true. Ask anyone.
Yeah, and then I watched the Monday Night Football game, the Tommy Cutlets coming out party when he beat my beloved. It's a pizza pie. You got a taste of my pepperoni.
What were we talking about?
I actually heard Vic Lombardi this morning. He used a self-deprecating, like Italian, like an aging out Italian derogatory term to refer to himself. It was wild.
Week 5 at Philly.
I think
That's a good game to go
I also
to.
really like that stadium.
Great stadium.
The Link's a cool one.
And there's a chance that you could also catch a playoff baseball game at the same time, and you could see
Right
a
across
not
the parking
good,
lot from each other, too.
Right, and you could see a not good hockey team play.
Philly's a terrible city, and it's disgusting, and it's awesome at the same time. Seriously, because it's dirty. It's
Good food.
Great food. Kind of cool vibes. Really good, like low-key. I love going to Phillies games. I coached a game at the Lincoln
Citizens Bank Park.
Well,
Lincoln Financial is
Field.
the football field.
I coached a game there. We played when I was at Notre Dame. We played Temple there, which was college game day. It was in Temple. Had Matt Rule as the head coach. Awesome environment.
At Houston, November 3rd.
And I hate Houston. Houston's the worst city in America.
Tell me how you really feel.
It's terrible.
At Washington.
Terrible
November
stadium.
30.
But it's going to be a great contest.
At Las Vegas, December 7.
Dude, I don't love that.
You still feel like it doesn't have a soul.
It's a very
soulless
much
stadium.
like Hunter Mayhan was talking about. Was it Quail Hollow?
Quail Hollow. It's like a
soulless
Kardashian.
stadium.
So right.
It just feels like a bunch of money went into a very generic building.
And then final away game of the season at Kansas City.
I've never been.
Christmas Day.
I've never been, and I want to go.
The best game to go to is October 5 at Philly.
It is.
That's the game.
It is.
You can you can make a whole weekend out of that. Phillies game, likely in the playoffs. Flyers game, maybe NBA won't be playing, right? October 5. You could go see 3 professional sports teams play in one weekend. That's it. That's the one to go to. October 5 at Philly.
Are we also coming up on America's 250th birthday?
Is that how the maths?
I think it does.
Oh, yeah, it does. Well, no, next year.
That's what I'm saying. We're coming up. I said we're coming up on.
What? Yes.
It's kind of a cool deal. 250 years?
Next July?
It's a long time.
Well, that's going to do it for us today.
Have you made it to 250 years old?
I sure
Didn't think so. Your name's not Methuselah.
For Coach Sanford and for Cole Smith, I'm Alex Ryanemi. Thanks for hanging out with us today. We love you guys. Thank you so much for making us the #1 station in Denver for sports talk. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. PhD is up next. We will talk to you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Have a great day.
Matt from Philly. Philly is one of the most beautiful cities if you like old.
You know, you're best friends with Sean Payton. I'm listening to the morning sprint. Coacher's best friends with Bo Nix now.
Well, there you go.
Did you guys catch that?
I didn't. All you got to do is work with rich people.
I guess so.
Although walking on the way out the show, bad or good Raj turned into kind of big head Raj.
Well, how so?
Well, he mic drop said, "Boys, have a good week. I'm off to Hawaii."
Really? Raj going to Hawaii?
Yeah, and
That
dude
goes on vacation. What?
That dude goes on vacation once a month.
I'm sorry, what?
I swear to you.
That's what he dropped on me.
I swear on everything. That dude has been on at least 5 vacations this year.
He's going to Hawaii?
That's what he said. Boys, have a good week. I'm off to Hawaii.
Well, I know his missus is pregnant, and he's announced that. And
Well, it's too late to go to Hawaii.
well, perhaps they're
that happened in Cancun. That was 1, 2, 3 Cancun 8 months ago.
Good for him, man. Going to Hawaii, wow.
He's
Damn.
going to Hawaii. And my vacation plans, the only vacation plans I have for this summer, I'm going to Oklahoma.
Wait a second. So wait, I got time out here on Raj.
What's the morning sprint paying these days? Right.
Did he plan that Hawaiian vacation yesterday?
Or did this thing on the books?
Or did he plan a Hawaiian vacation when theoretically
you could have two teams?
The Avs and Nuggets would be in the Western Conference finals.
Oh, I guarantee you planned it. It's not dedication to your craft.
Question commitment right there.
I had no plans at all until last night. I said, "Well, Mama, Warden, we might as well start
Let's
thinking."
chat. I was going to say I was pretty impressed by everybody here at the station. Nobody had a day off. Nobody took a day off from the end of the Avs and Nuggets season through today.
Yeah, why would you?
But Raj had this in his back pocket?
He must have had this in his back pocket.
Now, is that a lack of commitment or a lack of belief?
Both. Or I think it's you know what that is?
Or pretty smart.
That's called a bull ring. Mama said, "I'm going to Hawaii on this week right here. What do you think?" Blah, blah, blah. Okay.
It could be that he's just a brilliant sports guy and just knew that both teams would be eliminated.
Well, maybe he got eliminated, they found
he's
a great
just that
deal.
rich. He can do day of vacations.
Well, or maybe the
seriously,
price
I'm
line
gonna
all of a sudden had something going.
I'm going to start putting tally marks on the wall for all of Raj's vacations.
Well, good for Raj, but I'm gonna guess that took some planning ahead of time. I'm gonna question whether he really believed in these teams or not. I got nothing planned. I mean, I put in for vacation yesterday, actually, but
so there you
coming
go.
up. I mean, now that we know.
But you're going the end of July, right?
No, not now. My wife got something going on at work, so I gotta skedaddle. It was going to be actually a bit of an issue if the Nuggets kept going, but now it's not till June. It's not for a month. I'm not going to Hawaii tomorrow. I'm not going to Hawaii.
Yeah. How about if he'd have said that? I'm not going to Hawaii for at least a month. Yeah, no. I got a whole month before I go to Hawaii.
Yeah, I've been to Hawaii twice though. We went for our honeymoon in our 10-year.
I had a buddy who was was the CEO of Duty Free for a while, and his wife was a nurse.
He owns every airport.
Well, he runs the company that owns every airport basically, and he had this hilltop house overlooking Honolulu.
Yeah.
That he bought for some rich Chinese doctor that had a shooting range in the house. It had 4 separate apartments that he could rent out, pool, tennis courts, and he got it for a steal. It was back when the real estate at the time was way bad. This is probably 20, 25 years ago. But, dude, we always had a place to stay if we wanted to go.
That's a nice little jam.
Yeah.
Yeah, no vacations. Well, I don't know what we're going to do now. Yeah, so we're going to go. So I will be off on I'm not taking the day off because of my birthday, but I will not be working on my birthday.
What day is your birthday?
June 22nd.
Yeah, I'm taking off for my birthday, and I am taking off because it's my birthday.
Yeah, because you're kind of weird like that.
Yeah, I'm not.
You're not celebrating it or anything.
I'm not like Dan. That
you don't want to be around.
I love accolades so much that I have 3 birthdays per year.
Mm-hmm.
When's your next one coming up?
About 2 weeks.
Tomorrow, Scott.
Actually,
so feel free to buy me
Dan's
something.
Birthday's tomorrow.
Just another birthday for you to ignore from Dan.
Just another birthday. Just another birthday for Dan and his twin sister. By the way, how's she doing?
She's doing great. Saw her last night.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, so that's not the thing. I gotta say. I said what's up this morning. Last night. You saw it last night.
You thought I was keeping it around?
It didn't work. Wow.
You know what?
Okay.
He just didn't want to.
I mean, my goodness, what do you think we're doing around here?
He just didn't want to see the sunglasses in the house in the morning.
Hey, there's our guy, Tim McMahon. Yeah. We just had him on the radio show. There he is on ESPN.
He's stuck still down in Oklahoma.
What's he doing?
I just found my retirement plan, boys.
What's that?
Roger's wife?
No, there is a Valor playbook open on this computer.
Oh, snap!
I'm going to do the right thing and log out as an employee of Ponderosa High School. Actually, I'm a volunteer at Ponderosa High School. I do not get paid by Ponderosa High School.
Ponderosa run into Valor sometime this season?
There might be a freshman matchup we were working on. We were trying to work on it. We'll see. We'll see.
Some teams.
But all I'm saying is, you find a Broncos playbook. That thing you can sell that thing for about 20, 50 grand.
It's a little sloppy right there, isn't it?
I know. He forgot to hit that sign out.
Man.
F5 sends it over to the printer right down there.
A couple screenshots before I sign out.
No, F5, send it down to the printer. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
You just email that PDF to
or
Rock
you
Canyon.
can have integrity and just log out. The choice is yours, Judas.
I got Dave Logan's email if you need it. Don't mean to humble brag on that one. Yeah, Mike was hanging out with Bo Nix. They were running a camp. He was helping Bo Nix.
Bo Nix had a camp at the school, right? And so he was helping the staff.
I got to admit,
Bo Nix took over that McCaffrey camp that used to be at Valor.
I don't know. I'm not sure what it was. Some sort of camp. And I don't know if it was a free camp or a pay camp. I kind of lean on the free camps. I kind of like them a little bit better. I saw one of them paid camps.
Nothing wrong with paid if you do it right.
Okay.
But if you run it like a free camp, then now we're talking about an ultimate sin here.
Well, you would know a ton more about that than me.
I did that one time. I did. My rookie year in the NFL, I was like, all right, I'm from here. This is my town. I'm going to run a camp out at Cherry Creek High School. I did it. And we made some good money. I mean, we made like probably $8,000 or $10,000 that I split with everybody, of course. But when it was all said and done, I was like, I really kind of felt like a free camp. I'm never doing that again.
Too much work.
No, I did it. I did it every year after that, but I did it for free after that.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. That's cool.
I did a camp. First year when I was high school coach, I did a camp, basically free camp. Brought a person in out of my pocket, boom, boom, boom. And 18, 20 kids show up.
Okay.
Next year I charged $65, same type of thing, and I bet we had 120. And so there's some people out there, well, if it's free, it must not be any good.
Right.
Martha Stewart has a parable about that.
Really?
She was starting to sell pies for $5, and somebody said nobody's going to think they're anything. So she started charging $25, same pie, and sold out.
Yeah. Isn't that a funny? That's a funny mindset, isn't it?
When we were doing my baseball thing, we wanted to sell sponsorships, basically $500. Get your name on the banner. So we gave some sort of things that were really low rent. Then we said, well, what's the most ridiculous thing? Oh, well, you could put your logo on the team. We'll do that $10,000. But really, we were just, so it was like a sheet, and the $500 right in the middle. And then this kind of insane, crazy $10,000 thing was at the bottom where you get the logo on. It becomes your team. You become Chico Bell Bond. It's your team. Hooters restaurant bought it for a 10-year-old team. My guy, Brian Weston, swear to God, spent $10,000 on a team. We had to have a big team meeting whether or not the parents were to be okay with Hooters logos on their 10-year-olds' baseball uniforms. And the parents looked, they were going to basically get a full summer of travel, baseball, winter training, like a lot for free. And they all signed off on it. They were all okay with it.
Well, yeah, it's free.
It was unbelievable. It was crazy what they did. But the story is, you charge a little bit more, and people think because people are morons sometimes, and they think they're getting more because they paid more.
Football, here's a no-dumb question to start the show off. Football doesn't have to deal with as much. You have camps and 7-on-7s and stuff like that. And I think there's even, camps all over the country, 7-on-7s that team travel to, right?
Oh, yeah.
But for the most part, they don't have these quote-unquote club teams.
Now they do. It's like AAU basketball now.
Well,
it is. And it's dirty and it's corrupt.
Yes. And so my biggest question, has that corrupted / ruined American sports that we enjoy, the clubs?
Well, it's a complicated question. It's a good question, and I've been through it. We've all been through it. It's you don't have much of a choice these days, unfortunately.
Well, that's the problem.
Yeah, I wish you did have more of a choice, and I wish. So I'm not against the club stuff. Boy, I've been involved with a ton of it, as you guys have. I just wish for every serious club, they also had a path where parents could either earn their own money in sponsorships, kind of like what we did, or there's just a good charity branch of it where kids who can't afford all this expensive stuff are able to do it. And hardly any of the clubs really have a path like that. Because all these clubs travel. Y'all travel. How are you going to pay for all of it? We're going to Memphis. We're going to Florida. We're going to Texas. We're going to California.
If you go to Amarillo, you can get on, rent some big travel vans. But if you're going to Memphis or we did tournaments in Michigan and Carolina, California, Vegas, you aren't driving.
I remember when my older son was 7 years old, we got the soccer shakedown. We were like a one-on-one meeting with the director of soccer from the organization. And he was like, "Your son Connor is so good. He's achieved platinum status with our club." I'm like, "Ooh, wow, platinum!
That's above gold."
Holy cow!" I'm looking. I'm like, "Hey, if you hear platinum, this is what we're doing. We got winter training, and then we got spring, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to do that." And it was like, man. And then I realized, wait a second, every kid gets bum. They're just selling me. I got the shakedown right here.
Right.
He's 7.
And you didn't
How good could he be?
You got the shakedown and didn't get to drive away with the car. At least when you get the shakedown at a car dealership, you get a car.
How much money am I supposed to pay for an 8-year-old to play soccer? And then the team he's on, they're in their final game of the year or whatever. The coach brings in a ringer, like out of nowhere, for this 7-year-old soccer match.
Got to win.
Got the win. My kid sat on the bench because the ringer was playing.
I thought he was platinum.
Me too. That's what I said. So we were out of there. He likes hockey and baseball better anyways. But, you got to watch out as parents out there. That's a big heads up, man. They'll take your money. They'll all take your money. But what else? How else do you get good in America? And then you see these kids who do these clubs and get this training. They're damn good.
Some. There's still just a percentage that go on and play above that.
The best of the best rise to the top, and you wonder, how the hell would I ever achieve that if I didn't do that? And the answer is you're not in certain sports. Baseball is one of them. I don't know in football. Football might be really different.
Yeah, I don't know. I fundamentally disagree with you, but we've had this fight a million different times.
You disagree with me about what?
About the fact that you got to commit. I
No.
strongly
If you're good enough, if you're some sort of super talented kid, you can clearly just do it all. But if you're just trying to make your varsity team, and you're in a 5-8,
which is a big moment in a high school kid's life.
Yeah. If you're just like the best kid, you guys would have cruised through everything. You would have crushed every high school sport you played in.
What do you mean would have?
Did. Already did.
Thank you.
But if you just wanted to make your varsity team in any particular sport and you weren't already some sort of
play every sport known to man, and then you'll play varsity.
Well, you won't though, Tyler.
Yeah,
You're not.
Will. Yeah, you will.
Okay.
You will.
All right. Well, you won't play varsity baseball. So I can only speak on that particular sport. You definitely won't play the highest level of competitive club hockey. You ain't going to do that. Well, I don't know about the rest of the sports.
I went down a rabbit hole. I followed a bunch of European soccer clubs and junior soccer clubs, young kid. And their biggest thing, and they showed the comparison USA to them. Now they've also got sponsorship from all these, Manchester United, and they have all these junior leagues. They're all free.
Yeah.
So they say, here's what we do. We'll train 4 days a week and play 2 games a month. Whereas America, when you're a club team, you're playing 8 different tournaments a month and training once or twice.
Yeah, but are those kids even going to school?
And everything's paid for.
Are those kids going to school? Are they learning anything?
Well, I'm just talking about training. I don't know. I'm sure they
Messi went from he was 12, and he went from Argentina to Spain or something to train when he was like a little kid. Is that what you want in America? Would we be better off having academies like they have down in the Dominican or whatever?
They do that. They do have that in soccer these days.
They have it in tennis.
The Rapids have got something very similar to it.
What's that one down in Florida, the Bellatar or whatever? Not Bellatar.
Sure.
Remember Ballesteros or whatever his name was?
Oh, tennis, it's big time.
So what chance does your kid who's playing it casually or somewhat casually compared to the kids down at that place?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
But it's all relative if you're trying to become Messi. Yeah, I got it. I mean, if you're trying to be Serena, you're going to go away to these places. If you're just trying to play varsity, that's a different story.
I think that's why football is such a great sport, by the way. I think football is an equalizer. I think, a lot of people can play it. I think it's cool because do you really, aside from the quarterback position, and you tell me again, How much skill do you need to have in football before you're at the age of 13 to play well in high school? Or is it a sport that, hey, man, you can pick it up a little bit later. You go through, your early teens or whatever, and hey, you're good to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true. I do think that's true. I don't advise kids to start too young at all. But I feel that way about a lot of sports. I do. I just feel strongly. I feel very strongly and differently than you, because I don't think most kids and most parents are dreaming about their kids of becoming Lionel Messi.
You know what's great about football too is it is focused.
You're talking the oblong.
The American football. It's all about high school. I wish more sports were more about high school. Hardly any of them are now, but football is, which is awesome. Because I don't think there's anything better than playing for your high school. Nothing. I don't think that anything.
There's no real alternative.
Yeah, so I think football is friggin' awesome. So as long as it's coached the right way, I'm glad you're coaching. I'm sure you're doing things the right way. I'd be scared as a dad to see my kid out there playing football and having a stupid coach, right? I mean, that would look dangerous.
Of all the sports.
Of all the sports,
But I mean,
yeah.
baseball can be dangerous also. I mean, if you got bats and throwing around,
Sure.
guys aren't paying attention. But I would go.
Baseball is a sport where it looks like anybody can coach it. So it is crazy how bad some of the coaching is at a younger level.
Dude, I was fortunate when I played baseball, and I always had dad coaches, but they were always good, and we did a lot of drills. When I got to high school, I don't even know high school, Babe Ruth level. So that would be middle school to high school was Babe Ruth level. My coach, Paul Bradley, actually played in the minor league systems in the major leagues for a few years. And so, dude, we're doing drills and skills and it was. I look back now at my baseball learning, it was phenomenal. But I had a guy that had achieved a certain level of professionalism.
Yeah.
And one of his buddies did the same thing. And guess who the two best teams were?
Mm.
Him and his buddy. And his buddy played minor league baseball also. And they were always the two best teams.
All right, well, we're off and running today. We got a couple of interesting things going on there. A reminder, especially there's a rivalry situation that's really interesting. And then there's the Olympic thing, which I think is interesting, but it might not be. So it might be interesting, it might not be. A reminder, Kreckman and Lindahl are going to be broadcasting at Safeway in Littleton off Mineral Ave tomorrow from 3 to 6. Discover the taste of real chicken with Red Bird Farms. They'll be cooking up samples of their delicious 3 chili and original chicken burgers. Stop by and take a bite of Red Bird Farms chicken, the go-to choice for real chicken. We'll see you 3 to 6 tomorrow. Safeway in Littleton off Mineral Ave. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Finding the right treatment, that can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. Intimacy, it can be destroyed by ET. And research shows that men can draw apart from their partners when ED affects their sex life. Condition causes stress, anxiety, depression. Even worse, a man's partner can blame themselves. Okay. Let's get things going in the right direction with the Rocky Mountain Men Clinic, where their treatments have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult for $99. You'll get a T and a PSA test. If advised, the test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got a great staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call today. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I like the energy, Dan. I like the energy. Keep it going. Turn it up. How good is The Offspring, man? Such a good band.
Even with you like the
Salma Red Rocks,
the new
Oh,
guy.
I bet that was a great show.
with 311.
I was at that concert.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
That's a big energy show right there.
that was fun.
I bet it. I think, now that the season's over, unfortunately, I wish it wasn't. I was flipping through some things like what do I do with some time off? I actually was like, should we go, and my wife and I, should we just go like follow a band on tour? Like, would that be fun?
In your 20s.
No, that sounds miserable, to be honest.
Really? I think that could be kind of cool.
Watching the same concert night after night after night, hell no.
Yeah, but it'd be more about the adventure of driving from one place to another, finding out what towns are what, spending time together.
What band? Let's go to the Electric Forest one time and see what you think.
The Electric Forest.
Oh, yeah.
What band? I don't know. I'd be open to all sorts of band. I looked up Mumford & Sons. Don't forget, I'm a poser hippie. And they're playing Red Rocks, but it's like late July, and then they're not, I don't know. They take a weird break. They're playing someplace in Montana. I've never been to Montana. So maybe I know. Is that crazy? I should go to Montana.
But see, I'm only good for about a concert or two a year. More than that is a bit overwhelming for me personally.
Well, I can't just fly off to Hawaii. I wish I could. We talked about it. Then I looked into Hawaii.
Well, you could do a road trip without going to the same concert every night.
Yeah, we could do that. I actually, you're gonna love this. I looked up the Rocky schedule because I'm gonna be off for like June 20th through the 4th of July, something like that. I looked up the Rocky schedule. They only play 3 road games during that time.
Well,
in Milwaukee, and the rest of the games are
good brats.
Well, I'm not against going to Milwaukee. I've never been there either, so I would have no problem going up there. Maybe, Wisconsin, find a cabin or something.
Drive to Milwaukee.
Starts. That sounds fun. Start there.
Or you could fly, but then you got to rent a car because I got a plan for it. But get to Milwaukee.
Catch
a game or two. Eat some brats.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And then go up to Chicago.
Yeah.
Find Route 66 and take Route 66
and just drive that route
all the way down.
See America a little bit.
And see America.
That'd be pretty good. Get my kicks.
Get your kicks.
On Route 66. The Olympics is coming in 2028. They're talking about flag football. And it looks like the NFL players are going to be able to participate. Is this a thing or not a thing? Do we care about this or not?
I bet it will have a compelling aspect to it, yeah. How long that stays compelling, that's pretty debatable. I mean, hold on. We are playing against other countries, correct?
Yeah.
We are playing against other teams
Yeah,
that do not have Tyreek Hill, that
How
do
are
not
those
have
countries going to do it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, hold on. Remember they had women's softball for a while, and they got tired of USA winning every single year. That finally it went to one country and said, "Listen, we ain't got nobody can play this sport," and boom, it's gone all of a sudden.
Yeah, baseball's done that too. It's been on and off.
You do the same thing. You'll get flag football. It's in LA the next one.
Isn't that weird that baseball, though, which is played all over the world, would be not a regular sort of thing?
Yeah,
I understand softball, but baseball is played all over the place.
But when you go to Italy, they got a lot of baseball stadiums there. Or when you go to Spain.
No, but you got like minor leaguers or of Italian descent, that sort of thing.
Yeah, they're called DiMaggio.
I don't know.
And they were born in Staten Island.
Like Israel had a baseball team that played in World Cup competitions. Italy did.
How'd they do?
Not great, compared to like the Dominican, and to, Venezuela and the United States and Mexico. I mean, those are Canada has all sorts of baseball. But I just listed like 6 countries. Go ahead. List 6 countries that are good at football.
Well, there are
Germany, London, England.
Honestly,
Okay.
there's
Cool.
definitely 7 or 8 European countries that play football. Canada
That's
plays
enough.
football.
I love it. I think it's great. And I'm hearing the boys in the morning, and they're all like crapping all over it. I'm like, it's the Olympics. Here's what I learned about the Olympics. I love the Olympics. But you can easily make fun of the Olympics leading up to the Olympics, but then the Olympics happens, and when it's happening,
it's always fun.
It's always fun. It's always cool. And even goofy sports that you do not pay, like swimming, like you don't pay attention to at all of a sudden you're really into figure skating.
You don't pay attention anymore. You used to when I was a kid, but there wasn't as many sports on TV like you get now. And in the summertime, you would get all these track and field things on NBC or some ABC, Great Wide World of Sports or whatever. But you don't pay attention to track and field anymore until it's also in the Olympics.
Yeah, so who cares? I do every sport.
I could care less. I will say this. Why would you allow NBA players to play in the Olympics in basketball and not allow pro football players to play in the Olympics?
And I'm sure they're going to vote to allow it. And I think it would be cool as hell to play for your country in flag football if you're an NFLer. And by the way, it's flag football. Offensive and defensive linemen are out, right? I mean, they're not going to be part of it.
It's not even 7-on-7. It's 5-on-5.
5-on-5.
Yep, that's what it is. It's 5-on-5. So what do we got? We're going to go out there with Patrick Mahomes, Justin Jefferson. We're going to go out with Tyreek Hill.
Do you have to play both ways, or do you get an offense and a defense?
No, you don't have to play both ways.
You got an offense and a defense.
Yeah, you got an offense, you got defense.
What you usually do is have like 10 guys, maybe 10, and then some will cross over and some
you're
won't.
going through the roster. I'm with you. Who else you want? You want Mahomes, not Josh Allen? I don't know. Big debate. Let's see who we want. Team USA.
Sure.
I want Jalen Hurts. Or I want Lamar Jackson.
All right. I don't know.
You know who would be wicked smart at flag football? Jerry Jeudy. Yeah, honestly, like Jerry. Can you imagine Jerry Jeudy going up out there against
Great route runner,
some dude from Germany?
Well, I think the U.S. would have a decided advantage in flag football. I would hope that we would bring home the gold medal in it.
Although, let me ask this. Because of the size of the country and the athletes are in the country, why doesn't America do better in rugby sevens?
I don't know, because it's like the 104th most important sport in America. Who cares?
Pretty big around the world, though.
So here's the format. It's 5-on-5 flag football. 10 players per team, 5 on the field at a time. Good job, Scott. Did you say 10 per team? Is that what you just said? God, did you know that?
Yep.
Well, congratulations.
We're not benching people then.
Go ahead and tell me the field size since you're on top of it. Can we talk about your food etiquette also?
Sure.
What is that?
It's an omelet.
Yeah, I'm not okay with bringing in old eggs. Like food's
old eggs
cool.
is cooked like an hour ago.
Yeah, no, that's that etiquette on eggs in here is not strong. That's not strong.
You'll get 'em
not good food etiquette.
Hey, you'll get them twice today, so be ready.
My
My daughter plays flag football, and I don't know if the kids' size field is the same thing as this, but they basically play the length of a football field sideways.
Actually, what is that, 53.3?
Something like that, yeah.
I think it's 53.3. So the field's 70 yards long, okay, 25 yards wide, and each team's going to start on their own 5-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
You've got 4 downs to reach the halfway point, just like kids flag football.
All right, sounds good.
If they reach the halfway point, they've got 4 more downs to score a touchdown.
I love it.
And then you got to choose 1-point conversion or 2-point conversion on where you place the
Sounds
awesome.
awesome.
If you go 1, you have to throw it.
Yeah, I think it's stupid.
You think flag football's stupid?
No. I think it's wonderful for kids.
Okay. You think it's stupid for the Olympics?
Yeah, I think it's stupid.
Well, then don't watch, Grumpy Gus.
That's fine.
You and your stinky eggs.
But you know what? And I've watched it a million times. I think roller or skateboarding is stupid too.
Don't watch.
Hilarious and fun to watch. But it's Olympics. Used to be the baddest, the toughest, the meanest. Now
Again, so you're doing the exact same thing we always do. We gripe about the Olympics, then it happens.
I always watch them.
And you watch them anyway.
Yeah.
I've come to terms with griping about the Olympics is stupid. If they want to do it, if they think it's cool, then go for it and have fun with it.
How many years? So here's a big dumb question. How many years will they have it? Well, no.
Okay.
You're going to have it in America this coming Olympics because it's in L.A.
It might be in and out.
And we want another gold medal. In fact, they may put 2 teams per league, so we'll probably be Team A and Team B.
The home country always gets to plop a couple of their sports in the Olympics, and that doesn't mean they're going to sustain forever.
So each NFL team, although there's only 10 players on the team, each NFL team can only have 1 player. You can't have 2 Broncos.
So who would you have?
Pat Surtain would be the only one, probably.
You ain't going to have a Bronco.
Pat Surtain's not going to want to have an Olympic medal around his chest?
I guess you could, but
he would be the only one that would make sense.
Pat Surtain doesn't want to play for America.
I think you're going to look for guys, and maybe Surtain could do that. I think you're going to look for guys that go both ways.
Pat Surtain can't go both ways?
No, why would
they?
He
can, but
why would they
could return punts too.
Well, I guess in theory, you're going to want a couple. I guess in theory you're going to want a couple that can go both
Yes,
ways. Because if you
absolutely.
only got 10 players on the team.
Well, clearly Travis Hunter would be the first overall pick
Travis
in our
Hunter might be the first pick in the draft.
in our flag football fantasy draft.
Right? Yeah. Oh, gosh. Now you got me going. I think we ought to have a flag football fantasy draft.
You would pick everybody.
Play the music to Xanadu will be the theme song.
I think every player you would pick aside from quarterback would be able to go both ways, theoretically.
All I want to watch in the Olympics is the Australian breakdancer.
She was great.
That
She
comes
back.
another Olympics. Breakdancing.
Hey.
Think she comes back?
I don't think she comes back. I think.
No, but I bet you the Federation said, dude, if this is the best we're going to get, we need to up our game, or we need to pull out of this one.
Hey, name the second most talked about breakdancer after her.
Well, I can't remember her name, so.
But you say Australian breakdancer.
Yeah,
we're
everybody
all on the
knows.
same page.
Yeah.
Give me the other breakdancer.
I don't know.
Exactly.
Sylvia.
Sounds like she did a good job doing her kangaroo thing and then her wormy thing. It was awesome.
Well,
Olympic athlete.
Listen, how long? What's that one singing show that's been on forever?
American Idol had their finale last night.
Okay, American Idol.
Didn't watch it at all.
Did she bang? She bang? Did that dude do as much for the popularity of that show as any great singer they've had?
Bang?
Remember
Ricky?
the Asian dude that came out.
William Hung.
Hung.
William
No,
Hung.
yeah, that's not the same song, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
Well,
I've
that's
heard
the
him
song.
sing that.
That's the song he sang.
Yeah.
No, I thought that was.
Nah, he
he
did.
sang that
She bang. That's what William Hung was famous.
Was that tryout?
Yeah. You think he meant more for American Idol than say Carrie Underwood?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Well, they do feature about 15 goofy ones for each real one.
I think that
William Hung had a bigger impact than Carrie Underwood.
At the time, William Hung brought more attention to that show than Carrie Underwood singing great. Now, she's phenomenal. She's the biggest star they've ever had come out of there.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give them that.
Have you seen Sophie Powers? Sophie Powers.
Well, it's not my choice.
Sophie Powers did a song. She's a real artist, and she did an audition for American Idol. And she's it's called I think Karen's Shut the F Up. And she goes, everybody's trying to cancel me. It's on. I cannot believe you haven't seen it.
No.
It's like on Tyler. Have you seen it on TikTok or?
You go down different holes.
No, I swear to God, this is all over the place. Anyways, it's your goofy one. It's your William Hung from this year. It's funny as hell if you see it. Sophie Powers.
The Olympic flag football head coach has not been named, but can you guess who has expressed interest?
Dick Vermeil.
Wade Phillips.
No. Just like take a serious guess.
Bill
Take a
Belichick.
serious guess. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right.
I would say Wade Phillips because the guy constantly is looking for jobs.
Bill Belichick.
Peyton Manning.
What?
Peyton Manning wants to coach the Olympics.
Shut up. That's awesome.
According to Google.
That is freaking awesome. Well, who couldn't coach the American flag football team? That is awesome.
Has anybody ever told Peyton that, oh, by the way, coaches don't get a medal?
Yeah, I don't know.
Peyton gets
I don't know about that.
Yeah, you're wrong. Peyton's getting a medal.
See what Peyton was doing yesterday?
No.
They had like some sort of rookie symposium. I don't know if this happens all the time. Okay. But they had all the rookies like dress up like they were going to work in like Broncos polo, like matching Broncos polo shirts. Seriously. Like they were on campus going to the first day of work with no pads. Does that always happen? And do they always dress like in the same sort of... It wasn't like they were football players. It was like they were going to school.
Well, it's probably just probably travel, just travel clothes that they're given to get on and off the bus.
Well, I don't know what the hell it was, but I saw 30 rookies standing there with Peyton Manning, and they all got matching polo shirts on.
We did that my rookie year.
It probably says NFLPA or something.
Yeah, we did that my rookie year. We did the same thing.
Okay.
I mean, they just give you clothes to travel in.
It looked kind of funny just seeing everybody dressed up the same in the Broncos lobby with Peyton Manning.
I didn't get to go to that because I was undrafted, but my rookie year was the final rookie year in which they used to make all of the rookies go visit the Hall of Fame. And so the undrafted players did get to go to that, but the undrafted players were not good enough to go learn about your finances.
Okay. Well, I didn't know they did this. It was kind of cute. Peyton was wearing shorts. He was wearing his 3/4 zip with shorts, which was kind of an odd look.
Has he now made the
that's
3/4
like my
zip
favorite look of all time.
Yeah.
The 3/4 zip his staple.
Well, him and Eli. I mean,
and so he's got to do that forever.
But he wears really classy 3/4. I wear like a dry fit one.
I don't think his arms being twisted. I think he's probably opened his closet. He's probably got 10,000 of those sitting right there.
Sponsor in there somewhere.
Well, I'm not saying Peyton Manning doesn't make money. but I think he likes it too.
Yeah, they're all Polo or something, right?
I don't know what the hell they are. They're something.
Or Monty.
Peyton keeps busy, man. I always thought by this time Peyton would have been part of a football like officially part of something, but it's pretty clear he's going to wait for his kids to get through high school, and we'll see what happens for him next. He's had a pretty damn good life since he retired from football.
Unlike Tom Brady, who found a broke owner to sit there and be able to weasel in and get part ownership and some control, Peyton's missing when, with the Pinners, hey, you need any money?
I think it's been awesome. I think seeing Peyton at Avalanche games, at Nuggets games, being part of the community, helping out the Broncos when he needs to. Like, just having Peyton Manning as part of this community, he's going to be the flag football coach. Awesome. He does all sorts of stuff.
That would be kind of cool.
And he still lives here. He still calls Colorado and Denver his home.
If you're a Colt fan,
cool.
you got to be...
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
A little bit, right? Like, he could have come back. He ain't coming back to Indy. Have you been to the suburbs of Indy?
Yeah.
Indy's not bad.
Oh, my Lord.
It's not.
He came out yesterday.
Actually, I'm being serious. Indy really is not.
I like Indy.
I don't think Indy's bad at all.
I thought Indy for the Super Bowl was amazing. It was one of my favorite Super Bowl
I'd rather
cities
live
of
in
all
Indy
time.
than Cleveland or Detroit or any of those.
Raise the bar a little higher?
Buffalo.
Would I rather live in Indy or Buffalo?
Oh, Indy, 100 out of 100.
Well, how much time have you spent in Buffalo?
About the same amount I spent in Indy.
And did you choose that? Tough choice. What other city can you drive to within 90 minutes of downtown Indianapolis? That's interesting.
I don't know.
Because you can get to Toronto in 90 minutes from Buffalo.
That's a long time.
90 minutes?
90 minutes is not a short little car ride.
I would
Day
say
nobody's getting in their car to go somewhere for 90 minutes. That's like a trip.
I would bet Bloomington's not more than 9 miles, 90 minutes away. And I'll bet you Lafayette's not more than 90 minutes away.
Yeah, but I can go to Toronto from Buffalo in just 90 minutes.
Yeah.
So
What do you mean Toronto? Toronto's a major city.
The sales pitch for Buffalo is you can go to a different city.
Yeah, the sales pitch for Buffalo.
Well, I'll give you Buffalo. All right, I'll make the Buffalo. I'll make the Buffalo
You can go
argument.
somewhere. This place is so awesome. You could go somewhere else.
You're closer to a major city. You're closer to water. Is there any water in Indianapolis?
What water are you going to use?
I mean, gargantuan lakes, Ontario and Erie.
No, they suck.
Ontario and Erie suck. Well, clearly you've thought this out, so I'm not going to... Listen, I've only been to Indy a couple times. I thought the city was great for the Super Bowl because they closed the whole city down, and the old women made scarves that they handed out, which I thought were incredible. But I was out in the suburbs of Indy, and I not impressed, but okay. If you're telling me the suburbs of Indy... You know who tells you the suburbs of Indy ain't that great? Peyton Manning. You can go live there. But so we're all for. Wait, I'm confused by where we got here. Are we for flag football or not in the Olympics? You're against it?
No, I don't care.
You don't care. All right.
It's going to be a fun little novelty for the first year or first couple Olympics when the NFL players actually play in it, and then when they decide not to, we'll be over it.
I got something. Well, I guess it's another if you care or you not care, but I think it's a really fascinating thing going on in sports right now. It's really, really off the court, off the field, off the ice sort of thing. And I don't know if it's real or not. Details next. Live from the Backus and Schenker studios. And their passion is justice, PhD. I got some interesting things about Russell Westbrook that kind of popped up yesterday. I'll give you that after 1 o'clock. This Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark stuff. And by the way, your guy RG3's in it with Ryan Clark. I don't know how much you're dipping into that sort of
I was
controversy.
teammates with them both at the same time.
How was that?
Interesting.
So did they have beefs back then?
Well, everybody had beef with Robert.
Okay.
But I always say that, and I put it in context that it's different today. I don't think everybody has beef with him anymore, and I think he evolved and he went out of his way to make amends on a lot of things.
Well, the nature of it is sticky, icky. It's all about race and wives and this, that, the other thing. So I don't know. It's who wants to really get into it? Not me, frankly. I don't know if you got any kind of take on their beef aside from it's happening.
If you're asking me to get into the race baiting conversation, I think I'll choose to not join in on that
I'm
one.
definitely not doing that.
I'll go.
It's just happening.
I'm gonna go to the basketball thing. If that's a flagrant foul in the WNBA, they're softer than the NBA.
No kidding.
Wait, are we talking about Caitlin's or are we talking about Angels?
Caitlin
or both?
Caitlin, because she got called with a flagrant. Now listen, I have no problem with Angel reacting like that because a lot of people always do that. Now, you could tell she threw herself to the ground, and, of course, the referees all fell for it. They missed a foul before. It was just a hard foul, no big deal. And then it's always us that now want to make it a bigger deal than it really is.
All right, well, let me look at it in a positive light. Is it the best sports rivalry between two athletes that exists in the world today?
Wow. It might be the most famous. Boy.
I mean,
give me an NBA alternative.
Player-wise, not team. Player-wise,
it's got to be two human beings.
And I'm gonna go historical, but if you go historical, it's Bird Magic.
They are so similar to Bird and Magic right now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And Bird and Magic, they're big rivals in college.
Except for Bird and Magic were both uber talented.
And both teams won championships.
You don't think Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark are uber talented?
I don't think Angel Reese is in her ballpark.
Well, she's a starter in the WNBA. She's a core player for her team.
Yeah, but
she's
to me,
celebrity.
you put Bird and Magic, they're in the same conversation.
Yeah, I'm not saying she's probably got the same talent as Caitlin, but I don't even know if she's an all-star in the WNBA.
She's a good rebounder.
But she's a well-known personality.
Yeah. Sure.
For sure. It's fine. Bird and Magic were two of the top guys of all time. It's not that.
Yeah.
But it's as good as it gets, I think.
I got you.
And I think rivalries are an exciting thing.
Brady and Manning.
They didn't hate each other.
And
they were buddies.
They didn't play against each other.
I understand that, but that was a rivalry.
They didn't have to guard each other or play directly against each other.
I know it, but why do you think the league made sure those two teams played each other every single year?
But we have that
was a rivalry.
We have that right now. We have Mahomes and Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson with that. You could throw a bunch of different guys.
I would say Allen's got to beat him once.
I would say,
I'm actually being serious about that.
Burrows and Mahomes.
Well, do you think any of those rivalries are more intense than Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese right now?
No, because the society, including Ryan Clark in this, wants to now make it a racial issue instead of a great sports rivalry. You said this a while ago.
Bird and Magic was a racial issue too.
Well, it turns out. But you come back to what you said yesterday, my sports hate. This stuff like this, what the WNBA needs. They need teams that want to get after each other instead of kumbaya all the time. And I think it's awesome. But I think we muddy the waters even more when it doesn't need to be muddy right now.
I feel like the NBA, the greatest rivalries are like their own teammates. Like LeBron and Russell Westbrook or LeBron and Kyrie, it's just it's teammates that don't get along. It's not opponents.
I don't know if there's a rival in the NBA individually.
I don't know if we can name personal rivals in any sport right now. Maybe boxing,
the Boston's or the Celtic City.
Yeah.
When Ray Allen left, that became a player-to-player hate rivalry.
I think they still hate him.
Well, I
think Pierce and Garnett still hate Ray Allen.
There's a good one on the text line. It's going back, but it's football.
Who?
And it's here local on the Super Bowl team. Can you think of it?
Super Bowl 50?
Yeah.
With each other on the team?
No.
Super Bowl 50. Vaughn and Cam Newton?
Michael Crabtree and Aqib Talib.
Oh, that was good. Well, that was great.
That was a great one.
We got the same agent. If I see him in the offseason, I'm going to beat his ass.
No. That was Harry Douglas.
Yeah, that's different. Guy.
That was a Keeban Harry.
Sorry.
That was
Michael Crabtree was the chain snatcher.
Right.
That was Akeem and just name your receiver.
There you go.
Couple years,
pretty
right?
much.
That was great. That's a great pickup by the text line.
I said if he wear that chain in front of me, I'm going to snatch it off.
And he did it again the next year.
He did, but he got
got
a penalty for it. And he got kicked out of the game.
Could Luka, especially now that he's with the Lakers, could Luka and Anthony Edwards develop into something?
No.
I don't know.
Minnesota knocked him out this year. Last year, Dallas knocked Minnesota out.
Maybe.
I think you have to have the potential of a physical confrontation.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I agree. I totally agree.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I don't, because everything's too soft right now. Ain't nobody
I'll give you a
right
fun
now.
one, and it's really subtle, super subtle, but it played itself out last night. It's a Rockies thing. Jake Bird and Bryce Harper. Now, last year, Bird hit Harper. It started a fight, and Harper screamed, "You're a loser on a loser organization. You're nothing but a bunch of losers," that sort of thing in their
So
fight.
did he go, oh, ouch, burn?
Well, they face one guy has a ball, another guy has a bat. Things can happen. Listen, it was subtle, and it resolved itself in the Rockies choking again last night, and there was really no drama.
Bird throw inside on him?
I was waiting for the moment, and it didn't really happen.
So Bird's scared.
Probably. But that used to happen in baseball all the time.
Yeah.
You would have guys. Well, it happened in remember, and I forget who the pitcher was, but the dude threw at Troy Tulowitzki, and the coach of the Rockies at the time, Jim, what's his face? So
Leland?
Goes, not Leland, Jim Tracy. He goes, "This is the worst thing I've ever seen in baseball." And the pitcher threw at Troy Tulowitzki like in spring training. I got to admit, man, some of those sports moments I think are the best.
I got two old Broncos ones too. Jay Cutler and Phillip Rivers. That was legit.
One. That was great.
That was a good one.
Jay's going down the sideline flipping the bird.
That was good.
Yep.
That was legit.
And Derek Wolf and Phillip Rivers. "I'm going to eat your children." That was pretty good. He did say, "I'm going to eat your children."
He did. Well, we have plenty to choose from.
Yeah, but
Phillip Rivers was actually that's a
Phillip
good one.
Rivers is my favorite trash talker in the history of the NFL.
Phillip Rivers was great because it was so easy to hate the guy and love to hate the guy.
But did that make it to the national scene?
No,
I think Jay and Phillip did. Because Jay was hot stuff then.
Well, it wasn't like Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. I mean, these two are like, it is all over the place.
That's true.
I mean, these guys are on a different level. You know what?
Connors McEnroe back in the day?
Well, did they hate each other, though?
I think
I don't know if they even hated each other, but
great rivalry.
But it was great rivalries when you play. I don't necessarily think it has to be hate. That's why I like Brady Manning.
Don't you think it's a little better when it's hate?
It might be better, but you're going to tell me that every time Brady and Manning teed off against each other, they weren't grinding their rear ends off to beat the other guy?
Well, it makes you wonder how they really felt about each other.
For the record, I agree with Robert. Angel Reese doesn't like Caitlin, but Caitlin probably doesn't like Angel Reese either.
Yeah, it was fun. It was
so
good.
What? And so what?
Yeah, because I think it's
the
all about...
WNBA needs rivalries, and guess what? You've transferred from the college, LSU, and I don't even remember where Caitlin played now.
Iowa.
From meeting them in the postseason 2 years in a row, to now it's butted into the WNBA, and they probably don't like each other. And you know what the WNBA needs? They probably need this right now. This is great for them.
Is Angel Reese the Jake Paul of WNBA?
How so?
She's just an internet manufactured superstar, but she's not even very good.
She's a solid player.
She's a personality
that can really rebound, and a bigger personality than a great player.
She's arguably the second biggest personality in the WNBA, and she's not even a top 15 player.
I think she made the All-Star last year, but I agree with you.
I mean, who are the top 5 players in the WNBA?
Asia Wilson's one.
Wilson's one.
Caitlin Clark's probably two.
That lady with the funny name that could shoot the ball with the Liberty.
I'm glad we got to 3 and you went with the lady with the funny name.
Well, I don't know I never know how to say her name.
It's PhD on 92.5. I had somebody bugging me on social media about this a lot. And I'll give it a little bit of light, but I don't know all the ins and outs. And Scott, maybe you know better. And I'll get to the Russell Westbrook stuff in here in a second. But Luka has some sort of deal that he could get out of his contract. Is that right? Luka's got some sort of...
I have no idea.
Okay.
Didn't he just sign a new one with that?
I gotcha. This is where, like, I'm leaning on my basketball guy here. But I was getting all this stuff about how Luka, maybe Dan, you could do some quick research. There's some sort of thing he's got to sign in the offseason that would extend his stay and blah, 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 blah. Like there's some sort of way maybe he could get out of it or do some sort of deal. And I was just getting hammered over and over and over again. Like, hey, man, hey, you dummies. It wasn't complimentary. The deal that's out there that makes the most sense is to do something and get Luka here.
Well, according to this, and I'm not sure when it was posted, they're expecting him to sign a deal with the Lakers. He has an option for 26-27.
Okay.
So he's under contract for this year and then a player option. So he could just refuse to sign it, do his player, the last year of his contract, and then opt out.
Okay.
I don't understand the NBA with this stuff, but is there more money to be had from the Lakers?
Yes.
Or is there – okay.
Like he can make $229 million extension with the Lakers, and if he went somewhere else in 2 years, it'd probably inflation, everything might go up, but it'd probably be around what Murray signed, 208, 209.
So if Luka then theoretically made it clear to the Lakers, I am not going to sign my extension. I'm not going to do it, even though it's in 2 years. Theoretically, there's a way for him to force a trade.
Theoretically.
Well, I don't think you would have to. It wouldn't be a trade. You can just opt out.
But in a year, he's still under contract for 25, 26.
If he didn't want to play there next year.
Got it.
Right.
Say, by the way, I ain't signing with you guys.
Okay.
Right. Like, I'm walking.
Yeah,
I ain't going to
I'm
sign
not picking
this.
my option, and I'm not signing
so you,
here.
you better trade me.
Okay.
Yeah, he could do that.
I mean, that's how a lot of guys try to force their way out.
Yeah. Well, Chris Paul, Anthony Davis. I'm not sure if LeBron did that in Miami or if he was just
Okay. Let's play it out just a little bit. Just for fun.
Yes.
Imagine that Luka wanted to play with Jokic and was willing to be belligerent to the Lakers. What kind of deal would it take to get Luka?
Well, if you want to wait 2 years.
No. I want to do it now.
Well, they got Luka for DeAndre Jordan before, so DeAndre Jordan.
Make him available for DeAndre?
Yeah, I mean, AD for Luka.
You know what's funny? Lakers could use Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray would fit in with the Lakers.
Okay.
Michael Porter Jr. may fit in with the Lakers. Michael Porter Jr. has been a killer in Los Angeles. He has had some of his best games.
At Staples.
Yes, he has. He's played great there. Jamal Murray and MPJ and Partridge in a Pear Tree for Luka. But Luka would have to be a willing participant and force his way out, which I don't know if he'd want to do.
Is LeBron James still playing basketball?
He is next year.
Okay. He decided he's playing one more year?
No, I don't know. I'm just saying.
I'm just playing theoretical.
The guy's an egomaniac. He's in great shape.
He's
in good enough shape.
I tend to agree with you that he's probably playing basketball next year.
Plus, everybody's always dreamed of playing 2 seasons with their son.
Of course. I just wonder if LeBron James impacts it. Meaning, if LeBron's out of the picture, why the hell would Luka want out of L.A.?
Now, why would Luka want out of L.A. to play with Jokic? I mean, if I had to make
you
that
have to
argument.
see where he grew up. Is the city too big? The travel too big?
Yeah.
I mean, you're not living downtown probably if you're him, And so
Dude, I'm watching the documentary about Arenas and Crittenden. Have you watched that? About the gun stuff? Oh, dude, you got to watch it. Have you seen it, Tyler?
No.
It's unreal. So Crittenden gets dealt to Los Angeles, and he's lonely in Los Angeles. Like you said, maybe the city doesn't fit him or whatever. I'm not saying Luka needs friends, but Crittenden was so desperate for friends. When he was a Laker, he joined the Crips because he wasn't hanging out with anybody from the team. So he got in line with the Crips so he could have some friends in Los Angeles.
Wow.
You got to see this documentary. It's wild, the two of them, what was going on. And our guy, Earl Boykins. And, who did Shaq make fun of all the time? Big guy. Oh, come on. Help
For the
me.
Lakers?
JaVale McGee.
JaVale McGee.
Oh.
JaVale McGee and Earl Boykins were right in the middle of the initial beef that set this whole thing off. It was a gambling debt on the plane because you guys as pro athletes play for these like ridiculous amounts of money.
I've never seen a gun pulled, but I have seen a starting quarterback tear his pec in a fight on a plane over a card game.
This whole beef between the two of those.
Never knew we had air marshals on a plane until that happened.
Is that right?
I'm dead serious. Yeah. I was in the game. I was in the game. And dude gets up over the seat because you're playing like hanging over the seats, and he gets over and he just starts wailing. Well, rips his pec.
Wow.
This dude stands up. I've never known on any of these flights we ever had an air marshal. You probably do too on these NBA flights and you don't even know it.
Well, they have tons of security guys.
He stands up, flashes a badge. He's like, hey, we're about to ground this flight. Get this under control.
Wow.
Guess what we did when we got to the hotel? Well, that pot didn't get cleared yet. We had to go clear that pot. After the dude tears his pec, we go up to the hotel room and we finish the hand.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, that money's still in there. I mean, if you're willing to rip your pec about it, you care about that money.
We playing Tonk or playing Boo-Ray?
Boo-Ray. Yeah, you know how Boo-Ray gets. $10 hands get thousands.
Dude, I saw a dollar hand get up to like 2,000.
Yep.
Should Joker? First of all, how do you think that would be with Luka and Joker on the team?
I don't know.
Awesome.
I guess we start there.
I'm trying to get my I like Luka as a player back.
What do you mean?
I'm trying to get my I like Luka as a
put
player
him in
back.
a Nuggets jersey.
You little down on Luka?
Put him in a Nuggets jersey and you'll like him.
I think he's just he's zero defense, but okay, that's fine. And all the offense he does is go one-on-one. He doesn't move. He doesn't cut.
Okay. So you're not sold on it, period.
He's a little less talented or a little more talented Carmelo Anthony.
Okay.
I think it would take about 10 seconds to fall in love with Luka in a Nuggets jersey.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just looking at this basketball player.
I got you. Is there anybody in particular you do want?
I would trade literally everybody except for Nikola Jokic for Luka.
Well, the money with Jamal would work out. I mean, that would be one of the few guys you could probably do. I would assume it's kind of straight up. In fact, you have to probably throw in a little bit more for Luka, but I don't know. I'm sure it's close. And Los Angeles would have a need for Jamal Murray, assuming LeBron's still there too.
They also need a center, so throw in DeAndre Jordan.
Well,
he's a free agent.
Yeah, he's going to go wherever he wants to go. He's going to, wherever he can find a home would be fine. Anybody in particular you want? I'll get to the Westbrook stuff here.
That is truly
Anybody
available.
you want? Trae Young? I mean, who do you want? Yeah. I mean, somebody within the realm of possibility.
I honestly haven't thought that Trae Young would be intriguing to me. Durant, the 37, scared me a little bit, but I don't know how much gas he's got in.
Mm-hmm.
But he's still a great shooter.
You could just say a collection of the next up and comers too, if you just want bench depth. You wouldn't have to trade your big five, and you could just sort of fiddle with things. Yeah. But that's all you got. You got fiddling to do because you don't have any draft picks.
Yeah, you either got major moves or fiddling. And you might have major move with fiddling.
You could.
I
think what's going to happen is the deeper we get into the offseason, the more we're going to realize a healthy starting five of the Nuggets might be the best starting five still in basketball.
I think it's a top 2 or 3 for sure. The problem is, can you get them to late April healthy?
Well, it's what I said yesterday. The starting five is capable of winning a championship, but the starting five can't win a championship without the depth, and you can't get the depth by maintaining the same starting five.
No, and this starting five, as good as they are, and if you look at like Michael Porter Jr.'s numbers, they're really, really good overall. Can you get them healthy and have them survive an entire season to get what you need for that 2-month marathon or sprint to the championship? These are complicated and tough questions because that starting five is going to get you 46, 48 wins. No problem. They're going to get you the worst you're going to be with that starting five. The worst you're going to be would be 5th place in the Western Conference. But is that good enough to win a championship?
Well, Minnesota's hoping it is.
As it turns out,
from the 6th spot,
and they got rid of Cat.
It was pretty funny listening to the difference. Nikola Jokic was not the only one asked after the game if this starting five could win a championship. Jamal Murray was asked that question also. And when Nicola was asked that question, Nicola says,
We
nope.
didn't.
Well, we didn't. If we could, we would have. You asked Jamal Murray that, and he says, yes, 100%, absolutely.
Well, one guy ain't going nowhere, and one guy could go somewhere. So you might want to probably temper your answers to that status, right?
All right, let me give you the Russell Westbrook thing.
What would you do if the Nuggets traded Nicola to the Lakers?
Stop. For what? Kareem in a time machine?
LeBron James.
Okay. Really? Seriously? Russell Westbrook. Bovada odds of where he's going to go next. And the Nuggets aren't even on the list.
Well.
Okay. Nets plus 600. Hawks plus 700. Magic plus 700. Jazz plus 800. Trailblazers plus 800. And it kind of goes from there. I'll do it in order. Clippers, Spurs, Suns, Bucks, Knicks, Celtics, Cavs, Warriors, Lakers. And the Nuggets aren't even on the list.
I would say the Jazz has zero chance of him going there. And I think Portland would be way down, although they're an up-and-coming team.
This is Russell Westbrook's choice, right?
Yeah. Well, it could be, yeah.
So can he negotiate like a deal? Like, is he a virtual free agent? Meaning he can have conversations with other teams?
He can as soon as he declines his player option. Then he's a free agent.
If he declines his player, okay, I see what you're saying.
So he declines his player option. He can talk to anybody he wants to talk to.
Well, why would he take the player option if it's only going to pay him $3.4 million?
Yeah, and he might, even if he could get $5 million.
I mean, this is weird because he has made over $300 million career-wise. So how much does an extra $2 million mean?
Your lifestyle for a year stays pretty good.
I think his lifestyle's,
well, I know,
kind of locked in.
But you sleep. I don't know. Maybe because you and I.
Hey, if it's more,
he sleeps on an extra $2 million all the time. Like that's just pittance.
No problem. No problem. Do you think the Nuggets would step up and offer him more?
No.
Okay. So why in the world would he accept his option if money means something? It always means something. Maybe it's more what it means than what it actually is in terms of respect. There's always that.
Correct.
Well, if he wants to win a championship, is he going to go to Brooklyn?
I don't even know what's going on with Brooklyn these days.
Bovada, that's great. Here's the odds because they're thinking these are the teams that can pay him the most money probably. But which one of those teams with the best odds have a chance of winning a championship next year? None.
Out of those teams, I mean...
Read them again.
In order, Nets, Hawks, Magic, Jazz, Blazers, Clippers, Spurs, Suns, Bucks, Knicks, Celtics. Blah, 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 blah.
Well, they listed a lot of teams. But...
Well, once you get down to Bucks, Knicks, maybe. But Giannis has got to decide what he wants to do. Giannis leads the Bucks. The Bucks are back to insignificant.
So whether it's winning a championship or he really wants extra money, which wouldn't be a ton more, but it would be, more, he'd be leaving. Or is his best chance to win championship right here?
I think he's got as good a chances at that list other than maybe the Knicks.
It probably comes down to, was there any accuracy in those reports about locker room turmoil? Is he happy in this locker room? If he's happy in this locker room, why would he leave?
I see Russ is a high energy, decent enough teammate, decent enough but still a bit of a lone wolf. So not hated, but I don't think he finds a really deep bond with the guys either.
Can I say
this? Is it lonely being a lone wolf? I'm being serious.
Might be.
Is that enough to just be like, yep, I like a fresh start every year?
Maybe.
Well,
some athletes are like that. They don't mind.
But I'll say this,
they don't
too,
care.
For a good team, if Strother was better and stayed healthy, if Peyton Watson was better and can finish, and all these different things, Naji played to his size, then Russell Westbrook is a great luxury to have because he gets you through the regular season. And I don't know if I said on the air, if I was telling you during the break, 82 games is the grind, and good teams just want to survive them. Survive the grind, go win a championship.
All of our guests join us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. RamosLaw.com. We learned something new about Bo Nix. Details next.
All right, guys and gals. Hey, if you're struggling with hair loss, maybe you got a bald spot, just your hair's getting thin on you, call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and I want you to be the next one. So call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you will be in a calm, relaxed environment. You're going to love the folks that are working on you because Dr. Tanya Pauls and the entire team at Advanced Hair, they're the best of the best at what they do. Guys, Advanced Hair believes in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it's going to start regrowing the very next day. So pick up the phone, call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
I got a couple things here. I'll get the Bo Nix thing in a second. My mom's watching us on YouTube. What's up? What's up, Mom? She's suggesting that the Nuggets get Derek White. She loves Derek White.
Well, I threw Derek White's name out in our little crosstalk with
I know.
the other show.
Is that a, you know?
Well, he's a Colorado kid, right?
She knows it all. They love Derek White in Boston, by the way. He is a
Well, and they
favorite
are
son.
woefully, not only into the second tier, I think, but then becomes dollar for dollar penalty. And I thought I read yesterday they are like all the things they owe is like $468 million.
So they got some problems.
They got problems.
Okay, Mom, you got problems there in Boston.
It seems like it's just over. That run is done.
Well, how long is it going to take Tatum to get it back?
Yeah, well, probably
he tore his Achilles. It's
probably
almost a
the
year.
entire season. I mean, he'll be trying to get back for the playoffs.
So you really won't have him next year, and then you're in cap hell. It might be done. That might be a wrap for the Celtics. I would love. Hey, Derek White. You want to talk about a Colorado kid, man? Legend High School, UCC, CU. Why not here? Why not Derek White? What kind of role would he have on the Nuggets?
Can you imagine him playing with Joker?
That'd be fantastic. Derek White would be a.
I got you excited. Your mom.
All
Thanks,
right.
Mom.
Thanks, Mom.
Thanks, Mom.
What about? Tell me if I'm crazy here. If you could get a hold of Derek White and get Bruce Brown back here. And we're bye-bye to Russell Westbrook.
Well, you got your starting point guard and your sixth man.
Now we can deal Jamal for whatever.
And if you remember, the reason Bruce Brown came here in the first place is because this organization said, we're going to let you play your more natural position, point guard, and he did most of the time.
Would it be crazy to get Bruce Brown and Derek White here? Is that an insane idea?
No, I think it's a good idea.
Kind of check a lot of boxes right there, wouldn't it?
It sure would.
Is Derek White available or something?
Well, everybody might be available on the Celtics if it truly is done. If they got to blow it all up, and they're going to have some serious conversations now because Tatum's out for the year. Can we really do this? And the answer might be no. But listen, they had a great run. They had relatively new owners who put it together the Celtics have been able to figure out how to win a championship in every major generation. They don't look at it the same way. They would be okay blowing it up and starting again because they've literally done that, I don't know, 8-9 times in one
every
championship.
decade, right?
So it wouldn't be that big of a twist of the arm. They wouldn't be as tied into it as a lot of other, like we are. We cannot imagine an era without Nikola Jokic. We don't want to think about it. We can't imagine it. The Celtics don't think like that. Because they've done it so many times with so many different guys. So is Derek White available? I mean, probably everything's available there, depending on how they're going to approach next year.
Derek White making $30 million per year, or Michael Porter Jr. making $30 million per year? Which one you want?
I would take Derek
Well,
White.
but here's the thing that you struggle with, unless it's for the Celtics, the contract has to be ending soon, right? So they can get relief from that. So
he's on the second year of a 4-year. Next year will be the second year of a 4-year deal.
What's he per year? 30, something like that.
Next year will be $30 million.
So it is close to Michael.
That's why I said that. Yeah.
By the way, somebody else did a little. What is it called? I'll get it right. Using Spot Rack Trade Machine, a straight trade for Murray and Doncic makes sense because the difference is only around $400,000, so it works. I just can't. Could that ever happen, though? Could you ever trade Jamal Murray to the Lakers? That's just like, I don't know if that could ever
probably
happen.
have to do Murray and a draft pick.
No, but
could
you do a deal to the Lakers? I mean, really? Could the Nuggets actually do that?
If Lucas said, I ain't playing here.
You know what? That conversation to me always seems silly, and it's always accurate. I know it's a real thing. But I'm like, if you're willing to move on from a guy, why the hell do you care who he plays for? I mean, if he's not good enough for you,
I know.
why
You're
do you
right.
care where he plays?
Because we're still the little brother complex sometimes of the Lakers around here. That's why. It still feels like,
Really?
I think.
Is that true? I don't know if that's true.
It's been good of late, but it's been 30 years of getting hammered by the Lakers. But maybe, because it's been good of late. It's been good of late, no doubt about it. What's the relationship today with the Nuggets and the Lakers?
I don't think either franchise thinks of the other.
How about that team, though? How about this? Joker, Doncic, Derek White, Bruce Brown, AG.
Sounds pretty sick to me.
Christian Brown?
Maybe not.
So I was thinking.
He might not.
I was thinking Joker.
Yeah.
Gordon.
Yeah.
Luka.
Yeah.
Christian.
Okay.
Derek White. Coming off the bench.
Okay.
Bruce Brown.
Yeah. Strother.
Payton. And then you got, and then you hope that
Jalen Pickett.
You hope that Holmes and Pickett really develop.
Holmes and Pickett. And Zeke's gone.
No, he'll still be here because of the contract.
Oh,
unless you can move something with that. But there's your 10 to try to survive the regular season.
Well, you're just talking so you're talking. You'd basically say we'll deal Murray and MPJ, and we'll
Derek
try
White and Doncic.
I don't know. It sounds pretty good.
Sounds fantastic.
That does sound pretty good.
Ain't no way it's going to happen.
Derek White and Bruce Brown would be, that I would drool over that.
So if you got Luka.
I don't think Derek White and Bruce Brown are crazy, though. I don't think that's insane.
The Luka's insane.
Luka's kind of insane.
But say you did somehow the biggest trade. What would the odds of who's the favorite to win the NBA championship next year?
Next year will probably be the Thunder.
You think?
Yeah. They're bringing everybody back. Who are they losing? Am I wrong?
But do you not think Denver now? I mean, is the Western Conference now Minnesota, Oklahoma City, and Denver? Three small market teams are going to be dominating the Western Conference.
You got to keep LeBron around. You're going to lose. That's the harsh truth there in LA, man. You're not going to win a championship. You're going to win games. You're going to make the playoffs, but you ain't winning a championship. And guess what? You ain't winning a championship just on the Steph show either in Golden State. Not going to happen.
Steph, yeah. Well, they might lose.
Draymond?
What's the guy that kind of came off the bench? He kind of is sick of being in there in Golden State and not appreciated. Kuminga.
He's feeling a little antsy? He's a really good player. Ooh, okay. All right. See, we can get excited. We can find some positive spins on everything going on now. We can rattle off some names that get people kind of pumped up. Boy, you can't do nothing, though, can you? Oh, boy.
The problem is you traded so
something.
many draft picks away. That's the harsh rate. That's you don't have assets to throw in. That's a big thing.
All right.
If David Adelman is not named the head coach the next 72 hours, does that mean he's not going to be the head coach?
No, I think you got to a while before we would go there. I think if you haven't heard an announcement before, and you may not, I
think the longer it goes, the less likely it becomes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's impossible because you got to figure out the GM thing. Well, first of all, I think you got to figure out what the hell you're going to do with your roster, period, as an organization.
Can you do that without having a GM?
That's not up to you.
You're going to have to try. You Trent Reznor, who's run
Trent
things.
Reznor.
Trent Reznor.
That's our new GM. That'd be kind of cool.
So
would that be kind of cool?
He knows
Great
enough.
halftime
He
shows.
knows enough from a money perspective to give Josh recommendations on what we're going to have to do. So yeah, they are going to have to make. That's probably his biggest job as interim GM, by the way, is to recommend the future. Weird situation to be in because he might be recommending his own termination. But, I mean, the job's the job. And the two, that's what they're probably doing right now. They're probably trying to figure that out right now.
I doubt that they have any time off.
Those two?
The ownership group and
no,
people that are remaining in the front office.
This is it. You got to make a humongo decision. Because if you're just bringing everybody back, Adelman, sure. Maybe Trent Reznor becomes the GM.
Seems a little bit silly to even have those conversations before you hire a GM.
Well, but you have to figure out where you're going.
What's the point of doing that, to hire a GM and tell him what we're doing? Don't we want the GM to tell us what we're doing?
Well, it'll be obvious depending on what you plan on doing.
I understand, but you're making that decision for the dude that you're hiring to shape the future of the organization.
Yeah, but
if he knows that going in, then guess what?
He's not.
Then it's a lame duck GM anyway.
That might be that. That might be the case. That for at least a year, because it might be a year before you can really move on and do anything.
I hope we don't do that.
Well,
I sure as hell, that doesn't seem like a healthy way to go about it.
I got you. But you have no draft picks and you got some sticky contracts. You got no draft picks and sticky contracts. And you're committed to a weak bench. It sucks. Some bad things about it. And if the Nuggets were healthy, maybe they win Game 5. I don't know. They weren't going to win Game 7, it seems, no matter what. But Game 5 is where it hinged on. But were they going to get past Minnesota? I don't know. I bet you anything they would have beat the crap out of Indy or New York.
Yeah. I think the champions comes out of the West.
I do too. I think the championship will be like when the Nuggets played the Heat. 5 games. Like one of them teams will win something, some quirky game. And it'll be a smoke show. I think there's like 4 teams in the West that would have beat Indy or the Knicks. That'll be a shock if Indy or the Knicks actually win the championship this year.
I give the Knicks a better chance than Indy.
Sure, whatever. I mean, it'd be more interesting seeing the Knicks in it because you can see what celebrities are heartbroken spending $40,000 for courtside tickets, whatever that's going to go for. Let me give you some on Bo Nix real quick. Did you hear Coach Sanford talk about coaching with Bo Nix at the camp? One of the things he said about Bo is that how focused Bo is on football.
So he changed him a little bit, right? I thought during the year he was very complimentary of Bo Nix, but coming out, what our guy in Atlanta was who Coach wanted, right?
Yeah, he evolved pretty quickly though. He was not high on Bo Nix, and you know what? Where it really started was at the combine because Mike was at that, and he saw Bo throw, and he said he did not throw well, and that actually got confirmed. I don't know if you guys remember that. About a year later, Sean Payton came out. He's like, "Yeah, we watched Bo at the combine. He was not our guy then because he did not have a good day." But Mike's opinion of Bo definitely evolved into the positive direction relatively quickly.
Do you like hearing stories about the leader of your team quarterback being singularly focused and doesn't really have a lot
it doesn't do anything for me, I guess. I mean, hearing stories like that, like my quarterback is at the ball. Cool. I don't know what I'm supposed to take from that. You better be freaking obsessed with ball.
Oh.
It better be your only focus in life.
What stories do we hear about Paxton Lynch?
Yeah, but those guys get weeded out real quick.
Or
dude.
Drew Lock, or name a handful that's been in there.
Jay Cutler owned an apartment downtown because he liked to party so much. Now, you heard those stories too.
Yep.
I mean, what stories do you want to hear about your quarterback?
I will say this: that was the quote unquote, however you want to look at, compliment / knock on Peyton Manning when he was rookie. Remember the SI did a whole story on him, and he had like 3 pieces of furniture in his house, but he had.
I did not know that. Is that right?
Oh yeah, he had like 4 or 5 pieces of furniture in his house, and it was like a laptop, and he was just watching film all the time.
Do you want your quarterback to be a robot?
Yeah, robot. I want my quarterback young in his developing years to have his top priority is football and getting better at football.
By the way, I want young QBs to be robots for sure.
You do?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
As they get older, then you know.
Yep.
By the way, Bo Nix is definitely not Ferris Bueller. Ferris Bueller was a wise ass who was like, at least hearing these stories from Mike, like
Right.
he is not Ferris Bueller. He is, well, he nicknamed himself, he dressed up as Iceman. I think he's like that. Iceman in Top Gun was a serious guy. He wasn't a goofball.
No.
And Iceman was like a play-by-the-rules guy. That's why he butted heads with Maverick.
Well, then who do you want, Iceman or Maverick as your QB?
I want Iceman.
So
I actually want Iceman.
It's not the direction of the current NFL, which surprises me to hear you say that, because I feel like you've been obsessed with the electric QBs. As a young guy, I tend to agree with you. I do want Iceman as a young guy. And that's why Sean Payton likes it, because these guys want robots.
Well, let me go down the list.
But Iceman, those guys are not the current trend of the NFL. The current trend of the NFL is going to Mavericks.
Okay, give me the moniker, Iceman or Maverick, and I'll name some quarterbacks. Patrick Mahomes.
Maverick.
Josh Allen.
Maverick.
What's our guy in the Viola?
Iceman.
Iceman.
Joe Burrow's got to be Iceman.
Joe Burrows.
Iceman.
I'd go Maverick.
Oh,
I
come
would say
on.
I'd for
Maverick.
sure go Maverick.
Yeah.
No question, Maverick. Dude, that dude is living with bleach tip hairs. He's buying his offensive lineman samurais.
Oh.
He's got a 20-year-old Instagram model living in his house.
Oh, all right. If we're going by that, I thought we were talking about how they play
Everything.
football.
No, but that is a
No,
part
keep
of
the
it.
song going, Dan. That's
Hey,
great.
your personality is how you play on the field.
John Elway.
Maverick.
Peyton Manning.
Iceman.
Tom Brady.
Iceman.
Should we go history or not? Let's go Stafford.
Maverick.
See, I think so too. Jake Plummer.
Maverick.
It's not even Maverick. He might be Goose.
he might be Goose.
Wow. I mean, why's he got to die?
He
did just give up football. So I won't be traded again.
Yeah, man. He was different.
No,
you know who he
Lamar
was?
Jackson.
Maverick.
It's not, going back to Jake Plummer, who was the character in Top Gun who tapped out and allowed Maverick to go to Top Gun school?
Yeah,
I don't even remember that.
That's how Maverick got to
that's
Top
how Maverick
Gun
got in.
because Jester kind of froze on the spot, and that's how Maverick elevated to Top Gun school.
You were hating on Plummer.
He quit football for millions of dollars to play handball in Idaho, Tyler.
Yeah, but he was a baller.
Until he stopped
Well,
and gave
he
up
was a-
millions of
he was a
dollars.
baller.
So was Jester. Jester was the top guy in flight school. He was going to Top
Jake
Gun.
Plummer didn't
No,
ever
Jester
freeze.
was
Jake Plummer didn't ever freeze.
Jester was the instructor. He was the teacher.
No,
yeah,
he
Jester was the teacher. Yeah.
So who is the guy?
I don't think you ever really knew who
Yes,
yelled
you
out.
did. Oh no, Maverick saved him. He froze. Maverick had to wake him up and sort of help him out there. That wasn't
but
Jester.
Maverick was already in it.
Cougar.
Maverick was already
Cougar.
It wasn't Cougar.
Cougar.
Cougar's what he found at the bar later after he played volleyball.
No, that was the
Cougar.
instructor.
Plenty of Cougars.
That was Kelly McGillis.
It was Cougar. People are just saying it was Cougar. Jester was the teacher. Oh, all right. It was wow. People are killing me. Cougar. All right, Cougar. God, I don't remember it that great then.
And they were already in Top Gun.
Anyways, we're just focusing on Jake Plummer. But you guys keep going.
But I think now, currently, there's more Mavericks and Jesters.
Way more. And it surprises me that DMac goes the Iceman route because you've been obsessed with the mobility of QBs over the years.
Joe Flacco.
Oh, come on. What is he? I don't even know if he's Iceman. He's like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
He might be Cougar.
Flight instructor at Daytona Beach,
Yeah.
pilot
Shadur
school.
Sanders.
You got to make a team. You got to make the flight school.
See,
you got to get a uniform.
You need to find your Cougar.
He needs a. Hey man, is he gonna make the team? I'm not joking about that.
Yes.
Because Marianne Cavett was like, it's gonna be like a battle between.
I don't know what the hell they're going to do because now they're saying Deshaun Watson actually might be back to play some football this year.
What?
You throw Deshaun Watson into the mix, dude.
They
now,
have
now
to.
you got 6 QBs.
Well, if Watson comes back, they've got to have him on the team.
They won't play him. They'll find a way to put him on the IR.
God, does Shadur actually make the team?
Yes.
He does?
Yes.
Okay.
What's Baker Mayfield?
No, he's definitely Maverick.
Yep.
Jared Goff.
Iceman.
Goff is an Iceman, yeah. Iceman gets along with the coach.
Jaden Daniels.
I don't know.
Feels like a Maverick to me.
I don't know.
No,
have you seen how much he's controlled by his mom?
He's pretty structured, yeah.
Have you seen how much mom has got control of that life?
That
is not a Maverick.
No.
Jalen Hurts?
Definitely Iceman.
Definitely Iceman.
Definitely Iceman.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Jordan Love.
Iceman. He's not like a super creative, it's good. Iceman's really good.
I agree.
Justin Herbert.
Iceman.
Iceman, yeah.
Oh. Geno Smith.
Iceman.
Sam Darnold.
Don't even know if he's in the flight school.
So half the guys are mentioned that suck are kind of Icemen.
Yeah. Because you know what? Being a robot only takes you so far. It does. I mean, being a robot will take you to a 9 or 10 win season.
Jalen Hurts just won a Super Bowl.
He's a pretty extreme example. And I think it was easier in the past. I know that was not in the past. I'm not saying that was in the past.
He's in Jalen Hurts, Iceman, maybe in his prep, but can bring a little Maverick out of him in certain situations.
I'll tell you right now, though, if I'm a talent evaluator, I'm still leaning towards Iceman. Because I want that dude that I can trust.
You can trust him.
I want to know that you're going to do what I expect you to do.
You can't trust Maverick.
So you got to be Iceman till you've proven that we can trust you, and then go be Maverick.
Yes.
I think that's the dream, right?
Year 3, year 4.
Don't be a Maverick coming out of college because you're going to sit down.
Correct. And
or get traded. Sam Darnold might have been. Well, I don't think.
Or not get or get drafted in the
goose.
5th round like Shedeur.
But he needs to go in as Iceman.
Yes, he does.
Control.
That's the only way he
learn
makes the team.
and then when he steps up through the year in, he's all pro.
You know what? Shedeur plays like Iceman.
He does.
Yeah.
He does. His personality, though, is Maverick. But he does play like Iceman. You're right.
He's I don't know that his on the field and Maverick off the field.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a tough thing to reconcile probably as an owner and as a coach. But you're right. He does play like ice. He's a pocket guy who's pretty steady and kind of, very fundamentally sound, and that's that.
Pat Surtain.
Iceman.
I think he's Jester.
Well, he's in charge.
He's
running everything.
He's in charge and running everything.
We'll get to no dumb questions coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And we're talking about low testosterone, which could result in a low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts. If this is ringing a bell and you're saying, oh, I'm just doing this because, well, I'm older. Maybe not, man. Could just be low T. If you're like many men who are low T, within a few weeks, once you get going with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, you feel your energy return. Brain fog, see ya. Sleep's going to improve, as well as your workouts. And your sex drive? Va-va-va-voom. So here's what you do. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no. Takes a couple of minutes. Schedule that consult. They'll draw the blood, and you'll have results within 30 minutes. It's only $99, but if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, we're looking at Twitch, text line on YouTube as well. Make sure you like and subscribe to that. And no dumb questions in full effect. Let's see here. From Ron, should the Nuggets' next GM have held the same position with at least one other NBA team, or is there a viable candidate without that experience? Well, that's a big decision, right? What are you going to do?
I think you'll talk to people that you've admired the structure of other teams. Like, are you going to be able to get a guy that's leading another team that's had success? Or are you going to be able to pull that guy away? Chances are no, because A, he's got to be out of contract, and B, that means you're going to probably have to pay him a whole lot of money. Or is there an assistant that's growing up under those guys that you think would be viable?
Sure seems like it'd be nice to get a dude with some experience in there. And I think it's also human nature. You know, it's like when you fire a coach. In football, you fire an offensive guy, you go hire a defensive guy. You fire a young guy, you go hire an old guy, right? So you kind of tend to do the opposite. You did just try the Calvin Booth experience. Now, let's go get a dude with some experience. And I do think, what?
Oh, it just wasn't Calvin Booth. I mean, Tim Connelly hadn't been a GM. Masai Ujiri hadn't been a GM.
Yeah, but those worked.
Who was the last GM the Nuggets had hired who had been a GM previous?
Never.
I understand, but what I'm saying
Serious?
is when,
Not that I can think of.
Generally speaking, human nature is when something recently doesn't work out, you go the opposite path.
Okay. But I was just kind of joking there. Like, really? Seriously?
Well,
I can't even tell you, like, who is the GM of the team? I forget before Masai.
Bernie Bickerstaff?
It was?
Or
he was
one of his guys?
I don't know. I'm asking. I don't even remember. So that is kind of crazy. The Nuggets have never hired a GM who had previously been a GM ever?
Not that I can come off the thing and think of.
Well, that's kind of interesting, right? So
it was Bernie before Tim.
It was Bernie before Tim.
That was it.
Who was it? So was it Masai before Bernie?
No, Masai was never the GM here.
He wasn't?
Yeah, he was. He's the one that made the Carmelo trade.
He was the
Yeah, we got killed.
Okay. I thought he was an up-and-comer. My bad.
I'll throw a name out there for you.
Okay.
I know
we were way off. I'm sorry. I was looking at a list of the longest-serving GMs, and Bernie was on that. Bernie was a GM, but it goes back a while. Before Masai was Mark Workentine.
But that was weird.
They had the three-headed GM things going.
That was
Rex
odd.
Chapman, Workentine, who's passed away.
And you had Kiki and
It was
Dan
horrible.
Issel.
Wow, so they've never hired a GM who had previous GM experience.
I got a guy.
Okay.
And once again, I don't know his contract situation. Title-wise, would it be a drop down? I don't know. But what about Arturas Karnisovas?
I don't know anything about him.
He was assistant GM under Tim Connelly, and he's now the president of basketball operations for the Bulls.
Okay. Well, sure.
And he helped, recognize Joker and some of these guys. He was here when they brought those
Having
guys
a
in.
strong international background would probably be helpful in today's age.
I don't know how realistic the whole Tim Connelly conversation is, but you know how easy that would feel for ownership? Do you know how simple that would feel? A guy that you all loved, a guy that you liked, a guy that it worked, a guy that built it. I think so.
Did they always love him?
I mean, do you have a reason to say that?
He's not here. I mean, it got a little contentious at the end. I mean,
he got freaking ownership.
Yeah, I got you.
Like, were you going to match that?
No, I understand why he's
never
not here.
had ownership.
That was a lie?
He never had ownership. It was like a percentage of profits, just to tie in as a bonus.
Okay, fine.
There's never an ownership.
I got no dumb question.
Did they not like him?
I don't think they disliked him. I'd rather have Arturas than Tim.
Tim Connolly was like one of the most beloved dudes in the building.
That's because he bought everybody dinner and beers.
Okay,
so
fine.
No one's going to say a bad thing for it.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
Hey, listen. Why, if you're Minnesota and where they are right now, would you ever let him go?
I don't know. That's why I started with I don't know how realistic the conversation is.
You're already paying him millions of dollars.
Right. I got you.
So he ain't going anywhere. Other than he might rather live here, but he ain't going to go. I mean, that's probably going to start at $3 to $5 million.
On the Twitch, Scott, why don't you apply for the Nuggets GM job?
I would love to. I think I'd make a great general manager, but I don't think they would ever think of me. I would love to. Here, I'm throwing my ring in the hat. Hat in the ring.
All right.
Plus, I'm not great with names. So
Should we start a campaign? Should we get T-shirts?
Well, that or the Rockies, either one. I mean, I think I can. This one needs managed. The Rockies need revamped. I would say the Rockies' job would be easier.
As a GM?
Yes. If they gave you full autonomy. Because you know what they got to do. I mean,
it's unfortunately it's become more complicated because the entire system sucks. Like, I mean, from the root cellar below the basement, like it's like everything. So I actually think redoing the Rockies is actually incredibly complicated.
See, I think it'd be easier than heck.
Well, okay.
Because basically you just take a broom. I mean,
I guess,
let's
but
be honest.
we're talking about revamping like your Dominican DR. Like, okay, it's everything.
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Do you want to win?
No. This is what you have to do. So fine. I'm just hedging a little bit that it's easy to do.
Do you have to manage salary caps and blah 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 blah?
I think that sucks too. You want to do all that?
First thing
How are you with numbers?
Okay. I was good at math. I was good at math.
Right? 9 times 7.
Here's my first number.
Okay.
My first number thing I'm doing right here.
What are you doing?
Boom. What's the buy? I'm calling Chris Bryant's agent. What's the buyout?
We're doing the Rockies?
We're getting him out.
We're doing the Rockies.
Yeah, we're getting him out of here.
Okay.
And then, I mean, listen, all I would do is bring in Luka and what's his name? With Derek White.
Yeah.
And
Bruce Brown.
Bruce Brown. I just do that.
You just did that?
So am I in?
Simple.
Oh, well, there you go.
Am I in?
I don't even know why you're spending another hour here. You should be just. I'm sure they just heard that. Dan, that's it. It's a wrap for Scott. It's been a great 3 years with the two of you guys. But, Scott will now be leaving. He just figured it out.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have given away your trade secrets beforehand.
Right. Somebody's going to steal that in
I
an
just
interview.
want what's best for the organization.
Big question of the day next. We're going to assume it's a sporting event as your sports fans, and we appreciate you listening and watching and liking and subscribing. So this is not, I'm going to watch another TV show or a series or blah, 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 blah. Could be a sports documentary. I suppose I'd throw that in. But in general, where your sports fandom is, being a Denver sports fan, what are you watching tonight? I'll give you a couple choices. If you want to go off the... there's a good cornhole championship. I'm not going to hold that against you, but on the surface, you've got the Timberwolves and the Thunder. You've got the
Stars.
You got the Stars. No, you don't have the Stars. You've got the Panthers and the Canes tonight. And you've got the Rockies and the Phillies. Now, that's just off the top of my head. If you know of a cricket championship
your third one
in Mumbai, then you could go on that too.
Your third one's off the table.
Well, not for me, but I'm asking the question as a Denver sports fan, and we're keeping it to sports. What are you watching tonight and why?
Let me ask the same question just for those three things. I'm going to go with Tyler.
Yep.
Which one would cost me the most to make you watch?
No, I genuinely will watch Oklahoma City and Minnesota. I'm very, very curious about it. There's just such a curiosity factor there because we all feel like it really could have opened up for the Nuggets if they just could have gotten past Oklahoma City. So I really want to see what that matchup looks like. I feel like Oklahoma City is going to roll them. I mean, roll them.
I think it's a long series. They were 2-2 in the regular season too. So.
All right, so you're watching hoops.
Yeah. It's the only one that I would watch of that mix.
Now, but I'm saying, but which one would cost me more if I paid you to watch something?
So
I could.
One thing I don't do, and I'm not afraid to admit it, I do not watch NHL when my team is out of it.
So it would cost me more.
I would rather watch the train accident.
You'd rather watch Rockies and Philly than Canes and Panthers.
I think so.
I think I'd rather watch Canes and Panthers, only because of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Well, we're at that time of year for all this.
I think you'd have to pay me more money to watch the Rockies.
Oh, you're that down on the Rockies.
Yeah, until
Don't you watch the whole game of the Rockies?
Oh yeah, whatever game you take the money for, you got to watch the whole game.
Oh yeah, I'm choosing. Well, hockey, I get good intermissions. I can catch a show in between.
Right.
Yeah, no hockey. Yeah, probably choosing hockey.
You got to watch start to finish. Yeah.
Yeah.
At least intermission. Yeah, you can go boom, 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 do what you want to do.
Well, I feel like
get some laundry done.
Yeah.
I feel like an idiot because I'm just going to be watching the Rockies for free. Nobody's going to pay me. I'm just going to be watching them.
Yeah, well, that would figure. That says a whole lot about you.
No, but if you're being honest at this point, even
Denver
for you,
sports fan.
Are you just watching it because you're going north on I-25 and there's a huge accident on the southbound side?
A little bit. And the walk of shame kind of concept I'm sort of rolling with. Can they get 34 more wins? I mean, it is another – I told you one of the fascinating things about the Rockies this year.
Wait. Another fascinating?
It keeps going. You would think that it's over at this point, but it keeps rolling because the history is what they're chasing now, not just that they're going to be the last place team in the league. It's history. This is from ESPN. Worst record through 47 decisions. Now, the Rockies are in 4th place.
Well, there you go.
However, I got to read the names of the teams that they're now being mentioned alongside of. Because we're taking out modern history. We're losing that moniker of modern history. We're just talking about since the game was invented. 1876 Red Stockings, 6-41. 1895 Colonels, 7-40.
What franchise they become?
Don't know. 1884 Unions, 7-40. 2025 Rockies, 8-39. 1889 Colonels. Oh, they had a bad run. 8-39.
So it's 4 1,800 teams and
the Rockies as of yesterday.
Wow.
That's on ESPN. So, yes, there is some morbid train wreck. I'm sort of creating this walk of shame sort of thing. And I'm watching the game last night, and it's just another, they're winning 3-1. They're shutting down Bryce Harper. And then they weren't.
Then the bench came in.
And then
I feel like every time you start talking about Rockies, I'm just saying, and then.
I gotcha, but it's
And then.
I gotcha. But there's moments that the whole game wasn't a blowout.
And then.
Into the 7th inning. Schwarber, oh my God. Did you see the home run? I know you guys aren't watching the Rockies at all. I know.
Didn't.
To
You know
see
what?
a
They
dude-
didn't even put
All right,
their
hold on.
highlights on TV.
To see a guy hit a ball into the 3rd deck
In Philly?
in Colorado, they're here. They're in
Oh, I didn't know
Coors
they-
Field.
I
I
didn't know they were
gotcha.
playing.
I understand. Kyle Schwarber hit a ball. It was 446 feet or something like that. It's the 3rd longest home run this year in Major League Baseball. This year.
I got that going.
It hit the 3rd deck. It almost knocked out somebody with a margarita in the party zone.
It's very impressive.
It was unbelievable. It was just like, holy cow.
Can't even be mad.
But then they were hitting home runs, check swings that just drifted into left field, just over that short little fence.
And then they lost.
They lost, 9-3 or something like that. But I mean, they were right there.
Wow, there's literally not been even a resemblance of a dead cat bounce from this one.
Well, how about this? We can put a poll.
Not even a resemblance.
Which would you rather talk about tomorrow? Rockies, Philly, Canes, Panthers, or Minnesota,
Me?
OKC?
I'd love to more about the Rockies, but I know that's just me. Is it Schwarber? Oh my God, look at that. I mean, guys, come on. There's something. Look at the people in the second deck are looking up.
Look at all the Phillies guys got a ball.
That's kind of awesome.
466 feet.
Sorry, 466.
Exit velocity 109. He's stout now.
It's so funny how many games they're kind of in, and they just figure out how to lose. Jeez,
He didn't even look like he was trying.
Golly, that is something, isn't it?
That's a slow fastball right in the
Golly.
middle of the plate, though.
Can't even imagine what it would be like to be able to do something physically
Dude,
like
did
that.
I tell you I watched in
Lord
Oklahoma
almighty.
City on Saturday, I watched the Royals and Cardinals game. They had a big screen and the little bar we were in it. And it was 1-0. And then I think it lost. St. Louis won. Kansas City came back and won 2-1 the next day. So baseball duels. That wasn't nothing. I mean, you had plays left and right. Dudes making plays, diving, stop, throwing guys out. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, you had plays. They were fun to watch. I mean, a 1-0 game, you don't usually think's very good. That was fun to watch.
Unfortunately, sometimes it's more entertaining watching guys on the other team than the Rockies themselves. I think Florida Hurricanes, Tyler, I think it's boring. I have zero interest in that. Couldn't tell you an interesting storyline that really makes me
You
want to
have
watch.
storylines?
Oh, yeah, I need storylines.
So you don't like the game?
No, I kind of hate the game. I love the storylines. Games are games. We're just talking about games.
Well,
3-2, 5-1.
Storyline is, can Dallas and Hurricanes play each other after their big trade?
I guess. To me, the storyline locally is just Miko.
Well, that's tomorrow.
I find it interesting that people are hating on the Stars. Like, I heard some guys, even on this station, anybody but the Stars. I hate the Stars. The Stars. I thought we liked Miko. Do we not like Miko Rantanen?
I do.
Like, I understand why they did what they did. I think it's a debatable topic, whether or not they should have done it and what they got out of it. But at what point did we start hating Miko?
Miko's like Shedeur Sanders. You loved him. You hated him. You loved to point the finger and laugh when it was bad. And then all of a sudden he starts coming back around, and now you're like, oh, I kind of like that dude, actually. Like he's actually pretty cool. I'm down with that. And it's going to be relevant now here throughout the offseason, as it always was going to be, but specifically in the last 24, 48 hours here, we're seeing reports that Brock Nelson is very unlikely to return to the Colorado Avalanche.
Fine.
And you're looking at that. You're looking at what you gave up and all those trades. And I know that's not the same thing. I got you. But you're looking at all these things put together, and you're like, boy, would have been nice to have Cal. I don't know.
Yeah, I get you.
Well, here's this insult to injury. I was watching one of the Four-Letter Network shows this morning, and I think Miko is 4th or 5th, right behind McKinnon, as far as points per game in Stanley Cup playoffs. history. Gretzky's like one.
Okay, so
and he's like fourth or fifth, and I think McKinnon's like third or fourth.
So if you're rooting against the Stars, I understand the history of the Stars and the Avs. I mean, I'm not an idiot. I get that. So that makes sense that you just are mad, I suppose. But why would you be pulling for Connor McDavid? Like, why are we rooting for that dude over a dude that we actually did once really love and maybe still do?
Oh, because you got a little old stinky Edmonton.
Because I hate the Stars that much.
All right, but rooting against the Stars is rooting against Mikko.
Fine.
And why
that's not that hard, I guess.
And you like?
I mean, I think I could like Mikko and hate the Stars.
What about you, Dan?
All right.
I absolutely despise the Dallas Stars. And Mikko's on the Stars,
so
therefore I don't like Mikko anymore.
I don't get that.
So you're giving great storylines.
I guess I don't get it.
Storylines to watch the game.
I'm not telling you I hate Mikko, but I do hate the Stars.
All right. Well, the Mikko can't win if the Stars don't win. So I guess I'm not.
But like my life isn't going to be better if Mikko wins. But my life will be a little bit better if the Stars don't.
No offense, but your life isn't going to be better if any of these teams in any sport win or lose.
No. My life will be a little bit better if the Stars don't.
Oh, don't say that.
Wait a second. I'm sorry. Your life will be a little bit better if the Stars lose?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I hate them.
And now going back to your original question, his life will be a little bit better if the Rockies lose again.
Yeah, if I do the walk of shame. Walk of shame, yeah. Yeah. It'd be more entertaining for everybody.
Leave it to DMac to make the Rockies losing about him.
No, I don't have to do it. I'll tell you this.
Well,
it'll be something to pay attention to the rest of the summer.
It's a good bit. By the way, where are you starting from? Your
right
house
here.
Or here?
I'll start right here. I mean, this is practically my house. I just upped, what difference
you might as well add another 2 miles in there.
You want me to throw that in?
Yeah.
Sure, I don't care.
You going shoeless?
I'm not going shoeless. By the way, I saw an idiot running the Colfax Marathon in bare feet. I'm like, really? You got to be.
That's the new thing.
You got to be that
he was
guy.
a badass.
He was a skinny weirdo.
I think you go just like Paul Pierce in a bathrobe and sunglasses.
Walk of shame.
Yeah.
What would a guy look like walking the walk of shame? What would a girl look like doing the walk of shame? We can have that conversation too.
You don't look like her.
I wish I could have a walk of shame. That would mean something good the night before.
Bill Belichick did.
Oh, Belichick. I guess we got 30 seconds. He's engaged?
He is?
You haven't seen that story today?
No way.
It's all over the place.
BS.
Google it.
BS.
Rumors are he's engaged.
BS.
Look it up.
He's not that dumb.
Google it.
No, he's not that dumb. He might be an old horny man.
Dan's saying he's a creep.
But he is a creep.
That's why we're playing this.
Dan's right.
Look it up. Bill Belichick.
I'm not sure he's a dumb creep.
He's supposedly engaged. You got any 2 cents to throw in on that one?
Have you seen the real estate empire that Jordan has built?
Jordan Hudson.
Yeah.
3rd place in Miss Maine.
She's got like a $10 million real estate empire.
Mom running a sex toy shop.
I saw the reports. I know DMac. I know the reports. I saw them. I'm just calling BS on it.
Because he would be so stupid.
Yes.
To get married he wouldn't be the first old codger with
money.
money.
He actually might be the first 77-year-old to marry a 24-year-old. Yeah, he might be the first.
Well, there's that Anna Nicole Smith.
She married like a 98-year-old.
We had a lot more money than Bill.
A lot more.
And
yes.
by the way, she was 19 when they met.
So you're calling BS on the engagement?
Yeah, big time.
Okay.
Big time BS.
All right. Scott, you still want to applaud that engagement?
I mean, I can't wait to see Josh McDaniels as the best man.
Oh my God!
Question. Can you imagine Bill Belichick, Josh McDaniels is the best man at the wedding?
Who are the groomsmen for Bill Belichick?
Tom Brady.
Who's the best man?
Hell no. Brady ain't doing that.
I'll tell you who's not going to be there. Robert Kraft ain't getting invited to that wedding.
Randy Moss.
Randy Moss would get invited to that wedding. Sure.
The haters still hate.
Gosh, Josh might be the best man.
I know.
Well, he named his son the best man, who's kind of grown up beside him, doing all that.
No, Steven and his wife hate Jordan.
Is that right?
Oh yeah.
Seriously, really?
Isn't it Steven's wife that was talking trash about it?
I did not know that. See, You think I'm obsessed with it? I did not know that.
It was one of his kids' wives. I don't know how many kids does he have.
He's got a daughter.
Okay, well, it's one of the kids' wives
who tragically looks a lot like him, And then he's got a son who sounds exactly like him.
With a mullet.
Who's been coaching with him the whole time. I think that's it, I think.
Okay.
Who's in Bill Belichick's wedding? That's a funny one.
That would be
That
good.
is a funny-ass
Do
idea.
his kids show up?
Oh, man. There's...
Oh, this is an elopement. They're in Carolina.
No way is this an elopement. You think Jordan Hudson is doing an elope? What are you, nuts?
I'm actually with DMac.
No way. It's like a 500-person wedding.
She's going to want it to be on
Of course.
people.com.
Yes. Elopement. Jordan Hudson? Please. Scotty, please.
At the very worst, it's a resort wedding when you got to go to.
It's gargantuan.
Yeah.
It is a blowout affair.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. All right, let's football go. I don't know if this is going to cut the mustard, but that is one weird wedding, man. I'm all for weirdness. It's PHC on 92.5.
Hey guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, why not just go to the best dealership with the best prices with the most cars? Go to Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience over there. You're going to become a customer for life, and relationships do matter in life. Guys, at Phil Long Ford, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to get the best price. They locked those cars in at incredible rates so that you, the customer, get to save the money directly in your pocketbook. I've been a customer over there since my rookie year in the NFL. You're going to do the same thing, and you're going to develop a relationship for life, and those things matter in life. So remember, they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongford.com.
Dan gets a gold star. That was pretty good, Dan. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We have NFL breaking news within the past minutes. Can't wait. Let's go, Dan.
Yep. NFL owners have voted today to permit players to participate in flag football at the 2028 Summer Olympic Games in Los Angeles. Let me ask you guys this question. Who will be the chief rival for the United States in the 2028 flag football games?
Canada.
Australia is going to have a lot of good punters.
Australia.
They'll have a lot of good punters.
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know how it's
Is
going.
there punting in flag football?
By the way, you're going to find like U.S. quarterbacks that are NFL guys that have heritage in other places that could play in this Olympics. Like it'll happen. You know, I don't know who they are, but there'll be backups or other guys. There'll be NFL dudes.
What's our Italian dude from the Giants?
Yeah, that guy.
Tommy DeVito.
Tommy DeVito. Tell me he couldn't play for Italy. Right.
The more prominent countries that will be included in Olympic flag football include United States, Mexico, Austria, Germany, Japan, and Canada. Excuse me. By the way, you were talking about those allergies. They're getting me.
Oh, I'm telling you.
They're getting me the last 2 or 3 days.
How do we know, by the way, in flag football, that the same traits that make an NFL quarterback
they don't
are the same in flag football?
Well, it's a radically different sport. There's no violence. There's no physicality. So it's more like basketball players playing football than it is anything else.
Okay.
Like picture I don't know, J.R. Smith. J.R. Smith could probably be fantastic at flag football.
So who's to say Josh Allen is the best choice?
Well, but that's a different skill set. Delivering the football is probably different. And running routes.
If you can catch and have a little elevation, got some speed, you can probably play it.
I really don't know much about like what makes a great quarterback in flag football.
Here's the thing. USA is going to dominate because these guys live, breathe, and sleep running routes, getting open, throwing the ball, delivering on time, right? In theory, if other sports lived and sleeped it, if other countries, or other players in other sports lived and sleeped it, I do think your point stands that they could be good at it. It's just that they don't practice it the way that these guys do.
We're going to find out what NFL players have some strange...
I mean, which country's the fastest of Mexico, Austria, Germany, Japan, and Canada?
It's a great question. I don't know, but I don't know the heritage of all the NFL players currently in the NFL that may be eligible to play for different countries.
Well, listen, every boy in America at one time in their life played flag football.
Yes.
So we're thinking just football players that have heritage. What about, some guy that has Japanese heritage that plays Hachimura that plays for the Lakers?
Well, he's just flat out Japanese, but I understand what you're saying.
So now he's 6'9", and wide receiver, and you get a guy and throw it up high to him. You don't think he'd be effective in flag
Isaiah
football?
Hartenstein's probably going to be a good player for Germany. I would assume.
Why not?
With Schroeder, right? I mean, they got guys. I mean, we're watching the Nuggets in Oklahoma City. It's like Team Canada out there with 3 dudes from Team Canada playing at the same time. Listen, the U.S. should obviously dominate in this. And listen, we're having a fun conversation about it right now.
Best thing to happen is that America not win the gold.
That would be stunning. That would be
But it'd be
ridiculous.
great. It'd be great if you want to have this sport continue on in different places.
Give me your draft. Who do you want on the team?
What Broncos would be best?
And you said
there's only one. It would be Pat Surtain.
You said there's a rule where it can only be one player from one team. Is that right?
Correct. There's only 10 players on the roster.
Okay. What's your 10 players? We'll put Surtain on there. Sure. We got a Bronco on there.
Jefferson, Tyreek Hill.
Okay, that's good.
Honestly, probably Travis Hunter, because Scott brought up
exactly.
He brought up a good point earlier. With only 10 players, you're going to at least want a guy or two that can play both ways.
Okay, Hill.
I would consider Jerry Jeudy.
Judy.
No,
okay,
he's a freak of a route runner.
But you got to have guys that can catch.
Fair.
Well,
he caught a lot of balls last year.
He sure did. You got to put some other defense players on there, I suppose.
I don't know. I mean, actually, I'm not sure if Pat Surtain...
Put any tight ends on there? Some unguardable tight ends?
No, 0 tight ends.
0 tight ends in flag football.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
I just want pure speed.
So like a All right. Well,
I want hands and speed.
Like Tyler Warren, the latest and greatest?
No thanks.
Okay. Brock Bowers?
I mean, I guess get the what's the dude we drafted? Loha let's put Caleb
Loner.
Caleb
Loner?
Yeah, we'll loan him out, and he can be a good red zone target.
Okay. I mean, you can get a little creative, right? Any other defenders you want to throw out
You
there?
only got 10 guys.
I gotcha. Any other defenders you want to?
There's some great defenders that I guarantee you that you could roll both ways if you needed to.
Putting Ramsey out there?
Yeah,
I mean,
a little bit long in the tooth, but I mean, you're going to go there?
You just want to go best of the best. You're going to go Sauce Gardner. You're going to go Pat. You're going to go Jalen.
You go Sauce Gardner. You can't have Garrett Wilson, I guess.
Fine.
All right. These are the tough decisions we're going to have to make for Team USA.
Right.
As coached by
Peyton Manning.
Come on. How is this not
I
fun
heard
to talk about?
I heard Eli's going to coach for Canada.
Next story. I love this. I love flag football. This is fun, man. And we'll see where, all the other people are who they're related to.
Do you think they're actually going to try?
Hell yes.
That's my biggest concern.
If they
they'll compete.
Yes, once they get. Well, you're wearing Team USA or a country.
Here's the problem. It's really hard to put care into something that you think you are so much better than somebody else at.
Yeah.
I'm being serious. When you feel like there's not competition out there, you usually don't try.
Yeah, I think they'll compete.
Yeah, we got to go to we'll see if Cortland Sutton has a relative from Germany and if he's out there for Team Germany. Or something like that. I don't know. It'll be like that though. We'll find out heritage for a wide variety of players.
I just Googled Olympic favorites in flag football countries.
Yeah.
The countries will be the favorites. They say that Mexico is going to provide pretty good competition for USA.
All right. Because blocking doesn't mean anything.
No.
Pass rushing doesn't mean anything. Can you pass rush at all in flag football? Do you get
generally speaking,
you have one guy?
There's it's a 3 count, but if you rush, now the QB can run.
Okay.
QB cannot run unless you rush.
Okay, so you want to give Lamar Jackson a ton of time or allow him to be able to run around?
I would never rush him.
You only have 3 receivers because you have a guy snapping the ball unless he can go out.
Do you have
centers? But I don't know if they'll have a center in this because they're doing it 5-on-5.
No, they'll do it.
5-on-5?
Yeah.
I think they just hand the ball to the quarterback and be like, "Go."
No,
I don't know.
They'll snap it.
Is there a throw clock? Meaning you only have a certain amount of time to throw the ball.
Yes.
What is that?
I don't know.
Who would your quarterback be? Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, or Patrick Mahomes, or Joe Burrow?
I don't care. Give me one of those and we're going to win. Give me one, we win.
Jackson, you could play on defense also in a pinch.
You could play Lamar Jackson on defense.
That's true.
You're not going to get much out of Mahomes and Allen on defense.
No.
Burrow, forget it. Lamar Jackson's probably your best guy.
Yeah. That's who I'd go with.
I would too. Bo Nix can run around a little bit.
God, can you imagine a team actually rushes Lamar Jackson? He's scoring a touchdown every single time. There's only 4 other defenders. So that means that one dude rushed him.
Yeah.
And then you got a 70-yard field with only 4 people to stop Lamar Jackson.
Good luck.
Listen, in youth, they'll line people in the backfield too.
Dude, how is this not
you can
awesome?
hand the ball off.
This is great to talk about. Oh, this is awesome, man. Good.
Who's a great running back that can pass it?
RJ
Harvey. Former quarterback.
We've heard all about RJ Harvey.
Why not RJ Harvey?
Get Michael Vick back in. Next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Seth Wickersham. He talks about the past sins, if you will, of Sean Payton not getting his quarterback in the draft, and that's what led him to take Bo Nix.
What I get into with Bo Nix is I have a lot of interesting insidery detail about the scouting process that led Sean Payton to want him. And it touches on a lot of things from, I don't want to give away too much at the moment, but it touches on a lot of things from analytics and Moneyball in the NFL to personality type. And I think that losing out on Patrick Mahomes was something that haunted Sean Payton. You know Sean very well. I mean, that has haunted Sean Payton's career, that he had his eye on Mahomes and that the Chiefs traded up right before he was due to pick him and got him. And I think that the scars from that led to him creating a system to evaluate quarterbacks that led to Bo Nix.
System that led him to evaluate quarterbacks that led him to Bo Nix. Is Bo Nix Sean Payton's version of Patrick Mahomes, guys?
Does anybody else kind of roll your eyes at the whole Sean was so obsessed with Patrick Mahomes? Like, oh, that was convenient. I mean, that's pretty convenient. Like, you loved the greatest quarterback in the game.
Well, when did you love Patrick Mahomes? I mean,
you didn't love him that much.
I mean, when was it? Like,
what spot was Bo, like 15 or something?
Oh, where'd he go? I don't think he went.
It was
something
like mid,
like that.
It was like mid first.
He was 10th.
10th.
Oh, really?
And
It was that
Deshaun
high?
Watson was 12th in that draft.
I mean, I guess 10's not that high.
He wasn't 1 or 2, man. I mean, the Chiefs believed in him so much. It was wild, but not a lot of teams did. I think Sean Payton loves Bo Nix, man. I think he's got his guy.
Just tweeted from Adam Schefter.
What?
Vikings wide receiver Justin Jefferson. To think about the chance of playing in the Olympics and getting a gold medal, it's a dream.
Of course.
Justin Jefferson's in.
That's awesome.
Oh, what?
That's awesome.
What's
By the way,
my guy, the wide receiver for the Lions? He could play for Germany.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yep. And
that's
so
true.
so did his brother.
Germany or France?
And
Germany.
I bet you there's probably, I don't know, 20 to 40 Canadian, probably more than that, Canadian players in the NFL. There's probably more than that.
I'm sure there are. And you don't know whose mom is married to whose dad and but the St. Browns, they're fluent in German, both him and his brother, because the mom's German. So, yeah, they would.
So you got him and his brother.
Wait,
you got him and his brother for Germany.
He's not German.
His mom is full-blooded.
I know, but why? So what?
I think he was
He's
born
American.
he was born in Germany, though.
Was he?
I'll have to look it up, but I could have
Well, it
sworn.
doesn't matter. If he's not on the 10-man roster for America, you don't think he'd go play for Germany?
He's going to play for Germany, period. He wouldn't play for America.
Well, if he's not German, he wouldn't.
That's a good question.
Why would he go play for Germany if he's not
Well,
German?
I believe he is German, though. So, all right. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. His mom is, without a doubt, full-on German. Nah, he was born in California. He's born in California.
If he's got a choice, he's not choosing Germany.
Gosh, that's really fascinating. He'll have an interesting choice to make. Well, is he one of the top 5 receivers that would be playing?
I mean, sure.
Just saying,
That's
he's
fascinating.
going to have 2 shots to make the Olympic
That
team.
is really, really interesting, like what he would do.
Yeah, he's
if
got
he was
2
given a
shots to
choice.
make an Olympic team.
His brother wouldn't be playing. His brother wouldn't, but his brother could go play for Germany, period. Equinemius, something like that.
Quintus.
Something like that. Anyway, it's going to be fun, man. I couldn't tell you who the great Canadian players are, or Mexican players. But I'm sure there's some good ones out there.
Is Jamaica going to be in it? I'm being serious.
Jamaica?
Like I'm just thinking about fast countries.
Well, and if they could catch.
Right.
They got to figure out how to throw.
Hey, could Shea Gilgeous make it the Canadian team?
Wouldn't that be crazy if an athlete from a completely different sport,
why not?
But it translates well to flag football?
Right.
That's a really, really interesting
why would
one.
track guys not be decent?
They probably would be. You just got to find somebody to throw them a ball. Yeah. Like, that's the great debate, man. Like, basketball players, football players.
I mean, they'd be decent until you put them up next to an NFL guy that runs routes all day for a living. And then they're going to get exposed.
Wouldn't that be a hoot if LeBron just played for the flag football team?
Ooh, what country does LeBron love?
What are you talking about?
Oh, he's going to play for China.
Wow. Wow.
Scott, don't be silent over there.
And on that note,
he ain't lying.
Hey, she's got to get built somewhere. We'll come back with Nate and Andy and more. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, so tonight you're watching. Are we watching hoops or not? Are you interested in hoops? This. You got to turn that buttons. There you go.
I am going to go and watch kids soccer.
Okay.
Then I'll probably come home and check in with the basketball.
Mm-hmm.
I think Minnesota wins the series.
Really?
Yep.
There you go. There's a little hot take for you. What are you basing that on?
So gone are the Minnesota matches up well against Denver, but not everybody else.
Well, that's true too. No, but I think but we match up good with OKC, which would mean Minnesota matches up good with OKC.
Why did we match up well against? I don't feel like we should have.
I know, but we do. And the didn't Minnesota beat OKC last year in the playoffs?
Don't remember.
Does that matter?
No, but I just think these guys.
Oklahoma City's going to roll on them.
Yeah, I think so too. But who are you pulling for?
I kind of like OKC.
I do too.
But I do like Chris Finch.
I do too. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
Who's the other guy there?
Mike Adoree?
Mike Adoree, yeah. But you hate Anthony Edwards.
No, I think he's one of the most talented guys ever to live. I just
you
wish
hate Anthony Edwards.
I just wish he would be a little bit better.
I gotcha.
He's not been easy to like of late.
Nobody's doubting how good of a basketball player he is.
Yeah, I like his player, but I like the game, not the player.
Sports hate.
Yeah,
love the play. I hate the game.
I'm and this is I'll admit this. This could be my old guy off the lawn. I'm still in humility. I like athletes to play with more humility.
What NBA guys have got that? We got one.
Nicola's one. I think there's more than you realize. But there's not a lot.
Humility? I think the Nuggets are loaded with guys who play with humility.
Yeah.
I'm just referring to superstars.
I think,
Okay. Well, I think the entire Nuggets team, like, who's a look at me guy on the Nuggets?
I don't want to answer.
I can't even name one. Who are you thinking of? A look at me guy on the Nuggets?
Yeah, there are not many, if there is any.
You think Russ is a look at me guy? I don't. I think he's a team guy. I think he's a big team guy. I think he's a crazy guy. I think he's a force of nature. But I think he's still a team guy.
I would love to have Russ as a teammate. He would drive me insane.
Yeah, he would drive you crazy on that. Listen, he likes to dress kind of uniquely, but a lot of guys do. Aaron Gordon likes to dress uniquely.
But he has his own dress or his own clothing company.
It's his business. Yeah. It's literally a business that he has. I don't count that against guys if they like to dress up a little bit. AG likes to dress up. He's a big team guy.
They all do. Nikola Jokic does.
Nikola Jokic dresses up.
Nikola Jokic has got millions of dollars in suits.
I can't think of one look at me guy on the Nuggets. Seriously.
It started off with Humble, which those might be the same thing. But to me, it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
All right.
You know what? Here's another thing. I want to dislike Shea Gilgeous, and I wish he would dress better in some of his post games. I don't need sunglasses in a post game indoors.
Yeah, Dan.
But I'll say this: if you listen to him speak and the words he says, I think he's, for as good as he is and about to be MVP, I think he's rather humble, and I think
he's a tremendous leader.
I think he's unbelievable. Yeah, yes. I wanted to have sports hate on Shea Gilgeous. I think I hate his supporters.
If he just didn't draw so many stupid fouls, he would be easy to like.
Listen, the Oklahoma City Thunder fans are a bit much. I'll give you that. They're definitely like, we've done something, but you haven't done anything.
Good point on the text line. Is tonight Michael Malone's debut?
Yeah,
I believe so.
He
is. He's doing West.
Is that enough for you to tune in?
Oh, I'll be flipping back and forth. Yeah, actually, it is.
Yeah,
actually,
me
yes.
too. Like I will actively seek it out.
I literally had not thought of it to that moment, but yes, I'm very curious how Malone's going to be on TV. We'll play some highlights from him tomorrow. See what he's got to say. I'm very curious. I bet he's nervous, man. You don't think so?
About what?
I don't know. A little pressure to be that guy. Be that
He'll
TV
be
guy.
Self-deprecating for a little bit, and probably. But here's the go.
He's got the right personality for it. That's for sure.
Under the radar shots towards the Nuggets
tonight.
Or the organization.
2. I'll do.
It's over. I
bet 0 tonight.
No,
tonight 0.
He has to have some tonight.
No, he doesn't.
He's got to have self-deprecating humor about being fired.
That wasn't the question.
Well, but that's where he's going to take shots.
No, self-deprecation would be the opposite of that.
It'll go to self-deprecation, and it'll lean right into it.
The winningest coach in Denver Nuggets history. He goes, yeah, and still fired too. Or
a lot of good that did me, but look at that roster Minnesota has. It'll be something along those lines.
I bet there's 0 tonight, but they do come out, just not tonight.
I'm gonna say 2. I'll put the over under at 1.5.
All right, let's have a little fun. Coffee bet on the shots.
I'll take 2. So if you want, less than 2, I guess you
win.
Well,
I'll definitely take less than 2. I was going with, you just gave me an extra one because I was going with 0, but okay.
No, I'll give you a little something.
So I get 1 or less.
Scott, you want in on this?
No. I like my own coffee.
You're a lot of fun sometimes.
I know. I brought the bet. I'm the arbitrator. You have an arbitrator.
Whether it's a shot or not?
Yeah, I get to tell you whether it is.
Oh, see, now we got a little inspiration to watch.
Perfect.
So what time's the game? 6:30. So we're doing a little pregame. I'll set my the old DVR there.
It's pregame probably at 6 or 6.
6 o'clock. We'll do pregame, halftime, postgame. I wonder if he'll make a little.
Oh, that's right.
Does he do all those?
Well,
he's probably going to have 3 opportunities.
I assume that's what they do. Pre-halftime post, right?
Yeah, you're probably right.
I don't know if he'll have a Sports Center hit too. He might.
They might use him for that.
Maybe a little bit. Oh, by the way, did you guys catch? This is just not on my radar, but I just caught it this morning. ESPN Sports Center from Los Angeles is closing down. They're shutting down ESPN Los Angeles after 23 years.
Why?
Budget, money, everything's going to Bristol. So that whole concept,
why wouldn't you shut down Bristol and keep this up?
What can I tell you?
Well, all the satellites are in Bristol.
They're shutting down not part of the interruption. Around the Horn, Woody Show's gone. As of Thursday, I think, this week. They're shutting down. They already sold off their...
Man, I remember when I was a kid, that was like getting home from school. Because Around the Horn and PTI were just becoming a thing. That was absolute cannot miss television when I got home from school. And it's still rolling. That's pretty insane.
So you're going to tell Malik Andrews, if you want to still be on ESPN, you have to come out to Bristol.
They're keeping...
No, they still do stuff from home.
They're keeping...
Don't be crazy now.
ESPN, NBA, ESPN stuff, they're keeping through the end of the playoffs from that studio. And they're going to use the studio for some hits, like to broadcast like some certain things. But the whole Sports Center thing is done as of like last night.
So the which either means they're just going to go a lot of reruns, but they usually do like a late night.
Well, they're just going to do it from Bristol. They'll just do everything from Bristol.
So like when you do a 12 o'clock midnight here, 11 o'clock in LA.
Yeah,
you're doing 2 o'clock there. Yeah, so someone's doing the overnights in Bristol,
which is the way they used to do it a million years ago. That's how like young Sports Center anchors kind of made their way.
Bill Pito was
my guy Tirico, when he left Syracuse, and we were like, oh my God, wow. He started off at like the 2 a.m. Sports Center. And he rose that, he's rocket ship, Tirico. But that's how he started. Hey, there's Mike, 2 o'clock in the morning. He's doing Sports Center. When Sports Center was a thing. Kind of crazy.
That is kind of crazy.
And Around the Horn just gone. Done. I saw Tony.
It's a hell of a run.
Saw 23 years.
A good run too, yeah.
23 years. Tony Reale was hosting that show for 23
and he
years.
Still looks like he's 23.
It's crazy. But what is he qualified to do next? He's just like a game show host.
Well, for 23 years, he should be okay if he's.
Well, he's really not a sports guy though. Tony Reale is not really a sports guy. He's just
He does a lot of kids charity stuff too, though. I read a big expose on him. Seems like a good dude.
Seems like a great guy, but he's been in the sports world without being a sports guy.
I thought he was
years.
like an editor or producer for a while.
Well, I don't know. Okay.
Because didn't he?
I thought he was a hairdresser.
What was the one with Tony Kornhauser and Wilbaum?
He was on with them for a long time,
yeah,
but then they just
say whatever their mistakes they made. He did that.
Yeah.
And then he went from that to like hosting.
Right, and then they realized we really don't need a guy to do this, and it's just been
Tell
Wilbaum.
them we screwed up.
Right, and it's not that important of a job.
Those morning guys don't do that as much anymore either.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Just every day.
Just point out when things change. That's all. Linda Cohn was on that show for a long time.
Stan and the other dude, forgetting this guy's
So
name.
when I was the first day I went into ESPN and was doing stuff there, the new talent was Susie Colbert.
Fired her. Got rid of her.
Bill Pito, who's now with the MSG Network.
Okay.
Stuart Scott.
Passed away, sadly.
I'm trying to think. Those are the three I remember.
Some
doing
talent.
most stuff with that, yeah.
That was some real talent.
Unfortunately, SportsCenter just ain't what it used to be. It's not the, like, I got to
see.
Oh, it used to be, like, you
Although
gotta
I
see
still check
SportsCenter.
in late at nights, like I have to come home
You know
after
what's
games
sad?
and see.
I couldn't tell you the last time I sought it out.
Mm.
I mean, if I come across it, and I watch it. When was the last time you sought out SportsCenter?
I never do because I'll just go to ESPN.com and just watch the highlights of the games that I care about, and that's it. I'll never search out SportsCenter.
Game 6, I came home and sought it out and watched the rest of what was up to that hour and then the redo. So after game 6.
Here's what's going to be really interesting. The NBA show that everybody loves will still be produced by TNT, but it's going to air on ESPN. So it's going to look a lot the same, but it will be technically an ESPN show with the same guys.
But they won't have the same talent, though, will they?
They will have the same talent.
So Ernie's going over doing ESPN?
He is going to do ESPN. They all are. But it's going to be produced by TNT. So it's going to look the same, but it's going to air on ESPN.
So TNT still owns it, I guess?
They don't own it, but they're going to produce it.
Are
So
they-
very interesting way they're doing
So here
it.
you go. Maybe some of your costs, plus they spend a lot of money to get all the NBA stuff. So they'll probably still then do it out of Atlanta.
Yes. Looks like it's going to be kind of the same, but just on ESPN.
Well, that's
Very-
good.
Very interesting. Well, we'll see. We'll see if they have the same. Listen, man, the greatest thing about TNT and basketball.
Those dudes ain't changing. They
I
ain't
hope
changing
not.
for a network.
I hope not, because it's their openness to criticize things and say things that ESPN
made them good.
Yes, and ESPN clearly doesn't. But we'll see how Coach Malone does on all that.
They're gonna push the limits so hard that they're gonna try to get ESPN to fire them. That's what they're gonna do.
Well, they got up yours money, all of them, so they can do it.
How's your football guy doing? They got him. A couple guys tried to get him fired, and that guy's boss says no. We'll take McAfee.
Oh,
they had one producer up there or some executive that was trying to get him
What,
gone.
did something change? I saw him put
Mac-
out
yes.
some tweet like about
Yes.
some big changes.
Rich Eisen. Yes, McAfee's pissed off that ESPN is going to start airing Rich Eisen's show.
In front of him or at his time?
It's
or?
on like the .com. It's not like a direct competitor with them, but he is pissed off that he's taking it as a slight that ESPN is like going to get in bed with Rich Eisen. And he called Rich Eisen's show boring and stupid. And he like ripped on the Rich Eisen show, which is going to become, again, part of ESPN. So he is kind of ripping on his bosses all over again.
He's on an island out there for sure.
It's
those
pretty
those
wild.
guys hate him.
The most interesting thing to me about Pat McAfee is his ability and his willingness to rip his bosses. I think it's hysterical.
Yeah.
And I do think Rich Eisen's show is boring, but, you know.
You guys don't watch SportsCenter?
No.
Wow.
No.
I do watch one.
I mean, if it's on and I come across it, I'm going to watch it.
Yeah. I watch it every night.
Really?
Yeah. I feel like it's been like my habit since I was, 12.
Yeah, but why would I watch a random highlight of a game I don't care about?
Because it might be something you care about.
Well, then
we
we
used to care when we were kids.
Yeah, like it. You like sports.
No,
I
but
I like sports.
No, he likes hometown sports.
I like.
That's it.
I'm interested in what's happening in sports.
Yeah, but I am too.
Yeah.
But I will just go to ESPN.com and I'll look up whatever I want to when I want to about the sport that I care about.
Sure.
You know, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. By the time the game's over, I'm usually over to Netflix.
Just right there.
Yeah.
Do you guys?
I mean, I watch the game and then I'm over to my streaming.
I have an old man complaint that I got to make here. This is some serious old man stuff. You guys will be impressed by this. Do you guys ever watch Quick Pitch on MLB Network?
Yes.
It's the best highlight show on television. If you've never watched Quick Pitch before, all it is, it's there's no talking heads.
Yeah.
It's just they go right to the highlights of the game. The highlights are presented via the play-by-play of the game. So it's local TV, local radio, whatever it is, and they run through all the day's action in baseball. And it's the best highlight show. It's like if you just want to know what happened in baseball today, there you go. I wish every sport had this show. But I'm having an issue with it this year. Okay?
This is where the old man stuff comes in?
Here comes the old man stuff.
Okay.
So I like it just, again, as a matter of habit in the summer, I watch quick pitch at night, like lay down in bed, watch some quick pitch, watch some Seinfeld.
You know baseball.
Pass out.
You got it done.
Yeah. They changed the graphics package on the show this year.
Oh.
Okay? And they go to these, they have like these sweeps.
Is it like the Christmas Day NFL one where they got it off of XL?
Is that I don't know
remember
where
all
they
the beef
got
about
it.
that?
Mm-hmm. But like they put these highlights. So like they'll run a little like sweep thing that'll be interspersed in the highlight package that'll tell you like third inning.
Okay.
And then it's like fifth inning, and it goes right to something that's happening in that. The little graphic that they put in there is like this like spinning array of bright colors that is like launching at my face. And
Little Caesar like?
I don't know if I'm getting photosensitive or what it is, but it's off-putting.
How long have you been thinking about this?
It's been bothering me all season long to the point where I'm not watching the show as much. And I'm telling you, like, I feel like I'm a little out of the loop of what's happening in baseball this year as a result of not watching quick pitch because the graphics package is giving me a headache. And it's like late at night and I'm laying in bed and my eyes are already tired anyway. And I'm just like, I can't watch this crap.
How did the Brewers fare against the Tigers?
These are the things I'm interested in.
I don't know.
What graphic did they use for the 600-foot home run the Rockies gave up last night?
It's only 466.
Dude, that was crazy.
That was awesome. That was so cool. Anyway, I don't know. Text line, is anybody else getting a headache from quick pitch this year? Does anybody else even watch quick pitch? Am I the only dork here that is that interested in this? Either way, it's a great show, and they've ruined it by making the highlight package too dizzying.
When I say I watch it, I meant I've seen it.
Okay.
Once or twice.
You've seen it. Yes.
I don't want to imply that I watch it on a regular basis.
Our friend Lauren Gardner was a longtime host.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Yes.
Andy woke up before it.
Hold on.
This is why I asked you last night for her number.
Are you going to complain to her about the package?
I need to talk to somebody at MLB Network, and she's the only person I know there.
Now, this is funny. He texted you last night for her number.
I wanted to book her on the show
No.
because she does some NHL stuff, too.
No, I wanted to complain to her about the graphics package on MLB Network.
I didn't ask
Oh,
her.
it's going to the source.
Hey, Lauren, haven't talked to you in 4 years. Hope you're doing great.
Yeah.
Got your
Fix
number
those
from
damn
Andy.
graphics.
Seriously.
By the way, I need one from your bosses, too.
I need to know, because, okay, baseball fans, I get it. We're an older crowd. I understand all that. Somebody had to have emailed MLB Network and been like, these graphics are giving me epileptic seizures. You got to stop with this crap.
Well, you know what? You probably did a favor for the show because now we're all going to have to go watch tonight.
God, I really feel like I've just had a conversation with George Costanza's father right there.
It's so annoying.
Well,
it's driving me nuts.
Now I need to know. Can we get a replay on our TVs? You got that on
It
Fubo?
usually airs late at night, like after all the games and like West Coast games and everything. That's when they do quick
Who did
pitch.
Lauren work for here? Was it Altitude?
She was here.
Okay,
Yeah, she worked here.
so-
She worked a few spots. She was in Mile High Sports for a while.
She was producing the Scott Hastings
on the
Tom
TV
Helmer show.
Oh, wow.
Right here on Altitude Sports
So
Radio.
you think Helmer might have her number?
Good.
I mean, I'm just doing the 6 degrees of separation.
She's a hell of an athlete, by the way.
LG?
She
Yes.
did our
You ever
sidelines.
golfed with her? Like
I never
crazy
have.
good.
She's great though.
Yeah.
She did the sidelines for the Mammoth.
I'm a fan. I just again that's why I'm going to her of like, hey, can you fix this for me?
Sidelines.
Can you talk to somebody at MLB Network, whoever is really happy with their work on the it could have been AI that came up with it for all I know.
I wanna
but
know-
it sucks.
I want to know what the response is now.
Well, I just sent a note to Tom Helmer, and it's been a minute since I talked to Tom, so I don't know if this is
I
number.
know we're all going off
But I'm
numbers
like,
that may not really exist
do you have Lauren
anymore.
Gardner's number? I thought I had Lauren's number.
I don't think I've talked to her in probably 4 years.
All I'm saying is
I
when
have her
had was
number. I'll give it
local,
to
I was
you.
like,
got
oh,
her.
here's
You got
what we
Tyler's got her number.
I've got her number.
But is it the local one?
Well, let's compare Lauren numbers.
No, it's just real simple.
Yeah.
Is it local
Yeah.
or not? That's
Yeah.
all.
I don't know.
She's been in New York for a while.
Give me a
Don't you know
second
big
here.
New York number after
She's
a while?
also-
When do you
She-
switch the area
She
code?
responded last
Yeah, I
time I
don't know.
reached
At
out.
what point do you switch
wait,
the
hold
area
on,
code?
It's
hold
a
on.
303.
Hold
Yeah.
Hold on.
She's also expecting.
Tyler, what?
She is. Have you seen her on TV
look,
recently?
actually, her last message she sent me, no joke.
The
Tell
graphics
DMac
suck?
thank you. I don't remember what that was
Oh,
about.
well, that's sweet.
That's nice.
Yeah, she was awesome.
And then she said something along the lines of, check out this new graphics package we got this year.
Yeah.
You're going to love it.
What did she tell DMac? Thank you.
We had some personal chit chats when she was about to move on from here to the national sort of scene. I was very like, hey, you're awesome and hang in there. And she had some relationship issues. I don't need to go into detail.
Jeez.
Well, it's public record. People know.
She was having problem with her parents. There was
she
financial difficulties. We don't need to get into it. Okay.
She had to make some big decisions in life.
So she came to you.
There was a moment.
Questionable choice, I would say.
She made the right decision. She made a difficult but the right decision.
You got any George Wendt things before he cut you out?
How about that? Yeah, he passed away. Norm from Cheers died.
I think you and I probably watched it more.
Norm from Cheers?
Cheers was my show. I love that more than anything. That was like the show growing up.
But it's one of them shows that's replayed on, I think everybody.
Not anymore. Not
really?
like it used to be.
Cheers is not on all the time?
Dude. You got to go to like that Channel 5 that runs MASH. I don't even think they play it anymore. It's all like Seinfeld and stuff.
He was still working as recently as last year.
I'll tell you this, he did not look good. I've seen some video of him. Like he wasn't recognizable. So I can't say I'm shocked. He wasn't that old though, 76?
No,
ain't that
hey,
old.
Man, to me.
Man, why are you
between 76 and 85? You want to check me out? I'm not going to.
We just went from graphics package on MLB to a death of Norm.
What are you talking about?
What is going to happen here for the next 3 hours?
Oh, you never know.
Hey, listen,
stick around, folks.
We got some stuff planned.
Do you?
NFL players are playing in the Olympics. The Rockies.
I like it.
Rockies have done something not a single team in the 1900s have done.
We went through it.
I have a
when you're lumped in with like 4 teams from the 1800s, it's wild.
I did. By the way, I did a little math on this. So last night, Kyle Schwarber hit his 300th career home run.
It was awesome.
He mashed that thing.
It was pretty awesome.
Yeah, Kyle Schwarber, that guy rules.
He's awesome.
The Rockies' entire lineup to start the game last night combined 325 career home runs. They did have him beat, but only by 25 combined for their careers.
They led 3-1 late in that game,
and then the bullpen.
And we're looking pretty good.
Yeah, they're not good.
My daughter says to me, because she's become like a big sports fan, which is cool. Mainly it's the Nuggets. She actually shed a tear when the Nuggets lost. But she goes, "Oh, we're going to win tonight, Dad." And I go, "No, we're not."
No.
And I literally
it was
looked at her,
looking
I said,
good though.
They will lose by a run. I promise you.
And I don't tell me you weren't rooting for Kyle Freeland to just, I feel bad for that dude. I like him a lot.
I'm rooting for him to get traded.
Yes.
Okay,
that's
fine. That's fine.
They have scored 3 or fewer runs in 33 of their 47 games.
Yeah, it's not been great.
Like, and given what the Phillies are offensively, you were waiting for the other shoe to drop.
I didn't know this. I found this out. Most teams have 3 hitting coaches, and the Rockies had 2, but Clint Hurdle was one of them, and he just got a new job. I didn't realize most major league teams had 3 hitting coaches.
Oh, they have entire staffs.
And technically, the Rockies are down to 1 now.
Yes. They have the smallest analytics staff, smallest coaching staff in baseball. They're not trying. They're not even giving an honest effort.
All right, the organization's not trying.
No.
You don't think the players are
the players are trying, of course.
Okay.
Like you don't go
You
and
saw
step
the
into
hustle. You saw the hustle double from Jordan Beck and from the center fielder there, Doyle. Not Doyle.
Sure.
Brenton Doyle.
Brent Doyle, yes.
Is his name.
2
yes.
hustle doubles.
Yes. Well
Good.
done. Well
Good.
done, guys.
Hey, that dead cat bounced. That dead cat just stuck to the pavement. I mean, that thing ain't moving.
It broke my heart in a 1-0 game when Tolia hits a bullet up the middle, and it's right at the shortstop.
Do you guys know who the Rockies' current career leader in home runs is?
The Rockies' career home run leader?
Yeah.
Dante Bichette?
No. Of the
group
squad
right now?
Major League or
McMahon,
can we
Ryan
throw in
McMahon.
Little League?
It's Chris Bryant.
Oh, well, all right.
How does that
trick
even
question.
count?
184 career home runs.
How many in a Rockies uniform?
I
3?
asked, 17. I ask you this. He has 184 career home runs. Will he get to 200?
No.
No?
No, he's not going to play another season of baseball.
You don't think he's got another 16 dingers in him?
No, his body is done.
Yeah, I feel like this back thing in Vegas
doesn't seem good.
Jake Butt thinks that he has, health issues in terms of playing.
Do you guys know what that procedure he's getting is? They're killing the nerves in his back so he doesn't feel the pain anymore.
Yeah.
They're not actually like fixing it.
Right.
They're basically just like putting like they're killing. It's an ablation procedure.
See, he's not really
They kill the nerves.
It's permanent Advil.
He's not as injured as his body is worn out.
It's done.
In some athletes' bodies, at a certain point, their bodies wear out.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
Other than that, it was a hell of a signing.
His was on the way,
no,
too.
it was terrible. And I know Monfort was the chief architect of it. I get it. And I know the only way to make them better is to sell the team. But there's another story out there.
They don't have to sell the team. He just has to get out of the way.
No, okay, well.
Who's going to take over, Sterling?
I think you got to sell the team. But he's not going to do it because the dirty secret, and maybe it's not such a secret, him and his partners have multiple big-time real estate deals located in that area that are tying them into. It's not just the Rockies. It's like everything in there.
It's an empire.
Which has been, here's the irony. If you just want to look from a business perspective, it's been a wild success.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing when it comes to business. He just needs to hire someone of that ilk to run the baseball.
That party
and
deck
just get
that
out
he's
of the
got
way.
up there last night, Kyle Schwarber hit the ball off that thing.
Dude, that was crazy. Somebody with like a $7 margarita was in jeopardy up there.
Does that
$7? $17.
I was about to say, where you get the margarita? That was a taste
My
of the
bad.
margarita.
Like, what do you think of margarita?
That was like
goes
the
with
margarita
there?
flight where you get little shot. You get the medicine cup of margaritas, and
How
there's three of them.
How many guys have put him in the party deck? Remember, Shohei did in
Oh,
BP.
what would have happened back in the day
Barry
when they
Bonds
were
would
juicing?
have.
What
Yeah.
would McGuire have done?
Oh, I know.
What would Bonds?
Well, McGuire was a righty, though. Bonds,
When Cargo hit,
you'd think it had to be a lefty.
do you remember when Cargo hit the walk-off cycle
Yeah.
against the
Yeah.
Cubs off Sean
And
Marshall?
it landed in a Cubs fan's hand.
It was.
That was great. Cubs guy.
I think that thing went into
the third deck.
I think it bounced off the same spot that Schwarber's did last night. I was at that game. He crushed that
Wasn't
ball.
McGuire the one that broke a window in the players' parking lot? A windshield.
Well, again,
Remember that?
McGuire's
Launched
a righty,
it out of it.
so I
Yeah,
could
but it's
believe it.
behind
No,
that,
you're right.
yeah.
You're right. That's where they parked.
Is it still Piazza has the longest in Coors Field history?
that's a
Piazza
good
used
question.
to torture that team. I worked
crushed
so
the
many
ball.
games back in the studio. Well, they got a nope, never mind.
Tovar
There
actually
it
hit a
goes,
bomb.
out of the
Tovar
park.
hit a bomb yesterday.
He did.
Yeah,
and
he hit
Mundo Sosa hit a one-handed home run in the
know.
ninth yesterday.
that one killed me because one of the criticisms about Coors Field, if we're going to make it better, if we're going to care, you need to make like Game of Thrones wall
No,
in
it
left
needs
field.
to be the big green monster
Yes.
all the way around.
No, well, you can't do it all the way around, but you could at least do it in left field, and you put it 50 feet high, and that's a single. At worst, a double. It's not a home run. It was a one-handed home run.
Why not 100 feet high? Let's just keep it
Well,
going.
I mean, if you raised it and brought it in a little, you would shrink the size of the outfield. You would lose Helton's hot dogs and that stuff, but you could build something on top of that too, and it would be kind of cool.
I'm told they've done a feasibility study
on that,
on shrinking the outfield. I don't know about the raise, because remember they put the Bridage barrier in to raise, but I'm told
that's
they've
right,
done the feasibility study on it to try and change the dimensions because the size of the outfield.
Well, they should do that, and
they'll never pay for it.
You would still. Oh, you think that's the issue?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, though. How
That
about
was the issue that came out of
What's the
doing
number?
the feasibility study.
What's the number?
I don't know exactly what the number is, but I was told it was something that they were not willing to spend.
Well, that's too bad.
Which should stun you, I know.
How about a no dumb question from your show? I'll give you one.
Okay.
Because it's probably pretty dumb. Why not a plexiglass wall so that the seats?
That's a fun idea.
Stay with me.
It's a fun
the
idea.
Seats stay there.
Can I say
It's a hell of
You
an
can
idea.
see
Smack-
through it.
Can I
but it's
smack
high
on the
enough
glass?
to keep balls in the park,
Like it's a hockey game?
And then you're not. I mean, at
Dude,
least
that's
if
a
you were
pretty
to put,
fun idea.
If you were to put that at least up there, and the balls are still in play, you're not messing with the seats. You still get your pretty fountains. You get all that stuff. But it's the huge plexiglass
I'm not
that keeps the
against
ball
it.
in play.
Fun idea.
Plexiglass.
Well, or whatever. You pick the material.
I have another
But
idea.
I'm just saying,
See-through material.
See-through, so the seats are still viable.
Yeah.
That way you're keeping your seats and you're keeping your aesthetics.
Not a bad idea.
But there's something to keep the dang ball in play.
What if you do an invisibility fence and you can't even see it, but it just like ricochets
You put a
off
collar
of it.
on the ball.
On the
And
outfielders.
if it's going too far, you shock the ball as it's about to go out. Zzz.
I have this other wild idea, okay? Stay with me on this one.
better pitchers to not give up said home run.
What if they get better players?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that too.
What if they just improve and attempt to compete?
No, that's not the circus, man. That's not what they're. That's not the
See,
bearded lady.
I mean, you
need a plexiglass wall that nobody
No,
else
but you're right.
has.
But the hustle doubles by Doyle and Beck are a great example of things that went the Rockies' way, but it's a bad part about the ballpark. You shouldn't be able to do that
Oh, my
on what
buddy-
essentially is a base hit.
I've known. You know what's funny? I get to know like offensive linemen and pitchers in my career.
Of course, look
both
at you.
Roger Bailey and Jason Hirsch have told me. Everybody says it. It's not the home runs.
It's not the home runs.
It's
the Blues.
doubles. It's where the wall is.
Oh, Bryce
it's
Harper's
the alleys.
RBI single
Just
last
bring
night.
the damn fence in. I've had Roger Bailey said most pitchers rather just give up the damn home run because
Yeah.
guess what? Bases are cleared. But instead, when you give up these little whatever that
Right.
leaves, then
There's
you
always
got
somebody
these
on.
stressful
Have you guys-
pitches with someone on base.
Kind of weird question. Have you ever been to Fenway Park?
No.
Okay.
I wish.
If you go to Fenway Park in left field, it's really interesting because there's like a 2x2 foot square burned out place that the grass will never grow.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because every single left fielder stands literally
Yeah,
in the same
same
2x2
spot.
box because of that wall. So you just are not going to get doubles unless they're legit doubles. Singles, nothing's going to drop in front of you.
Right.
It's going to prevent the center fielder from having to play wacky. Now, right field is a little quirky in Fenway Park, but the vast majority of hitters are still righties in baseball, although it's a little split, but it's mostly righties. And all of a sudden, this little bandbox has way more competitive games. It's really not a complicated solution. It's what you do need to do. You need to change. You need to do a million things.
You know
but among some of them is change the dimensions of the ballpark. You do have to do that.
You know the other advantage that the Red Sox have? They have good players.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'll give you something else. They had crap going on until they sold the team to people that cared.
Mhm.
That's what happened as well.
That helps too.
With the Red Sox.
Yep, that helps as well. Darren McKee, everybody.
You totally. We can talk Rockies all day.
We'll stay here.
could.
Those two guys I work with, where do they go?
By the way,
Well, they're home. Are you kidding me? Tyler's literally at his house getting a lawnmower out.
I do have, by the way, I looked into this. I previewed this for Andy on the drive in. Are the Rockies unlucky? Are the Rockies unlucky? We know they're bad, but are they bad and unlucky, which is leading them to be the historically worst team in the history of baseball? We'll delve into that today here on the show, but we'll take a quick break. When we come back, Andy, we're fantasy GMs, baby. Oh, we're fixing the Nuggets when we return next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 6:30 tonight, Game 1, Western Conference Finals. Andy, who you got? Besides Weezer.
I don't know. I've got Minnesota.
Really?
Yeah.
Upset special. That's fun.
Do you not think? I feel like Minnesota is a little further along in the process than OKC. I feel like they've had their heart broken.
Yeah.
I thought they made a good trade to address some certain things. I think Julius Randle changes the equation for them.
Great player.
And I think they've got the size to match up with OKC. And frankly, I don't know how OKC isn't tired. I would have said whether Denver won or OKC won, which they ended up winning, I still would have picked Minnesota because they've been chilling for a week.
Interesting.
You like Minnesota? You like OKC?
Thunder in 6.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I like Oklahoma City a lot in this series.
I saw a corgi pick the Wolves in 6. Guy throws this corgi a dog and he hits the ball back down.
Am I smarter than a 3-inch tall
Hey, let's
dog?
find out. There it is. It's on the record. Nate versus the corgi.
Let's find out, shall we? Where'd you see the corgi?
It literally just showed up on X where I don't even know. I've told you guys, I don't even know what I've
Somewhere
got
in
half
your
the time
mindless
anymore.
scrolling, there was a short dog.
It was so this corgi was at the top of the stairs. The
Yeah.
guy throws an inflated basketball, and he's got 2 trash cans on one of the lower stairs.
Okay.
I can try to go find it and retweet it. And then the corgi, noses one of the balls and whatever. It went into it was 4-2. 4 balls went into the Minnesota can, 2 went into the Oklahoma City can.
Okay.
So
Was
for a minute, I was like, is this Chris Bianchi? Is that his corgi?
Was the dog named Charles Barkley?
Hey!
Thank you.
That's really the only.
Was he rooting for the Minnesota Timberwolves? All right, I'll stop.
You know what? See, that was impressive. You got 2 out
Thank
without
you.
a list.
Thank you. Without a list.
Sometimes
No
I
list.
notice your list.
I have no list.
This was no list. You didn't know this corgi existed.
Top of the dome.
And now all of a sudden you 2 are ops,
I know nothing.
as the kids say.
I know nothing.
That corgi's your op as far as series predictions.
About this corgi. I have no idea. All right. Yeah, I think the Thunder win this series. I just think they have the advantage of being better.
Okay.
And so that to me is it. And also, I don't think the rest factor is as big for the Thunder. They have home court advantage. They didn't have to travel between games. They're younger. They're deeper. They were not as exhausted by the Denver series as the Nuggets turned out to be. The Nuggets, who played a Game 7 the other day with essentially 4.5 starters. And I mean no disrespect to Aaron Gordon. It was unbelievable what he did, but you're not going to be able to beat
anybody.
That team, or let alone many other teams, with a guy basically playing on one leg.
You would not be able to handle the rest of the field at this point in the NBA season.
I mean,
with him hurt, right?
The Nuggets essentially had 9 working legs and 9 working arms.
Yeah.
If you think about that, and that's a significant disadvantage, basically. By the way, 9 working arms. That's also Def Leppard. So
wow! Oh, we're gonna get texts about that.
Is Moser listening right now? Actually, weren't there 4 guys in Def Leppard? I think
I
did
don't
the
even
math
know,
wrong.
dude.
Either way.
All those 80s bands, those hair bands, somebody got a drug problem, somebody got kicked out, somebody got the guitarist. I thought one of the guitarists didn't even play.
I feel like Def Leppard transcended the hair metal label.
Yeah, but I thought something happened where they brought in a studio guy to record an album, and then hey man, I'm reading Mark Hoppus's book. It was crazy because I got to the point where they kicked their drummer out of the band because he was drinking too much. And Mark said a year later, the guy called him, cussed him out in a 15-minute phone call, and that's the last time they spoke.
Wow.
And now Scott Rayner, the original drummer, is a cop.
By the way, at least based on the picture that I saw on Wikipedia, there are 5 guys in Def Leppard.
They also make hamburgers.
We're going to be here till 6, folks.
Man, you're going to really wish the Nuggets had won that series by the time the show is over. The Jackass Express is back on the
Here we
back
go.
on the railways.
And Yes, the Jackass Express will be broadcasting at Safeway in Littleton off Mineral Avenue tomorrow from 3 to 6. Discover the taste of real chicken with Redbird Farms. They'll be cooking up samples of their delicious 3 chili and original chicken burgers. Stop by and take a bite of Redbird Farms chicken, the go-to choice for real chicken. And we'll see you from 3 to 6 tomorrow at Safeway in Littleton off Mineral Avenue.
Thanks to the Queen of Chicken and Vic putting it in my head, I've got some of their chicken patties at home that you can throw right on the grill.
Nice.
So I'm sure that's what they'll be doing. They're very tasty.
I've never had the chicken patty. I'm looking forward to having
Tomorrow
one
you're
tomorrow.
gonna change that.
This is
now
gonna be great.
somebody had Vic sign a package of chicken. I don't know if we'll get that on.
Really?
But I'll bring a Sharpie.
Okay. Andy will sign your chicken. That's not a euphemism, by the way. It's just a real thing.
What show are we going to? This ain't Vegas, man. Just going out to have a little fun.
What is the first move you would make this offseason if you were the Nuggets' fictitious general manager who they don't have yet? Although you're a candidate.
Am I? Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm in house.
We're all up.
I'll take a little bump.
It's called hiring from within.
All right, real quick before I answer that.
You and I are both available.
Because Scotty said he wouldn't mind being considered, just think he wouldn't. Now, there'd be a legitimate – I'd be curious to watch Scott run a team.
Yeah.
You got your crack at whatever – you get your crack at one team, what are you trying? What sports team, what sport do you think you could at least attempt to GM in?
Oh, I would want to build an NBA team.
Yeah. I didn't know if you go NBA or baseball.
It'd be one of those two. I know I could do a better. I know today I could do a better job than Bill Schmidt.
Now that's what Scotty said.
I have no doubt whatsoever. I don't know I could be better than Calvin Booth right away, but I'd like a shot. Yeah, I'd be interested in it. I'm available. So I don't know. I'll email Dave Fleck. I'll find out whoever I have to send an email to, but I'm
Put
available.
the resume in?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
All right. I would probably try to go hockey or football. Which
Okay.
shouldn't shock anybody either.
Football's just so much work. It's too many people.
Yeah,
on
but
that
I
team.
like it. I don't mind it.
Okay.
I'm the idiot that watches all the preseason games.
That's true.
And if available,
You do.
if I feel like I'm going to get close enough, I'll go watch preseason practice or I'll go watch the camps.
Okay.
All right. The first move. Look, man, I tried to come up with something more creative. I've been thinking about this for at least 3 hours since we put it on the promo.
It's a lot of prep.
It's a lot of prep. I'm figuring I got to shop MPJ. Because I think with the 2 years left, it's a realistic contract to move.
Yeah.
I feel in some ways it might benefit the guy. You and I kind of talked about this in the break yesterday, and we've talked about it on the air. Pick your athlete.
Mm-hmm.
But the moment a guy gets paid and it's a large sum of money, the feelings about the guy change, okay? I told you yesterday, I saw it with DT, I saw it with Von Miller. Everybody loved those two dudes. Then they got paid and they weren't anywhere near worth the money that they were getting paid. That's all I heard for years, right?
Mm-hmm.
MPJ has been a guy that's kind of been a lightning rod player from the moment he got his contract. Now, it all felt good through the championship run. He was hitting the threes. Everything was promised. But I think we've now hit a point where hopefully he gets the shot back, the shoulder returns. But it's been a weird, since the Minnesota playoff series a year ago, Nate, where they really kind of started stepping into his comfort zone and at times making him shoot over. I just don't think he's had the same three-point effectiveness. Now, you'll probably pull up the numbers and tell me you're wrong. He had his greatest three-point shooting season of whatever this past year.
By just 3-point shooting percentage, he was at 39.5%, which is it wasn't his best. It's basically just like
but
right.
You take it.
It's just right in line with what he has been for his career. He's a 40% 3-point shooter.
Okay.
At
All
6'10".
I just feel, again, look, part of the reason why I'm going to say this, you've got to free up money.
Mm-hmm.
You can't remake even the bench. I'm not even talking about a quality starter right now. You can't redo the bench without freeing up some money somehow because of the apron rules and all that. And look, I just think maybe a fresh start for him would be something good. I don't think you can move the Jamal contract. I don't want to move right now the Aaron Gordon contract. That could change here, in a couple of months or a couple of years or whatever it was going to be. I think you got to make a decision about Christian Brown. Although, frankly, after what you told us yesterday, I'm going to kick that decision down the road if I can, even if it costs me a little bit more money. I just think right now it might be best for all parties if you shop MPJ, like I said, get him a fresh start and try to free up some money to redo your bench. Because who else are you going to do it? Nate, I just don't see how you start fixing this team without moving at least one of your big contracts.
No, I had the exact same first move as you. Is that I would get Porter. I would start exploring the trade market with Michael Porter. And it's possible that you do that and the response that you get could be tepid. You might look at it and say, okay, does this actually make us any better? Like that 38, okay, so he's due to make $38.3 million next year. I would love to spend that on 2 different dudes, maybe even 3 different dudes, of competent NBA veteran quality players, 3-and-D guys that I could put out there that could make my team collectively better. I would do so knowing I'm not going to be as good of a basketball team at my starting small forward spot because I don't think you're going to get, a 1-for-1 player on a trade like that. But you could potentially add more that could help you in the long run. And if somebody is, a rung below in terms of a shooter, but maybe a better defender and somebody that every opponent isn't hunting on every position, you can be a better team. You could be a better and more complete team. Give yourself more depth. Give yourself more options, more lineup versatility. That's one of the other things the Nuggets don't have any of is just like they don't have the versatility to like, okay, we'll combat you with this lineup. It's just, no, we have our best 5-man lineup, and that's kind of it. Yeah. That's the Nuggets' biggest issue. So some lineup versatility, a versatility of skill set that you could add. You could potentially be that. And, I don't want to use Porter as the scapegoat for the Nuggets not winning a championship this season because I don't think that's fair to put it all on him. But with 2 years left on that deal, and given that he is a player that if he's not making shots, his value just absolutely plummets. He doesn't have the same versatility of skill set that Aaron Gordon has, that Christian Brown has, that Jamal Murray has. That's where I gotta put Porter on the market.
Okay, so
the first thing I'd do.
Since you and I agreed on that, let's try to mix up the conversation a little bit because this is then where I went to. Are you doing some with P-Watt after that? Is Peyton Watson someone? Do you try to shop Peyton Watson? You and I just talked about it yesterday because there's a whole list of things out as to what the Nuggets had to do. And, and someone had put out there, was it Mahrez that put out there how this is going to be a tough job, and the GM's got a lot to deal with when they get there, and dealing with both Brown and Peyton Watson was on the list. And I thought to myself, with all due respect, I'm not worried about Peyton Watson. If he wants to stick around and play for a reasonable sum, great. If he doesn't, then
I don't have a great take on this. Here's my Peyton Watson take. I just want him to get better. I want him to be a viable offensive NBA player. Defensively, when engaged, I think he's terrific. He's the best shot blocker on the team. He's, I want him to get stronger. I want him to physically get a little bigger, get a little oomph in there. And he's a young guy. He's still kind of developing physically. Remember, there's a dude in Peyton Watson that, high school, he was a COVID kid when he was in high school, so his high school career got blown up. He spent 1 year at UCLA, and he was coming off the bench on a Final Four team. He was drafted completely on potential. I see what Calvin Booth saw in him. That kind of freak athleticism that he has is not easy to come by. And if you can get that at the 30th pick in the draft, that's a good place to get a player like that. But he's got to get better. And some of it is he just has to stay healthy. He just has to play. And his offensive game has to take big steps forward.
Well, okay, then how about a broader question? What's the second move? Because you can't shop all these contracts.
No.
You can't blow the whole. And you brought up a great point for those who missed it yesterday.
There's not that much they can
If you were to move on from Jamal, you have to get somebody back that can create their own shot and handle the ball the way Jamal does.
Those guys aren't easy to find.
Because again, we talk so much about the non-Jokic minutes, the non-Murray minutes killed him against OKC this series.
And again, like I get it, man. Everyone's down on Jamal right now, but like he's a top 25, top 30 player in the NBA. These guys are hard to find.
And again, you may not get proper value right now.
Those dudes are tough to find. So just be cautious on that one. Careful what you wish for, because if Jamal Murray goes away and you don't replace what he can do, we'll be having a conversation next year of like, why don't they have anybody that can get their own shot? And that's where we'll be. That's the spot that we're going to be stuck in. But to me, it's number one is shopping Porter, and then that to me leads to depth. I need Strawther to take a step forward. I think he can. I need Watson to take a step forward. I think he can. I need Deron Holmes to get healthy and play NBA basketball. I hope that he's going to be able to do that.
Would you have him play Summer League?
Yes. If he's healthy. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
I understand why you say yes. There's a part of me that's like, man, after last year,
right?
I just think I'll wait till you get to training camp because we need you to show something.
That's really valuable experience.
You're right, but he's athletic size they desperately need.
Yeah, you've got to take that kind of experience when it's available to you and kind of see where he stacks up. Who knows if he's going to be healthy enough or not. 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925 is the Shop Mazda text line. Let us know what would be your first move that you would make if you were hired to be the GM of the Nuggets. I think you guys can apply too. Just go down to Ball Arena, pick up an application, fill it out, put in your references in there. If you want to put me and Andy on there, we'll vouch for you. I'm sure that'll do you a lot of good, and perhaps become the general manager of the Denver Nuggets. Quick break. When we come back, flag football is on the way to the Summer Olympiad. Could the Broncos be sending anybody to the games? We'll discuss next.
All right, guys, it's Tuesday. We like to talk low testosterone on Tuesday. Well, nobody really likes to talk about it, but I'm sure the older you get, the more you're probably curious about it. It's something you hear about all the time, but do you really know what the symptoms of low testosterone can be? It can be as simple as something as not getting good sleep. Did you know that? Maybe not seeing the gains in the gym. That's maybe a little bit more obvious one. Of course, the lower sex drive could be a big sign of it, but brain fog, depression, these are just things that I did not associate with low testosterone, but in fact can be actual symptoms of having low testosterone. So if you want to get your T levels checked out and you want to make sure that you got it all running right, or maybe just start feeling like yourself again because you haven't, then it's time to head over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You can take a low T quiz on their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 10 simple questions with yes or no answers that take 2 minutes to fill out. And then after that, if you'd like, move forward. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll go over the options with you, and the options really, do you want to start on testosterone or not? And you can make the decision together. The cost of that appointment is $99, which includes the consult, the T, and the PSA test. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit's free. So do yourself a favor if you're not feeling like yourself. Get back your higher energy levels, your better gains in the gym, sleeping better, waking up feeling refreshed. No more afternoon naps, productive at work, and no more brain fog. And, of course, get that sex drive back. All at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
And the NFL owners have approved a proposal for players to participate in flag football at the 2028 LA Olympics. The vote today at the Spring League meeting was unanimous, a source told ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. The resolution needed to be approved by 24 owners. They got all of them. Roger Goodell saying in a statement, quote, "It's an incredible honor for any athlete to represent their country in the Olympics, which is the pinnacle of global sport. I know firsthand that the inclusion of flag football in the Olympics has sparked a tremendous amount of excitement among NFL players interested in the chance to compete for their country on the world stage. We are thrilled that they will now have that chance." Summer Olympics scheduled to take place July 14th to July 30th, 2028. NFL players are off during most of that period. At worst, flag football participants would miss the start of training camp.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Are you psyched they're allowing this to happen?
Yeah, it's fun. Absolutely. I like when when the pros get to go do it. It's funny. I'm listening to this podcast right now. It was something Bill Walton did right before he passed, and episode 1 dropped yesterday about Lithuania at the 92 Olympics. And it was about Sarunas Marciulionis and, raising money, and Bill Walton's hosting it because the Grateful Dead ultimately sponsored them. But it's a great show. But like when 1992 happened,
right?
That was, that was like central to my like sports fan experience as a kid. Like I was 12 years old. I remember that entire summer, like the cover of Sports Illustrated, and then there's MJ and Magic and Bird right there on the cover of SI, and it's like I cannot wait to watch this thing.
Yeah, it was awesome. I was like you, and there was a little bit because remember we win the silver in '88? Wasn't that what spawned
the Soviets
this?
won it? Yeah,
and so we were like, hell yeah, here come our guys now.
Right,
you want to battle with pro players?
Yeah.
All right, giddy up. So it was a lot of fun.
And it's nothing like it is today. Like for those, if you're on the younger side of the audience, like in 1992, the NBA wasn't the global affair that it is today. Like Team USA didn't eke out a gold medal win over Jokic in Serbia. Like, no, they killed everybody because it was the 12 best basketball players on the planet. The 12 best players today are not 12 Americans.
No. Well, Jokic, chief among them. He might be the best.
We have not had. Who was the last American MVP we had? It was Steph, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, probably because it's going to be SGA, who's Canadian.
Yeah, it was Giannis and Jokic and Embiid, and now it's going to be SGA. Yeah, we haven't had an American MVP in quite some time.
Okay, so this won't quite go full dream team.
Okay.
So here's some of the bullet points that I wanted to look up and bring up here. So, basically, in the agreement, there's a limit of 1 player per NFL team on each national team participating.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, we can't just go. I don't know why the USA doesn't get to do this, but I guess we're gonna have to pick the best of. Like, if you're the Team USA player, are you the best of the best?
Yeah.
And then everybody else. So, like, we can't put the 5 greatest together because of this 1 player per NFL team. Now hold on. Am I reading that right? Am I just misunderstanding?
No. Like one Bronco, one Chief, one Viking, etc.
So you can't just grab like a. Okay, see, I thought that meant only 1 NFL player on the international team.
Yeah.
So you can't just get like your 5. The Chiefs can't just get their best guys and go 7-on-7.
Right. We can't just send the Lions.
Gotcha. Also, here's what I think is important, and I'm glad they factored this in. Obviously, the Summer Olympics happen during training camp. There will be a salary cap credit for any player who is injured during the Olympic Games. So I think
don't
that's
get hurt,
important.
dudes. Yeah.
Yeah, well, please don't.
Well, honestly, if Team USA shows up and plays at like 70%, they should win the gold medal.
They should.
Yeah.
But
jog your way through this.
Who else is going to be now? But see, this also allows NFL players, if they want to, they can go play for other teams. They can go other countries, I should say.
I mean, if they're from those countries.
Didn't they have that rule where you were allowed to have 1 exception on your roster?
What, do you have to like go and like establish citizen? Is somebody going to be like, I got to play for Team Sweden?
Wasn't there
in
something
the flag
where
football Olympics? So I will go and hang out in Sweden for a summer.
If you have family bloodlines there, aren't you allowed? I thought we've had other players playing Olympic. Is it just international competition where?
No, you can like apply for waivers and stuff if you have the family bloodlines. Yes. But it's got to be. It's like within a couple generations.
You're going to have a few Australians that qualify or something.
Our guy Patty Turner will probably play
Patty
for
Turner.
Australia.
Well, I mean, the all kicker team. I mean, what
they're gonna
do? Hey, we got an Australian here, Crawshaw.
They're going to be really good.
Isn't Crawshaw Australian, the new Bronco punter?
So, what Bronco do you think should be on this team?
I've got two candidates.
Okay.
Marvin Mims, because he's got a little of the shake to him.
Okay.
That's why he's a good punt returner.
Yeah, he'd be good.
And look, I don't know what he looks like yet, but I'm going based off the skill set and college highlight tape at R.J. Harvey, right?
He could be fun.
He's supposed to be fast with some wiggle, isn't he?
He's supposed to be, sure.
So, yeah, those would be the two Broncos, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, maybe, I don't know. Who knows? By 2028, maybe Bo Nix is the guy. I don't know.
Could be.
But right now, when you think about the Burrows and the Allens and the Mahomes and the Lamar Jackson on a flag football field.
Pretty good.
That'd be insane. Who was it? Someone on ESPN today said they would put Kyler Murray out there because good luck with the low center of gravity getting a hold of those flags.
He'd be tough to grab too. Yeah.
So,
yeah, he's got some shake to him. He's elusive, I would say. What about Patrick Surtain? What about just the best player on the team?
Yeah.
I bet he'd be pretty good at flag football.
Okay.
I'd like his chances.
Have you seen, are we doing, because there's two types of flag football out there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I know from playing in the Denver leagues when I was in college.
Well, the coverage guys are going to be essential.
Well, but you do have one where they actually have an O&D line that can do some loose blocking. It's like the 8-man leagues. You can have a 3-man O-line.
Isn't it like you have to keep your arms at your side and you just move your feet and block with your body or whatever?
Look, I played one where it was just flat. They just mauled
Turned
each other.
into a war.
Yeah. I one time we were down a guy. I remember, it's funny because the quarterback listens to the show. His name's Pat Yonda. And I remember one time I had to play O-line because we had nobody left. And I kid you not, the guy I had to block looked like Gary Zimmerman. And I looked at Pat and I go, you're just going to have to run one way or the other, and I'm going to have to push him the opposite way you go because there's no way. I am not. There were two times
That's kind of it. That's kind of the job.
I don't think it was allowed. I took a step and tried to shoulder into the guy. And I mean, he just was running through me like he was going through the little, you know how they break the paper in high school as they all run through the tunnel? That's what I looked like. And this guy had to be 250. It was hilarious. I just was like, all right, dude. Roll one way or the other, and I'm just going to push him away from you.
Well, I bet you could block him today.
No, still no.
No, still no?
No.
No, okay.
Because you know what? He's probably put on the same weight I have. He's still got
the advantage.
He must have had 70 pounds on me, man. I was like, dude, do I have to do this?
You were the Caruso to his Jokic.
I was like, you're not going to get any time.
Bad matchup.
You better be real quick. You better read that defense, pal.
Yeah. I would just say Cortland Sutton or Patrick Surtain. I'm not going to overthink the whole thing.
Yeah, but
going to take the two best players.
Okay, this is not a shot at Sutton, but isn't Sutton kind of a tough? You want the speedy, elusive. See, this is why I'm curious if there's contact allowed or not. In those 8-man leagues in the city, you were allowed to get up there and do a little jamming at the line and all that. But if it's flat out, don't touch anybody, then you want every Tyreek Hill you can come across.
Who's the South Korean corner that's going to cover Cortland Sutton?
That's why I can't. Well, okay. I feel like you're being.
Who's the Argentinian guy that's going to body up on Sutton and deny
That's a bad draw.
him?
You might want to get him out of there.
Yeah.
Is this just going to be like the U.S.? Remember when U.S. and Canada and women's hockey, it was just just go through the motions and play the gold medal game?
Yeah, but even
the U.S. always started with China and always won 20-2 or something.
Right. But Canada doesn't have a Florida or a Texas. You know, we're gonna destroy everybody.
Dude, who are some Canadian-born football players? And we got to have some Canadian bloodlines, don't we?
I have no doubt that they exist. But again, have you ever heard a college coach be like, "Oh man, we gotta recruit Ontario"? Let me tell you. No,
we got to get up to Cole Harbor.
Right.
See if Nathan McKinnon's got a tight end, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know how packed those high school championship games get up there in Calgary. Okay. So I like Team USA's chances here. In fact, I don't even know where you would set the point spread.
I would ask you this, from what my Canadian friends tell me about Ottawa.
Mm-hmm.
Even if there was a good player, are you going to go to Ottawa to find out?
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Zach Lowe.
Yeah.
Outstanding NBA podcaster. made a fascinating assertion ahead of Game 7 Nuggets Thunder that you need to hear, and we'll discuss if you agree with it or not coming up next. So the Nuggets are done. Game 1 Western Conference Finals tonight. Minnesota is in Oklahoma City. Game 7, 125-93. I don't know if you guys remember or not. Didn't go great. But I have a piece of audio that I want to play right here. Zach Lowe, longtime ESPNer who now is doing his NBA podcast for The Ringer. He's one of the ESPN cuts because you got to pay whatever $90 million for Pat McAfee. So Zach Lowe is now elsewhere and doing a podcast for The Ringer, and it's very good. And Zach Lowe's a super connected dude, and he said something. This podcast, by the way, I want to note this. This was leading into Game 7. This was his Game 7 preview. Thunder Nuggets. So this is prior to knowing the Aaron Gordon leg injury or the severity of the Aaron Gordon leg injury, prior to knowing the outcome of the series. It's just he's talking about a 3-3 series. And he's specifically talking about being at the Combine and you know, going back and watching Game 5 of that series, which at the time was 2-2. Game 5 back in OKC. Thunder would win that game 112-105. Nuggets would blow an 8-point fourth quarter lead. Again, we all remember it. Jokic was spectacular in that game with 44, 15, and 5. But Zach Lowe said this about some text messages that he received after watching Game 5 between the Nuggets and the Thunder.
I got 2 texts from 2 separate executives after that game, after the Thunder won that game, saying some version of that game might have been the NBA championship right there. Yeah. And that's why I think the question is a little unfair. This series could be the NBA Finals. I frankly, particularly given what's happened to Boston and Cleveland, I frankly think that's a little bit disrespectful to the Timberwolves, who have been awesome and have played these two teams really, really well.
Definitely.
And are on a roll and are healthy and deep. But like, that's the level this series is. Like, you can call it a second round series and frame it that way. Oh, another second round disappointment. Or you could say it's two teams who can clearly win the championship. For all Denver's flaws, they are proving in this series they can win the NBA title with Michael Porter Jr. playing with one arm. So that's, I think it's a little flip to say, oh, this is like Game 7 is the whole NBA championship. I think it's a little flip and a little unfair to Minnesota. But I also don't think it's a ridiculous way to view the remaining landscape of the playoffs.
Wow. 2 different executives texted him saying this could be the NBA championship right here. This could be the finals matchup, that the Nuggets and the Thunder could very well be the 2 best teams. To his point, Denver took a team in OKC that was a 68-win team that by point differential is the best in the history of the NBA. Took them all the way to the limit in Game 7, got clobbered. As we know, they only had 4 healthy players, really 3.5 healthy players, essentially in their starting 5. Andy, what do you think of that assertion right there?
Yeah, I mean, I know a few people felt that way.
John Hollinger tweeted the same thing last week.
Yeah.
Saying, John Hollinger, former Grizzlies executive who, again, invented PER, knows buckets, tweeted last week during one of the games, I believe the NBA champion is on the floor right now.
Right.
That being the Thunder or the Nuggets.
All this was said before Aaron Gordon hurt his hamstring.
Right,
though.
right.
So to me,
this is assuming health from AG.
Yeah. I'm not sure. How many times did the Nuggets play the Wolves without AG? Wasn't it 3? And they weren't able to beat him?
Never beat the Wolves all year.
Well, there you go. I guess we don't know a healthy AG how that changes the equation against the Wolves. But it just felt to me like, look, I was amazed they got to 2 Game 7s as it was with this. You were playing 6-7 guys, okay? And half the time of the 7 guys you were playing, one of them would, whether it was Westbrook or P. Watt or whomever, you would decide, all right, I can't do that. So basically you were playing about 6 guys most nights, right?
Basically, yes.
I can't say with 100% certainty when you hadn't beat the Wolves all year, and we know that team is specifically architected to beat you, that you were going to beat Minnesota. I wasn't ready to go there.
They're a 6 seed. You would have had home court advantage in the series.
But you had it a year ago.
You
with
sure
a
did.
stronger team, in my opinion.
You sure?
Because you had KCP.
Yeah, no, you're probably right. But you could make the argument, hey, without Cat, it's a different Timberwolves team. We haven't seen how they match up in a playoff series, and again, with Aaron Gordon out there, it's bizarro world sports analysis. But here's what I wondered as I listened to that, and I saw again, like I mentioned Hollinger before, like I saw people alluding to this in the national landscape, and this is one of those things where I got to step back for a minute, and I'm like, are we just too close to it? Like, are we too close to it to not see what others are seeing, or like these executives that are texting Zach Lowe of they're watching Nikola Jokic solve, and it didn't happen immediately. I would say it took him a good 4 games, but watching Nikola Jokic solve the NBA's best defense and get to a place where he could compete with those dudes despite his team's obvious limitations, lack of depth, Porter having one arm, etc. That Jokic, his individual brilliance, that he would eventually solve any opponent.
Yeah. Yes, I think there's a product of that. I think there's an aspect of that, of these GMs texting and saying that he would figure it out. But here's, again, how mentally run down was Nikola Jokic? Because he solved the best defense, but then they threw a new wrinkle with Caruso on him that last game.
I don't think Jokic was mentally run down.
Yeah, I just don't know how much he would have been psyched about going, because Randall might have been
physically tired. I don't think he was mentally worn down.
Well, but again, then he's got to go against the three-headed monster that led him to say something similar after last year's playoffs that he said after this year's playoffs. So basically, I need more help.
Yeah.
We need a deeper bench. I need more dudes. He said after the Minnesota series last year, maybe we need to clone me.
Mm-hmm.
And I realize Cat's out of the equation, but Naz Reid is still there.
Sure
and
is.
Julius Randle's found himself. He's found his game. He's found his role. They're all comfortable. And he would have played. He's a bigger, more physical version of Alex Caruso in my mind. Nikola would have that guy elbows deep in his back again, and with Rudy waiting to come over and cause the same problems Chet was and Hartenstein. I mean, I think it would have been more of the same for Nikola. I think it would have been a headache.
Do you, without a doubt.
And look, guys have got to hit shots.
You get to this point of the postseason, every game's going to be a headache. Do you believe if the Nuggets were fully healthy this year, like if they could have gotten to the finish, like the year that the core was fully healthy, they won an NBA championship.
Yep. But they had more dudes.
21-22, you didn't have Jamal because he's recovering from the torn ACL. 2023, you got everybody and everybody's healthy and you win an NBA championship. 2024, Jamal is battling the leg injury that we saw impact him all throughout the summer and everything else, so he wasn't quite the same, didn't have his usual postseason. And then this year, you lose AG in Game 7 and Porter's playing with one shoulder. And granted, overcoming injuries is a part of the challenge. But again, it's when you hear something like that, it makes me step back and wonder, like, are the Nuggets closer than we give them credit for? And while they are flawed, and we know they are flawed, isn't Jokic's brilliance, as long as he have health around him, like, I think they could have won this series against the Thunder if Aaron Gordon is healthy in a Game 7. I believe they could have won that series.
Fair enough. But they could have won the Minnesota series if Jamal Murray's calf wasn't bugging him.
Right.
Which, again, you need to be deep enough for when these situations arise.
And that's just it. Like, the lack of depth in the regular season, you break down in the postseason, you're not able to get all the way to the finish line.
And look, if you stay healthy, to your point when you started, if you stay healthy this whole year, then maybe you actually have a chance to play some younger guys. I don't know. Maybe you're winning more games and you can play the younger guys. Maybe a Julian Strother gets both more confidence from the coaches and confidence in himself to show up in a game like Game 7 where he didn't show up.
I would have been
Maybe
interested
Peyton Watson
to see,
actually develops a little bit.
Yeah, if Strother doesn't have the March injury, I would have been interested to see what he is. And I get it. Like, we're doing a lot of if-then analysis. Ultimately, they were banged up because they didn't have the depth and they didn't get it done. But, like, if, and we can entertain it because it's sports talk radio, if they had a fully healthy starting 5 going into a Game 7 in Oklahoma City, I would have liked to have watched that.
Yeah, I would have too, but I mean, they still got decent efforts out of Aaron. The problem was Jamal Murray didn't hit his shots.
I mean, decent effort. He couldn't move, but.
What, from Gordon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, 11 rebounds, incredible.
No, yeah. But again,
incredible.
The outside shooting is what failed them.
Right.
They had no outside shooting, as you talked about, to space the floor better so that Jokic couldn't just be blitzkrieged every time.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll change a little bit of this conversation.
Okay.
If we're going to go off the premise, and it's not a bad premise that they're closer than we realize, we're just stung from 2 second-round exits.
Anytime you waste the year of a prime of a legend, it sucks.
It does. And you know, look, you went up against the number 1 seed. They were probably supposed to beat you.
They're
whether
playing
you
the
like
best
it or
team
not.
in the NBA.
And we shouldn't forget that. But there was a comment Richard Jefferson made during the broadcast. So we're all talking about who do you trade, who do you move, this, that, the other. He said it's expensive to stay good in this era of the NBA.
Sure is.
Is the answer to not worry about trades, but the answer is instead of bleep them picks, do you just go bleep them aprons and just go spend like a drunken sailor and pay the Boston-sized luxury?
Sure.
Isn't it Boston owes $450 million in luxury tax?
In that neighborhood.
Isn't that the number?
Yes. In that neighborhood.
I mean, to me, I don't
tell
know how an owner signs up for that kind of long-term pain if you're not sure it's going to pay off.
I was going to say, I'm while I'm sending in my email to apply to be the general manager of the team, I'll suggest that. I'll let him know that's one of our ideas.
Well, is that just you just go, look, there's trade candidates
pay the complete
out there.
luxury tax.
I think there has to be some rationale thinking to it. I mean,
pretty sure our owners voted for the new CBA, by the way.
Yeah. So, yes, which would mean probably not bleep them aprons.
Right.
But I'm just saying, if they are that close, but that's also, I guess, also to your point, if the NBA looks at them as that close, then maybe it is just one move you've got to make.
Sure.
But I just feel like I feel like the move's got to be someone out of the starting 5 in order to free up some cash to do some things.
In all seriousness, though, and this is where, like, I do take a little bit of solace in, I'm sitting here doing the ifs and buts thing about talking about their injuries, but also, like, Boston and Cleveland are saying the same thing right now.
Yep.
Like,
and they don't have a championship to show. Well, Boston
does, but like in those cities, they believe. Oh, if our starting group had just stayed healthy, we'd be in the Eastern Conference Finals right now. It wouldn't be the Pacers and the Knicks. We'd still be going for it. I mean, it's wild when you think about it, and it is one of those reminders of like how quickly this stuff closes in the NBA. Like the Boston Celtics, they were ticketed to the finals, man, and when they won the title last year, it was like, oh, they're going to compete to win the next 2, 3, 4 NBA championships. They're out of at least the next 2. They're not even in the conversation right now. That's wild how quickly it happens in this league and how slim the margins are. But, the injuries, and again, the Nuggets were playing the Thunder, who I believe are a better team than them. But I do think that the Nuggets got to a place where they could figure out how to force 7 and beat that team, and yet we're left lamenting, hey, what if AG and Porter just would have been healthy?
And to be fair to your point about them, they could have beat them. Yeah, in the early going of that game, they had them uncomfortable. Nobody was hitting their shots.
Right.
And the Thunder looked like the pressure was on them.
That's right.
And then you allowed a run because you turned it over like 6 times in a row, let them get comfortable, and then the pressure went away.
And you had to put Russell Westbrook and Julian Strawther in the game.
That's, I believe, when the pressure went away.
That's how it goes sometimes. Maybe I'm just living in a fantasy world where I want to believe the Nuggets could have won the championship this year. But I don't think it's that fantastical. The more we have this conversation about what this team is with better coaches, and a cohesive vision for the group, could have been a better season. If. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Yeah, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're rolling with you here on a Tuesday afternoon. I'm trying to convince myself that the Nuggets are NBA championship caliber. I don't think it's that outrageous. I don't think they're that far off.
No, listen, they got Nikola Jokic. I will never count anything out.
Yes.
But again, all I ever hear about is how the Wolves are built to beat the Nuggets, and that's what they're facing, and that's the uphill climb. And you've not done anything to address how you match their size off the bench.
Didn't the Nuggets?
You don't even have a big man you want to play off the bench, for God's sake. DeAndre Jordan couldn't even, what did he get, a couple games against the Clippers and then none against OKC? Did he get any time against OKC?
I think he played a little bit.
10 minutes tops the whole series.
Didn't go well.
And Saric,
He didn't play.
Saric exists apparently.
Nah,
but only in theory.
He doesn't actually
Not
exist.
actually on the court.
He was a mustachioed ghost sitting over there
And
on the
again,
bench.
You've got an injured Aaron Gordon, and you would rather take him at 40% than let Najee get a shot.
Yep.
So
that's how bad it is.
That is where I come down and say, no, I can't. You can't talk me into their beating Minnesota. I'd like to think they could. It would have been fun. We need another title in Mr. Jokic's era.
Did you see Kyle Schwarber hit a 466-foot missile off the party deck last night?
I didn't watch it live, but so I was, I'm just doing whatever you do around the house, giving dogs snacks, trying to shut things down for the night. And I hear my daughter from the other room go, "Oh, wow." She's new to liking baseball. She's like, "I've never seen anything like that." I go, it's happening in Coors Field, but yeah, that's.
You should turn around to MLB Network like there's not Quick Pitch because it'll give you a
I was
headache.
going to say Quick Pitch.
Yeah, no, that show's annoying. But
Here, I'll pull the tweet up. Won't be hard to find, I promise you.
But find it for me. But you should have her watch like Out of Market Baseball.
Oh yeah.
If she wants to watch baseball, this isn't fair to anybody. Schwarber last night, his 300th career home run. Off Scott Alexander, 466 feet, bounced off the front of the party deck and came back down. Just murdered that thing. After the game, Kyle Schwarber is talking to Spring. What's the outlet on this? NBC Sports Philly?
I believe so.
Something? Sure. It's the Philadelphia Phillies local telecast.
I'm gonna quote tweet the MLB tweet of it.
Yeah.
The camera guy didn't even get high enough to really see.
That thing went so quickly. But I want to play this audio of Schwarber getting interviewed on the field after the game last night. 9-3 Phillies victory over the Rockies at Coors Field. That's here in Denver, Colorado. And this was the interview that Schwarber did to celebrate his 300th home run.
Well, Kyle Schwarber joins us down on the field. And, Kyle, there was so much good that happened these last 3 innings, but probably one of the best things was you reaching 300 career home runs. I know this is about the team, but congratulations on that. And to do it the way you would do it, hitting at 466 feet.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it's it's a cool accomplishment. It really is. And, it's fun to, wish could have done it at home, but we got a nice little home crowd here right here.
Yeah. Let me ask you.
Yeah.
Nice little home crowd right here.
Little home crowd. Yeah, when I turned the game on last night, I was like, sometimes they'll have a shot of like a right-handed batter when he steps out of the box. And I was looking up behind him and I was just like, those are all Phillies fans.
Yeah.
I don't see a single Rockies cap up there right now. No, it was just a straight up Philly crowd there last night for the first of a 4-game set.
You have to adjust, like as a sports fan, don't we all get used to you step away from the TV in any event, right?
Yeah.
Making dinner during an Avs game, I hear Moser's voice raise, or I hear the crowd go nuts, and I know they're at home, and you run back in to see what your team has done.
Yeah.
When you watch the Colorado Rockies, when you hear a cheer, you better be ready that it's the other team that did something.
And it was Schwarber, and he absolutely crushed that thing. He's a fun player, by the way. And I don't just say that because he was on the Cubs. And
isn't Castellanos on that team too?
He is. Nick Castellanos is on that team.
Something to happen that he needed to hit a home run.
Bryce Harper is on that team. JT Realmuto is on that. Basically, like if any of those guys were on the Rockies, they'd be their best player by a lot. That's what we're talking about.
All right,
right here.
I'm going to ask you, and this is a serious question.
All right,
and I hate to go there, but I don't know where else to go.
Should they nuke Coors Field?
Well, it's kind of along that fashion. I can remember as a guy growing up here, as a kid growing up here, when baseball was trying to decide whether to give Colorado a team or not.
Mm-hmm.
All I kept reading in the paper, I used to read, the Post and the News, both sports sections, all that stuff.
Newspapers,
And,
kids,
yeah.
are these little
could eat
gray
your
and
cereal
black
to it.
things.
Or,
They
go have a
deliver
little-
them to your house.
You have to
great.
run out on the driveway and get it.
Yeah, it was awesome.
But they kept talking about how they just don't know that altitude, that you could play real baseball at altitude, and this, that, the other. It was all about the altitude and what would it do to the game. There'd just be too many home runs and on and on and on. And that's all I read about leading up to MLB finally deciding to vote in the Rockies and Marlins as expansion teams. And then when you brought us that great, the 30-year anniversary of Coors Field article, and ESPN did a great job gathering just all sorts of pitchers and their memories, pitching here and so on and so forth. And so many people, again, saying it's not baseball, it's not baseball, it's not baseball at altitude. Man, this is tough, on and on and on. If this team doesn't get competitive, would baseball ever pull out of Denver?
No.
Would we ever have to worry about baseball deciding we were right all along and we shouldn't have tried to play here?
No. No, you don't ever have to worry about that. They pack the park. The attendance is good. Even as bad as the club is, it's still top 20 in attendance. Like the Pittsburgh Pirates and the in cities like Tampa, they would kill to have this attendance. They would Cincinnati, they would kill to have the attendance that the Rockies have. Major League Baseball views this as a good baseball market. And it's the screwy thing in the Mountain Time Zone. It's not ever going to go away. No.
All right, then how long do they continue to allow this to function the way it is?
The ball club?
Yeah, man.
Oh, forever.
I mean, again,
they don't care.
You don't think they care? If
Andy, there's been a ton of uncompetitive baseball operations in our lifetime. Like losing 100 games in 3 consecutive seasons has been done before, and in the era of tanking, it is often viewed as a viable strategy. Like the other owners in Major League Baseball, they're not going to point a finger at Dick Monfort and yell at him to sell the team, because guess what? Their bleep stinks too.
Well, this team has the worst record through 47 decisions. I
Sure
sent
do.
you this earlier. This is just unbelievable.
Who are the other teams on the list through 47 games?
They're tied with the 1889, not 1989, 1889 Colonels.
The Louisville Colonels.
Is that who it was? The Louisville? Okay.
Yes, the Louisville Colonels.
They both were 8-39.
The 1889 Colonels finished 37-101.
The Unions in
Do you want-
1884.
Hold on, let's get some good. I got some good names on this club. You ready for this? Okay, here we go. This is your 1889 Colonels. We'll get to the Union in a second.
Oh no, it's plural.
The first baseman for the Colonels, Guy Hecker.
Okay.
Pretty good name. Your one of your starting outfielders, kid you not, Chicken Wolf. Chicken Wolf.
Come on now. How are we going to have an oxymoron as a name?
Chicken Wolf was his name. They don't have his actual name here on Baseball Reference, so we're just going with Chicken Wolf.
Because he probably didn't have one.
Other starting outfielder, Farmer Weaver.
Okay. Was he a farmer?
They had
Now I need to
multiple
know.
farmers actually on the club. Farmer Vaughn was their lead
Well,
utility
I mean,
man.
are they all like actual farmers?
They very well could. It's probably what they were doing in the offseason. Good names on that one. Okay. What else? Who was the other team?
No, there's nobody. Okay. The 1884 Unions. Yes, plural.
The
Unions.
1884 Unions.
And they tied the 1885 Colonels at 7-40.
1884 Union Association. Oh, they were just called the Union Association. Oh, no, that was like the league. Anyway, that's very confusing. All right. But that's what we're talking about, the kind of history that they're making right
Yeah, and
now.
then this 1876 Red Stockings.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if they have any fun names either, but I'm not pulling up any.
I've got some baseball at altitude facts for you here. Listen to this, okay?
I just want to let me make one more point.
Okay.
The Rockies have now done something that we haven't seen in all the 1900s. We went a full century without ever seeing what the Rockies have done.
With the team being 8-39.
And with some of these 18
through 47 games.
Matter of fact, the worst team
28 win pace.
That was 150 years ago almost.
Yeah.
So the 1876 Red Stockings.
So in the Athletics MLB Power Rankings today, they always put a little note on the club, and it's something you didn't realize about the team. Not surprisingly, Andy, the Rockies
steal
were
this from Dan Hyatt?
ranked 30th. This is a Dan Hyatt-y kind of stat right here, okay? Rockies have a 737 home OPS this year. That is the 14th best home OPS in baseball. That's on base plus slugging, okay?
So middle of the pack.
Yeah, middle of the pack. Even when the Rockies are bad, they always hit it home. Since Coors Field opened in 1995, the Rockies have never finished lower than 7th in home OPS.
Okay.
There's been some bad clubs, and they have never finished lower than 7th, and this isn't in the National League. This is in all of baseball. 7th in home OPS. They finished in the top 3 in 24 of the 29 seasons since the ballpark opened. Like, essentially what they're saying there is you can hang your hat on the Rockies will score runs at home. They cannot do that this year. This is the worst home OPS. And again, we're through 47 games. I haven't told the entire story of the season.
Yeah, but you tell me who's coming along to change this.
Nobody.
Where's the key hitting coming from?
Chris Bryant's going to get healthy.
Sure.
Sure.
He keeps getting put on longer DL lists.
No problem. Seth Wickersham. I like Seth Wickersham. He's got his book out about Belichick.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be good.
Which book does better, his or Belichick's own?
I know, right? So Wickersham talked about what made Bo Nix a good match for Sean Payton. This is via the Up and Adams show. I always like to hear from Kay Adams. Why is Bo Nix such a good match for Sean Payton?
What I get into with Bo Nix is I have a lot of interesting insidery detail about the scouting process that led Sean Payton to want him. And it touches on a lot of things from, I don't want to give away too much at the moment, but like it touches on a lot of things from like analytics and Moneyball in the NFL to personality type. And I think that losing out on Patrick Mahomes was something that haunted Sean Payton. You know Sean very well. I mean, that has haunted Sean Payton's career, that he had his eye on Mahomes and that the Chiefs traded up right before he was due to pick him and got him. And I think that the scars from that led to him creating a system to evaluate quarterbacks that led to Bo Nix.
Interesting.
A system to evaluate quarterbacks that led to Bo Nix. I liked Patrick Mahomes so much. He checked all of these boxes. Darn the Chiefs and Andy Reid for trading to a pick in front of me. But I see a player in Bo Nix that checks similar boxes.
Interesting.
Yeah. We have heard many similar things low over the years. Sean Payton has made it very clear over and over and over again. And by the way, he drafted Marshawn Lattimore. Still a very good pick. One pick later, but, you know, Mahomes. It's a little bit different. The guy that's got 3 rings, and star quarterbacks tend to have a bigger impact on the game, I would say. Also, you know what's interesting about that? Deshaun Watson was still on the board.
Yeah.
Peyton wanted nothing to do with him. This is pre-creepo, pre-multiple massive injuries. Like, if people don't remember, when Deshaun Watson was first leaving Clemson, everybody thought, like, model NFL citizen. Love that dude.
Seemed like a great guy.
Showed up to Houston, and he was very good.
Very good
Yeah.
and well-loved.
Yeah, exactly. Now it turns out you can't be in a room alone with him. But, yeah, Deshaun Watson, and Sean wanted nothing to do with him, took Marshawn Lattimore. He had his eye on Mahomes the entire time. He views Nix as a player that checks similar boxes. Now, look, in terms of physical skill set, Bo does not have Mahomes' arm by any stretch. You know, Mahomes has one of the great arms in the history of the NFL. But Bo Nix is elusive. He's kind of like Patrick Mahomes, like maybe more athletic than you would give him credit for. Certainly, Bo Nix stepped in and showed off the kind of leadership swagger and football IQ that you need to be able to run a Sean Payton type of offense, which we know that's one of Mahomes' strengths. Is Bo Nix a Patrick Mahomes level player, or is Bo Nix in Sean Payton's mind a poor man's Patrick Mahomes?
That's a good question. I think Bo Nix does everything Sean wants him to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he does it in quick fashion. It was interesting because, Coach Sanford was on the Morning Sprint, his show yesterday, and over the weekend got a chance to see Bo Nix at a football camp he was running out of Valor.
Did drills with him.
And Sanford said after watching and experiencing the weekend, he understands what Sean wanted out of Bo Nix. And he just talked about how, Bo just constantly had them doing stuff. They would get to the end of a drill. He would turn around. Okay, let's go again. He had two fields working. Like the guy's just able to process football in fast fashion.
Yeah.
And Tom Brady showed us. You don't have to have Mahomes' arm. Manning showed us. If you're able to know what your defenses are up to and get the ball to the right spot before they can defend it. And I think that's, I don't know that that's a poor man's Mahomes quality. Whatever it is, I could tell you this, and I said this to you yesterday. This point last year when we did the double doink in the playoffs where the Avs and the Nuggets both got knocked out at the same time.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
I didn't know what to expect from football season, but I wasn't all that greatly excited about it because I wasn't quite sure we were going to get much, right? At least this year, because of Bo Nix and because what he and Sean Payton have shown what they can craft together offensively, I can't wait for football to start.
Right.
I don't think I felt that way in 4 years.
Actual optimism.
Yeah, well, because again, and look, I love football. Don't hear me wrong. I'll watch football.
Yeah.
But I am actually excited to watch what this Denver team. It could not be
more
different than it was a year ago.
Okay. You're always going to be excited to watch football. Right now, you have actual hope.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see what this thing looks like.
Yeah.
Now look, do I think they filled every need I wish there's a little more speed, but who knows? Troy Franklin comes along, Mims goes to the next level. I wish you had more than one tight end that I think you can play in Evan Ingram, but it's exciting again. I think they're starting to open a window again, and that's great. That's great to feel.
Coming up at 5:00, Andy's got some great facts, figures, and other stuff on the schedule and how that is going to impact potential reseeding of the playoffs. I'm very eager to hear that during the high five.
It may kill the vote tomorrow that everybody thought was a foregone conclusion.
There's some really good stuff on that, but a quick break. When we come back, Brian Windhorst, the man who once asserted that nobody ever played better while getting swept than the 2023 LA Lakers, he has another thought about the outcome of the Thunder Nuggets series that you will want to hear coming up next. Hey, what up, Denver? It is Nate Kreckman for my friends at Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid right now. Go to roller.bid right now. In fact, go to roller.bid/altitude and get signed up because then you'll be entered to win concert tickets and sporting event tickets and all kinds of great stuff from us here at Altitude. And then you'll be all signed up. You'll be able to bid at Roller Auction on the great auctions like one that's available to bid right now. City of Loveland, vehicles and equipment auction. Some great stuff here. John Deere tractors available. Got a Kenworth roll-off truck. Freightliner bucket truck. I need me one of those. Flatbeds, SUVs, cargo vans, UTVs, mowers, and so much more. This is well-maintained city equipment, and Roller Auction for almost 50 years has been the industry leader in city and county auctions to get that well-maintained equipment. So go to roller.bid/altitude. Sign up right now. Check out the City of Loveland Vehicles and Equipment Auction open for a couple more days. Check out this John Deere Gator UTV. This thing's awesome. Great deal available. Go to roller.bid right now.
Three-pointer Porter won't go. With that miss, he's 1 of 5, Scott, and I'm starting to lose confidence here. I need something to get me going here. High right side is Alexander. Step back 3. Good. Uh-oh.
Well, see, now they're playing with confidence. There's no pressure on them. Denver dropped the reins in the late first quarter.
Game 7, SGA goes for 35 on the way to a healthy 125-93 win over the Nuggets. I don't know if you guys remember that or not. That was Cos and Scotty right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, last 3 games of this series, and the Thunder went 2-1 in those 3 games. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander went for 31 points on 23 shots. Game 6, 32 on 16 shots in defeat, although he was outstanding. By the way, 11 of 16 from the field. That's a 69% field goal rate.
Nice.
Yeah.
And 35 points in Game 7, 35 points on 19 shots, including making 3 of 4 from behind the arc. That's not bad at all. 6 of 11 from behind the arc over the last 3 games of this series after he wasn't necessarily outstanding shooting the 3 ball to begin this series. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is going to win the MVP award. As far as we know, it's not going to be handed out again tonight.
What are they waiting on?
No idea.
They afraid to motivate Ant now? I said this before, but now I'm wondering.
I don't know. I have no idea.
You're just going to wait till the guy wins finals MVP too, or
also,
what?
like, is Ant even going to finish like in the top 5?
I don't think so, but I don't know what
are we
you're
worried
waiting
about?
on.
Maybe Game 2. Who knows?
Does TNT have the rights to that?
I think you're right.
Okay, so then how are they going to do this? Because TNT doesn't get these games.
Yeah, great question. I don't know.
So now he literally has to wait till the finals? Does TNT even have the finals?
No, ABC does. That's a Mike Breen affair.
Right. So what are we doing?
No idea.
They're going to fly the TNT crew out there to the finals?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what they're waiting for. Anyway, he's going to win the MVP. We know that. Brian Windhorst of ESPN. Old Windy.
Old windbag.
Who once, again, I'd like to reiterate, asserted that the Lakers played better getting swept by the Nuggets than any team ever has played getting
It was
swept.
the greatest effort
to
lose 0-4.
I mean, like, to be fair to Windy, there has to be
a best of the worst.
There has to be a best of the worst. Somebody has to be the best of the worst.
There's a valedictorian of summer school every year.
Right, exactly.
So
exactly.
You know.
There has to be somebody that's the best at being the worst. So he once made that point, but he made another assertion after the Thunder ousted the Nuggets in Game 7.
They said a lot with their Game 5 and Game 7 victories because in both situations were the spot where they faltered last year. And look, this was a historically relevant moment for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, not just for this season, okay? He is going to likely win the MVP in the next few days. Had he won that award and lost this game to Jokic and the Nuggets, no matter what anybody would have said, no matter what I would have tried to argue talking common sense, people would have always slapped an asterisk on that. So knowing all of that, he came out and delivered a brilliant performance. 12 of 19, gave his team everything they needed. He would have been really taken down had he lost this game. So we owe it to him to appreciate and appraise how he delivered in this moment. And when he gets that MVP trophy, everybody will know that he won it on the court and in the ballot box.
Well, I would hope that he won the MVP based on what he did on the court.
Yes. He's now trying to paint it as somehow SGA and Jokic went one-on-one.
Right. And he out-dueled Joker.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, he mentioned Game 5. Game 5, a game where Jokic had 44 points on 25 shots when he was the best player on the floor by far.
And SGA did not get his scoring really going until Lou Dort hit 3 threes to get them back in that game.
10 points in the last 3.5 minutes of that game.
That was the famous can't lose to Lou Dort game.
Yep. Yeah, some serious front running coming out of SGA right there. He was good in Game 6. They lost that game in Denver. And in Game 7, Jokic didn't have anybody playing with him. Come on. What are we doing here? Nikola Jokic averaged a 30-point triple-double. He was still the best player in the NBA all season long. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was really good. He was really good. To me, Shea was better this year than Embiid was the year that he won the MVP over Joker. By the way, that's going to be 5 top 2 finishes in the MVP, including 3 wins for Jokic over the last 5 years. Coming up at 5:20, I've got some stuff to go through. You can make a strong assertion that Jokic just completed the greatest 5-year run by any individual player in NBA history. We'll get to that coming up at 5:20. But to me, Andy, I think Shea had a brilliant season. I think he was the best scorer in the NBA this year. I think Jokic was the best player. I think Shea had a better supporting cast around him. Shea wins the series. If that somehow justifies in your Brian Windhorst brain that makes SGA a better player than Nikola Jokic, then you know what? I can't push back on that. But to me, Nikola Jokic carried more, did more, and is the best player in the world and was the best player in the NBA this season.
Yeah, I would throw out there, I said to you, let's just trade players on the rosters. SGA is on the Nuggets, Nicola's on the Thunder. Then what's it looking like?
Then the Thunder would have won 78 games this year.
Yeah. They might have won all 82.
I'm kind of serious right now.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Nikola doesn't have that kind of extended shooting around him.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of triple-double is he averaging then?
Right.
You know?
Right. Yeah. Wing the ball out to J-Dub and just watch him go to work, just, throwing lobs up to Chet. That looks like a pretty good time.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, Jokic averaged a triple-double, and how many games did Aaron Gordon miss this year?
That's a great question. I don't know, but it was significant. He was missing 2-week chunks at a time.
AG played 51 games this year.
So 31 missed.
He missed 31 games this season. That's 31 games that your favorite lob target is not out on the floor, and you still averaged over 10 assists per game.
How about now do Jamal Murray, who also had to rest with a lot of leg problems, especially early in the year. He had the hamstring injury that it felt like he missed a month with.
Nikola Jokic averaged a triple-double this season, with Jamal Murray having played in 67 games.
All right.
Missed 15.
And a lot of times, wasn't he missing both?
Yeah.
AG and Jamal?
Yeah.
So
they had their starting 5 intact for what, 30 games this year?
Yeah.
Roughly?
Yeah.
Give or take? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Averaged a triple-double. In order to get your assists that high, you got to have other dudes out there on the floor. I saw a number, and it was CBS had this, that the potential assists for Jokic in this series, he was basically, in the regular season, the Nuggets cashed in on 62% of potential assists from Jokic. It was below 40% in the playoffs, or at least in the Oklahoma City series. The shooting was not there. And so Jokic didn't have any triple-doubles. I don't think he had a single 10-assist game. I think he had 8 assists in Game 6, which was the best that he did in the series. But, again, other guys are banged up. You don't have Porter available. They're not respecting his floor spacing as much. More of a crowd around Nikola Jokic. A little bit of a tougher job.
Didn't Hyatt tell us in Game 5 alone he had another 20-some assists he could have had?
Could have had.
And he only ended up with 5?
Yeah.
Because he has no shooting. He doesn't have enough consistent shooting around him.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, great player. Great player.
Yeah.
On a better team than Nikola Jokic was. And of all the people in the world who knew it, Nikola Jokic was the one who was averaging a 30-point triple-double this year and was having a bad time while he was doing it.
Yeah.
Just looking around and going, this ain't it. I don't got it right now.
To the point then when he gets done, he said, no, I don't think we can. Well, how about do we answer the GM question you gave me earlier with even Nikola saying, I don't think we can win
we
a
can't.
championship?
No, I suppose, Nikola Jokic disagrees with that assertion. Still won 50 games, still got a top 4 seed in the Western Conference in a deep, tough, murderous Western Conference. It speaks to the individual brilliance of Nikola Jokic. He is an absolute all-timer. Quick break. When we come back, the NFL owners will be making a decision on whether or not to reseed the playoff field. Andy says there's a lot more to consider if you're going to do that. You want to hear this coming up next. Yeah, it is hour number 3 of the show. We would love to see you tomorrow at the Safeway in Littleton off Mineral Avenue. We'll be broadcasting live from 3 to 6, and you can discover the taste of real chicken with Redbird Farms. They're going to be cooking up samples of their delicious 3 chili and original chicken burgers. So stop by, take a bite of Redbird Farms chicken, the go-to choice for real chicken, and we will see you out there 3 to 6 tomorrow. That's the Safeway in Littleton off Mineral Avenue. We got football news right now. Mark Springer, they're voting on stuff this week.
It's the OG high five. Inject that NFL into my veins.
We benched Tesh.
Yeah, he'll be back. He
Some point.
always comes back.
He always is back.
Time for the high five. And yes, the Detroit Lions had proposed a rule change that would see the playoff seeding just go by regular season record. Doesn't matter if you win your division. Like the Vikings got a little screwed for having that really good regular season record.
14 wins. They got a lot screwed.
They got a lot screwed. Well, the NFL, there's going to be a modified proposal that would keep the division champs as hosts in the first round, but then reseed the entire field after the wild card round.
Okay, so that's kind of modifying the proposal. I mean, they've discussed reseeding the entire field just based purely on record so that we don't end up with years with, like a 7-9 team.
Seattle 7-9 hosting the 12-4 Saints that one year where the Beastquake happened.
Yep, and then
the Saints had
Seattle
to
won.
travel all the way to Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
And they ended up losing because Seattle's a great home field advantage.
What about the 8-8 Denver Broncos? AFC West champion Denver Broncos
hosting Pittsburgh.
the Steelers.
In 2011, the
Uh-huh.
Tebow Fling game.
By the way, when we talked about great revenge performances like Mikko Rantanen coming back and beating the Avalanche, we left off Kyle Orton's Week 17 7-3 barn burner victory over the Broncos after he had started that year as the Broncos starting quarterback.
Yeah, I think Tebow threw a pick that put him in the red zone that allowed him to throw the only touchdown the game witnessed.
The
and it was
single
ugly.
worst football game I've ever seen.
I was like, oh my gosh, what are we even doing here? And I remember there's so much hype for that game because that was the crazy Tebow year, and then it just went.
Chris Cooper broke his ankle in that
Yeah,
game.
it was pretty ugly.
Yeah.
Then the next year, J.D. Walton would do the same.
Mhm.
No, maybe J.D. Walton did the year before. Either way. All right, so here's some things, though, that they have to consider. Here's why there's maybe going to be some pushback on doing the reseeding thing right now.
Okay.
I was watching ESPN Midday, and they were talking about the fact that they probably need to look into what they're about to do before they go and change the reseeding. Because we all think, at least I do, reseeding, the most obvious thing you can do. Why not? Makes sense. There's no way that the 12-4 Saints should have to go and travel to 7-9 Seattle. But here's the rub, or as Lee Corso would say, not so fast, my friend. I'm going to take this quote from Pro Football Talk. I also saw this noted in an article on The Athletic as well. By devaluing a division championship and emphasizing competition within the conference, the 8 games every year that arise from an effort to ensure variety in schedule need to be reconsidered. Let me translate that for you. The NFL right now loves to have all the teams play each other. This was born about 20 years ago because John Elway and Dan Marino, two of the greatest quarterbacks at the time, barely met in their career because of the scheduling stuff.
Mhm.
So the NFL changed it
So it goes on a cycle.
so that everybody would play each other.
Yeah.
So, for example, last year, the teams in the NFC North, remember we were talking about those Vikings?
Yes.
Well, they benefited because they played 2 lousy divisions in the rotation, the AFC South and the NFC West. This year, the NFC North has to face the AFC North, which hosts the Bengals and the Ravens.
Good teams.
And the NFC East, which has the Super Bowl champion Eagles.
Yeah.
They say this year, the Rams have a great shot at being the number 1 seed because their conference plays the AFC and NFC South.
Yeah.
AFC South has Jacksonville and the likes Houston, teams like that. The NFC South, we know real well, the Broncos had to play them last year, and they whooped up on everybody in Sean Payton's old division.
The Vikings, for example, they went 4-0 against the AFC South last year.
So what Pro Football Talk, what Florio put out there, if you're going to make the records more important in your seeding,
Mhm.
then you're going to need to go to a 15-game conference schedule and only play two games from the NFC.
So you would play.
So you'd blow out the divisional rotation.
So you would play every other team.
Yep.
In your conference once?
Because you'd basically have to make sure that everybody played equal competition and didn't skew a record because of this reseeding stuff. You know what this is? This would be the NFL version of when they played the unbalanced schedule in baseball, and the Rockies saw 90 games or whatever against their division.
They would play every opponent like 19 times, I think, back then.
Yeah.
And
that's why the Diamondbacks and Padres and Dodgers and Giants showed up here at thou. And look, I think
so. They would this rotation would do away with playing your division opponents twice.
You'd have to play the whole conference, to your point. And then
to ensure fairness.
And then you would play 2 NFC teams.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you couldn't, some teams would get, I'm sure that would be based on seeding. But this is what Florio said you'd have to do to keep it fair if you're going to cancel out divisions and just reseed in his mind. Because, again, you can't have.
But again, okay, so that's a version of unfair or lack of fairness, sure. But also the current system is inherently unfair.
Yes.
I'm sure there were other teams in the AFC that would argue,
hey. The AFC West whooped the NFC South last year.
A team like Denver benefited from going 4-0 against that dog butt division right there. And so should they have actually been a play isn't there inherent unfairness in all of it because you can't just play the other 31 teams every single year? I get Florio's point right there.
And look, to your point, I'll add to your point. There are better quarterbacks. There is a longer roster of better quarterbacks in the AFC right now than there are in the NFC.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
So that's unfair, too, because the AFC teams would all have to play basically the MVP candidates for quarterback.
Sure.
While the NFC doesn't quite have that yet. Now, look, it shifts all the time. But Aaron Rodgers doesn't even reside in a conference right now. Yet the AFC still has Mahomes and Burrow and Allen and Jackson. And
not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good.
I'm forgetting guys.
Bo
There's
Nix.
so many good ones. Bo Nix, Justin Herbert. Keep
Sure.
going.
Sure. Drake May. No? Not yet? Okay. Trevor Lawrence? No? Not yet?
Trevor Lawrence is an interesting one.
Cam Ward? No? Not yet?
Cam Ward, we'll see.
CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud's a good one.
He's in that division. He's legitimately good. But no, I know what you're saying right here. I get Florio's argument, and I think there's a degree of contrarianism to what he is trying to say. But I'm perfectly fine with just seeded by record. I hate when the crap team gets to host a playoff game.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Drives me nuts.
I'm with you. I don't know that you have to go this far.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is that apparently 16 teams, I think the Athletics said, have reservations that we need to look into this more before we vote this through. I believe they're voting tomorrow at the owners' meetings. So the tush push gets banned, and the reseeding probably gets tabled till next year. But
I don't
we'll
think
see.
that one passes. They're always so slow on this stuff.
Well, and they want to value. Leggy's told us there has to be value in divisional play.
Sure.
So
yeah, and they don't want that to go away because that's tradition, et cetera, which, it's funny because college football, we have no tradition left whatsoever. It's almost like the NFL is the only place where it kind of exists. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. NFL owners today approved a proposal for NFL players to participate in flag football at the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. The vote amongst league owners was unanimous.
The flag football resolution establishes rules and a basic structure for how the NFL wants to see the process work. Here we go. They include permission for any player under NFL contract to participate in tryouts. So everybody can try out for the team. A limit of one player per NFL team on each national team participating. So you can't have all of the Niners skill position players. Allowing, in addition, a team's designated international player to play for his home country. That was one of those things I think the NFL really thought, we're opening the doors, and it didn't really do much. A purchase of league-wide insurance policies to provide injury protection for any player injured while participating in an authorized flag football activity related to the Olympics. So I assume that would mean like practice. or in games. A salary cap credit for any player who is injured. That's cool.
Yeah, well, you need it.
I mean,
can't have one of your star players go down and then you're just left with a hurt player from Olympic competition.
Yeah.
And the salary cap hit on top of it.
Yeah.
But if you lose a Mahomes,
but it's not like
you're not getting that player back.
Well, that and there's a huge selection of players at that time of year, but I get what they're doing. An expectation that Olympic flag football teams will establish medical staffs and field surfaces that comply with NFL minimum standards. So basically, they want the Olympics to be better than the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
what they're
and
saying.
some of their didn't the Raiders and remember it was Hard Knocks, Raiders and Packers went up to Canada and they couldn't play on that field either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we had a game in Mexico City. That
Is
they
this
couldn't
only
play
going to
one
work
time.
in LA? As you lay this out, is this only going to be a one-time thing in LA?
It very well
I don't
could
think
be.
a bunch of other countries are going to be like, yeah, we'll get our field up to NFL standards.
A schedule that does not unreasonably conflict with an NFL player's league and club commitments.
Quote unquote, don't play this so late they miss the beginning of the regular season.
July 14th to July 30th are the dates, so you wouldn't be missing anything in the regular season. I think it's fun. I'm eager to see
give it a
what
shot.
it looks like once. I think the Americans will kick the ever-living crap out of everybody. It won't even be competitive, but I still want to watch it. I mean, honestly, Andy, in some ways, this is sort of like it's like an all-star game in that it's going to be a way bigger deal, and we will spend way more time debating the roster selection and who makes it and that level of competition than we will the actual games themselves when Team USA just crushes everybody.
Yeah, it's that's the thing, though. With any Olympic sport, there has to be something competitive to it.
Right.
You can't have just one team whooping everybody.
Yeah, which I'm pretty sure is what it's going to end up being. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Tomorrow, NFL owners will have a vote that could ban the tush push. Let's hear from a few Eagles folk. You're going to hear in order from head coach Nick Sirianni, who just signed a contract extension today, offensive lineman Jordan Mailata, and then wide receiver A.J. Brown in that order.
We obviously were at the owners' meetings. We talked about how we felt about it, and I don't think anyone could question what my sentiment is on it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with it tomorrow.
Listen, guys, as in terms of them banning the tush push, I hate that name, so I hope they do ban it. It's a stupid name. But I can't control that. We can't control it, so we don't even worry about that. Right now, we're just installing our schemes, and whatever KP is installing that day, that's what we're focused on, because worrying about if they're going to ban the tush push or not ain't going to win us another championship.
I don't have any thoughts on it. I think it's only 1 yard, so I mean.
It's a pretty important yard.
It is a pretty important yard, and you kept a lot of drives going with that yard.
Yeah, it means as long as you guys could get to 3rd and 2, you knew you were picking up a first down.
You did keep the ball out of Casey's hands in the Super Bowl because you were so darn good at this.
That's a pretty darn... Andy, we've discussed this before since this proposal was put up. I fully expect this to pass tomorrow. I think it's garbage, and the biggest reason why I think that is because the evidence exists that no team does this nearly as well as the Philadelphia Eagles. I think this is a rule that is intended to target one team who does one thing really, really well. And if you don't like it, number one, learn how to stop it, or number two, learn how to do it as well as they have. And a couple of years ago, I remember us having this debate, and I was like, I don't like just seeing this in football. To me, this is going to become the copycat thing that everyone's going to do. And I was dead wrong about that because nobody else can do it.
They tried.
Bills couldn't do it.
You were almost wrong. Everyone else tried. They just aren't as good at it.
They just sucked at it.
Again, Green Bay figured out how to use a tight end and was pretty good at it. But like you said, the Bills couldn't get it done. You know what was interesting today is I was watching Bart Scott discuss this on whatever, Get Up, I guess it was. He put it this way. What he doesn't like about the play is that there's nothing in doubt, much like the old extra point. So he said the NFL will use this under the extra point rule when they move that back. And he put it as 6-on-2 because of the area that you're attacking, and that ultimately is his problem.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was pretty interesting rationale. I'm with you, though. You're targeting the Eagles no matter what language you put into this.
But that's isn't that always offensive football, though?
It is.
Your
You're right.
challenge is to find how do we find a numbers advantage to have success on this play?
And you're right. And the way they're going to change this, though, is that you can't, instead of talking about the tush push, you can't push runners anymore. So running up from behind, like our guy, who's our big left guard? Why can't it? Quinn Miners.
Yeah,
when
Quinn
Miners
Miners.
ran and was pushing
Right.
the running back a couple years ago, that's out. That's done.
I like that
It's
play.
not happening
That's
anymore.
a fun play.
Well, because of the language to disregard the tush push,
I
this
like
is
when
going
a
to be out.
fat guy's running down the field and he slams into the pile
You're
and
not-
everybody
yeah.
goes in a big scrum. That's fun.
As I understand it, you're not going to have offensive players pushing other offensive players anymore.
Okay.
So.
Well, doing away with things that I like in football. Thanks, guys. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. A lot to be determined. We'll be discussing all of it more tomorrow. But a quick break. When we come back, Nikola Jokic in a 5-year stretch. Wow. Hold on. I don't normally do this, but I looked up at my television and there was a suit-clad Michael Malone giving some
debuts
breakdown
tonight.
of Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. He looks great, doesn't he? I would say the free time has done Michael well. It's got,
Yeah. Hey, I'm not so sure. I know he wants to be back competing and coaches his guys, but I'm sure a little extra summer didn't hurt him at all.
a little more color in the face.
Yeah.
I think he saw sunlight.
Played a little golf.
Exactly. Yeah. He's probably riding that mountain bike again, maybe getting some pickleball in. Michael Malone looks pretty. Again, Michael Malone right now working as a pregame analyst on ESPN on the Western Conference Finals, and he's out there on the floor. We'll see if we can get some audio of Malone's appearance to play for you before the show is up. I don't normally get distracted like that, but I looked up and I was like, hey, it's our guy.
I know him.
We love that dude.
Really stoked.
Yes, I am.
Hey, you know what I want? I want Wendy to drop that tape that he had.
That's right. Yeah, go ahead and do that. See how Malone feels about that. Mm-hmm. I would like
What
that.
if Malone and Stephen A. just go full East Coast radio yell at each other at some point during this Western Conference final?
Malone just calls him out for being
Because they're both
full of
East
it.
Coast guys.
Very much so. Yeah, it's Mr. Brooklyn right there, Michael Malone.
All right, well, Stephen A. had his back when they chose to make this move. He was defending Michael.
In all seriousness, Andy, it really felt like I just saw a good friend that I hadn't seen in years, and it's only been 2 months.
You're not kidding, boy. I just got the full suit shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got the kicks on right now with the suit. He looks great. He's locked in. He's paying.
You know what's weird to see, too?
He's listening to what Stephen A. Smith is saying, and you know that in his head he's just like, this guy is a complete and total moron.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
You know what else is interesting? That we got Bob Myers and Michael Malone on the same set, sitting on the same side, and many thought they might be sharing an office.
Yeah.
When we just thought it was probably Booth that was going to go.
Interesting scenario, without a doubt. Good to see Michael Malone out there and getting some work in ahead of Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. All right, quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about Nikola Jokic, the guy that Michael Malone coached for most of the last 5 years. Was this the greatest individual 5-year stretch in NBA history that just completed from Nikola Jokic? We'll give you the candidates and tell you if Jokic makes it to the top next.
I need to decide, or there is a Eurobasket, the European Championship. I need to decide that. I need to talk with the coaches and with some of the main players, let's say like that. And we will see, But from now, like next couple of days, there's going to be a lot of beer probably.
Same, Nicola, same. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. My guess is he has eschewed some of the smaller tournaments before. I would think he would do it again. I don't know, though. He had a pretty good time at the Olympics last year. Based on what I saw from the Netflix docuseries, it seemed like they had a pretty damn good time. So, because you know what's great about that, Andy? It's the combination of basketball and beer. I think that's what he likes about the international game.
Yeah. I would not be upset if he just chilled a summer, though.
I agree. I would be perfectly fine with it.
Would Serbia be okay with it, though? Was it an Olympic game that he skipped when they got mad? That was just the World Games,
It wasn't
right?
Olympics. It was one of the smaller tournaments. Might have been the World Cup.
Yeah.
Was the one that he skipped.
But they got big mad at him there.
Oh, they
for a
sure
while.
they do. They do. That is a part of it.
Sounds like you have a pretty nice house here. Maybe just come on back here. Avoid the because isn't that tournament always like September right before they get going anyway?
Yeah, generally. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe that's what he'll do. Well, he did come back early last year to start working on the shot, which it worked in terms of his three-point shot. So Jokic is going to finish second in the MVP, which is going to give him 5 top 2 finishes in the MVP in 5 years. No one's ever done it before. 5 top 2 finishes in the MVP. It's incredible what he just did, and 3 MVP awards. So Bleacher Report today gave a breakdown of ranking the best 5-year NBA star runs ever. I'll give you, here's the spoiler, Andy. They ranked Jokic 3rd. The 5-year run that he just completed, in which he won 3 MVPs, 1 championship, 1 finals MVP, 5 top 2 finishes, 5 all-star nods, 4-time first-team All-NBA. The only year he didn't get first team was when Embiid got the MVP, so he was the second-team center technically, even though he was number 2 in the MVP. So really it should have been 5 first-team All-NBAs, but we digress. That was back when they used to care about positions like that. If you had to guess the 2 players that had 5-year runs in their careers, the 2 legends that would rank above Joker, who do you think they'd be?
I'm cheating. I can't give it to you. I've got the Bleacher Report article up because I happened to see it, and so I won't spoil the payoff.
Your honesty is appreciated. LeBron at 2, Jordan at 1.
Yep.
These are the 2 guys, LeBron and MJ, who both had stretches of 4 MVPs in 5 years. However, on MJ, they didn't actually do that run of it. They went back to, and they considered his run basically the 2 years prior to Chicago winning the first title when they were eliminated by Detroit both years in the postseason, and then 91, 92, 93, when they beat the Lakers, the Blazers, and the Suns in that order. In that span, MJ at number 1 averaged 32 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 MVPs, 3 titles, 3 finals MVPs, 5 top 3 finishes. Remember, Jokic has 5 top 2 finishes, plus everything else. Also, Jordan had 5 first-team all-defense, which Jokic has never made an all-defense team.
Okay. Go with the LeBron numbers. I'm impressed by who Joker's ahead of.
No kidding. LeBron's numbers were the 4 MVPs. Remember, he got the 4 MVPs in 5 years. He should have won 5 in 5 years, but they gave it to Derrick Rose. 2 titles, 2 finals MVPs, 5 top 3 MVP finishes. Remember, Joker had 5 top 2, 5 All-Stars, 5 first-team All-NBA, 5 first-team All-Defense. Again, Jokic doesn't have the All-Defense thing. Jokic at number 3, his averages over the last 5 years, 27 points, 12 rebounds, 9 assists, plus the best 5-year box plus minus in NBA history. Number 4, Kareem.
Yeah.
They put ranking Jokic above Kareem's best 5-year stretch, in which Kareem, this was 71-75, 31 points, 15.5 rebounds, 4 assists. 3 MVPs, 1 title, 1 finals MVP, 4 top 2 MVP finishes, 5 All-Stars, 4 first-team All-NBAs. I mean, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, by the way, 6 rings, 6 MVPs. Pretty good career.
Yeah, he's kind of a legend.
Not bad, right? And Steph at number 5, 15 through 19. 2 MVPs, 3 titles, 3 top 5 MVP finishes, 5 All-Stars, 3 first-team All-NBAs. So, and by the way, 6 through 10, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Giannis, Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain.
Kind of a who's who of basketball.
That's it. That's
the only one I'd say maybe a little bit out of place is Giannis, but look, he and Joker, same number of finals and MVP. No, he doesn't have the same number of MVPs, but
he's got 2 MVPs, Joker's got 3. But he's got a title.
Was Giannis also your finals MVP?
And a finals MVP. By the way,
go.
4-time first-team All-Defense, too, for Giannis. Yeah, he's who's who. He's on that list, man.
All right. See, I'm glad we're getting this list in here. Who has the most pressure? Because, look, this Joker is on a historic run that we're going to call it capped because this is a 5-year run.
Yeah.
And it's been a heck of a run. Now, let's hope he plays good enough. We can drop 1 year and include next year, and maybe drop a couple years and include the next 2 years.
Andy, he's getting better.
I know. He easily could have won MVP all 5 of these years we're talking about.
And he's 30.
Okay? But does this not speak to the pressure of whomever gets the job?
Yep.
This is what you have to somehow, there has to be. I don't like saying this because winning titles in sports is hard. You talk about it all the time. I don't care the sport. It's hard. You have to have some luck. You have to have some health. But this guy is showing no signs of drop-off, and you're never getting another one.
On this list, the only other one-time champions are Giannis and Chamberlain. That's it. The only other one-time champions. So the other 7 names on here are all multiple-time champions. Now, okay, you do have to account for the era, the new collective bargaining agreement. Like, Adam Silver got exactly what he wanted out of this CBA. We're going to have our 7th different unique champion in 7 years, which is exactly what he wanted. He wanted that parity inside the game. It is harder than ever to be able to repeat. The Nuggets win a title, and immediately you can't pay Bruce Brown. And then the next year, you could pay KCP, but it's incredibly restrictive to do so. And suddenly you're left with a compromised version of your team. You know, basically what Sam Presti and the Thunder have put on display is, hey, just collect 1 billion draft picks, tank it out as hard as you possibly can, but maybe you can get a run of prolonged success. And look, I think the Thunder are going to win the NBA championship. I think the Thunder are poised to do it, to be in the finals, I don't know, 3-4 more times. I say that. I thought the same thing about the Nuggets. I thought the same thing about the Celtics. Injuries and attrition, they hit you, and then you're not able to do those things. So I say that about the Thunder. They might not. They very well may not. One key injury. Chet Holmgren's made of balsa wood. You telling me that guy's going to hold up for the rigors every year? Come on.
He barely held up this series.
Seriously.
He was reduced to basically trying to shoot threes and being there from the dunker spot.
Yep.
That was it.
Mm-hmm.
Physicality wasn't great. He got the hell out of the paint, left it to Hartenstein and Caruso.
Very much so.
And I guess Jay will.
The Nuggets got away with having Jamal Murray guard him for chunks of this series, and he did a pretty good job.
Right.
Yeah. So again, like it's harder than ever to win multiple championships. That said, this is an all-time great NBA player. This is a top 10 in the history of the game NBA player. You got to get another one.
Nate, here's where I told you. I've told this to you before. And I'm trying to pick out what other year. Probably last year's the one. I know when it comes to the Avs, the year they got knocked out by Vegas, they should have went and got the cup that year. Okay, at minimum.
Sure.
With the Nuggets, it's probably last year. I know Scott Hastings and you both were very passionate. If you just would have got by Minnesota, you're raising that trophy.
I think so.
Now, I mean, Boston was pretty good. I hate to put it money in the bank.
I tell you what, man, that's okay. Going back to the Zach Lowe audio that we played earlier,
Yeah.
if you win Game 7 against the Thunder with a fully healthy Aaron Gordon, you get a 6 seed Minnesota. I know that they are your arch enemy, but you can win that series, and then you're talking the Pacers-Knicks winner. You don't have to see Boston or Cleveland in the NBA Finals. Yeah, it feels a little bit like the year that the Nuggets lost the Western Conference Finals to the Lakers in 2009 because you would have been playing the Dwight Howard, Jameer Nelson Magic. They were a good team, but the Nuggets would have beat those guys. That should have been an NBA championship. You couldn't get past the Lakers.
There's no doubt.
Yeah.
The
path was there.
Both, whether it's the Avs and the Nuggets are both in tough positions because you've got to take advantage of the players that you have.
Right.
I mean, the Avs, how long we go? 15 years before you had a Cale Makar, Nathan McKinnon combination?
Well,
from the core that won the 2 cups?
You know what's funny about this, though, that you bring this up? This Avalanche team, they run into worst matchup possible, the Dallas Stars, and they lose in 7.
With your former dude.
The Denver Nuggets run into the Oklahoma City Thunder. You don't have home court advantage. You drop a Game 7. Both of those situations occurred because neither team was good enough in the regular season.
No, but...
Isn't that funny?
Yeah, and you know what's crazy about it? See, it's funny you'd say this because I thought about this today. Both teams doing it very differently. The Nuggets basically no moves and staying with the core.
Right.
And the Avs making all the moves. And if Adrian Dater's to be believed, Brock Nelson doesn't sound like he plans on signing back.
Mm-hmm.
And now you've given up your top prospect and a first-round draft pick for a guy that was basically a rental. As I've related it to before, feels a little Theo Fleury trade-like.
Yeah.
Where
tough rental.
You gave up Robin Regeer, who went on to be a very good defenseman for the Calgary Flames, and you basically didn't get much out of Fleury. The Avs, I'm sure, were wanting a little bit more out of Nelson come playoff time.
Yeah. You know what both teams had in common, the Avs and the Nuggets? They both had crap starts to the year.
They did.
Yeah.
Weird starts, too.
This is what's, the 2 seed was there for the taking for the Nuggets. What if there was a season, and this goes back to your point yesterday about Jamal, hey, man, why don't you just show up ready to go and motivated right away from the start of the season? And it's like, hey, don't be 11-10.
Yeah, don't drop games to the Wizards in the early going.
Exactly. And like, the Nuggets got the crap together after they lost to the Wizards. Like, they put together a good stretch of basketball. They started to come together, and then, like, they started to hit some injuries and some bumpy times again. And then the coaching thing went south on them. But, like, don't be 11-10. Like, you do need to win those October-November games. Those do kill you because the Thunder, they showed up at the start of the year and they just killed everybody. And then they get the 1 seed, and then you got to play them in the second round. Yeah, and same with the Avalanche. Like, the Avalanche were basically so bad to start the season, it was like, well, we completely changed out their goalie room, just completely, which you don't see that very often in the NHL.
They dropped games to Chicago, as you and I have pointed out.
Did.
You were losing games to Minnesota when they weren't healthy and didn't have their crap together.
Sure did. Mm-hmm.
So both these teams, I mean, it's funny because I think you and I the last couple of years have kind of taken the attitude since both teams won the championship. All right, you don't have to be good start to finish. Get in the playoffs. You can survive anywhere. Yeah, that home field advantage, that home ice, that home court, it's becoming more important.
When the margins are just that slim. Mm-hmm. What did the Avs start the year? They started 0-4. I know they won their next 4 games.
But again, you didn't need to start 0-4. I remember
5-7 after 12.
The first game was so weird against Vegas. It was like neither team really wanted to be there, even though it was opening night. The weirdest opening night. We got a few Vegas fans, one of them a guy named Eric Rabbers. I'm sure he would agree. Both teams just played kind of lackluster.
The Avalanche were 14-13 on December 5th.
Yeah. Go back to when they made the trades. They were battling for like the wild card position.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now, I think they had leapfrogged St. Louis. See, again, that's why it's hard for me to knock the trades the Avs made because I don't know that they have the run. Just like if the Nuggets don't fire him alone, I don't know if either team doesn't do what they did.
Sure.
Do they go on the run they did to close the season?
Sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it brings you back to the David Adelman discussion, and I think he showed really well. I think I think that guy deserves a shot to be the NBA, to be the coach of this team, to step into the head coaching role. And I know you shouldn't just get that gig because you deserve it, but I think he also showed something and the players responded to him. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Rockies and Phillies yet again tonight.
Oh, boy.
Andy, I want to answer this question, okay? We know the Rockies are bad. They're historically bad. But are they also unlucky?
What?
Are they unlucky and bad? Or are they just bad? I'll answer that question next.
40-0. Not enough. What's up, Norm? My nipples. It's freezing out there.
So, how was your Sunday there, Norm? You catch the Celtics 76ers game?
Oh, yes. And the Bruins Flyers. The Ramos fight. Yesterday, Australian rules football. Tomorrow, we got Boston College versus Iona. Put that money down, pal.
Yeah, I'll be ready.
Norman, doesn't your wife ever complain that you never spend any time with her?
Would you?
Oh, rest in peace, the great George Wendt. Norm Peterson on Cheers. Passed away today at the age of 76. Andy, George Wendt, played the character of Norm.
Yep.
Had a run of 6 consecutive supporting actor Emmy Awards. So while Nikola Jokic, 5 consecutive top 2 finishes in the NBA MVP, he didn't have the kind of dominance that George Wendt had over the comedy field at the Emmys. 6 consecutive Emmy wins for Norm.
You talk about a great ensemble cast led by George Wendt.
Yep.
Now, I mean, led by, Sam Malone and Ted Danson. But I love that show so much growing up. And they just added characters in and out. Frasier comes along later. Are you a Rebecca or are you a Diane? Like, I like the Rebecca years more than I like Diane. I just think I thought it just got goofier. Woody got goofier. Norm got more snappy with the. I mean, after a while, Ross and Rachel were the same thing.
80s Shelley Long did it for me. I gotta say.
Oh yeah, she was very attractive.
Yeah.
But after a while, you either get together or you don't. You drug it out enough. Either get together or don't. You know what I mean? And it's just funny to watch all the sitcoms now that have the Sam and Diane thing going on.
Sure.
Ross and Rachel again was an offshoot of that.
Mm-hmm. Jim and Pam in The Office, absolutely.
Exactly.
Yep.
So anyway, poor Norm. We're gonna miss him. Him and John Ratzenberger, Cliff.
Yep.
Quite the comedy pair themselves.
George Wendt was also featured on the Superfan sketches on Saturday Night Live. They initially did that sketch with him as the host, and then they would bring him back every single time that I think he lived in New York, and every single time they did that sketch, they would bring him back. Yeah. Bob Swirsky filling in for my brother Bill.
Isn't there Swirsky in Chicago?
Yeah, absolutely. There was all kinds of them. One of them was he was the voice of the Bulls for a while.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
The Bears.
Pour one out for Norm. I got a couple of Rockies things we got to get to before we get out of here. First off, Andy, are the Rockies unlucky? So they're 8-39. Okay, it's historically bad, but you have to have things work against you to get to that point. So check this out. So I looked this up. All right. Their .217 batting average is second worst in all of baseball. They're second worst in runs scored. Their offense sucks. But here's some interesting notes that I saw. By Fangraphs, by the way that they measure this, the Rockies' hard contact rate, okay? You can have either, the way Fangraphs breaks it down, is soft contact, medium contact, or hard contact. Hard contact, which is what you want, right? You know the Rockies have the best hard contact rate in all of baseball?
Really?
Yes. They have the best hard contact rate in all of baseball.
Does it just go right to the fielder, though?
Okay, so then I looked up, okay, well, then what's their batting average on balls in play? A little BABIP for you, okay? 278, 24th in baseball. That's well below average, which would suggest, they are hitting the ball hard. They're hitting it right at guys. They're having bad luck. This is a contributing factor to how bad their offense is. And sometimes the luck works against you and it can flip in other directions. But then there's the rest of the story.
All right. Not so fast, my friend.
Strikeout rate, second highest in baseball.
Yeah.
Well, you can't have hard contact if you're striking out. Walk rate, sixth lowest in baseball. So while you're getting all that hard contact, there's pretty much nobody on base because you're 29th in on-base percentage.
Well, you can't walk when you strike out.
You really can't. You've hit 42 home runs. Only 8 teams have hit fewer. By the way, they have the highest chase rate. I went to StatCast for this. Highest chase rate. They're swinging at the most bad pitches of any team in baseball. They have no plate discipline. Also, by the way, they have the lowest contact rate on pitches that they chase. So they're both chasing the most and then hitting the least while doing it. And they have the highest whiff rate, the highest swing and miss rate in all of baseball at 30%. So the conclusion here is, Andy, that the Rockies are selling the store for all of that hard contact. Nobody is on base. It does them little good. And the three true outcomes, which is either hitting home runs, striking out, or walking, well, they hit hardly any home runs. They hardly ever walk, and they strike out a ton. In conclusion, no bad luck. They just stink.
Maybe they're both bad and unlucky.
No, they just stink. They're just bad. Yeah, it's an awful team. I have another wild Rockies story before we get out of here. Listen to this. This is from the Denver Post. Colorado man hit in the eye by foul ball sues Rockies, in part blaming the team's poor performance.
Okay.
Listen to this.
All right, this is a new one. Let's go.
A Parker man this week sued the Rockies for negligence after he was struck in the face with a foul ball while sitting in a Coors Field luxury box, in part blaming the team's poor performance for the injury. Timothy Roquel suffered, quote, catastrophic and permanent injuries when he was hit in the face and right eye by a foul ball during the Rockies' July 16, 2023 game against the Yankees. Attorneys for the Denver firm Nielsen Weiss wrote in the lawsuit filed Monday in Denver District Court. He was a guest of the box owner. He did not pay for the ticket. The foul ball was hit by a Rockies batter in the bottom of the first inning. And Roquel couldn't see it coming because of, quote, architectural elements, including the ceiling of the luxury box and the overhang of the stadium's bleacher seats, the lawsuit states. So apparently they're arguing that it was not physically possible for Roquel to see the foul ball from the seat in question, his attorneys wrote. While Colorado law protects stadiums from liability when fans are injured during games, Roquel's attorneys argue that this case is an exception because the Rockies did not make a reasonable effort to keep the stadium safe. Specifically, the team did not extend netting to protect fans despite being warned about the risk of foul balls by engineers, encouraged non-spectating behavior like dining and socializing, mounted televisions that distract fans from the game, and design luxury boxes that obstruct the view of the field. Extending protective netting has been a long-standing conversation among MLB officials, and the Rockies, along dozens of other teams, have increased netting coverage in the past. Added to this, the team's poor track record is also to blame for Roquel's injury, the lawsuit states. Quote, defendants' long-standing poor performance on the field has contributed to a game day environment in which spectators, particularly those in luxury suites, are less engaged with the action on the field. That has caused a stadium culture shift toward focusing on socializing, dining, and networking, the lawsuit states. The cultural shift is not incidental, but rather encouraged by the Rockies' own marketing and design choices, which emphasize hospitality and off-field amenities over fan vigilance. So because this guy was having such a good time with the spread and the free cocktails, and because the team stunk so bad, he wasn't paying close enough attention, and he got hit in the face with a foul ball, which he apparently also couldn't see because of the stadium design.
This one could be a little interesting.
Yeah.
Because you do, in fact, encourage other things to do when a bad game's going. Now, you're still responsible for looking out for your well-being while that's going on. But if it can be proven that you can't, in fact, see something to protect yourself,